Section XXXIV. The post-Christian successors to the mysteries. The Eleusinian mysteries were no more. Yet it was these which gave their principal features to the Neoplatonic school of Ammonius Saccas, for the eclectic system was chiefly characterized by its theurgy and ecstasis. It was Iamblichus who added to it the Egyptian doctrine of theurgy with its practices, and Porphyry, the Jew, who opposed this new element. The school, however, with but few exceptions, practiced asceticism and contemplation, its mystics passing through a discipline as rigorous as that of the Hindu devotee. Their efforts never tended so much to develop the successful practice of thaumaturgy, necromancy or sorcery, such as they are now accused of, as to evolve the higher faculties of the inner man, the spiritual ego. The school held that a number of spiritual beings, denizens of spheres quite independent of the earth and of the human cycle, were mediators between the gods and men, and even between man and the supreme soul. To put it in plainer language, the soul of man became, owing to the help of the planetary spirits, recipient of the soul of the world, as Emerson puts it. Apollonius of Tyana asserted his possession of such a power in these words, quoted by Professor Wilder in his Neoplatonism. I can see the present and the future in a clear mirror. The sage, adept, need not wait for the vapors of the earth and the corruption of the air to foresee plagues and fevers, he must know them later than God, but earlier than the people. The theoi or gods see the future, common men, the present. Sages, that which is about to take place. My peculiar abstemious mode of living produces such an acuteness of the senses, or creates some other faculty, so that the greatest and most remarkable things may be performed. 549. Professor A. Wilder's comment thereupon is remarkable. This is what may be termed spiritual photography. The soul is the camera in which facts and events, future, past, and present, are alike fixed, and the mind becomes conscious of them. Beyond our everyday world of limits, all is as one day or state, the past and future comprised in the present. Probably this is the great day, the last day, the day of the Lord, of the Bible writers, the day into which everyone passes by death or ecstasis. Then the soul is freed from the constraint of the body, and its nobler part is united to higher nature and becomes partaker in the wisdom and foreknowledge of the higher beings. 550. How far the system practiced by the Neoplatonists was identical with that of the old and the modern Vedantins may be inferred from what Dr. A. Wilder says of the Alexandrian Theosophists. The anterior idea of the New Platonists was that of a single supreme essence. All the old philosophies contained the doctrine that theta epsilon omicron, theoi, gods or disposers, angels, demons, and other spiritual agencies, emanated from the Supreme Being. Ammonius accepted the doctrine of the books of Hermes, that from the divine all proceeded the divine wisdom or Ammonius, that from wisdom proceeded the demiurge or creator, and from the creator, the subordinate spiritual beings. The world and its peoples being the last. The first is contained in the second, the first and second in the third, and so on through the entire series. 551. This is a perfect echo of the belief of the Vedantins, and it proceeds directly from the secret teachings of the East. The same author says, akin to this is the doctrine of the Jewish Kabbalah which was taught by the Farsi or Pharisees, who probably borrowed it, as their sectarian designation would seem to indicate, from the Magians of Persia. It is substantially embodied in the following synopsis. The divine being is the all, the source of all existence, the infinite, and he cannot be known. The universe reveals him, and subsists by him. At the beginning his effulgence went forth everywhere. 552 Eventually he retired within himself and so formed around him a vacant space. Into this he transmitted his first emanation, a ray, containing in it the generative and conceptive power, and hence the name I.e., or Jah. This in its turn produced the tikkun, the pattern or idea of form. And in this emanation, which also contained the male and female, or generative and conceptive potencies, were the three primitive forces of light, spirit and life. This tikkun is united to the ray, or first emanation, and pervaded by it, and by that union is also in perpetual communication with the infinite source. It is the pattern, the primitive man, the Adam Kadmon, the macrocosm of Pythagoras and other philosophers. From it proceeded the Sephiroth. From the Sephiroth in turn emanated the four worlds, each proceeding out of the one immediately above it, and the lower one enveloping its superior. These worlds became less pure as they descended in the scale, the lowest of all being the material world. 553. This veiled enunciation of the secret teaching will be clear to our readers by this time. These worlds are: Azimuth is peopled with the purest emanations, the first, almost spiritual, race of the human beings that were to inhabit, the fourth, the second, Bariah, by a lower order, the servants of the former, the second race. The third, Jezira, by the cherubim and seraphim, the Elohim and Ne-Elohim, sons of gods, or Elohim, our third race. The fourth world, Ossia, is inhabited by the Qliphoth, of whom Belial is chief, the Atlantean sorcerers. 554. These worlds are all the earthly duplicates of their heavenly prototypes, the mortal and temporary reflections and shadows of the more durable, if not eternal, races dwelling in other, to us, invisible worlds. The souls of the men of our fifth race derive their elements from these four worlds, root races, that preceded ours, namely, our intellect, manas, the fifth principle, our passions and mental and corporeal appetites. A conflict having arisen, called war in heaven, among our prototypical worlds, war came to pass, eons later, between the Atlanteans 555 of Ossia, and those of the third root race, the Ne-Elohim or the sons of God. 556 And then evil and wickedness were intensified. Mankind, in the last sub-race of the third root race, having sinned in their first parent, a physiological allegory, truly, from whose soul every human soul is an emanation. Says the Zohar, men were exiled into more material bodies to expiate that sin and become proficient in goodness. To accomplish the cycle of necessity, rather, explains the doctrine. To progress on their task of evolution, from which task none of us can be freed, neither by death nor suicide, for each of us have to pass through the valley of thorns, before he emerges into the plains of divine light and rest. And thus men will continue to be born in new bodies, till they have become sufficiently pure to enter a higher form of existence. This means only that mankind, from the first down to the last, or seventh race, is composed of one and the same company of actors, who have descended from higher spheres to perform their artistic tour on this our planet, Earth. Starting as pure spirits on our downward journey around the world, verily. With the knowledge of truth, now feebly echoed in the occult doctrines, inherent in us, cyclic law brings us down to the reversed apex of matter, which is lost down here on earth and the bottom of which we have already struck. And then, the same law of spiritual gravity will make us slowly ascend to still higher, still purer spheres than those we started from. Foresight, prophecy, oracular powers. Elusive fancies of man's dwarfed perceptions, which see actual images in reflections and shadows, and mistake past actualities for prophetic images of a future that has no room in eternity. Our macrocosm and its smallest microcosm, man, are both repeating the same play of universal and individual events at each station, as on every stage on which karma leads them to enact their respective dramas of life. False prophets could have no existence had there been no true prophets. And so there were, and many of both classes, and in all ages. Only, none of these ever saw anything but that which had already come to pass, and had been before prototypically enacted in higher spheres, if the event foretold related to national or public weal or woe, or in some preceding life. If it concerned only an individual, for every such event is stamped as an indelible record of the past and future, which are only, after all, the ever-present in eternity. The worlds, and the purifications spoken of in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic books, relate to our globe and races no more and no less than they relate to other globes and other races that have preceded our own in the great cycle. It was such fundamental truths as these that were performed in allegorical plays and images during the mysteries, the last act of which, the epilogue for the Misty, was the Anastasis or continued existence, as also the soul transformation. Hence, the author of Neoplatonism and Alchemy shows us that all such eclectic doctrines were strongly reflected in the epistles of Paul, and were inculcated more or less among the churches. Hence, such passages as these, "Ye were dead in errors and sins, ye walked according to the aeon of this world, according to the archon that has the domination of the air. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the dominations, against potencies, against the lords of darkness, and against the mischievousness of spirits in the empyrean regions." But Paul was evidently hostile to the effort to blend his gospel with the Gnostic ideas of the Hebrew-Egyptian school, as seems to have been attempted at Ephesus. And accordingly, wrote to Timothy, his favorite disciple, "Keep safe the precious charge entrusted to thee. And reject the new doctrines and the antagonistic principles of the Gnosis, falsely so-called, of which some have made profession and gone astray from the faith." 557. But as the Gnosis is the science pertaining to our higher self, as blind faith is a matter of temperament and emotionalism, and as Paul's doctrine was still newer and his interpretations far more thickly veiled, to keep the inner truths hidden far away from the Gnostic, preference has been given to the former by every earnest seeker after truth. Besides this, the great teachers who professed the so-called false Gnosis were very numerous in the days of the apostles, and were as great as any converted rabbi could be. If Porphyry, the Jew Malek, went against theurgy on account of old traditional recollections, there were other teachers who practiced it. Plotinus, Iamblichus, Proclus were all thaumaturgists, and the latter elaborated the entire theosophy and theurgy of his predecessors into a complete system. 558. As to Ammonius, countenanced by Clemens and Athenagoras, in the church, and by learned men of the synagogue, the academy, and the grove, he fulfilled his labor by teaching a common doctrine for all. 559. Thus it is not Judaism and Christianity that remodeled the ancient pagan wisdom, but rather the latter that put its heathen curb, quietly and insensibly, on the new faith. And this, moreover, was still further influenced by the eclectic theosophical system, the direct emanation of the wisdom religion. All that is grand and noble in Christian theology comes from Neoplatonism. It is too well known to now need much repetition that Ammonius Saccas, the God-taught, Theodidactos, and the lover of the truth, Philalethes, in establishing his school, made a direct attempt to benefit the world by teaching those portions of the secret science that were permitted by its direct guardians to be revealed in those days. 560. The modern movement of our own Theosophical Society was begun on the same principles. For the Neoplatonic school of Ammonius aimed, as we do, at the reconcilement of all sects and peoples, under the once common faith of the Golden Age, trying to induce the nations to lay aside their contentions, in religious matters at any rate, by proving to them that their various beliefs are all the more or less legitimate children of one common parent, the wisdom religion. Nor was the eclectic theosophical system, as some writers inspired by Rome would make the world believe, developed only during the 3rd century of our era, but it belongs to a much earlier age, as has been shown by Diogenes Laertius. He traces it to the beginning of the dynasty of the Ptolemies, to the great seer and prophet, the Egyptian priest Potamonius, of the temple of the god of that name, for Ammonius is the god of wisdom. Unto that day the communication between the adepts of Upper India and Bactria and the philosophers of the West had never ceased. Under Philadelphus, the Hellenic teachers became rivals of the College of Rabbis of Babylon. The Buddhistic, Vedantic and Magian systems were expounded along with the philosophies of Greece. Aristobulus, the Jew, declared that the ethics of Aristotle were derived from the law of Moses. And Philo, after him, attempted to interpret the Pentateuch in accordance with the doctrines of Pythagoras and the Academy. In Josephus it is said that, in the book of the Genesis, Moses wrote philosophically, that is, in the figurative style, and the Essenes of Carmel were reproduced in the Therapeutae of Egypt, who, in turn, were declared by Eusebius to be identical with the Christians, though they actually existed long before the Christian era. Indeed, in its turn, Christianity also was taught at Alexandria, and underwent an analogous metamorphosis. Pantaenus, Athenagoras and Clement were thoroughly instructed in the Platonic philosophy and comprehended its essential unity with the Oriental systems. 561. Ammonius, though the son of Christian parents, was a lover of the truth, a true Philalethean foremost of all. He set his heart upon the work of reconciling the different systems into a harmonious whole, for he had already perceived the tendency of Christianity to raise itself on the hecatomb which it had constructed out of all other creeds and faiths. What says history? The ecclesiastical historian, Mosheim, declares that Ammonius, conceiving that not only the philosophers of Greece, but also all those of the different barbarous nations, were perfectly in unison with each other with regard to every essential point, made it his business so to temper and expound the tenets of all these various sects, as to make it appear they had all of them originated from one and the same source, and all tended to one and the same end. Again, Mosheim says that Ammonius taught that the religion of the multitude went hand in hand with philosophy, and with her had shared the fate of being by degrees corrupted and obscured with mere human conceits, superstition, and lies. That it ought, therefore, to be brought back to its original purity by purging it of this dross and expounding it upon philosophical principles. And that the whole which Christ had in view was to reinstate and restore to its primitive integrity the wisdom of the ancients. 562. Now what was that wisdom of the ancients that the founder of Christianity had in view? The system taught by Ammonius in his eclectic theosophical school was made of the crumbs permitted to be gathered from the antediluvian lore. Those Neoplatonic teachings are described in the Edinburgh Encyclopedia as follows. He, Ammonius, adopted the doctrines which were received in Egypt concerning the universe and the deity, considered as constituting one great whole. Concerning the eternity of the world, the nature of souls, the empire of providence, karma, and the government of the world by demons, daimons or spirits, archangels. He also established a system of moral discipline which allowed the people in general to live according to the laws of their country and the dictates of nature, but required the wise to exalt their minds by contemplation, and to mortify the body. 563 so that they might be capable of enjoying the presence and assistance of the demons, including their own daimon or seventh principle, and ascending after death to the presence of the Supreme Soul, Parent. In order to reconcile the popular religions, and particularly the Christian, with this new system, he made the whole history of the heathen gods an allegory, maintaining that they were only celestial ministers. 564 entitled to an inferior kind of worship. And he acknowledged that Jesus Christ was an excellent man and the friend of God, but alleged that it was not his design entirely to abolish the worship of demons. 565 and that his only intention was to purify the ancient religion. No more could be declared except for those Philaletheans who were initiated, persons duly instructed and disciplined, to whom Ammonius communicated his more important doctrines, imposing on them the obligations of secrecy, as was done before him by Zoroaster and Pythagoras, and in the mysteries, where an oath was required from the neophytes or catechumens not to divulge what they had learned. The great Pythagoras divided his teachings into exoteric and esoteric. 566. Has not Jesus done the same, since he declared to his disciples that to them it was given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, whereas to the multitudes it was not given? And therefore he spoke in parables which had a twofold meaning. Dr. A. Wilder proceeds. Thus Ammonius found his work ready to his hand. His deep spiritual intuition, his extensive learning, and his familiarity with the Christian fathers, Pantaenus, Clement and Athenagoras, and with the most erudite philosophers of the time, all fitted him for the labor he performed so thoroughly. The results of his ministration are perceptible at the present day in every country of the Christian world, every prominent system of doctrine now bearing the marks of his plastic hand. Every ancient philosophy has had its votaries among the moderns, and even Judaism, oldest of them all, has taken upon itself changes which were suggested by the God-taught Alexandrian. 567. The Neoplatonic school of Alexandria founded by Ammonius, the prototype proposed for the Theosophical Society, taught theurgy and magic, as much as they were taught in the days of Pythagoras, and by others far earlier than his period. For Proclus says that the doctrines of Orpheus, who was an Indian and came from India, were the origin of the systems afterwards promulgated. What Orpheus delivered in hidden allegories, Pythagoras learned when he was initiated into the Orphic mysteries, and Plato next received a perfect knowledge of them from Orphic and Pythagorean writings. 568. The Philaletheans had their division into neophytes, chelists, and initiates, or masters, and the eclectic system was characterized by three distinct features, which are purely Vedantic: a supreme essence, one and universal, the eternity and indivisibility of the human spirit, and theurgy, which is mantracism. So also, as we have seen, they had their secret or esoteric teachings like any other mystic school. Nor were they allowed to reveal anything of their secret tenets, any more than were the initiates of the mysteries. Only the penalties incurred by the revealers of the secrets of the latter were far more terrible, and this prohibition has survived to this day, not only in India, but even among the Jewish Kabalists in Asia. 569. One of the reasons for such secrecy may be the undoubtedly serious difficulties and hardships of cheliship, and the dangers attending initiation. The modern candidate has, like his predecessor of old, to either conquer or die. When, which is still worse, he does not lose his reason. There is no danger to him who is true and sincere, and, especially, unselfish. For he is thus prepared beforehand to meet any temptation. He, who fully recognized the power of his immortal spirit, and never doubted for one moment its omnipotent protection, had naught to fear. But woe to the candidate in whom the slightest physical fear, sickly child of matter, made him lose sight and faith in his own invulnerability. He who was not wholly confident of his moral fitness to accept the burden of these tremendous secrets was doomed. 570. There were no such dangers in Neoplatonic initiations. The selfish and the unworthy failed in their object, and in the failure was the punishment. The chief aim was reunion of the part with the all. This all was one, with numberless names. Whether called Dui, the bright Lord of Heaven, by the Aryan; Iao, by the Chaldean and Kabbalist; Iabi by the Samaritan; the Tiu or Tuisco by the Northman; Do by the Briton; Zeus, by the Thracian or Jupiter by the Roman. It was the being, the facet, one and supreme. 571 The unborn and the inexhaustible source of every emanation, the fountain of life and light eternal. A ray of which every one of us carries in him on this earth. The knowledge of this mystery had reached the Neoplatonists from India through Pythagoras, and still later through Apollonius of Tyana, and the rules and methods for producing ecstasy had come from the same lore of the divine Vidya, the Gnosis. For Aryavarta, the bright focus into which had been poured in the beginning of time the flames of divine wisdom, had become the center from which radiated the tongues of fire into every portion of the globe. What was Samadhi but that sublime ecstasy, in which state things divine and the mysteries of nature are revealed to us? Of which Porphyry speaks. The efflux from the divine soul is imparted to the human spirit in unreserved abundance, accomplishing for the soul a union with the divine, and enabling it while in the body to be partaker of the life which is not in the body. He explains elsewhere. Thus under the title of magic was taught every science, physical and metaphysical, natural or deemed supernatural by those who are ignorant of the omnipresence and universality of nature. Divine magic makes of man a god. Human magic creates a new fiend. We wrote in Isis Unveiled. In the oldest documents now in the possession of the world, the Vedas and the older laws of Manu, we find many magical rites practiced and permitted by the Brahmins. 572 Tibet, Japan, and China, teach in the present age that which was taught by the oldest Chaldeans. The clergy of these respective countries prove moreover what they teach, namely, that the practice of moral and physical purity, and of certain austerities, develops the vital soul power of self-illumination. Affording to man the control over his own immortal spirit, it gives him truly magical powers over the elementary spirits inferior to himself. In the West we find magic of as high an antiquity as in the East. The Druids of Great Britain practiced it in the silent crypts of their deep caves, and Pliny devotes many a chapter to the wisdom 573 of the leaders of the Celts. The Semithes, the Druids of the Gauls, expounded the physical as well as the spiritual sciences. They taught the secrets of the universe, the harmonious progress of the heavenly bodies, the formation of the earth, and above all, the immortality of the soul. 574 In their sacred groves, natural academies built by the hand of the invisible architect, the initiates assembled at the still hour of midnight, to learn about what man once was, and what he will be. 575 They needed no artificial illumination, nor life-drawing gas, to light up their temples, for the chaste goddess of night beamed her most silvery rays on their oak-crowned heads. And their white-robed sacred bards knew how to converse with the solitary queen of the starry vault. 576. During the palmy days of Neoplatonism these bards were no more, for their cycle had run its course, and the last of the Druids had perished at Bibractis and Alesia. But the Neoplatonic school was for a long time successful, powerful and prosperous. Still, while adopting Aryan wisdom in its doctrines, the school failed to follow the wisdom of the Brahmins in practice. It showed its moral and intellectual superiority too openly, caring too much for the great and powerful of this earth. While the Brahmins and their great yogis, experts in matters of philosophy, metaphysics, astronomy, morals and religion, preserved their dignity under the sway of the most powerful princes, remained aloof from the world and would not condescend to visit them or ask for the slightest favor. 577 The emperors Alexander, Severus, and Julian, and the greatest among the aristocracy of the land, embraced the tenets of the Neoplatonists, who mixed freely with the world. The system flourished for several centuries and comprised within the ranks of its followers the ablest and most learned among the men of the time. Hypatia, the teacher of the bishop Synesius, was one of the ornaments of the school until the fatal and shameful day when she was murdered by the Christian mob at the instigation of Bishop Cyril of Alexandria. The school was finally removed to Athens, and closed by order of the Emperor Justinian. How accurate is Dr. Wilder's remark that modern writers have commented upon the peculiar views of the Neoplatonists upon these metaphysical subjects, seldom representing them correctly, even if this was desired or intended. 578. The few speculations on the sublunary, material, and spiritual universes that they did put into writing, Ammonius never having himself written a line, after the wont of reformers, could not enable posterity to judge them rightly. Even had not the early Christian Vandals, the later Crusaders, and the fanatics of the Middle Ages, destroyed 3 parts of that which remained of the Alexandrian library and its later schools. Professor Draper shows that Cardinal Ximenes alone delivered to the flames in the squares of Granada 80,000 Arabic manuscripts, many of them translations of classical authors. In the Vatican Library, whole passages in the most rare and precious treatises of the ancients were found erased and blotted out, for the sake of interlining them with absurd psalmodies. Moreover, it is well known that over 36 volumes written by Porphyry were burnt and otherwise destroyed by the Fathers. Most of the little that is known of the doctrines of the eclectics is found in the writings of Plotinus and of those same Church Fathers. Says the author of Neoplatonism, what Plato was to Socrates, and the Apostle John to the head of the Christian faith, Plotinus became to the God-taught Ammonius. To Plotinus, Origenes, and Longinus we are indebted for what is known of the Philalethean system. They were duly instructed, initiated and entrusted with the interior doctrines. 579. This accounts marvelously for Origenes calling people idiots, who believe in the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve fables, as also for the fact that so few of the writings of that Church Father have passed to posterity. Between the secrecy imposed, the vows of silence and that which was maliciously destroyed by every foul means, it is indeed miraculous that even so much of the Philalethean tenets has reached the world. Section XXXV. Symbolism of Sun and Stars. And the heaven was visible in 7 circles and the planets appeared with all their signs, in star form, and the stars were divided and numbered with the rulers that were in them, and their revolving course. Through the agency of the Divine Spirit. 580. Here spirit denotes pneuma, collective deity, manifested in its builders, or, as the Church has it, the 7 spirits of the presence, the mediantibus angelis, of whom Thomas Aquinas says that God never works but through them. These 7 rulers, or mediating angels, were the Kabiri gods of the ancients. This was so evident, that it forced from the Church, together with the admission of the fact, an explanation and a theory, whose clumsiness and evident sophistry are such that it must fail to impress. The world is asked to believe, that while the planetary angels of the Church are divine beings, the genuine seraphim, 581, these very same angels, under identical names and planets, were and are false, as gods of the ancients. They are no better than pretenders, the cunning copies of the real angels, produced beforehand through the craft and power of Lucifer and of the fallen angels. Now, what are the Kabiri? Kabiri, as a name, is derived from Haber, great, and also from Venus, this goddess being called to the present day Kabir, as is also her star. The Kabiri were worshipped at Hebron, the city of the Anakim, or Anakas, kings, princes. They are the highest planetary spirits, the greatest gods, and the powerful. Varro, following Orpheus, calls these gods epsilon delta upsilon nu alpha tau omicron, divine powers. The word Kabirim when applied to men, and the words Heber, Geber, with reference to Nimrod, or the giants, of Genesis 6, and Kabir, are all derived from the mysterious word, the ineffable and the unpronounceable. Thus it is they who represent Saba, the host of heaven. The Church, however, bowing before the angel Anael, the regent of Venus, 582, connects the planet Venus with Lucifer, the chief of the rebels under Satan, so poetically apostrophized by the prophet Isaiah as, O Lucifer, son of the morning. 583, all the mystery gods were Kabiri. As these 7 lictors relate directly to the secret doctrine, their real status is of the greatest importance. Suedas defines the Kabiri as the gods who command all the other demons, spirits, kappa alpha beta epsilon rho omicron upsilon delta alpha mu omicron nu alpha. Macrobius introduces them as those Penates and tutelary deities, through whom we live and learn and know, Saturn, I, 3. Ch. 4. The teraphim through which the Hebrews consulted the oracles of the Urim and the Thummim, were the symbolical hieroglyphics of the Kabiri. Nevertheless, the good fathers have made of Kibir the synonym of devil and of daimon, spirit, a demon. The mysteries of the Kabiri at Hebron, pagan and Jewish, were presided over by the 7 planetary gods, among the rest by Jupiter and Saturn under their mystery names, and they are referred to as Xi iota chi rho sigma omicron and Xi iota chi epsilon rho sigma alpha. And by Euripides as Xi iota chi rho epsilon omega theta epsilon. Kreutzer, moreover, shows that whether in Phoenicia or in Egypt, the Kabiri were always the 7 planets as known in antiquity, who, together with their father the sun, referred to elsewhere as their elder brother, composed a powerful Ogdoad. 584 The 8 superior powers, as Pi Alpha Rho Epsilon Delta Omicron, or solar assessors, danced around him the sacred circular dance, the symbol of the rotation of the planets around the Sun. Jehovah and Saturn, moreover, are one. It is quite natural, therefore, to find a French writer, d'Anselme, applying the same terms of Xi iota chi epsilon rho sigma omicron and Xi iota chi epsilon rho sigma alpha to Jehovah and his word, and they are correctly so applied. For if the circle dance, prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries, being the circle dance of the planets, and characterized as the motion of the divine spirit carried on the waves of the great deep, can now be called infernal and lascivious when performed by the pagans, then the same epithets ought to be applied to David's dance. 585 and to the dance of the daughters of Shiloh. 586 and to the leaping of the prophets of Baal. 587 They were all identical and all belonged to Sabaean worship. King David's dance, during which he uncovered himself before his maidservants in a public thoroughfare, saying, I will play, act wantonly, before Jehovah, and I will yet be more vile than this, was certainly more reprehensible than any circle dance during the mysteries, or even than the modern Rasa Mandala in India. 588 which is the same thing. It was David who introduced Jehovistic worship into Judea, after sojourning so long among the Tyrians and Philistines, where these rites were common. David knew nothing of Moses. And if he introduced the Jehovah worship, it was not in its monotheistic character, but simply as that of one of the many, Kabarian, gods of the neighboring nations, a tutelary deity of his own, to whom he had given the preference, whom he had chosen among all other, Kabari, gods, 589, and who was one of the associates, Chabur, of the sun. The Shakers dance the circle dance to this day when turning round for the Holy Ghost to move them. In India it is Narayana who is the mover on the waters. And Narayana is Vishnu in his secondary form, and Vishnu has Krishna for an avatara, in whose honor the circle dance is still enacted by the Nach girls of the temples, he being the sun god and they the planets as symbolized by the gopis. Let the reader turn to the works of de Mireville, a Roman Catholic writer, or to Monumental Christianity, by Dr. Lundy, a Protestant divine, if he wants to appreciate to any degree the subtlety and casuistry of their reasonings. No one ignorant of the occult versions can fail to be impressed with the proofs brought forward to show how cleverly and perseveringly Satan has worked for long millenniums to tempt a humanity unblessed with an infallible church, in order to have himself recognized as the one living God, and his fiends as holy angels. The reader must be patient and study with attention what the author says on behalf of his church. To compare it the better with the version of the occultists, a few points may be quoted here verbatim. St. Peter tells us, "May the divine Lucifer arise in your hearts." 590, now the Son is Christ. "I will send my Son from the sun," said the Eternal through the voice of prophetic traditions. And prophecy having become history, the evangelists repeated in their turn, "The sun rising from on high visited us." 591. Now God says, through Malachi, that the sun shall arise for those who fear his name. What Malachi meant by the Son of Righteousness, the Kabbalists alone can tell, but what the Greek, and even the Protestant, theologians understood by the term is of course Christ, referred to metaphorically. Only, as the sentence, "I will send my Son from the sun," is borrowed verbatim from a Sibylline book, it becomes very hard to understand how it can be attributed to, or classed with any prophecy relating to the Christian Savior, unless, indeed, the latter is to be identified with Apollo. Virgil, again, says, "Here comes the virgins in Apollo's reign," and Apollo, or Apollyon, is to this day viewed as a form of Satan, and is taken to mean the Antichrist. If the Sibylline promise, "He will send his Son from the sun," applies to Christ, then either Christ and Apollo are one, and then why call the latter a demon? Or the prophecy had nothing to do with the Christian Savior, and, in such a case, why appropriate it at all? But de Mireville goes further. He shows us St. Denis, the Areopagite, affirming that the sun is the special signification, and the statue of God. 592. It is by the eastern door that the glory of the Lord penetrated into the temples, of the Jews and Christians, that divine glory being sunlight. We build our churches towards the east, says in his turn St. Ambrose, for during the mysteries we begin by renouncing him who is in the west. He who is in the west is Typhon, the Egyptian god of darkness, the west having been held by them as the Typhonic gate of death. Thus, having borrowed Osiris from the Egyptians, the Church Fathers thought little of helping themselves to his brother Typhon. Then again, the prophet Baruch 593 speaks of the stars that rejoice in their vessels and citadels, chapter 3. And Ecclesiastes applies the same terms to the sun, which is said to be the admirable vessel of the Most High, and the citadel of the Lord. Phi Upsilon Lambda Alpha Chi Eta. 594. In every case there is no doubt about the thing, for the sacred writer says, it is a spirit who rules the sun's course. Hear what he says, in Ecclesiastes, I. 6, the sun also ariseth, and its spirit lighting all in its circular path, gyrat gyrans, returneth according to his circuits. 595. De Mireville seems to quote from texts either rejected by or unknown to Protestants, in whose Bible there is no 43rd chapter of Ecclesiastes, nor is the sun made to go, in circuits, in the latter, but the wind. This is a question to be settled between the Roman and the Protestant churches. Our point is the strong element of Sabaeanism or heliolatry present in Christianity. An ecumenical council having authoritatively put a stop to Christian astrology by declaring that there were no sidereal souls in sun, moon, or planets, St. Thomas took upon himself to settle the point in dispute. The angelic doctor announced that such expressions did not mean a soul, but only an intelligence, not resident in the sun or stars, but one that assisted them, a guiding and directing intelligence. 596. Thereupon the author, comforted by the explanation, quotes Clement the Alexandrian, and reminds the reader of the opinion of that philosopher. The interrelation that exists between the 7 branches of the candlestick, the 7 stars of the revelation, and the sun. The 6 branches, says Clement, fixed to the central candlestick have lamps. But the sun placed in the midst of the wandering ones, pi lambda alpha nu eta tau nu, pours his beams on them all. This golden candlestick hides one more mystery. It is the sign of Christ, not only in shape, but because he sheds his light through the ministry of the 7 spirits primarily created, and who are the 7 eyes of the Lord. Therefore the principal planets are to the 7 primeval spirits, according to Saint Clement, that which the candlestick sun is to Christ himself, namely, their vessels, their phi upsilon lambda alpha chi alpha. Plain enough, to be sure. Though one fails to see that this explanation even helps the situation. The 7-branched chandelier of the Israelites, as well as the wanderers of the Greeks, had a far more natural meaning, a purely astrological one to begin with. In fact, from Magi and Chaldeans down to the much laughed at Sadkiel, every astrological work will tell its reader that the sun placed in the midst of the planets, with Saturn, Jupiter and Mars on one side, and Venus, Mercury and the moon on the other, the planets' line crossing through the whole earth, has always meant what Hermes tells us, namely, the thread of destiny, or that whose action, influence, is called destiny. 597 But symbol for symbol we prefer the sun to a candlestick. One can understand how the latter came to represent the sun and planets, but no one can admire the chosen symbol. There is poetry and grandeur in the sun when it is made to symbolize the eye of Ormuzd, or of Osiris, and is regarded as the Vahan, vehicle, of the highest deity. But one must forever fail to perceive that any particular glory is rendered to Christ by assigning to him the trunk of a candlestick 598 in a Jewish synagogue, as a mystical seat of honor. There are then positively 2 suns, a sun adored and a sun adoring. The Apocalypse proves it. The word is found in chapter 7, in the angel who ascends with the rising of the sun, having the seal of the living God. While commentators differ on the personality of this angel, St. Ambrose and many other theologians see in him Christ himself. He is the Son adored. But in chapter 19, we find an angel standing in the sun, inviting all the nations to gather to the great supper of the Lamb. This time it is literally and simply the angel of the sun, who cannot be mistaken for the Word, since the prophet distinguishes him from the Word, the King of kings and the Lord of lords. The angel in the sun seems to be an adoring sun. Who may be the latter? And who else can he be but the morning star, the guardian angel of the Word, his Farur, or angel of the face, as the Word is the angel of the face, presence, of his Father, his principal attribute and strength, as his name itself implies, Michael. The powerful rector glorified by the Church, the rector potens who will fell the Antichrist, the vice-word, in short, who represents his master, and seems to be one with him. 599. Yes, Michael is the alleged conqueror of Ormuzd, Osiris, Apollo, Krishna, Mitra, etc., of all the solar gods, in short, known and unknown, now treated as demons and as Satan. Nevertheless, the conqueror has not disdained to don the war spoils of the vanquished foes, their personalities, attributes, even their names, to become the alter ego of these demons. Thus the sun god here is Hanover or the Eternal. The prince is Ormuzd, since he is the first of the 7 Amshaspends, the demon copies of the 7 original angels, Capel Angelorum, the Lamb, Hamal, the shepherd of the zodiac and the antagonist of the snake. But the sun, the eye of Ormuzd, has also his rector, Korshid or the Mitraton, who is the furor of the face of Ormuzd, his eyes, or the morning star. The Mazdians had a triple Sunday. For us this Khorshid Mitraton is the first of the Psychopompian genii, and the guide of the sun, the immolator of the terrestrial bull, or lamb, whose wounds are licked by the serpent, on the famous Mithraic monument, point 600. St. Paul, in speaking of the rulers of this world, the cosmocrators, only said what was said by all the primitive philosophers of the 10 centuries before the Christian era, only he was scarcely understood, and was often willfully misinterpreted. Damascus repeats the teachings of the pagan writers when he explains that there are 7 series of cosmocrators or cosmic forces, which are double, the higher ones commissioned to support and guide the superior world. The lower ones, the inferior world, our own. And he is but saying what the ancients taught. Iamblichus gives this dogma of the duality of all the planets and celestial bodies, of gods and daimons, spirits. He also divides the archontes into 2 classes, the more and the less spiritual, the latter more connected with and clothed with matter, as having a form, while the former are bodiless, arupa. But what have Satan and his angels to do with all this? Perhaps only that the identity of the Zoroastrian dogma with the Christian, and of Mitra, Ormuzd, and Ahriman with the Christian Father, Son, and Devil, might be accounted for. And when we say Zoroastrian dogmas, we mean the exoteric teaching. How explain the same relations between Mitra and Ormuzd as those between the Archangel Michael and Christ? Ahura Mazda says to Holy Zarathustra, when I created, emanated, Mitra. I created him that he should be invoked and adored equally with myself. For the sake of necessary reforms, the Zoroastrian Aryans transformed the Devas, the bright gods of India, into devs or devils. It was their karma that in their turn the Christians should vindicate on this point the Hindus. Now Ormuzd and Mitra have become the devs of Christ and Michael, the dark lining and aspect of the Savior and Angel. The day of the karma of Christian theology will come in its turn. Already the Protestants have begun the first chapter of the religion that will seek to transform the 7 spirits and the host of the Roman Catholics into demons and idols. Every religion has its karma, as has every individual. That which is due to human conception and is built on the abasement of our brothers who disagree with us, must have its day. There is no religion higher than truth. The Zoroastrians, Mazdians, and Persians borrowed their conceptions from India, the Jews borrowed their theory of angels from Persia, the Christians borrowed from the Jews. Hence the latest interpretation by Christian theology, to the great disgust of the synagogue. Forced to share the symbolical candlestick with the hereditary enemy, that the 7-branched candlestick represents the 7 churches of Asia and the 7 planets which are the angels of those churches. Hence also, the conviction that the Mosaic Jews, the inventors of that symbol for their tabernacle, were a kind of Sabaeans, who blended their planets and the spirits thereof into one, and called them, only far later, Jehovah. For this we have the testimony of Clemens Alexandrinus, Saint Hieronymus and others. And Clement, as an initiate of the mysteries, at which the secret of the heliocentric system was taught several thousands of years before Galileo and Copernicus, proves it by explaining that by these various symbols connected with sidereal phenomena the totality of all the creatures which bind heaven with earth are figured. The chandelier represented the motion of the 7 luminaries, describing their astral revolution. To the right and the left of that candelabrum projected the 6 branches, each of which had its lamp, because the sun placed as a candelabrum in the middle of other planets distributes light to them. 601. As to the cherubs having 12 wings between the 2, they represent to us the sensuous world in the 12 zodiacal signs. 602. And yet, in the face of all this evidence, sun, moon, planets, all are shown as being demoniacal before, and divine only after, the appearance of Christ. All know the Orphic verse, it is Zeus, it is Adas, it is the sun, it is Bacchus, these names having been all synonymous for classic poets and writers. Thus for Democritus deity is but a soul in an orbicular fire, and that fire is the sun. For Iamblichus the sun was the image of divine intelligence, for Plato, an immortal living being. Hence the oracle of Claros, when asked to say who was the Jehovah of the Jews, answered, "It is the sun." We may add the words in Psalm 19. 4. In the sun hath he placed a tabernacle for himself. 603, his going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Jehovah then is the sun, and thence also the Christ of the Roman Church. And now the criticism of Dupuy on that verse becomes comprehensible, as also the despair of the Abbé Fouquer. Nothing is more favorable to Sabiism than this text of the Vulgate, he exclaims. And, however disfigured may be the words and sense in the English Authorized Bible, the Vulgate and the Septuagint both give the correct text of the original, and translate the latter, "In the sun he established his abode." While the Vulgate regards the heat as coming direct from God and not from the sun alone, since it is God who issues forth from, and dwells in the sun and performs the circuit, in sol posuit, et ipsi exultavit. From these facts it will be seen that the Protestants were right in charging Saint Justin with saying that God has permitted us to worship the sun. And this, notwithstanding the lame excuses that what was really meant was that God permitted himself to be worshipped in, or within, the sun. Which is all the same. It will be seen from the above, that while the pagans located in the sun and planets only the inferior powers of nature, the representative spirits, so to say, of Apollo, Bacchus, Osiris, and other solar gods, the Christians, in their hatred of philosophy, appropriated the sidereal localities, and now limit them to the use of their anthropomorphic deity in his angels, new transformations of the old gods. Something had to be done in order to dispose of the ancient tenets, so they were disgraced into demons, wicked devils. Section XXXVI. Pagan sidereal worship, or astrology. The teraphim of Abram's father Terah, the maker of images, and the Kabiri gods are directly connected with ancient Sabaean worship or astrology. Kiyun, or the god Kivin, worshipped by the Jews in the wilderness, is Saturn and Shiva, later on called Jehovah. Astrology existed before astronomy, and astronomus was the title of the highest hierophant in Egypt. 604 One of the names of the Jewish Jehovah, Sabaoth, or the Lord of Hosts, Sabaoth, belongs to the Chaldean Sabaeans, or Sabaeans, and has for its root the word sab, meaning a car, ship, and an army. Sabaoth thus meaning literally the army of the ship, the crew, or a naval host, the sky being metaphorically referred to as the upper ocean, in the Doctrine. In his interesting volumes, The God of Moses, Lacour explains that all such words as the celestial armies or the hosts of heaven, signify not only the totality of the heavenly constellations, but also the alium on whom they are dependent. The Elitesbout are the forces or souls of the constellations, the potencies that maintain and guide the planets in this order and procession. The JV8sbout signifies him, the supreme chief of those celestial bodies. In his collectivity, as the chief order of spirits, not a chief spirit. The Sabaeans having worshipped in the graven images only the celestial hosts, angels and gods whose habitations were the planets, never in truth worshipped the stars. For on Plato's authority, we know that among the stars and constellations, the planets alone had a right to the title of theoi, gods, as that name was derived from the verb theta epsilon nu, to run or to circulate. Saldinus also tells us that they were likewise called theta epsilon omicron beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha iota omicron, god counselors, and alpha beta delta omicron phi rho omicron iota, lictors, as they, the planets, were present at the sun's consistory, solis consistoris et stantis. Says the learned Kircher. The scepters the 7 presiding angels were armed with, explain these names of rhabdophores and lictors given to them. Reduced to its simplest expression and popular meaning, this is of course fetish worship. Yet esoteric astrology was not at all the worship of idols, since under the names of counselors and lictors, present at the sun's consistory, it was not the planets in their material bodies that were meant, but their regents or souls, spirits. If the prayer, Our Father in heaven, or Saint so-and-so in heaven, is not an idolatrous invocation, then, Our Father in Mercury, or Our Lady in Venus, Queen of Heaven, etc., is no more so. For it is precisely the same thing, the name making no difference in the act. The word used in the Christian prayers, in heaven, cannot mean anything abstract. A dwelling, whether of gods, angels or saints, every one of these being anthropomorphic individualities and beings, must necessarily mean a locality, some defined spot in that heaven. Hence it is quite immaterial for purposes of worship whether that spot be considered as heaven in general, meaning nowhere in particular, or in the sun, moon or Jupiter. The argument is futile that there were two deities, and two distinct hierarchies or tsabas in heaven, in the ancient world as in our modern times. The one, the living God and his host, and the other, Satan, Lucifer with his counselors and lictors, or the fallen angels. Our opponents say that it is the latter which Plato with the whole of antiquity worshipped, and which 2/3 of humanity worship to this day. The whole question is to know how to discern between the two. Protestant Christians fail to find any mention of angels in the Pentateuch, we may therefore leave them aside. The Roman Catholics and the Kabalists find such mention. The former, because they have accepted Jewish angelology, without suspecting that the Sabaean hosts were colonists and settlers on Judean territory from the lands of the Gentiles. The latter, because they accepted the bulk of the secret doctrine, keeping the kernel for themselves and leaving the husks to the unwary. Cornelius a Lapide points out and proves the meaning of the word Saba in the first verse of chapter 2 of Genesis, and he does so correctly, guided, as he probably was, by learned Kabbalists. The Protestants are certainly wrong in their contention, for angels are mentioned in the Pentateuch under the word Saba, which means hosts of angels. In the Vulgate the word is translated ornatus, meaning the sidereal army, the ornament also of the sky, Kabbalistically. The biblical scholars of the Protestant Church, and the savants among the materialists, who fail to find angels mentioned by Moses, have thus committed a serious error. For the verse reads, "Thus the heaven and the earth were finished and all the host of them." The host meaning the army of stars and angels, the last two words being, it seems, convertible terms in church phraseology. A Lapide is cited as an authority for this. He says that Saba does not mean either one or the other but the one and the other, or both, Sidrum ac Angelo rum. If the Roman Catholics are right on this point, so are the occultists when they claim that the angels worshipped in the Church of Rome are none else than their 7 planets, the Dayan Chohans of Buddhistic esoteric philosophy, or the Kumaras. The mind-born sons of Brahma, known under the patronymic of Vidhatra. The identity between the Kumaras, the builders or cosmic Dayan Chohans, and the 7 angels of the stars, will be found without one single flaw if their respective biographies are studied, and especially the characteristics of their chiefs. Sanat Kumara, Sanat Sujata, and Michael the Archangel. Together with the Kabrim, planets, the name of the above in Chaldea, they were all divine powers, forces. Feuerat says that the name Kabiri was used to denote the 7 sons of meaning Pater Sadik, Cain, or Jupiter, or again of Jehovah. There are 7 Kumaras, 4 exoteric and 3 secret, the names of the latter being found in the Sankhya Bhashya, by Gadapadacharya. 605. They are all virgin gods, who remain eternally pure and innocent and decline to create progeny. In their primitive aspect, these Aryan 7 mind-born sons of God are not the regents of the planets, but dwell far beyond the planetary region. But the same mysterious transference from one character or dignity to another is found in the Christian angel scheme. The 7 spirits of the presence attend perpetually on God, and yet we find them under the same names of Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, etc., as star regents or the informing deities of the 7 planets. Suffice it to say that the Archangel Michael is called the invincible virgin combatant, as he refused to create 606, which would connect him with both Sana Sujata and the Kumara, who is the god of war. The above has to be demonstrated by a few quotations. Commenting upon St. John's 7 Golden Candlesticks, Cornelius a Lapide says. These 7 lights relate to the 7 branches of the candlestick by which were represented the 7 principal planets in the temples of Moses and Solomon. Or, better still, to the 7 principal spirits, commissioned to watch over the salvation of men and churches. Saint Jerome says. In truth, the candlestick with the 7 branches was the type of the world and its planets. St. Thomas Aquinas, the great Roman Catholic doctor, writes. I do not remember having ever met in the works of saints or philosophers a denial that the planets are guided by spiritual beings. It seems to me that it may be proved to demonstration that the celestial bodies are guided by some intelligence, either directly by God, or by the mediation of angels. But the latter opinion seems to be far more consonant with the order of things asserted by Street Dennis to be without exception, that everything on earth is, as a rule, governed by God through intermediary agencies. 607. And now let the reader recall what the pagans say of this. All the classical authors and philosophers who have treated the subject, repeat with Hermes Trismegistus, that the 7 rectors, the planets including the sun, were the associates, or the co-workers of the unknown, all represented by the demiurgos, commissioned to contain the cosmos, our planetary world, within 7 circles. Plutarch shows them representing the circle of the celestial worlds. Again, Denis of Thracia and the learned Clemens of Alexandria both describe the rectors as being shown in the Egyptian temples in the shape of mysterious wheels or spheres always in motion, which made the initiates affirm that the problem of perpetual motion had been solved by the celestial wheels in the initiation addita. 608. This doctrine of Hermes was that of Pythagoras and of Orpheus before him. It is called by Proclus, the God-given doctrine. Iamblichus speaks of it with the greatest reverence. Philostratus tells his readers that the whole sidereal court of the Babylonian heaven was represented in the temples, in globes made of sapphires and supporting the golden images of their respective gods. The temples of Persia were especially famous for these representations. If Cedrenus can be credited, the Emperor Heraclius on his entry into the city of Byzantium was struck with admiration and wonder before the immense machine fabricated for King Khosroes, which represented the night sky with the planets and all their revolutions, with the angels presiding over them. 609. It was on such spheres that Pythagoras studied astronomy in the Addita Arcana of the temples to which he had access. And it was there on his initiation, that the eternal rotation of those spheres, the mysterious wheels, as they are called by Clemens and Denis, and which Plutarch calls world wheels, demonstrated to him the verity of what had been divulged to him. Namely, the heliocentric system, the great secret of the Addita. All the discoveries of modern astronomy, like all the secrets that can be revealed to it in future ages, were contained in the secret observatories and initiation halls of the temples of old India and Egypt. It is in them that the Chaldean made his calculations, revealing to the world of the profane no more than it was fit to receive. We may, and shall be told, no doubt, that Uranus was unknown to the ancients, and that they were forced to reckon the sun amongst the planets and as their chief. How does anyone know? Uranus is a modern name. But one thing is certain, the ancients had a planet, a mystery planet, that they never named and that the highest astronomus, the Hierophant, alone could confabulate with. But this 7th planet was not the sun, but the hidden divine Hierophant, who was said to have a crown, and to embrace within its wheel 77 smaller wheels. In the archaic secret system of the Hindus, the sun is the visible logos Surya. Over him there is another, the divine or heavenly man, who, after having established the system of the world of matter on the archetype of the unseen universe, or macrocosm, conducted during the mysteries the heavenly Rasa Mandala. When he was said to give with his right foot the impulse to Tayam or Bhumi, earth, that makes her rotate in a double revolution. What says Hermes again? When explaining Egyptian cosmology he exclaims, "Listen, O my son! The power has also formed 7 agents, who contain within their circles the material world, and whose action is called destiny. When all became subject to man, the 7, willing to favor human intelligence, communicated to him their powers. But as soon as man knew their true essence and his own nature, he desired to penetrate within and beyond the circles and thus break their circumference by usurping the power of him who has dominion over the fire, sun, itself. After which, having robbed one of the wheels of the sun of the sacred fire, he fell into slavery. 610. It is not Prometheus who is meant here. Prometheus is a symbol and a personification of the whole of mankind in relation to an event which occurred during its childhood, so to say, the baptism by fire, which is a mystery within the great Promethean mystery. One that may be at present mentioned only in its broad general features. By reason of the extraordinary growth of human intellect and the development in our age of the fifth principle, manas, in man, its rapid progress has paralyzed spiritual perceptions. It is at the expense of wisdom that intellect generally lives, and mankind is quite unprepared in its present condition to comprehend the awful drama of human disobedience to the laws of nature and the subsequent fall, as a result. It can only be hinted at in its place. Section XXXVI. The Souls of the Stars, Universal Heliolatry. In order to show that the ancients have never mistaken stars for gods, or angels and the sun for the highest gods and God, but have worshipped only the spirit of all, and have reverenced the minor gods supposed to reside in the sun and planets, the difference between these two worships has to be pointed out. Saturn, the father of gods, must not be confused with his namesake, the planet of the same name with its 8 moons and 3 rings. The two, though in one sense identical, as are, for instance, physical man and his soul, must be separated in the question of worship. This has to be done the more carefully in the case of the 7 planets and their spirits, as the whole formation of the universe is attributed to them in the secret teachings. The same difference has to be shown again between the stars of the Great Bear, the Riksha and the Chitra Shikhandina, the bright-crested, and the Rishis, the mortal sages who appeared on earth during the Satya Yuga. If all of these have been so far closely united in the visions of the seers of every age, the Bible's seers included, there must have been a reason for it. Nor need one go back so far as into the periods of superstition and unscientific fancies to find great men in our epoch sharing in them. It is well known that Kepler, the eminent astronomer, in common with many other great men who believed that the heavenly bodies ruled favorably or adversely the fates of men and nations, fully credited besides this the fact that all heavenly bodies, even our own earth, are endowed with living and thinking souls. Le Couturier's opinion is worthy of notice in this relation. We are too inclined to criticize unsparingly everything concerning astrology and its ideas. Nevertheless our criticism, to be one, ought at least to know, lest it should be proved aimless, what those ideas in truth are. And when among the men we thus criticize, we find such names as those of Regiomontanus, Tycho Brahe, Kepler, etc., there is reason why we should be careful. Kepler was an astrologer by profession, and became an astronomer in consequence. He was earning his livelihood by genethliac figures, which, indicating the state of the heavens at the moment of the birth of individuals, were a means to which everyone resorted for horoscopes. That great man was a believer in the principles of astrology, without accepting all its foolish results. 611. But astrology is nevertheless proclaimed as a sinful science, and together with occultism is tabooed by the churches. It is very doubtful, however, whether mystic star worship can be so easily laughed down as people imagine, at any rate by Christians. The hosts of angels, cherubs and planetary archangels are identical with the minor gods of the pagans. As to their great gods, if Mars has been shown, on the admission of even the enemies of the pagan astrologers, to have been regarded by the latter simply as the personified strength of the one highest impersonal deity, Mercury being personified as its omniscience, Jupiter as its omnipotency, and so on, then the superstition of the pagan has indeed become the religion of the masses of the civilized nations. For with the latter, Jehovah is the synthesis of the 7 Elohim, the eternal center of all those attributes and forces, the Eloi of the Eliim, and the Adonai of the Adonim. And if with them Mars is now called St. Michael, the strength of God, Mercury Gabriel, the omniscience and fortitude of the Lord, and Raphael, the blessing or healing power of God. This is simply a change of names, the characters behind the masks remaining the same. The Dalai Lama's mitre has 7 ridges in honor of the 7 chief Dhyani Buddhas. In the funeral ritual of the Egyptians, the defunct is made to exclaim, "Salutation to you, O princes, who stand in the presence of Osiris. Send me the grace to have my sins destroyed, as you have done for the 7 spirits who follow their Lord." 6:12. Brahma's head is ornamented with 7 rays, and he is followed by the 7 rishis, in the 7 svargas. China has her 7 pagodas. The Greeks had their 7 cyclopes, 7 demiurgi, and the mystery gods, the 7 Kabiri, whose chief was Jupiter Saturn, and with the Jews, Jehovah. Now the latter deity has become chief of all, the highest and the one God, and his old place is taken by Michael. He is the chief of the host, Saba, the archistrategus of the Lord's army, the conqueror of the devil, Victor Diaboli, and the archisatrap of the sacred militia, he who slew the great dragon. Unfortunately, astrology and symbology, having no inducement to veil old things with new masks, have preserved the real name of Michael, that was Jehovah, Michael being the angel of the face of the Lord. 6:13, the guardian of the planets, and the living image of God. He represents the deity in his visits to earth, for as it is well expressed in Hebrew, he is one, who is as God, or who is like unto God. It is he who cast out the serpent. 6:14. Michael, being the regent of the planet Saturn, is Saturn. 6:15. His mystery name is Sabbathiel, because he presides over the Jewish Sabbath, as also over the astrological Saturday. Once identified, the reputation of the Christian conqueror of the devil is in still greater danger from further identifications. Biblical angels are called Malachim, the messengers between God, or rather the gods, and men. In Hebrew Malach is also a king, and Malek or Melech was likewise Moloch, or again Saturn, the Seb of Egypt, to whom dies Saturni, or the Sabbath, was dedicated. The Sabaeans separated and distinguished the planet Saturn from its god far more than the Roman Catholics do their angels from their stars, and the Kabbalists make of the archangel Michael the patron of the 7th work of magic. In theological symbolism, Jupiter, the sun, is the risen and glorious Savior, and Saturn, God the Father, or the Jehovah of Moses. 6:16 says Eliphaz Levi, who ought to know. Jehovah and the Savior, Saturn and Jupiter, being thus one, and Michael being called the living image of God, it does seem dangerous for the Church to call Saturn, Satan, Lujumovies. However, Rome is strong in casuistry and will get out of this as she got out of every other identification, with glory to herself and to her own full satisfaction. Nevertheless, all her dogmas and rituals seem like so many pages torn out from the history of occultism, and then distorted. The extremely thin partition that separates the Kabbalistic and Chaldean theogony from the Roman Catholic angelology and theodicy is now confessed by at least one Roman Catholic writer. One can hardly believe one's eyes in finding the following: the passages italicized by us should be carefully noticed. One of the most characteristic features of our Holy Scriptures is the calculated discretion used in the enunciation of the mysteries less directly useful to salvation. Thus, beyond those myriads of angelic creatures just noticed 6:17 and all these prudently elementary divisions, there are certainly many others, whose very names have not yet reached us. 6:18, for, excellently says St. John Chrysostom, there are doubtless, sine dubio, many other virtues, celestial beings, whose denominations we are yet far from knowing. The 9 orders are not by any means the only populations in heaven, where, on the contrary, are to be found numberless tribes of inhabitants infinitely varied, and of which it would be impossible to give the slightest idea through human tongue. Paul, who had learned their names, reveals to us their existence. De Incomprehensibili Natura Dei, Book 4. It would thus amount to a gross mistake to see merely errors in the angelology of the Kabbalists and Gnostics, so severely treated by the Apostle of the Gentiles, for his imposing censure reached only their exaggerations and vicious interpretations. And still more, the application of those noble titles to the miserable personalities of demoniacal usurpers. 619 Often nothing so resembled each other as the language of the judges and that of the convicts, of saints and occultists. One has to penetrate deeply into this dual study, of creed and profession, and what is still better, to trust blindly to the authority of the tribunal, the Church of Rome, of course, to enable oneself to seize precisely the point of the error. The gnosis condemned by St. Paul remains, nevertheless, for him as for Plato the supreme knowledge of all truths, and of the being par excellence, nu tau omega nu, repubble. Book 6. The ideas, types, rho chi iota of the Greek philosopher, the intelligences of Pythagoras, the aeons or emanations, the occasion of so much reproach to the first heretics, the logos or word, chief of these intelligences, the demiurgos. The architect of the world under his father's direction, of the pagans, the unknown God, the Ein Sof, or the It of the infinite, of the Kabalists, the angelical periods 620 the seven spirits, the depths of Ahriman, the world's rectors. The archontes of the air, the God of this world, the pleroma of the intelligences, down to Metatron the angel of the Jews, all this is found word for word, as so many truths, in the works of our greatest doctors, and in St. Paul. 621. If an occultist, eager to charge the Church with a numberless series of plagiarisms were to write the above, could he have written more strongly? And have we, or have we not, the right, after such a complete confession, to reverse the tables and to say of Roman Catholics and others what is said of the Gnostics and occultists? They used our expressions and rejected our doctrines. For it is not the promoters of the false gnosis, who had all those expressions from their archaic ancestors, who helped themselves to Christian expressions, but verily the Christian fathers and theologians, who helped themselves to our nest, and have tried ever since to soil it. The words above quoted will explain much to those who are searching for truth and for truth only. They will show the origin of certain rites in the Church inexplicable hitherto to the simple-minded, and will give the reason why such words as "Our Lord the Son" were used in prayer by Christians up to the 5th and even 6th century of our era, and embodied in the liturgy, until altered into "Our Lord, the God." Let us remember that the early Christians painted Christ on the walls of their subterranean necropolis, as a shepherd in the guise of, and invested with all the attributes of Apollo, driving away the wolf, Fenris, who seeks to devour the sun and his satellites. Section XXXVI. Astrology and Astrology. The books of Hermes Trismegistus contain the exoteric meaning, still veiled for all but the occultist, of the astrology and astrology of the Chaldee. The two subjects are closely connected. Astrology, or the adoration of the heavenly host, is the natural result of only half-revealed astrology, whose adepts carefully concealed from the non-initiated masses its occult principles and the wisdom imparted to them by the regents of the planets, the angels. Hence, divine astrology for the initiates, superstitious astrology for the profane. St. Justin asserts it. From the first invention of the hieroglyphics it was not the vulgar, but the distinguished and select men who became initiated in the secrecy of the temples into the science of every kind of astrology, even into its most abject kind, that astrology which later on found itself prostituted in the public thoroughfares. There was a vast difference between the sacred science taught by Petasiris and Nisepso, the first astrologers mentioned in the Egyptian manuscripts, believed to have lived during the reign of Ramses II. Sesostris, 622, and the miserable charlatanry of the quacks called Chaldeans, who degraded the divine knowledge under the last emperors of Rome. Indeed, one may fairly describe the two as the high ceremonial astrology and astrological astrology. The first depended on the knowledge by the initiates of those, to us, immaterial forces or spiritual entities that affect matter and guide it. Called by the ancient philosophers the archontes and the cosmocrators, they were the types or paradigms on the higher planes of the lower and more material beings on the scale of evolution, whom we call elementals and nature spirits, to whom the Sabaeans bowed and whom they worshipped, without suspecting the essential difference. Hence the latter kind, when not a mere pretense, degenerated but too often into black magic. It was the favorite form of popular or exoteric astrology, entirely ignorant of the apotalismatic principles of the primitive science, the doctrines of which were imparted only at initiation. Thus, while the real hierophants soared like demigods to the very summit of spiritual knowledge, the hoi polloi among the Sabaeans crouched, steeped in superstition, 10 millenniums back. As they do now, in the cold and lethal shadow of the valleys of matter. Sidereal influence is dual. There is the physical and physiological influence, that of exotericism, and the high spiritual, intellectual, and moral influence, imparted by the knowledge of the planetary gods. Bailey, speaking with only an imperfect knowledge of the former, called astrology, so far back as the 18th century, the very foolish mother of a very wise daughter, astronomy. On the other hand, Arago, a luminary of the 19th century, supports the reality of the sidereal influence of the sun, moon and planets. He asks, where do we find lunar influences refuted by arguments that science would dare to avow? But even Bailey, having, as he thought, put down astrology as publicly practiced, dares not do the same with the real astrology. He says, judiciary astrology was at its origin the result of a profound system, the work of an enlightened nation that would wander too far into the mysteries of God and nature. A scientist of a more recent date, a member of the Institute of France, and a professor of history, Ph. Liebes, discovers, unconsciously to himself, the very root of astrology in his able article on the subject in the Dictionnaire Encyclopédique de France. He well understands, he tells his readers, that the adhesion to that science of such a number of highly intellectual men should be in itself a sufficient motive for believing that all astrology is not folly. While proclaiming in politics the sovereignty of the people and of public opinion, can we admit, as heretofore, that mankind allowed itself to be radically deceived in this only, that an absolute and gross absurdity reigned in the minds of whole nations for so many centuries without being based on anything save, on one hand human imbecility, and on the other charlatanry? How for 50 centuries and more can most men have been either dupes or knaves? Even though we may find it impossible to decide between and separate the realities of astrology from the elements of invention and empty dreaming in it. Let us, nevertheless, repeat with Bossuet and all modern philosophers, that nothing that has been dominant could be absolutely false. Is it not true, at all events, that there is a physical reaction on one another among the planets? Is it not again true, that the planets have an influence on the atmosphere, and consequently at any rate a mediate action on vegetation and animals? Has not modern science demonstrated now these 2 points beyond any doubt? Is it any less true that human liberty of action is not absolute, that all is bound, that all weighs, planets as the rest, on each individual will? That providence, or karma, acts on us and directs men through those relations that it has established between them and the visible objects and the whole universe? Astrology, in its essence, is nothing but that. We are bound to recognize that an instinct superior to the age they lived in guided the efforts of the ancient magi. As to the materialism and annihilation of human moral freedom with which Bailey charges their theory, astrology, the reprobate has no sense whatever. All the great astrologers admitted, without one single exception, that man could react against the influence of the stars. This principle is established in the Ptolemean Tetrabiblos, the true astrological scriptures, in chapters 2 and 3 of Book Enoch 6:23. Thomas Aquinas had corroborated Liebes in anticipation, he says. The celestial bodies are the cause of all that happens in this sublunary world, they act indirectly on human actions. But not all the effects produced by them are unavoidable. 624. The occultists and theosophists are the first to confess that there is white and black astrology. Nevertheless, astrology has to be studied in both aspects by those who wish to become proficient in it, and the good or bad results obtained do not depend upon the principles, which are the same in both kinds, but in the astrologer himself. Thus Pythagoras, who established the whole Copernican system by the books of Hermes 2000 years before Galileo's predecessor was born, found and studied in them the whole science of divine theogony, of the communication with, and the evocation of the world's rectors, the princes of the principalities, of St. Paul, the nativity of each planet and of the universe itself, the formulae of incantations and the consecration of each portion of the human body to the respective zodiacal sign corresponding to it. All this cannot be regarded as childish and absurd, still less devilish, save by those who are, and wish to remain, tyros in the philosophy of the occult sciences. No true thinker, no one who recognizes the presence of a common bond between man and visible, as well as invisible, nature, would see in the old relics of archaic wisdom, such as the Pteminov papyrus, for instance, childish nonsense and absurdity. As many academicians and scientists have done. But upon finding in such ancient documents the application of the Hermetic rules and laws, such as the consecration of one's hair to the celestial Nile, of the left temple to the living spirit in the sun, and in the right one to the spirit of Ammon, he will endeavor to study and comprehend better the laws of correspondences. Nor will he disbelieve in the antiquity of astrology on the plea that some Orientalists have thought fit to declare that the zodiac was not very ancient, being only the invention of the Greeks of the Macedonian period. For this statement, besides having been shown to be entirely erroneous by a number of other reasons, may be entirely disproved by facts relating to the latest discoveries in Egypt, and by the more accurate readings of hieroglyphics and inscriptions of the earliest dynasties. The published polemics on the contents of the so-called magic papyri of the Anastasi collection indicate the antiquity of the zodiac. As the Lettres à Lettrons say, the papyri discourse at length upon the four bases or foundations of the world, the identity of which it is impossible, according to Champollion, to mistake, as one is forced to recognize in them the pillars of the world of St. Paul. It is they who are invoked with the gods of all the celestial zones, quite analogous, once more, to the spiritualia nequitii in Celestibus of the same apostle. 625. That invocation was made in the proper terms of the formula, reproduced far too faithfully by Jamblichus for it to be possible to refuse him any longer the merit of having transmitted to posterity the ancient and primitive spirit of the Egyptian astrologers. 626. As Latran had tried to prove that all the genuine Egyptian zodiacs had been manufactured during the Roman period, the Senseo's mummy is brought forward to show that all the zodiacal monuments in Egypt were chiefly astronomical. Royal tombs and funereal rituals are so many tables of constellations and of their influences for all the hours of every month. Thus the genethliac tables themselves prove that they are far older than the period assigned to their origin. All the zodiacs of the sarcophagi of later epochs being simple reminiscences of the zodiacs belonging to the mythological, archaic, period. Primitive astrology was as far above modern judiciary astrology, so-called, as the guides, the planets and zodiacal signs, are above the lampposts. Berosus shows the sidereal sovereignty of Bel and Melita, sun and moon, and only the 12 lords of the zodiacal gods, the 36 gods counselors, and the 24 stars, judges of this world, which support and guide the universe, our solar system, watch over mortals and reveal to mankind its fate and their own decrees. Judiciary astrology as it is now known, is correctly denominated by the Latin Church the materialistic and pantheistic prophesying by the objective planet itself, independently of its rector, the Mlach of the Jews. The ministers of the Eternal commissioned by him to announce his will to mortals. The ascension or conjunction of the planet at the moment of the birth of an individual deciding his fortune and the moment and mode of his death. 627. Every student of occultism knows that the heavenly bodies are closely related during each manvantara with the mankind of that special cycle. And there are some who believe that each great character born during that period has, as every other mortal has, only in a far stronger degree, his destiny outlined within his proper constellation or star, traced as a self-prophecy. An anticipated autobiography, by the indwelling spirit of that particular star. The human monad in its first beginning is that spirit, or the soul of that star, planet, itself. As our sun radiates its light and beams on every body in space within the boundaries of its system, so the regent of every planet star, the parent monad, shoots out from itself the monad of every pilgrim soul born under its house within its own group. The regents are esoterically 7, whether in the Sephiroth, the angels of the presence, the rishis, or the Amshaspens. The one is no number, is said in all the esoteric works. From the Kasdim and Gazim, astrologers, the noble primitive science passed to the Khartoumim Asafim, or theologians, and the Hakamim, or scientists, the magicians of the lower class, and from these to the Jews during their captivity. The books of Moses had been buried in oblivion for centuries, and when rediscovered by Hilkiah had lost their true sense for the people of Israel. Primitive occult astrology was on the decline when Daniel, the last of the Jewish initiates of the old school, became the chief of the Magi and astrologers of Chaldea. In those days even Egypt, who had her wisdom from the same source as Babylon, had degenerated from her former grandeur, and her glory had begun to fade out. Still, the science of old had left her eternal imprint on the world, and the 7 great primitive gods reigned forever in the astrology and in the division of time of every nation upon the face of the earth. The names of the days of our, Christian, week are those of the gods of the Chaldeans, who translated them from those of the Aryans. The uniformity of these antediluvian names in every nation, from the Goths back to the Indians, would remain inexplicable, as Sir W. Jones thought, had not the riddle been explained to us by the invitation made by the Chaldean oracles, recorded by Porphyry and quoted by Eusebius. To carry those names first to the Egyptian and Phoenician colonies, then to the Greeks. With the express recommendation that each god should be invoked only on that day that had been called by his name. Thus Apollo says in those oracles, I must be invoked on the day of the sun, Mercury after his directions, then Kronos, Saturn, then Venus, and do not fail to call 7 times each of those gods. 628. This is slightly erroneous. Greece did not get her astrological instruction from Egypt or from Chaldea, but direct from Orpheus, as Lucian tells us. 629 It was Orpheus, as he says, who imparted the Indian sciences to nearly all the great monarchs of antiquity. And it was they, the ancient kings favored by the planetary gods, who recorded the principles of astrology, as did Telemus, for instance. Thus Lucian writes. The Boeotian Tiresias acquired the greatest reputation in the art of predicting futurity. In those days divination was not as slightly treated as it is now. And nothing was ever undertaken without previous consultation with diviners, whose oracles were all directed by astrology. At Delphos the Virgin Commission to announce futurity was the symbol of the Heavenly Virgin, and Our Lady. On the sarcophagus of an Egyptian pharaoh, Neith, mother of Ra, the heifer that brings forth the sun, her body spangled with stars, and wearing the solar and lunar discs, is equally referred to as the Heavenly Virgin and Our Lady of the Starry Vault. Modern judiciary astrology in its present form began only during the time of Diodorus, as he apprises the world. 630 But Chaldean astrology was believed in by most of the great men in history, such as Caesar, Pliny, Cicero, whose best friends, Nigidius Figulus and Lucius Tarucius, were themselves astrologers, the former being famous as a prophet. Marcus Antonius never traveled without an astrologer recommended to him by Cleopatra. Augustus, when ascending the throne, had his horoscope drawn by Theagenes. Tiberius discovered pretenders to his throne by means of astrology and divination. Vitellius dared not exile the Chaldeans, as they had announced the day of their banishment as that of his death. Vespasian consulted them daily, Domitian would not move without being advised by the prophets, Adrian was a learned astrologer himself. And all of them, ending with Julian, called the apostate because he would not become one, believed in, and addressed their prayers to, the planetary gods. The Emperor Adrian, moreover, predicted from the January calends up to December 31st, every event that happened to him daily. Under the wisest emperors Rome had a school of astrology, wherein were secretly taught the occult influences of the Sun, Moon, and Saturn. 631 Judiciary astrology is used to this day by the Kabbalists. And Eliphas Levi, the modern French magus, teaches its rudiments in his Dogme et Ritual de la Haute Magie. But the key to ceremonial or ritualistic astrology, with the Teraphim and the Urim and Thummim of magic, is lost to Europe. Hence our century of materialism shrugs its shoulders and sees in astrology a pretender. Not all scientists scoff at it, however, and one may rejoice in reading in the Musée des Sciences 632 the suggestive and fair remarks made by Le Couturier, a man of science of no mean reputation. He thinks it curious to notice that while the bold speculations of Democritus are found vindicated by Dalton, the reveries of the alchemists are also on their way to a certain rehabilitation. They receive renewed life from the minute investigations of their successors, the chemists. A very remarkable thing indeed is to see how much modern discoveries have served to vindicate, of late, the theories of the Middle Ages from the charge of absurdity laid at their door. Thus, if, as demonstrated by Colonel Sabine, the direction of a piece of steel, hung a few feet above the soil, may be influenced by the position of the moon, whose body is at a distance of 240,000 miles from our planet. Who then could accuse of extravagance the belief of the ancient astrologers, or the modern either, in the influence of the stars on human destiny? 633. Section XXXX. Cycles and Avatars. We have already drawn attention to the facts that the record of the life of a world savior is emblematical, and must be read by its mystic meaning, and that the figures 432 have a cosmic evolutionary significance. We find these two facts throwing light on the origin of the exoteric Christian religion, and clearing away much of the obscurity surrounding its beginnings. For is it not clear that the names and characters in the synoptical Gospels and in that of St. John are not historical? Is it not evident that the compilers of the life of Christ, desirous to show that the birth of their Master was a cosmic, astronomical, and divinely preordained event, attempted to coordinate the same with the end of the secret cycle, 4320? When facts are collated, this answers to them as little as does the other cycle of 33 solar years, 7 months, and 7 days, which has also been brought forward as supporting the same claim. The soli-lunar cycle in which the sun gains on the moon 1 solar year. The combination of the three figures, 4, 3, 2, with ciphers according to the cycle and Manvantara concerned, was, and is, preeminently Hindu. It will remain a secret even though several of its significant features are revealed. It relates, for instance, to the pralaya of the races in their periodical dissolution, before which events a special avatara has always to descend and incarnate on earth. These figures were adopted by all the older nations, such as those of Egypt and Chaldea, and before them were current among the Atlanteans. Evidently some of the more learned among the early church fathers who had dabbled, whilst pagans, in temple secrets, knew them to relate to the avataric or messianic mystery, and tried to apply this cycle to the birth of their Messiah. They failed because the figures relate to the respective ends of the root races and not to any individual. In their badly directed efforts, moreover, an error of 5 years occurred. Is it possible, if their claims as to the importance and universality of the event were correct, that such a vital mistake should have been allowed to creep into a chronological computation preordained and traced in the heavens by the finger of God? Again, what were the pagan and even Jewish initiates doing, if this claim as to Jesus be correct? Could they, the custodians of the key to the secret cycles and avatars, the heirs of all the Aryan, Egyptian, and Chaldean wisdom, have failed to recognize their great God incarnate, one with Jehovah 630 for their Savior of the latter days? Him whom all the nations of Asia still expect as their Kalki Avatara, Maitreya Buddha, Sosiash, Messiah, etc. The simple secret is this: there are cycles within greater cycles, which are all contained in the one kalpa of 4,320,000 years. It is at the end of this cycle that the Kalki Avatara is expected, the Avatara whose name and characteristics are secret, who will come forth from Shambhala, the city of gods, which is in the west for some nations, in the east for others, in the north or south for yet others. And this is the reason why, from the Indian Rishi to Virgil, and from Zoroaster down to the latest Sibyl, all have, since the beginning of the fifth race, prophesied, sung, and promised the cyclic return of the Virgin, Virgo, the constellation, and the birth of a divine child who should bring back to our earth the golden age. No one, however fanatical, would have sufficient hardihood to maintain that the Christian era has ever been a return to the golden age, Virgo having actually entered into Libra since then. Let us trace as briefly as possible the Christian traditions to their true origin. First of all, they discover in a few lines from Virgil a direct prophecy of the birth of Christ. Yet it is impossible to detect in this prophecy any feature of the present age. It is in the famous fourth eclogue in which, half a century before our era, Pollio is made to ask the muses of Sicily to sing to him about greater events. The last era of Cumean song is now arrived, and the grand series of ages, that series which recurs again and again in the course of our mundane revolution, begins afresh. Now the Virgin Astrea returns, and the reign of Saturn recommences. Now a new progeny descends from the celestial realms. Do thou, chaste Lucina, smile propitious to the infant boy who will bring to a close the present age of iron, 635, and introduce throughout the whole world the age of gold. He shall share the life of gods and shall see heroes mingled in society with gods, himself be seen by them and all the peaceful world. Then shall the herds no longer dread the huge lion, the serpent also shall die, and the poison's deceptive plant shall perish. Come then, dear child of the gods, great descendant of Jupiter. The time is near. See, the world is shaken with its globe saluting thee, the earth, the regions of the sea, and the heavens sublime. 636. It is in these few lines, called the Sibylline prophecy about the coming of Christ, that his followers now see a direct foretelling of the event. Now who will presume to maintain that either at the birth of Jesus or since the establishment of the so-called Christian religion, any portion of the above-quoted sentences can be shown as prophetic? Has the last age, the age of iron, or Kali Yuga, closed since then? Quite the reverse, since it is shown to be in full sway just now, not only because the Hindus use the name, but by universal personal experience. Where is that new race that has descended from the celestial realms? Was it the race that emerged from paganism into Christianity? Or is it our present race, with nations ever red-hot for fight, jealous and envious, ready to pounce upon each other, showing mutual hatred that would put to blush cats and dogs, ever lying and deceiving one another? Is it this age of ours that is the promised golden age, in which neither the venom of the serpent nor of any plant is any longer lethal, and in which we are all secure under the mild sway of God-chosen sovereigns? The wildest fancy of an opium eater could hardly suggest a more inappropriate description, if it is to be applied to our age or to any age since the year 1 of our era. What of the mutual slaughter of sects, of Christians by pagans, and of pagans and heretics by Christians, the horrors of the Middle Ages and of the Inquisition? Napoleon, and since his day, an armed peace at best, at the worst, torrents of blood, shed for supremacy over acres of land, and a handful of heathen, millions of soldiers under arms, ready for battle. A diplomatic body playing at Cain's and Judas's. And instead of the mild sway of a divine sovereign, the universal, though unrecognized, sway of Caesarism, of might, in lieu of right, and the breeding therefrom of anarchists, socialists, Petroliuses, and destroyers of every description. The Sibylline prophecy and Virgil's inspirational poetry remain unfulfilled in every point, as we see. The fields are yellow with soft ears of corn. But so they were before our era. The blushing grapes shall hang from the rude brambles, and dewy honey shall, or may, distill from the rugged oak. But they have not thus done, so far. We must look for another interpretation. What is it? The Sibylline prophetess spoke, as thousands of other prophets and seers have spoken, though even the few such records that have survived are rejected by Christian and infidel. And their interpretations are only allowed and accepted among the initiated. The Sibyl alluded to cycles in general and to the great cycle especially. Let us remember how the Puranas corroborate the above, among others the Vishnu Purana. When the practices taught by the Vedas, and the institutes of law shall have nearly ceased. And the close of the Kali Yuga, the Iron Age of Virgil, shall be nigh, an aspect of that divine being who exists of his own spiritual nature in the character of Brahma and even is the beginning and the end, Alpha and Omega. Shall descend upon earth, he will be born in the family of Vishnuyashas, an eminent Brahmin of Shambhala, endowed with the 8 superhuman powers. By his irresistible might he will destroy all whose minds are devoted to iniquity. He will then re-establish righteousness upon earth, and the minds of those who live at the end of the Kali age shall be awakened, and shall be as pellucid as crystal. 637 The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time shall be as the seeds of human beings, the Shista, the survivors of the future cataclysm. And shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita, or Satya, Yuga, the age of purity, or the Golden Age. For it is said, when the sun and moon and Tishya, asterisms, and the planet Jupiter are in one mansion the Krita age, the Golden, shall return. 638. The astronomical cycles of the Hindus, those taught publicly, have been sufficiently well understood, but the esoteric meaning thereof, in its application to transcendental subjects connected with them, has ever remained a dead letter. The number of cycles was enormous. It ranged from the Maha Yuga cycle of 4,320,000 years down to the small septenary and quinquennial cycles, the latter being composed of the 5 years called respectively the Samvatsara, Parivatsara, Advatsara, Anyavatsara, and Vatsara. Each having secret attributes or qualities attached to them. Vridhagarga gives these in a treatise, now the property of a trans-Himalayan madham, or temple. And describes the relation between this quinquennial and the Brihaspati cycle. Based on the conjunction of the sun and moon every 60th year, a cycle as mysterious, for national events in general and those of the Aryan Hindu nation especially, as it is important. Section XL. Secret cycles. The former 5-year cycle comprehends 60 solar sidereal months of 1800 days, 61 solar months, or 1830 days. 62 lunar months, or 1860 lunations, and 67 lunar asterismal months, or 1809 such days. In his Kala Sankalita, Colonel Warren very properly regards these years as cycles. This they are, for each year has its own special importance as having some bearing upon, and connection with, specified events in individual horoscopes. He writes that in the cycle of 60 there are contained 5 cycles of 12 years, each supposed equal to 1 year of the planet, Brihaspati, or Jupiter. I mention this cycle because I found it mentioned in some books, but I know of no nation or tribe that reckons time after that account. 639. The ignorance is very natural, since Colonel Warren could know nothing of the secret cycles and their meanings. He adds. The names of the 5 cycles or yugas are 1. Samvatsara, 2. Parivatsara, 3. Advatsara, 4. Anyavatsara, 5. Udravatsara. The learned colonel might, however, have assured himself that there were other nations which had the same secret cycle. If he had but remembered that the Romans also had their lustrum of 5 years, from the Hindus undeniably, which represented the same period if multiplied by 12. 640 near Benares there are still the relics of all these cycle records, and of astronomical instruments cut out of solid rock, the everlasting records of archaic initiation, called by Sir W. Jones, as suggested by the prudent Brahmins who surrounded him, old back records, or reckonings. But in Stonehenge they exist to this day. Higgins says that Waltire found the barrows of tumuli surrounding this giant temple represented accurately the situation and magnitude of the fixed stars, forming a complete orrery or planisphere. As Colebrook found out, it is the cycle of the Vedas, recorded in the Jyotisha, one of the Vedangas, a treatise on astronomy, which is the basis of calculation for all other cycles, larger or smaller. 641 in the Vedas were written in characters, archaic though they be, long after those natural observations, made by the aid of their gigantic mathematical and astronomical instruments, had been recorded by the men of the third race, who had received their instruction from the Dayan Chauhans. Maurice speaks truly when he observes that all such circular stone monuments were intended as durable symbols of astronomical cycles by a race who, not having, or for political reasons, forbidding the use of letters, had no other permanent method of instructing their disciples or handing down their knowledge to posterity. He errs only in the last idea. It was to conceal their knowledge from profane posterity, leaving it as an heirloom only to the initiates, that such monuments, at once rock observatories and astronomical treatises, were cut out. It is no news that as the Hindus divided the earth into 7 zones, so the more Western peoples, Chaldeans, Phoenicians, and even the Jews, who got their learning either directly or indirectly from the Brahmins, made all their secret and sacred numerations by 6 and 12, though using the number 7 whenever this would not lend itself to handling. Thus the numerical base of 6, the exoteric figure given by Aryabhata, was made good use of. From the first secret cycle of 600, the narrows, transformed successively into 60,060 and 6, and, with other knots added into other secret cycles, down to the smallest. An archaeologist and mathematician can easily find it repeated in every country, known to every nation. Hence the globe was divided into 60 degrees, which, multiplied by 60, became 3,600 that great year. Hence also the hour with its 60 minutes of 60 seconds each. The Asiatic people count a cycle of 60 years also, after which comes the lucky 7th decade, and the Chinese have their small cycle of 60 days, the Jews of 6 days, the Greeks of 6 centuries, the narrows again. The Babylonians had a great year of 3,600, being the narrows multiplied by 6. The Tartar cycle called Van was 180 years, or 360s, this multiplied by 12 times 12 is equal to 144, makes 25,920 years, the exact period of revolution of the heavens. India is the birthplace of arithmetic and mathematics, as our figures, in chips from a German workshop, by Professor Max Muller, shows beyond a doubt. As well explained by Krishna Shastri Godbole in the Theosophist. The Jews represented the units, 1 to 9, by the first 9 letters of our alphabet, the tens, 10 to 90, by the next 9 letters. The first 400s, 100 to 400, by the last 4 letters, and the remaining ones, 500 to 900, by the second forms of the letters Kaf, 11th, Mim, 13th, Nun, 14th, Pe, 17th, and Sad, 18th. And they represented other numbers by combining these letters according to their value. The Jews of the present period still adhere to this practice of notation in their Hebrew books. The Greeks had a numerical system similar to that used by the Jews, but they carried it a little farther by using letters of the alphabet with a dash or slant line behind, to represent thousands, 1,000 to 90,000, tens of thousands, 10,000 to 90,000, and 100 of thousands, 100,000, the last, for instance, being represented by rho with a dash behind, while rho singly represented 100. The Romans represented all numerical values by the combination, additive when the second letter is of equal or less value, of 6 letters of their alphabet, I equals 1, V equals 5, X equals 10, C, for centum equals 100, D equals 500, and M equals 1000, thus 20 equals XX. 15 equals 15, and 9 equals 9. These are called the Roman numerals, and are adopted by all European nations when using the Roman alphabet. The Arabs at first followed their neighbors, the Jews, in their method of computation, so much so that they called it al-Shari from the first 4 Hebrew letters, Aleph, Beth, Gimel, or rather, Gimel, that is, Jim, Arabic being wanting in G. And Daleth, representing the first 4 units. But when in the early part of the Christian era they came to India as traders, they found the country already using for computation the decimal scale of notation, which they forthwith borrowed literally, viz. Without altering its method of writing from left to right, at variance with their own mode of writing, which is from right to left. They introduced this system into Europe through Spain and other European countries lying along the coast of the Mediterranean and under their sway, during the dark ages of European history. It has thus become evident that the Aryas knew well mathematics or the science of computation at a time when all other nations knew but little, if anything, of it. It has also been admitted that the knowledge of arithmetic and algebra was first introduced from the Hindus by the Arabs, and then taught by them to the Western nations. This fact convincingly proves that the Aryan civilization is older than that of any other nation in the world, and as the Vedas are avowedly proved the oldest work of that civilization, a presumption is raised in favor of their great antiquity. 642. But while the Jewish nation, for instance, regarded so long as the first and oldest in the order of creation, knew nothing of arithmetic and remained utterly ignorant of the decimal scale of notation, the latter existed for ages in India before the actual era. To become certain of the immense antiquity of the Aryan Asiatic nations and of their astronomical records, one has to study more than the Vedas. The secret meaning of the latter will never be understood by the present generation of Orientalists. And the astronomical works which give openly the real dates and prove the antiquity of both the nation and its science, elude the grasp of the collectors of Allahs and old manuscripts in India, the reason being too obvious to need explanation. Yet there are astronomers and mathematicians to this day in India, humble Shastris and pundits, unknown and lost in the midst of that population of phenomenal memories and metaphysical brains, who have undertaken the task and have proved to the satisfaction of many that the Vedas are the oldest works in the world. One of such is the Shastri just quoted, who published in the Theosophist 643 an able treatise proving astronomically and mathematically that if the post-Vedika works alone, the Upanishads, the Brahmanas, etc., down to the Puranas, when examined critically carry us back to 20,000 BC, then the time of the composition of the Vedas themselves cannot be less than 30,000 BC. In round numbers, a date which we may take at present as the age of that book of books. 644. And what are his proofs? Cycles and the evidence yielded by the asterisms. Here are a few extracts from his rather lengthy treatise, selected to give an idea of his demonstrations and bearing directly on the quinquennial cycle spoken of just now. Those who feel interested in the demonstrations and are advanced mathematicians can turn to the article itself, The Antiquity of the Vedas, 645, and judge for themselves. 10. Somakara in his commentary on the Shisha Jyotisha quotes a passage from the Satapatha Brahmana, which contains an observation on the change of the tropics, and which is also found in the Sakayana Brahmana, as has been noticed by Prof. Max Muller in his preface to Rigveda Samhita, P.XX. Footnote, Volume 4. The passage is this. The full moon night in Phalguna is the first night of Samvatsara, the first year of the quinquennial age. This passage clearly shows that the quinquennial age which, according to the 6th verse of the Jyotisha, begins on the 1st of Magha, January-February, once began on the 15th of Phalguna, February-March. Now when the 15th of Phalguna of the first year called Samvatsara of the quinquennial age begins, the moon, according to the Jyotisha, is in 3/4th of the Uttar Phalguni, and the sun in 1/4th of Purva Bhadrapada. Hence the position of the four principal points on the ecliptic was then as follows. The winter solstice in 3°29' of Purva Bhadrapada. The vernal equinox in the beginning of Mrigashirsha. The summer solstice in 10 of Purva Phalguni. The autumnal equinox in the middle of Jyesht. The vernal equinoctial point, we have seen, coincided with the beginning of Kritika in 1421 BC, and from the beginning of Kritika to that of Mrigashirsha, was, in consequence, 1421 plus 26 minus 2 divided by 3 times 72 is equal to 1421 plus 1920 is equal to 3341 BC. Supposing the rate of precession to be 50 degrees a year. When we take the rate to be 3°20' in 247 years, the time comes up to 1516 plus 1967 equals 3476 7 BC. When the winter solstice by its retrograde motion coincided after that with the beginning of Purva Bhadrapada, then the commencement of the quinquennial age was changed from the 15th to the 1st of Phalguna, February-March. This change took place 240 years after the date of the above observation, that is, in 3101 B.C. This date is most important, as from it an era was reckoned in after times. The commencement of the Kali or Kali Yuga, derived from Kal, to reckon, though said by European scholars to be an imaginary date, becomes thus an astronomical fact. Interchange of Kritika and Ashvini. 646. We thus see that the asterisms, 27 in number, were counted from the Mrigashirsha when the vernal equinox was in its beginning. And that the practice of thus counting was adhered to till the vernal equinox retrograde to the beginning of Kritika, when it became the first of the asterisms. For then the winter solstice had changed, receding from Phalguna, February-March, to Magha, January-February, one complete lunar month. And, in like manner, the place of Kritika was occupied by Ashvini, that is, the latter became the first of the asterisms, heading all others, when its beginning coincided with the vernal equinoctial point, or, in other words, when the winter solstice was in Pan-Sha, December-February. Now from the beginning of Kritika to that of Ashvini there are 2 asterisms, or 26 to 2/3 degree, and the time the equinox takes to retrograde this distance at the rate of 1 in 72 years is 1920 years. And hence the date at which the vernal equinox coincided with the commencement of Ashvini or with the end of Revti is 1920-1421 is equal to 499 AD. Bentley's opinion. 12. The next and equally important observation we have to record here is one discussed by Mr. Bentley in his researches into the Indian antiquities. The first lunar asterism, he says, in the division of 28 was called Mula, that is to say, the root or origin. In the division of 27 the first lunar asterism was called Jyesht, that is to say, the eldest or first, and consequently of the same import as the former, vide his historical view of the Hindu astronomy, page 4. From this it becomes manifest that the vernal equinox was once in the beginning of Mula, and Mula was reckoned the first of the asterisms when they were 28 in number, including at Hijat. Now there are 14 asterisms, or 180 degrees, from the beginning of Mrigashirsha to that of Mula, and hence the date at which the vernal equinox coincided with the beginning of Mula was at least 3,341 plus 180 times 72 is equal to 16,301 BC. The position of the 4 principal points on the ecliptic was then as given below. The winter solstice in the beginning of Uttara Phalguni in the month of Shravan. The vernal equinox in the beginning of Mula in Kartika. The summer solstice in the beginning of Purva Bhadrapada in Magha. The autumnal equinox in the beginning of Mrigashirsha in Vaishakha. A proof from the Bhagavad Gita. 13. The Bhagavad Gita, as well as the Bhagavata, makes mention of an observation which points to a still more remote antiquity than the one discovered by Mr. Bentley. The passages are given in order below. I am the Margashirsha, viz. The first among the months, and the spring, viz. The first among the seasons. This shows that at one time the first month of spring was Margashirsha. A season includes 2 months, and the mention of a month suggests the season. I am the Samvatsara among the years, which are 5 in number, and the spring among the seasons, and the Margashirsha among the months and the Abhijit among the asterisms, which are 28 in number. This clearly points out that at one time in the first year called Samvatsara, of the quinquennial age, the Madhu, that is, the first month of spring, was Margashirsha, and Abhijit was the first of the asterisms. It then coincided with the vernal equinoctial point, and thence from it the asterisms were counted. To find the date of this observation, there are 3 asterisms from the beginning of Mula to the beginning of Abhijit, and hence the date in question is at least 16,301 plus 3/7 times 90 times 72 is equal to 19,078 or about 20,000 BC. The Samvatsara at this time began in Bhadrapada, the winter solstitial month. So far then 20,000 years are mathematically proven for the antiquity of the Vedas. And this is simply exoteric. Any mathematician, provided he be not blinded by preconception and prejudice, can see this, and an unknown but very clever amateur astronomer, S. Mackey, has proved it some 60 years back. His theory about the Hindu yugas and their length is curious, as being so very near the correct doctrine. It is said in Volume 2, page 131, of Asiatic Researches that, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira reigned 27,000 years. At the end of the Brazen Age. In Volume 9, page 364, we read, in the beginning of the Kali Yuga, in the reign of Yudhisthira. And Yudhisthira began his reign immediately after the flood called Pralaya. Here we find three different statements concerning Yudhisthira. To explain these seeming differences we must have recourse to their books of science, where we find the heavens and the earth divided into 5 parts of unequal dimensions, by circles parallel to the equator. Attention to these divisions will be found to be of the utmost importance, as it will be found that from them arose the division of their Mahayuga into its 4 component parts. Every astronomer knows that there is a point in the heavens called the pole, round which the whole seems to turn in 24 hours. And that at 90 degrees from it they imagine a circle called the equator, which divides the heavens and the earth into 2 equal parts, the north and the south. Between this circle and the pole there is another imaginary circle called the circle of perpetual apparition, between which and the equator there is a point in the heavens called the zenith, through which let another imaginary circle pass, parallel to the other 2. And then there wants but the circle of perpetual occultation to complete the round. No astronomer of Europe besides myself has ever applied them to the development of the Hindu mysterious numbers. We are told in the Asiatic Researches that Yudhisthira brought Vikramaditya to reign in Casimir, which is in the latitude of 36 degrees. And in that latitude the circle of perpetual apparition would extend up to 72 degrees altitude, and from that to the zenith there are but 18 degrees, but from the zenith to the equator in that latitude there are 36 degrees. And from the equator to the circle of perpetual occultation there are 54 degrees. Here we find the semicircle of 180 degrees divided into 4 parts, in the proportion of 1, 2, 3, 4, i.e., 18, 36, 54, 72. Whether the Hindu astronomers were acquainted with the motion of the earth or not is of no consequence, since the appearances are the same. And if it will give those gentlemen of tender consciences any pleasure I am willing to admit that they imagined the heavens rolled round the earth. But they had observed the stars in the path of the sun to move forward through the equinoctial points, at the rate of 54 seconds of a degree in a year, which carried the whole zodiac round in 24,000 years. In which time they also observed that the angle of obliquity varied, so as to extend or contract the width of the tropics 4 degrees on each side, which rate of motion would carry the tropics from the equator to the poles in 540,000 years, in which time the zodiac would have made 22.5 revolutions, which are expressed by the parallel circles from the equator to the poles. Or what amounts to the same thing, the north pole of the ecliptic would have moved from the north pole of the earth to the equator. Thus the poles become inverted in 1,080,000 years, which is their Mahayuga, and which they had divided into 4 unequal parts, in the proportions of 1, 2, 3, 4, for the reasons mentioned above, which are 108,000, 216,000, 324,000, and 432,000. Here we have the most positive proofs that the above numbers originated in ancient astronomical observations, and consequently are not deserving of those epithets which have been bestowed upon them by the essayist, echoing the voice of Bentley, Wilford, Dupuy, etc. I have now to show that the reign of Yudhisthira for 27,000 years is neither absurd or disgusting, but perhaps the essayist is not aware that there were several Yudhisthiras or Judhisthiras. In Volume 2, p. 131, Asiatic Researches, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira reigned 27,000 years at the end of the Brazen or Third Age. Here I must again beg your attention to this projection. This is a plane of that machine which the second gentleman thought so very clumsy, it is that of a prolonged spheroid, called by the ancients an atroscope. Let the longest axis represent the poles of the earth, making an angle of 28 degrees with the horizon. Then will the 7 divisions above the horizon to the North Pole, the Temple of Buddha, and the 7 from the North Pole to the circle of perpetual apparition represent the 14 Manvantaras, or very long periods of time, each of which, according to the third volume of Asiatic Researches, p. 258 or 259, was the reign of Amenu. But Captain Wilford, in Volume V, page 243, gives us the following information: the Egyptians had 14 dynasties, and the Hindus had 14 dynasties, the rulers of which are called Menus. Who can here mistake the 14 very long periods of time for those which constituted the Kali Yuga of Delhi, or any other place in the latitude of 28 degrees, where the blank space from the foot of Meru to the 7th circle from the equator constitutes the part passed over by the tropic in the next age? Which proportions differ considerably from those in the latitude of 36, and because the numbers in the Hindu books differ, Mr. Bentley asserts that this shows what little dependence is to be put in them. But, on the contrary, it shows with what accuracy the Hindus had observed the motions of the heavens in different latitudes. Some of the Hindus inform us that the earth has 2 spindles which are surrounded by 7 tiers of heavens and hells at the distance of 1 raju each. This needs but little explanation, and it is understood that the 7 divisions from the equator to their zenith are called rishis or rashas. But what is most to our present purpose to know is that they had given names to each of those divisions which the tropics passed over during each revolution of the zodiac. In the latitude of 36 degrees, where the pole or Meru was 9 steps high at Casimir, they were called Shastras. In latitude 28 degrees at Delhi, where the pole or Meru was 7 steps high, they were called Menus. But in 24 degrees, at Kacha, where the pole or Meru was but 6 steps high, they were called Sakas. But in the 9th volume, Asiatic Researches, Yudhisthira, the son of Dharma, or Justice, was the first of the 6 Sakas. The name implies the end, and as everything has 2 ends, Yudhisthira is as applicable to the first as to the last. And as the division on the north of the circle of perpetual apparition is the first of the Kali Yuga, supposing the tropics to be ascending, it was called the division or reign of Yudhisthira. But the division which immediately precedes the circle of perpetual apparition is the last of the third or brazen age, and was therefore called Yudhisthira, and as his reign preceded the reign of the other, as the tropic ascended to the pole or Meru, he was called the father of the other, the great ancestor of Yudhisthira, who reigned 27,000 years, at the end of the Brazen Age. Volume 2. Asiatic Researches. The ancient Hindus observed that the zodiac went forward at about the rate of 54 seconds a year, and to avoid greater fractions, stated it at that, which would make a complete round in 24,000 years. And observing the angle of the poles to very nearly 4 degrees each round, stated the 3 numbers as such, which would have given 45 rounds of the zodiac to half a revolution of the poles. But finding that 45 rounds would not bring the northern tropic to coincide with the circle of perpetual apparition by 30 minutes of a degree, which required the zodiac to move 1 sign and a half more, which we all know it could not do in less than 3,000 years, they were, in the case before us, added to the end of the Brazen Age, which lengthened the reign of that Yudhisthira to 27,000 years instead of 24,000, but, at another time they did not alter the regular order of 24,000 years to the reign of each of these long-winded monarchs, but rounded up the time by allowing a regency to continue 3 or 4,000 years. In Volume 2. p. 134, Asiatic Researches, we are told that, Parikshit, the great-nephew and successor of Yudhisthira, is allowed without controversy to have reigned in the interval between the brazen and earthen, or Kali ages, and to have died at the setting in of the Kali Yuga. Here we find an interregnum at the end of the Brazen Age, and before the setting in of the Kali Yuga, and as there can be but one Brazen or Treta Yuga, i.e. the third age, in a Maha Yuga of 1,080,000 years, the reign of this Parikshit must have been in the second Maha Yuga, when the pole had returned to its original position, which must have taken 2,160,000 years, and this is what the Hindus call the Prajanatha Yuga. Analogous to this custom is that of some nations more modern, who, fond of even numbers, have made the common year to consist of 12 months of 30 days each. And the 5 days in odd measure have been represented as the reign of a little serpent biting his tail, and divided into 5 parts, etc. But Yudhishthira began his reign immediately after the flood called Pralaya, i.e. at the end of the Kali Yuga, or Age of Heat, when the tropic had passed from the pole to the other side of the circle of perpetual apparition, which coincides with the northern horizon. Here the tropics or summer solstice would be again in the same parallel of north declination, at the commencement of their first age, as he was at the end of their third age, or Treta Yuga, called the Brazen Age. Enough has been said to prove that the Hindu books of science are not disgusting absurdities, originated in ignorance, vanity, and credulity, but books containing the most profound knowledge of astronomy and geography. What, therefore, can induce those gentlemen of tender consciences to insist that Yudhishthira was a real mortal man? I have no guess, unless it be that they fear for the fate of Jared and his grandfather, Methuselah. Section XLI. The Doctrine of Avatars. A strange story, a legend rather, is persistently current among the disciples of some great Himalayan gurus, and even among laymen, to the effect that Gautama, the prince of Kapilavastu, has never left the terrestrial regions, though his body died and was burnt, and its relics are preserved to this day. There is an oral tradition among the Chinese Buddhists, and a written statement among the secret books of the Lamaists of Tibet, as well as a tradition among the Aryans, that Gautama Buddha had 2 doctrines, one for the masses and his lay disciples, the other for his elect, the Arhats. His policy and after him that of his Arhats was, it appears, to refuse no one admission into the ranks of candidates for Arhatship, but never to divulge the final mysteries except to those who had proved themselves, during long years of probation, to be worthy of initiation. These once accepted were consecrated and initiated without distinction of race, caste or wealth, as in the case of his Western successor. It is the Arhats who have set forth and allowed this tradition to take root in the people's mind, and it is the basis, also, of the later dogma of Lamaic reincarnation or the succession of human Buddhas. The little that can be said here upon the subject may or may not help to guide the psychic student in the right direction. It being left to the option and responsibility of the writer to tell the facts as she personally understood them, the blame for possible misconceptions created must fall only upon her. She has been taught the doctrine, but it was left to her sole intuition, as it is now left to the sagacity of the reader, to group the mysterious and perplexing facts together. The incomplete statements herein given are fragments of what is contained in certain secret volumes, but it is not lawful to divulge the details. The esoteric version of the mystery given in the secret volumes may be told very briefly. The Buddhists have always stoutly denied that their Buddha was, as alleged by the Brahmins, an avatara of Vishnu in the same sense as a man is an incarnation of his karmic ancestor. They deny it partly, perhaps, because the esoteric meaning of the term Mahavishnu is not known to them in its full, impersonal, and general meaning. There is a mysterious principle in nature called Mahavishnu, which is not the god of that name, but a principle which contains bija, the seed of avatarism or, in other words, is the potency and cause of such divine incarnations. All the world saviors, the bodhisattvas and the avatars, are the trees of salvation grown out from the one seed, the bija or Mahavishnu. Whether it be called Adi Buddha, primeval wisdom, or Mahavishnu, it is all the same. Understood esoterically, Vishnu is both saguna and nirguna, with and without attributes. In the first aspect, Vishnu is the object of exoteric worship and devotion. In the second, as nirguna, he is the culmination of the totality of spiritual wisdom in the universe, Nirvana, 647 in short, and has as worshippers all philosophical minds. In this esoteric sense the Lord Buddha was an incarnation of Mahavishnu. This is from the philosophical and purely spiritual standpoint. From the plane of illusion, however, as one would say, or from the terrestrial standpoint, those initiated know that he was a direct incarnation of one of the primeval, 7 sons of light, who are to be found in every theogony, the Dayan Chohans whose mission it is, from one eternity, aeon, to the other, to watch over the spiritual welfare of the regions under their care. This has been already enunciated in esoteric Buddhism. One of the greatest mysteries of speculative and philosophical mysticism, and it is one of the mysteries now to be disclosed, is the modus operandi in the degrees of such hypostatic transferences. As a matter of course, divine as well as human incarnations must remain a closed book to the theologian as much as to the physiologist, unless the esoteric teachings be accepted and become the religion of the world. This teaching may never be fully explained to an unprepared public. But one thing is certain and may be said now, that between the dogma of a newly created soul for each new birth, and the physiological assumption of a temporary animal soul, there lies the vast region of occult teaching 648 with its logical and reasonable demonstrations, the links of which may all be traced in logical and philosophical sequence in nature. This mystery is found, for him who understands its right meaning, in the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4. Says the Avatara. Many births of mine have passed, as also of yours, O Arjuna. All those I know, but you do not know yours, O harasser of your enemies. Although I am unborn, with exhaustless Atma, and am the Lord of all that is, yet, taking up the domination of my nature I am born by the power of illusion. 649. Whenever, O son of Bharata, there is decline of Dharma, the right law, and the rise of Adharma, the opposite of Dharma, there I manifest myself. For the salvation of the good and the destruction of wickedness, for the establishment of the law, I am born in every yuga. Whoever comprehends truly my divine birth and action, he, O Arjuna, having abandoned the body does not receive rebirth. He comes to me. Thus, all the avatars are one and the same, the sons of their Father, in a direct descent and line, the Father, or one of the seven flames becoming, for the time being, the Son, and these two being one, in eternity. What is the Father? Is it the absolute cause of all, the fathomless eternal? No, most decidedly. It is Karanatma, the causal soul, which, in its general sense, is called by the Hindus Ishvara, the Lord, and by Christians, God, the one and only. From the standpoint of unity it is so, but then the lowest of the elementals could equally be viewed in such case as the one and only. Each human being has, moreover, his own divine spirit or personal God. That divine entity or flame from which Buddhi emanates stands in the same relation to man, though on a lower plane, as the Dhyani Buddha to his human Buddha. Hence monotheism and polytheism are not irreconcilable, they exist in nature. Truly, for the salvation of the good and the destruction of wickedness, the personalities known as Gautama, Shankara, Jesus, and a few others were born each in his age. As declared, I am born in every yuga, and they were all born through the same power. There is a great mystery in such incarnations and they are outside and beyond the cycle of general rebirths. Rebirths may be divided into three classes, the divine incarnations called avatars. Those of adepts who give up nirvana for the sake of helping on humanity, the nirmanakas, and the natural succession of rebirths for all, the common law. The avatara is an appearance, one which may be termed a special illusion within the natural illusion that reigns on the planes under the sway of that power, Maya. The adept is reborn consciously, at his will and pleasure. 650 The units of the common herd unconsciously follow the great law of dual evolution. What is an avatara? For the term before being used ought to be well understood. It is a descent of the manifested deity, whether under the specific name of Shiva, Vishnu, or Adi Buddha, into an elusive form of individuality, an appearance which to men on this elusive plane is objective, but is not so in sober fact. That elusive form, having neither past nor future, because it had neither previous incarnation nor will have subsequent rebirths, has naught to do with karma, which has therefore no hold on it. Gautama Buddha was born an avatara in one sense. But this, in view of unavoidable objections on dogmatic grounds, necessitates explanation. There is a great difference between an avatara and a jivanmukta. One, as already stated, is an elusive appearance, karmaless, and having never before incarnated, and the other, the jivanmukta, is one who obtains nirvana by his individual merits. To this expression again an uncompromising, philosophical Vedantin would object. He might say that as the condition of the Avatara and the Jivan-Mukta are one and the same state, no amount of personal merit, in howsoever many incarnations, can lead its possessor to nirvana. Nirvana, he would say, is actionless. How can, then, any action lead to it? It is neither a result nor a cause, but an ever-present, eternal is, as Nagasena defined it. Hence it can have no relation to, or concern with, action, merit, or demerit, since these are subject to karma. All this is very true, but still to our mind there is an important difference between the two. An avatara is, a Jivan-Mukta becomes one. If the state of the two is identical, not so are the causes which lead to it. An avatara is a descent of a god into an elusive form. A Jivan-Mukta, who may have passed through numberless incarnations and may have accumulated merit in them, certainly does not become a nirvani because of that merit, but only because of the karma generated by it, which leads and guides him in the direction of the guru who will initiate him into the mystery of nirvana and who alone can help him to reach this abode. The Shastras say that from our works alone we obtain moksha, and if we take no pains there will be no gain and we shall be neither assisted nor benefited by deity, the Mahaguru. Therefore it is maintained that Gautama, though an avatara in one sense, is a true human Jivan-Mukta, owing his position to his personal merit, and thus more than an avatara. It was his personal merit that enabled him to achieve nirvana. Of the voluntary and conscious incarnations of adepts there are two types, those of Nirmanakas, and those undertaken by the probationary chelas who are on their trial. The greatest, as the most puzzling mystery of the first type lies in the fact, that such rebirth in a human body of the personal ego of some particular adept, when it has been dwelling in the Mayavi or the Kama Rupa, and remaining in the Kama Loka, may happen even when his higher principles are in the state of nirvana. 651 Let it be understood that the above expressions are used for popular purposes, and therefore that what is written does not deal with this deep and mysterious question from the highest plane, that of absolute spirituality. Nor again from the highest philosophical point of view, comprehensible but to the very few. It must not be supposed that anything can go into nirvana which is not eternally there, but human intellect in conceiving the absolute must put it as the highest term in an indefinite series. If this be borne in mind a great deal of misconception will be avoided. The content of this spiritual evolution is the material on various planes with which the nirvani was in contact prior to his attainment of nirvana. The plane on which this is true, being in the series of elusive planes, is undoubtedly not the highest. Those who search for that must go to the right source of study, the teachings of the Upanishads, and must go in the right spirit. Here we attempt only to indicate the direction in which the search is to be made, and in showing a few of the mysterious occult possibilities we do not bring our readers actually to the goal. The ultimate truth can be communicated only from guru to initiated pupil. Having said so much, the statement still will and must appear incomprehensible, if not absurd, to many. Firstly, to all those who are unfamiliar with the doctrine of the manifold nature and various aspects of the human monad, and secondly to those who view the septenary division of the human entity from a too materialistic standpoint. Yet the intuitional occultist, who has studied thoroughly the mysteries of nirvana, who knows it to be identical with Parabrahman, and hence unchangeable, eternal and no thing but the absolute all, will seize the possibility of the fact. They know that while a Dharmakaya, a nirvani, without remains, as our Orientalists have translated it, being absorbed into that nothingness, which is the one real, because absolute, consciousness, cannot be said to return to incarnation on earth. The nirvani being no longer a he, a she, or even an it, the nirmanakya, or he who has obtained nirvana, with remains, i.e., who is clothed in a subtle body, which makes him impervious to all outward impressions and to every mental feeling, and in whom the notion of his ego has not entirely ceased, can do so. Again, every Eastern occultist is aware of the fact that there are two kinds of nirmanakas, the natural, and the assumed. That the former is the name or epithet given to the condition of a high ascetic, or initiate, who has reached a stage of bliss second only to nirvana. While the latter means the self-sacrifice of one who voluntarily gives up the absolute nirvana, in order to help humanity and be still doing it good, or, in other words, to save his fellow creatures by guiding them. It may be objected that the Dharmakaya, being a Nirvani or Jivan-mukta, can have no remains left behind him after death, for having attained that state from which no further incarnations are possible, there is no need for him of a subtle body, or of the individual ego that reincarnates from one birth to another, and that therefore the latter disappears of logical necessity. To this it is answered, it is so for all exoteric purposes and as a general law. But the case with which we are dealing is an exceptional one, and its realization lies within the occult powers of the high initiate, who, before entering into the state of nirvana, can cause his remains, sometimes, though not very well, called his Mayavi Rupa, to remain behind. 652 Whether he is to become a Nirvani, or to find himself in a lower state of bliss. Next, there are cases, rare, yet more frequent than one would be disposed to expect, which are the voluntary and conscious reincarnations of adepts. 653 On their trial. Every man has an inner, a higher self, and also an astral body. But few are those who, outside the higher degrees of adeptship, can guide the latter, or any of the principles that animate it, when once death has closed their short terrestrial life. Yet such guidance, or their transference from the dead to a living body, is not only possible, but is of frequent occurrence, according to occult and Kabbalistic teachings. The degrees of such power of course vary greatly. To mention but three, the lowest of these degrees would allow an adept, who has been greatly trammeled during life in his study and in the use of his powers, to choose after death another body in which he could go on with his interrupted studies. Though ordinarily he would lose in it every remembrance of his previous incarnation. The next degree permits him, in addition to this, to transfer the memory of his past life to his new body, while the highest has hardly any limits in the exercise of that wonderful faculty. As an instance of an adept who enjoyed the first mentioned power, some medieval Kabbalists cite a well-known personage of the 15th century, Cardinal de Cusa. Karma, due to his wonderful devotion to esoteric study and the Kabbalah, led the suffering adept to seek intellectual recuperation and rest from ecclesiastical tyranny in the body of Copernicus. Se non e vero e ben trovato. And the perusal of the lives of the two men might easily lead a believer in such powers to a ready acceptance of the alleged fact. The reader, having at his command the means to do so, is asked to turn to the formidable folio in Latin of the 15th century, called the Docta Ignorantia, written by the Cardinal de Cusa, in which all the theories and hypotheses, all the ideas, of Copernicus are found as the keynotes to the discoveries of the great astronomer. 654 Who was this extraordinarily learned cardinal? The son of a poor boatman, owing all his career, his cardinal's hat, and the reverential awe rather than friendship of the popes Eugenius IV, Nicholas V, and Pius II. To the extraordinary learning which seemed innate in him, since he had studied nowhere till comparatively late in life. De Cusa died in 1473, moreover, his best works were written before he was forced to enter orders, to escape persecution. Nor did the adept escape it. In the voluminous work of the cardinal above quoted is found a very suggestive sentence, the authorship of which has been variously attributed to Pascal, to Cusa himself, and to the Zohar, and which belongs by right to the books of Hermes. The world is an infinite sphere, whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. This is changed by some into, the center being nowhere, and the circumference everywhere, a rather heretical idea for a cardinal, though perfectly orthodox from a Kabbalistic standpoint. The theory of rebirth must be set forth by occultists, and then applied to special cases. The right comprehension of this psychic fact is based upon a correct view of that group of celestial beings who are universally called the seven primeval gods or angels, our Dayan Chohans, the seven primeval rays or powers, adopted later on by the Christian religion as the seven angels of the presence. Arupa, formless, at the upper rung of the ladder of being, materializing more and more as they descend in the scale of objectivity in form, ending in the grossest and most imperfect of the hierarchy. Man, it is the former purely spiritual group that is pointed out to us, in our occult teaching, as the nursery and fountainhead of human beings. Therein germinates that consciousness which is the earliest manifestation from causal consciousness, the alpha and the omega of divine being and life forever. And as it proceeds downward through every phase of existence descending through man, through animal and plant, it ends its descent only in the mineral. It is represented by the double triangle, the most mysterious and the most suggestive of all mystic signs, for it is a double glyph, embracing spiritual and physical consciousness and life, the former triangle running upwards, and the lower downwards, both interlaced, and showing the various planes of the twice seven modes of consciousness, the 14 spheres of existence, the lokas of the Brahmans. The reader may now be able to obtain a clearer comprehension of the whole thing. He will also see what is meant by the watchers, there being one placed as the guardian or regent over each of the 7 divisions or regions of the earth, according to old traditions. As there is one to watch over and guide every one of the 14 worlds or lokas. 655 But it is not with any of these that we are at present concerned, but with the 7 breaths, so-called, that furnish man with his immortal monad in his cyclic pilgrimage. The commentary on the Book of Zion says, descending on his region first as Lord of Glory, the flame, or breath, having called into conscious being the highest of the emanations of that special region, ascends from it again to its primeval seat, whence it watches over and guides its countless beams, monads. It chooses as its avatars only those who had the 7 virtues in them 656 in their previous incarnation. As for the rest, it overshadows each with one of its countless beams. Yet even the beam is a part of the Lord of Lords. 657. The septenary principle in man, who can be regarded as dual only as concerns psychic manifestation on this gross earthly plane, was known to all antiquity, and may be found in every ancient scripture. The Egyptians knew and taught it, and their division of principles is in every point a counterpart of the Aryan secret teaching. It is thus given in Isis Unveiled. In the Egyptian notions, as in those of all other faiths founded on philosophy, man was not merely a union of soul and body, he was a trinity when spirit was added to it. Besides, that doctrine made him consist of Ka, body, Kaba, astral form or shadow, Ka, animal soul or life principle, Ba, the higher soul, and Ak, terrestrial intelligence. They had also a 6th principle, named Sa, or mummy, but the functions of this one commenced after the death of the body. 658. The 7th principle being of course the highest, uncreated spirit was generically called Osiris, therefore every deceased person became Osirified, or an Osiris, after death. But in addition to reiterating the old ever-present fact of reincarnation and karma, not as taught by the Spiritists, but as by the most ancient science in the world, occultists must teach cyclic and evolutionary reincarnation, that kind of rebirth. Mysterious and still incomprehensible to many who are ignorant of the world's history, which was cautiously mentioned in Isis Unveiled. A general rebirth for every individual with interlude of Kama Loka and Devotion, and a cyclic conscious reincarnation with a grand and divine object for the few. Those great characters who tower like giants in the history of mankind like Siddhartha Buddha and Jesus in the realm of the spiritual. And Alexander the Macedonian and Napoleon the Great in the realm of physical conquests are but the reflected images of human types which had existed, not 10,000 years before, as cautiously put forward in Isis Unveiled, but for millions of consecutive years from the beginning of the Manvantara. For, with the exception of real avatars, as above explained, they are the same unbroken rays, monads, each respectively of its own special parent flame, called Devas, Dayan Chohans, or Dhyani Buddhas, or again, planetary angels, etc. Shining in eonic eternity as their prototypes. It is in their image that some men are born, and when some specific humanitarian object is in view. The latter are hypostatically animated by their divine prototypes reproduced again and again by the mysterious powers that control and guide the destinies of our world. No more could be said at the time when Isis Unveiled was written. Hence the statement was limited to the single remark that there is no prominent character in all the annals of sacred or profane history whose prototype we cannot find in the half-fictitious and half-real traditions of bygone religions and Mythologies. As the star, glimmering at an immeasurable distance above our heads, in the boundless immensity of the sky, reflects itself in the smooth waters of a lake. So does the imagery of men of the antediluvian ages reflect itself in the periods we can embrace in a historical retrospect. But now that so many publications have been brought out, stating much of the doctrine, and several of them giving many an erroneous view, this vague illusion may be amplified and explained. Not only does this statement apply to prominent characters in history in general, but also to men of genius, to every remarkable man of the age, who soars beyond the common herd with some abnormally developed special capacity in him, leading to the progress and good of mankind. Each is a reincarnation of an individuality that has gone before him with capacities in the same line, bringing thus as a dowry to his new form that strong and easily reawakened capacity or quality which had been fully developed in him in his preceding birth. Very often they are ordinary mortals, the egos of natural men in the course of their cyclic development. But it is with special cases that we are now concerned. Let us suppose that a person during his cycle of incarnations is thus selected for special purposes, the vessel being sufficiently clean, by his personal God, the fountainhead, on the plane of the manifested, of his monad, who thus becomes his indweller. That God, his own prototype or Father in heaven, is, in one sense, not only the image in which he, the spiritual man, is made, but in the case we are considering, it is that spiritual, individual ego himself. This is a case of permanent, lifelong theophania. Let us bear in mind that this is neither avatarism, as it is understood in Brahmanical philosophy, nor is the man thus selected a Jivan Mukta or Nirvani, but that it is a wholly exceptional case in the realm of mysticism. The man may or may not have been an adept in his previous lives, he is so far, and simply, an extremely pure and spiritual individual, or one who was all that in his preceding birth, if the vessel thus selected is that of a newly born infant. In this case, after the physical translation of such a saint or bodhisattva, his astral principles cannot be subjected to a natural dissolution like those of any common mortal. They remain in our sphere and within human attraction and reach. And thus it is that not only a Buddha, a Shankaracharya, or a Jesus can be said to animate several persons at one and the same time, but even the principles of a high adept may be animating the outward tabernacles of common mortals. A certain ray, principle, from Sanat Kumara spiritualized, animated, Pradyumna, the son of Krishna during the great Mahabharata period, while at the same time, he, Sanat Kumara, gave spiritual instruction to King Dhritarashtra. Moreover, it is to be remembered that Sanat Kumara is an eternal youth of 16, dwelling in Jana Loka, his own sphere or spiritual state. Even in ordinary mediumistic life, so-called, it is pretty well ascertained that while the body is acting, even though only mechanically, or resting in one place, its astral double may be appearing and acting independently in another, and very often distant place. This is quite a common occurrence in mystic life and history, and if this be so with ecstatics, seers, and mystics of every description, why cannot the same thing happen on a higher and more spiritually developed plane of existence? Admit the possibility on the lower psychic plane, then why not on a higher plane? In the cases of higher adeptship, when the body is entirely at the command of the inner man, when the spiritual ego is completely reunited with its seventh principle even during the lifetime of the personality, and the astral man or personal ego has become so purified that he has gradually assimilated all the qualities and attributes of the middle nature, buddhi and manas in their terrestrial aspect, that personal ego substitutes itself, so to say, for the spiritual higher self, and is thenceforth capable of living an independent life on earth. When corporeal death takes place, the following mysterious event often happens. As a Dharmakaya, a Nirvani, without remains, entirely free from terrestrial admixture, the spiritual ego cannot return to reincarnate on earth. But in such cases, it is affirmed, the personal ego of even a Dharmakaya can remain in our sphere as a whole, and return to incarnation on earth if need be. For now it can no longer be subject, like the astral remains of any ordinary man, to gradual dissolution in the Kama Loka, the limbus or purgatory of the Roman Catholic, and the Summerland of the spiritualist. It cannot die a second death, as such disintegration is called by Proclus. 659 It has become too holy and pure, no longer by reflected but its own natural light and spirituality, either to sleep in the unconscious slumber of a lower nirvanic state, or to be dissolved like any ordinary astral shell and disappear in its entirety. But in that condition known as the Nirvana-Moksha, the Nirvani, with remains, he can still help humanity. Let me suffer and bear the sins of all, be reincarnated unto new misery, but let the world be saved. Was said by Gautama Buddha, an exclamation the real meaning of which is little understood now by his followers. If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? 660 asks the astral Jesus of Peter. Till I come means, till I am reincarnated again, in a physical body. Yet the Christ of the old crucified body could truly say, I am with my Father and one with him, which did not prevent the astral from taking a form again nor John from tarrying indeed till his master had come, nor hindered John from failing to recognize him when he did come, or from then opposing him. But in the church that remark generated the absurd idea of the millennium or chiliasm, in its physical sense. Since then the man of sorrows has returned perchance, more than once, unknown to, and undiscovered by, his blind followers. Since then also, this grand Son of God has been incessantly and most cruelly crucified daily and hourly by the churches founded in his name. But the apostles, only half initiated, failed to tarry for their master, and not recognizing him, spurned him every time he returned. 661. Section XLII. The Seven Principles. The mystery of Buddha is that of several other adepts, perhaps of many. The whole trouble is to understand correctly that other mystery, that of the real fact, so abstruse and transcendental at first sight, about the seven principles in man, the reflections in man of the seven powers in nature, physically, and of the seven hierarchies of being, intellectually and spiritually. Whether a man, material, ethereal, and spiritual, is for the clearer comprehension of his, broadly speaking, triple nature, divided into groups according to one or another system, the foundation and the apex of that division will be always the same. There being only three upatis, bases, in man, any number of kosas, sheaths, and their aspects may be built on these without destroying the harmony of the whole. Thus, while the esoteric system accepts the septenary division, the Vedantic classification gives 5 kosas, and the Tarka Raja Yoga simplifies them into 4, the 3 upatis synthesized by the highest principle, Atma. That which has just been stated will, of course, suggest the question, how can a spiritual, or semi-spiritual, personality lead a triple or even a dual life, shifting respective, higher selves ad libitum, and be still the one eternal monad in the infinity of a manvantara? The answer to this is easy for the true occultist, while for the uninitiated profane it must appear absurd. The 7 principles are, of course, the manifestation of one indivisible spirit, but only at the end of the manvantara, and when they come to be reunited on the plane of the one reality does the unity appear. During the pilgrim's journey the reflections of that indivisible one flame, the aspects of the one eternal spirit, have each the power of action on one of the manifested planes of existence, the gradual differentiations from the one unmanifested plane, on that plane namely to which it properly belongs. Our earth affording every myopic condition, it follows that the purified egotistical principle, the astral and personal self of an adept, though forming in reality one integral whole with its highest self, Atma and Buddhi, may, nevertheless, for purposes of universal mercy and benevolence, so separate itself from its divine monad as to lead on this plane of illusion in temporary being a distinct independent conscious life of its own under a borrowed elusive shape, thus serving at one and the same time a double purpose, the exhaustion of its own individual karma, and the saving of millions of human beings less favored than itself from the effects of mental blindness. If asked, when the change described as the passage of a Buddha or a Jivan-mukta into nirvana takes place, where does the original consciousness which animated the body continue to reside, in the nirvani or in the subsequent reincarnations of the latter's remains, the Nirvana-Moksha? The answer is that imprisoned consciousness may be a certain knowledge from observation and experience, as Gibbon puts it, but disembodied consciousness is not an effect, but a cause. It is a part of the whole, or rather a ray on the graduated scale of its manifested activity, of the one all-pervading, limitless flame, the reflections of which alone can differentiate. And, as such, consciousness is ubiquitous, and can be neither localized nor centered on or in any particular subject, nor can it be limited. Its effects alone pertain to the region of matter, for thought is an energy that affects matter in various ways, but consciousness per se, as understood and explained by occult philosophy, is the highest quality of the sentient spiritual principle in us, the divine soul, or buddhi, and our higher ego, and does not belong to the plane of materiality. After the death of the physical man, if he be an initiate, it becomes transformed from a human quality into the independent principle itself. The conscious ego becoming consciousness per se without any ego, in the sense that the latter can no longer be limited or conditioned by the senses, or even by space or time. Therefore it is capable, without separating itself from or abandoning its possessor, buddhi, of reflecting itself at the same time in its astral man that was, without being under any necessity for localizing itself. This is shown at a far lower stage in our dreams. For if consciousness can display activity during our visions, and while the body and its material brain are fast asleep, and if even during those visions it is all but ubiquitous, how much greater must be its power when entirely free from, and having no more connection with, our physical brain. Section XLI. The Mystery of Buddha. Now the mystery of Buddha lies in this: Gautama, an incarnation of pure wisdom, had yet to learn in his human body and to be initiated into the world's secrets like any other mortal. Until the day when he emerged from his secret recess in the Himalayas and preached for the first time in the grove of Benares. The same with Jesus, from the age of 12 to 30 years, when he is found preaching the Sermon on the Mount, nothing is positively said or known of him. Gautama had sworn inviolable secrecy as to the esoteric doctrines imparted to him. In his immense pity for the ignorance, and as its consequence the sufferings, of mankind, desirous though he was to keep inviolate his sacred vows, he failed to keep within the prescribed limits. While constructing his esoteric philosophy, the I Doctrine, on the foundations of eternal truth, he failed to conceal certain dogmas, and trespassing beyond the lawful lines, caused those dogmas to be misunderstood. In his anxiety to make away with the false gods, he revealed in the 7 Paths to Nirvana some of the mysteries of the 7 lights of the Arupa, formless, world. A little of the truth is often worse than no truth at all. Truth and fiction are like oil and water, they will never mix. His new doctrine, which represented the outward dead body of the esoteric teaching without its vivifying soul, had disastrous effects. It was never correctly understood, and the doctrine itself was rejected by the Southern Buddhists. Immense philanthropy, a boundless love and charity for all creatures, were at the bottom of his unintentional mistake, but karma little heeds intentions, whether good or bad, if they remain fruitless. If the good law, as preached, resulted in the most sublime code of ethics and the unparalleled philosophy of things external in the visible cosmos, it biased and misguided immature minds into believing there was nothing more under the outward mantle of the system, and its dead letter only was accepted. Moreover, the new teaching unsettled many great minds which had previously followed the orthodox Brahmanical lead. Thus, 50-odd years after his death, the great teacher, 662 having refused full Dharmakaya and Nirvana, was pleased, for purposes of karma and philanthropy, to be reborn. For him death had been no death, but as expressed in the Elixir of Life, 663 he changed. A sudden plunge into darkness to a transition into a brighter light. The shock of death was broken, and like many other adepts, he threw off the mortal coil and left it to be burnt, and its ashes to serve as relics, and began interplanetary life, clothed in his subtle body. He was reborn as Shankara, the greatest Vedantic teacher of India, whose philosophy, based as it is entirely on the fundamental axioms of the eternal revelation, the Shruti, or the primitive wisdom religion, as Buddha from a different point of view had before based his, finds itself in the middle ground between the two exuberantly veiled metaphysics of the orthodox Brahmins and those of Gautama, which Stripped in their exoteric garb of every soul-vivifying hope, transcendental aspiration and symbol, appear in their cold wisdom like crystalline icicles, the skeletons of the primeval truths of esoteric philosophy. Was Shankaracharya Gautama the Buddha, then, under a new personal form? It may perhaps only puzzle the reader the more if he be told that there was the astral Gautama inside the outward Shankara, whose higher principle, or Atman, was, nevertheless, his own divine prototype, the Son of Light, indeed, the heavenly, mind-born Son of Aditi. This fact is again based on that mysterious transference of the divine expersonality merged in the impersonal individuality, now in its full Trinitarian form of the monad as Atmabuddhimanas, to a new body, whether visible or subjective. In the first case it is a Manushya Buddha, in the second it is a Nirmanakya. The Buddha is in Nirvana, it is said, though this once mortal vehicle, the subtle body, of Gautama is still present among the initiates. Nor will it leave the realm of conscious being so long as suffering mankind needs its divine help, not to the end of this root race, at any rate. From time to time he, the astral Gautama, associates himself, in some most mysterious, to us quite incomprehensible, manner, with avatars and great saints, and works through them. And several such are named. Thus it is averred that Gautama Buddha was reincarnated in Shankaracharya, that, as is said in esoteric Buddhism, Shankaracharya simply was Buddha in all respects in a new body. 664. While the expression in its mystic sense is true, the way of putting it may be misleading until explained. Shankara was a Buddha, most assuredly, but he never was a reincarnation of the Buddha, though Gautama's astral ego, or rather his bodhisattva, may have been associated in some mysterious way with Shankaracharya. Yes, it was perhaps the ego, Gautama, under a new and better adapted casket, that of a Brahmin of southern India. But the Atman, the higher self that overshadowed both, was distinct from the higher self of the translated Buddha, which was now in its own sphere in cosmos. Shankara was an avatara in the full sense of the term. According to Sayanacharya, the great commentator on the Vedas, he is to be held as an avatara, or direct incarnation of Shiva, the Logos, the seventh principle in nature, himself. In the Secret Doctrine Sri Shankaracharya is regarded as the abode, for the 32 years of his mortal life, of a flame, the highest of the manifested spiritual beings, one of the primordial seven rays. And now what is meant by a bodhisattva? Buddhists of the Mahayana mystic system teach that each Buddha manifests himself, hypostatically or otherwise, simultaneously in three worlds of being, namely, in the world of kama, concupiscence or desire, the sensuous universe or our earth, in the shape of a man. In the world of rupa, form, yet supersensuous, as a bodhisattva, and in the highest spiritual world, that of purely incorporeal existences, as a Dhyani Buddha. The latter prevails eternally in space and time, i.e., from one Mahakalpa to the other, the synthetic culmination of the three being Adi Buddha 665 the wisdom principle, which is absolute, and therefore out of space and time. Their interrelation is the following: the Dhyani Buddha, when the world needs a human Buddha, creates, through the power of dhyana, meditation, omnipotent devotion. A mind-born son, a bodhisattva, whose mission it is after the physical death of his human, or Manushya Buddha, to continue his work on earth till the appearance of the subsequent Buddha. The esoteric meaning of this teaching is clear. In the case of a simple mortal, the principles in him are only the more or less bright reflections of the seven cosmic, and the seven celestial principles, the hierarchy of supersensual beings. In the case of a Buddha, they are almost the principles in esse themselves. The bodhisattva replaces in him the Karana Sharira, the ego principle, and the rest correspondingly. And it is in this way that esoteric philosophy explains the meaning of the sentence that, by virtue of dhyana, or abstract meditation, the Dhyani Buddha, the Buddha's spirit or monad, creates a bodhisattva. Or the astrally clothed ego within the Manushya Buddha. Thus, while the Buddha merges back into nirvana whence it proceeded, the bodhisattva remains behind to continue the Buddha's work upon earth. It is then this bodhisattva that may have afforded the lower principles in the apparitional body of Shankaracharya, the Avatara. Now to say that Buddha, after having reached Nirvana, returned thence to reincarnate in a new body, would be uttering a heresy from the Brahmanical, as well as from the Buddhistic standpoint. Even in the Mahayana exoteric school in the teaching as to the three Buddhic bodies 666 it is said of the Dharmakaya, the ideal formless being, that once it is taken, the Buddha in it abandons the world of sensuous perceptions forever, and has not. Nor can he have any more connection with it. To say, as the esoteric or mystic school teaches, that though Buddha is in nirvana he has left behind him the Nirmanakaya, the Bodhisattva, to work after him, is quite orthodox and in accordance with both the esoteric Mahayana and the Prasanga Madhyamaka schools, the latter an anti-esoteric and most rationalistic system. For in the Kala Chakra commentary it is shown that there is, 1. Adi Buddha, eternal and conditionless, then, 2. Come Sambhogakaya Buddhas, or Dhyani Buddhas, existing from, Eonic, eternity and never disappearing, the causal Buddhas so to say. And, 3. The Manushya Bodhisattvas. The relation between them is determined by the definition given. Adi Buddha is Vajradhara, and the Dhyani Buddhas are Vajrasattva. Yet though these two are different beings on their respective planes, they are identical in fact, one acting through the other, as a Dhyani through a human Buddha. One is endless intelligence, the other only supreme intelligence. It is said of Phra Bodhisattva, who was subsequently on earth Buddha Gautama. Having fulfilled all the conditions for the immediate attainment of perfect Buddhaship, the Holy One preferred, from unlimited charity towards living beings, once more to reincarnate for the benefit of man. The nirvana of the Buddhists is only the threshold of parinirvana, according to the esoteric teaching, while with the Brahmins, it is the summum bonum, that final state from which there is no more return, not till the next Mahakalpa, at all events. And even this last view will be opposed by some too orthodox and dogmatic philosophers who will not accept the esoteric doctrine. With them nirvana is absolute nothingness, in which there is nothing and no one, only an unconditioned all. To understand the full characteristics of that abstract principle one must sense it intuition ally and comprehend fully the one permanent condition in the universe, which the Hindus define so truly as the state of perfect unconsciousness, bare Chidakasham, field of consciousness, in fact. However paradoxical it may seem to the profane reader. 667. Shankaracharya was reputed to be an avatara, an assertion the writer implicitly believes in, but which other people are, of course, at liberty to reject. And as such he took the body of a southern Indian, newly born Brahmin baby. That body, for reasons as important as they are mysterious to us, is said to have been animated by Gautama's astral personal remains. This divine non-ego chose as its own yupati, physical basis, the ethereal, human ego of a great sage in this world of forms, as the fittest vehicle for spirit to descend into. Said Shankaracharya. Parabrahman is Karta, Purusha, as there is no other Adhishtatha 668 and Parabrahman is Prakriti, there being no other substance. 669. Now what is true of the macrocosmical is also true of the microcosmical plane. It is therefore nearer the truth to say, when once we accept such a possibility, that the astral, Gautama, or the Nirmanakaya, was the yupati of Shankaracharya's spirit, rather than that the latter was a reincarnation of the former. When a Shankaracharya has to be born, naturally every one of the principles in the manifested mortal man must be the purest and finest that exist on earth. Consequently those principles that were once attached to Gautama, who was the direct great predecessor of Shankara, were naturally attracted to him, the economy of nature forbidding the re-evolution of similar principles from the crude state. But it must be remembered that the higher ethereal principles are not, like the lower more material ones, visible sometimes to man, as astral bodies, and they have to be regarded in the light of separate or independent powers or gods, rather than as material objects. Hence the right way of representing the truth would be to say that the various principles, the Bodhisattva, of Gautama Buddha, which did not go to nirvana, reunited to form the middle principles of Shankaracharya, the earthly entity. 670. It is absolutely necessary to study the doctrine of the Buddhas esoterically and understand the subtle differences between the various planes of existence to be able to comprehend correctly the above. Put more clearly, Gautama, the human Buddha, who had, exoterically, Amitabha for his Bodhisattva and Avalokiteshvara for his Dhyani Buddha, the triad emanating directly from Adi Buddha, assimilated these by his dhyana meditation, and thus become a Buddha, enlightened. In another manner this is the case with all men. Every one of us has his Bodhisattva, the middle principle, if we hold for a moment to the Trinitarian division of the septenary group, and his Dhyani Buddha, or Chohan, the father of the sun. Our connecting link with the higher hierarchy of celestial beings lies here in a nutshell, only we are too sinful to assimilate them. 6 centuries after the translation of the human Buddha, Gautama, another reformer, as noble and as loving, though less favored by opportunity, arose in another part of the world, among another and a less spiritual race. There is a great similarity between the subsequent opinions of the world about the two saviors, the Eastern and the Western. While millions became converted to the doctrines of the two masters, the enemies of both, sectarian opponents, the most dangerous of all, tore both to shreds by insinuating maliciously distorted statements based on occult truths. And therefore doubly dangerous. While of Buddha it is said by the Brahmins that he was truly an avatara of Vishnu, but that he had come to tempt the Brahmins from their faith, and was therefore the evil aspect of the god. Of Jesus the Bardasanian Gnostics and others asserted that he was Nebu, the false Messiah, the destroyer of the old Orthodox religion. He is the founder of a new sect of Nazars, said other sectarians. In Hebrew the word Naba means to speak by inspiration, and is Nebo, the god of wisdom. But Nebo is also Mercury, who is Buddha in the Hindu monogram of planets. And this is shown by the fact that the Talmudists hold that Jesus was inspired by the genius, or regent, of Mercury confounded by Sir William Jones with Gautama Buddha. There are many other strange points of similarity between Gautama and Jesus, which cannot be noticed here. 671. If both the initiates, aware of the danger of furnishing the uncultured masses with the powers acquired by ultimate knowledge, left the innermost corner of the sanctuary in profound darkness, who, acquainted with human nature, can blame either of them for this? Yet although Gautama, actuated by prudence, left the esoteric and most dangerous portions of the secret knowledge untold, and lived to the ripe old age of 80, the esoteric doctrine says 100 years. Dying with the certainty of having taught its essential truths, and of having sown the seeds for the conversion of 1/3 of the world, he yet perhaps revealed more than was strictly good for posterity. But Jesus, who had promised his disciples the knowledge which confers upon man the power of producing miracles far greater than he had ever produced himself, died, leaving but a few faithful disciples, men only halfway to knowledge. They had therefore to struggle with a world to which they could impart only what they but half knew themselves, and no more. In later ages the exoteric followers of both mangled the truths given out, often out of recognition. With regard to the adherents of the Western Master, the proof of this lies in the very fact that none of them can now produce the promised miracles. They have to choose, either it is they who have blundered, or it is their master who must stand arraigned for an empty promise, an uncalled for boast. 672 Why such a difference in the destiny of the two? For the occultist this enigma of the unequal favor of karma or providence is unriddled by the secret doctrine. It is not lawful to speak of such things publicly, as St. Paul tells us. One more explanation only may be given in reference to this subject. It was said a few pages back that an adept who thus sacrifices himself to live, giving up full nirvana, though he can never lose the knowledge acquired by him in previous existences, yet can never rise higher in such borrowed bodies. Why? Because he becomes simply the vehicle of a son of light from a still higher sphere, who being a rupa, has no personal astral body of his own fit for this world. Such sons of light, or Dhyani Buddhas, are the Dharmakayas of preceding Manvantaras, who have closed their cycles of incarnations in the ordinary sense and who, being thus karmaless, have long ago dropped their individual rupas, and have become identified with the first principle. Hence the necessity of a sacrificial Nirmanakya, ready to suffer for the misdeeds or mistakes of the new body in its earth pilgrimage, without any future reward on the plane of progression and rebirth. Since there are no rebirths for him in the ordinary sense. The higher self, or divine monad, is not in such a case attached to the lower ego, its connection is only temporary, and in most cases it acts through decrees of karma. This is a real, genuine sacrifice, the explanation of which pertains to the highest initiation of jnana, occult knowledge. It is closely linked, by a direct evolution of spirit and involution of matter, with the primeval and great sacrifice at the foundation of the manifested worlds, the gradual smothering in death of the spiritual in the material. The seed is not quickened except it die. 673 Hence in the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda 670 for the mother fount and source of all subsequent religions, it is stated allegorically that the thousand-headed Purusha was slaughtered at the foundation of the world. That from his remains the universe might arise. This is nothing more nor less than the foundation, the seed, truly, of the later many-formed symbol in various religions, including Christianity, of the sacrificial lamb. For it is a play upon the words. Aya, Purusha, the unborn, or eternal spirit, means also lamb, in Sanskrit. Spirit disappears, dies, metaphorically, the more it gets involved in matter, and hence the sacrifice of the unborn, or the lamb. Why the Buddha chose to make this sacrifice will be plain only to those who, to the minute knowledge of his earthly life, add that of a thorough comprehension of the laws of karma. Such occurrences, however, belong to the most exceptional cases. As tradition goes, the Brahmins had committed a heavy sin by persecuting Gautama Buddha and his teachings instead of blending and reconciling them with the tenets of pure Vedic Brahmanism, as was done later by Shankaracharya. Gautama had never gone against the Vedas, only against the exoteric growth of preconceived interpretations. The Shruti, divine oral revelation, the outcome of which was the Veda, is eternal. It reached the ear of Gautama Siddhartha as it had those of the rishis who had written it down. He accepted the revelation, while rejecting the later overgrowth of Brahmanical thought and fancy, and built his doctrines on one and the same basis of imperishable truth. As in the case of his Western successor, Gautama, the merciful, the pure, and the just, was the first found in the Eastern hierarchy of historical adepts, if not in the world annals of divine mortals. Who was moved by that generous feeling which locks the whole of mankind within one embrace, with no petty differences of race, birth, or caste. It was he who first enunciated that grand and noble principle, and he again who first put it into practice. For the sake of the poor and the reviled, the outcast and the hapless, invited by him to the king's festival table, he had excluded those who had hitherto sat alone in haughty seclusion and selfishness. Believing that they would be defiled by the very shadow of the disinherited ones of the land, and these non-spiritual Brahmins turned against him for that preference. Since then such as these have never forgiven the prince beggar, the son of a king, who, forgetting his rank and station, had flung widely open the doors of the forbidden sanctuary to the pariah and the man of low estate. Thus giving precedence to personal merit over hereditary rank or fortune. The sin was theirs, the cause nevertheless himself, hence the merciful and the blessed one, could not go out entirely from this world of illusion and created causes without atoning for the sin of all, therefore of these Brahmins also. If man afflicted by man found safe refuge with the Tathagata, man afflicting man had also his share in his self-sacrificing, all-embracing and forgiving love. It is stated that he desired to atone for the sin of his enemies. Then only was he willing to become a full Dharmakaya, a Jivanmukta, without remains. The close of Shankaracharya's life brings us face to face with a fresh mystery. Shankaracharya retires to a cave in the Himalayas, permitting none of his disciples to follow him, and disappears therein forever from the sight of the profane. Is he dead? Tradition and popular belief answer in the negative, and some of the local gurus, if they do not emphatically corroborate, do not deny the rumor. The truth with its mysterious details as given in the Secret Doctrine is known but to them. It can be given out fully only to the direct followers of the great Dravidian guru, and it is for them alone to reveal of it as much as they think fit. Still it is maintained that this adept of adepts lives to this day in his spiritual entity as a mysterious, unseen, yet overpowering presence among the brotherhood of Shambhala, beyond, far beyond, the snowy-capped Himalayas. Section XLIV. Reincarnations of Buddha. Every section in the chapter on Dzin Shegpa 675, Tathagata, in the commentaries represents 1 year of that great philosopher's life, in its dual aspect of public and private teacher. The two being contrasted and commented upon. It shows the sage reaching Buddhahood through a long course of study, meditation, and initiations, as any other adept would have to do, not one rung of the ladder up to the arduous path of perfection being missed. The Bodhisattva became a Buddha and a Nirvani through personal effort and merit, after having had to undergo all the hardships of every other neophyte, not by virtue of a divine birth, as thought by some. It was only the reaching of nirvana while still living in the body and on this earth that was due to his having been in previous births high on the path of Zion, knowledge, wisdom. Mental or intellectual gifts and abstract knowledge follow an initiate in his new birth, but he has to acquire phenomenal powers anew, passing through all the successive stages. He has to acquire Rinchen Nadan, the 7 precious gifts, 676 one after the other. During the period of meditation no worldly phenomena on the physical plane must be allowed to enter into his mind or cross his thoughts. Jina Hagthong, Sanskrit, Vipassana, religious abstract meditation, will develop in him most wonderful faculties independently of himself. The 4 degrees of contemplation, or Samtan, Sanskrit, dhyana, once acquired, everything becomes easy. For, once that man has entirely got rid of the idea of individuality, merging his self in the universal self, becoming, so to say, the bar of steel to which the properties inherent in the lodestone, Adi Buddha, or anima mundi, are imparted. Powers hitherto dormant in him are awakened, mysteries in invisible nature are unveiled, and becoming a Thonglampa, a seer, he becomes a Dhyani Buddha. Every zung, dharni, a mystic word or mantra, of the Lokottara, the highest world of causes, will be known to him. Thus, after his outward death, 20 years later, Tathagata in his immense love and pitiful mercy for erring and ignorant humanity, refused Parinirvana 677 in order that he might continue to help men. Says a commentary. Having reached the path of deliverance, Dar Lam, from transmigration, one cannot perform Tulpa 678 any longer, for to become a Parinirvani is to close the circle of the septenary Kusum. 679 he has merged his borrowed Dorjasempa, Vajrasattva, into the universal and become one with it. Vajradhara, also Vajrasattva, Tibetan, Dorjachang and Dorjedzin, or Dorjosampa, is the regent or president of all the Dayan Chohans or Dhyani Buddhas, the highest, the supreme Buddha, personal, yet never manifested objectively. The supreme conqueror, the Lord of all mysteries, the one without beginning or end, in short, the logos of Buddhism. For, as Vajrasattva, he is simply the Tsovo, chief, of the Dhyani Buddhas or Dayan Chohans, and the supreme intelligence in the second world, while as Vajradhara, Dorjachang, he is all that which was enumerated above. These two are one, and yet two, and over them is Chang, the supreme unmanifested and universal wisdom that has no name. As two in one he, they, is the power that subdued and conquered evil from the beginning, allowing it to reign only over willing subjects on earth, and having no power over those who despise and hate it. Esoterically the allegory is easily understood, exoterically Vajradhara, Vajrasattva, is the God to whom all the evil spirits swore that they would not impede the propagation of the good law, Buddhism, and before whom all the demons tremble. Therefore, we say this dual personage has the same role assigned to it in canonical and dogmatic Tibetan Buddhism as have Jehovah and the Archangel Michael, the Metatron of the Jewish Kabbalists. This is easily shown. Michael is the angel of the face of God, or he who represents his master. My face shall go with thee, in English, presence, before the Israelites, says God to Moses, Exodus 33. 14. The angel of my presence, Hebrew, of my face, Isaiah 63. 9, etc. The Roman Catholics identify Christ with Michael, who is also his furor, or face, mystically. This is precisely the position of Vajradhara, or Vajrasattva, in northern Buddhism. For the latter, in his higher self as Vajradhara, Dorjichang, is never manifested, except to the 7 Dayan Chohans, the primeval builders. Esoterically, it is the spirit of the 7, collectively, their 7th principle, or Atman. Exoterically, any amount of fables may be found in Kala Chakra, the most important work in the Gyut, or Gyu, division of the Kanjur, the division of mystic knowledge, Gyu. Dorjichang, wisdom, Vajradhara, is said to live in the second Arupa world, which connects him with Metatron, in the first world of pure spirits, the Bryadic world of the Kabbalists, who call this angel El Shaddai, the omnipotent and mighty one. Metatron is in Greek Gamma Gamma Epsilon Lambda Omicron, messenger, or the great teacher. Michael fights Satan, the dragon, and conquers him and his angels. Vajrasattva, who is one with Vajrapani, the subduer of the evil spirits, conquers Rahu, the great dragon who is always trying to devour the sun and moon, eclipses. War in heaven, in the Christian legend, is based upon the bad angels having discovered the secrets, magical wisdom, of the good ones, Enoch, and the mystery of the tree of life. Let anyone read simply the exoteric accounts in the Hindu and Buddhist pantheons, the latter version being taken from the former, and he will find both resting on the same primeval, archaic allegory from the Secret Doctrine. In the exoteric texts, Hindu and Buddhist, the gods churn the ocean to extract from it the water of life, Amrita, or the elixir of knowledge. In both the dragon steals some of this, and is exiled from heaven by Vishnu, or Vajradhara, or the chief god, whatever may be his name. We find the same in the Book of Enoch, and it is poetized in St. John's Revelation. And now the allegory, with all its fanciful ornamentations, has become a dogma. As will be found mentioned later, the Tibetan lamaseries contain many secret and semi-secret volumes, detailing the lives of great sages. Many of the statements in them are purposely confused, and in others the reader becomes bewildered, unless a clue be given him, by the use of one name to cover many individuals who follow the same line of teaching. Thus there is a succession of living Buddhas, and the name Buddha is given to teacher after teacher. Schlagentweit writes, to each human Buddha belongs a Dhyani Buddha, and a Dhyani Bodhisattva, and the unlimited number of the former also involves an equally unlimited number of the latter. 680. But if this be so, and the exoteric and semi-exoteric use of the name justify the statement, the reader must depend on his own intuition to distinguish between the Dhyani Buddhas and the human Buddhas. And must not apply to the great Buddha of the fifth race all that is ascribed to the Buddha in books where, as said, blinds are constantly introduced. In one of these books some strange and obscure statements are made which the writer gives, as before, entirely on her own responsibility, since a few may sense a meaning hidden under words misleading in their surface meaning. 681 It is stated that at the age of 33, Shankaracharya, tired of his mortal body, put it off in the cave he had entered, and that the Bodhisattva, that served as his lower personality, was freed, with the burden of a sin upon him which he had not committed. At the same time it is added, at whatever age one puts off his outward body by free will, at that age will he be made to die a violent death against his will in his next rebirth. Now, karma could have no hold on Mahashankara, as Shankara is called in the secret work, as he had, as Avatara, no ego of his own, but a bodhisattva, a willing sacrificial victim. Neither had the latter any responsibility for the deed, whether sinful or otherwise. Therefore we do not see the point, since karma cannot act unjustly. There is some terrible mystery involved in all this story, one that no uninitiated intellect can ever unravel. Still, there it is, suggesting the natural query, who, then, was punished by karma, and leaving it to be answered. A few centuries later Buddha tried one more incarnation, it is said, and again, 50 years subsequent to the death of this adept, in one whose name is given as Tianyi-sang. 682 No details, no further information or explanation is given. It is simply stated that the last Buddha had to work out the remains of his karma, which none of the gods themselves can escape, forced as he was to bury still deeper certain mysteries half revealed by him, hence misinterpreted. The words used would stand when translated, 683. Born 52 years too early as Shramana Gautama, the son of King Zastang, then retiring 57 years too soon as Maha Shankara, who got tired of his outward form. This willful act aroused and attracted King Karma, who killed the new form of at 33, 684 the age of the body that was put off. At whatever age one puts off his outward body by free will, at that age will he be made to die in his next incarnation against his will. Commentary. He died in his next body, at 32 and a little over, and again in his next at 80, a Maya, and at 100, in reality. The Bodhisattva chose Tianyi Sang 685. Then again the Sagata became Tsong-Kha-pa, who became thus Dzin-Shegpa, Tathagata, one who follows in the way and manner of his predecessors. The Blessed One could do good to his generation as but none to posterity, and so as Tianyi Tsog he became incarnated only for the remains of his precedent karma, as we understand it. The 7 ways and the 4 truths were once more hidden out of sight. The Merciful One confined since then his attention and fatherly care to the heart of Bodhio, the nursery grounds of the seeds of truth. The blessed remains since then have overshadowed and rested in many a holy body of human bodhisattvas. No further information is given, least of all are there any details or explanations to be found in the secret volume. All is darkness and mystery in it, for it is evidently written but for those who are already instructed. Several flaming red asterisks are placed instead of names, and the few facts given are abruptly broken off. The key of the riddle is left to the intuition of the disciple, unless the direct followers of Gautama the Buddha, those who are to be denied by his church for the next cycle, and of Shankaracharya, are pleased to add more. The final section gives a kind of summary of the 70 sections, covering 73 years of Buddha's life 686, from which the last paragraph is summarized as follows. Emerging from the most excellent seat of the 3 secrets, sang some. The Master of Incomparable Mercy, after having performed on all the anchorites the rite of, and each of these having been cut off, 687 perceived through the power of Hlun Chub 688 what was his next duty. The most illustrious meditated and asked himself whether this would help the future generations. What they needed was the sight of Maya in a body of illusion. Which? The great conqueror of pains and sorrows arose and proceeded back to his birthplace. Their Sugata was welcomed by the few, for they did not know Shramana Gautama. Sakya, the mighty, is in Nirvana. He has given the science to the Shuddhas, Shudra, said they of Dams Yul, the country of Brahmins, India. It was for that, born of pity, that the all-glorious one had to retire to, and then appear, karmically, as Maha Shankara. And out of pity as again as Tsong-Kha-pa. For, he who chooses in humiliation must go down, and he who loves not allows karma to raise him. 689. This passage is confessedly obscure and written for the few. It is not lawful to say any more, for the time has not yet come when nations are prepared to hear the whole truth. The old religions are full of mysteries, and to demonstrate some of them would surely lead to an explosion of hatred, followed, perhaps, by bloodshed and worse. It will be sufficient to know that while Gautama Buddha is merged in Nirvana ever since his death, Gautama Shakyamuni may have had to reincarnate, this dual inner personality being one of the greatest mysteries of esoteric psychism. The seat of the 3 secrets refers to a place inhabited by high initiates and their disciples. The secrets are the 3 mystic powers known as Gopa, Yesodhara, and Uptala Varna, that Somo de Koros mistook for Buddha's 3 wives, as other Orientalists have mistaken Shakti, yoga power, personified by a female deity for his wife. Or the Drupadi, also a spiritual power, for the wife in common of the 5 brothers Pandava. Section XLV. An unpublished discourse of Buddha. It is found in the 2nd book of commentaries and is addressed to the Arhats. Said the All-Merciful, Blessed are ye, O Bhikshus, happy are ye who have understood the mystery of being and non-being explained in Bhapa, Dharma, Doctrine, and have given preference to the latter, for ye are verily my arhats. The elephant, who sees his form mirrored in the lake, looks at it, and then goes away, taking it for the real body of another elephant, is wiser than the man who beholds his face in the stream, and, looking at it, says, Here am I. I am I, for the I, his self, is not in the world of the 12 nidanas and mutability, but in that of non-being, the only world beyond the snares of Maya. That alone, which has neither cause nor author, which is self-existing, eternal, far beyond the reach of mutability, is the true I, ego, the self of the universe. The universe of Nam-Ka says, I am the world of Sin-chan. 690 The four illusions laugh and reply, verily so. But the truly wise man knows that neither man, or the universe that he passes through like a flitting shadow, is any more a real universe than the dewdrop that reflects a spark of the morning sun is that sun. There are three things, bhikshus, that are everlastingly the same, upon which no vicissitude, no modification can ever act. These are the law, nirvana, and space 691, and those three are one, since the first two are within the last. And that last one a Maya, so long as man keeps within the whirlpool of sensuous existences. One need not have his mortal body die to avoid the clutches of concupiscence and other passions. The arhat who observes the 7 hidden precepts of Bapa may become Dangma, and La. 692 he may hear the holy voice of Kwan-yin 693 and find himself within the quiet precincts of his Sangharama 694 transferred into Amitabha Buddha. 695 becoming one with Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi 696 he may pass through all the 6 worlds of being, Rupaloka, and get into the first 3 worlds of Arupa. 697. He who listens to my secret law, preached to my select arhats, will arrive with its help at the knowledge of self, and thence at perfection. It is due to entirely erroneous conceptions of Eastern thought and to ignorance of the existence of an esoteric key to the outward Buddhist phrases that Burnouf and other great scholars have inferred from such propositions, held also by the Vedantins, as, my body is not body, and, myself is no self of mine. That Eastern psychology was all based upon non-permanency. Cousin, for instance, lecturing upon the subject, brings the 2 following propositions to prove, on Burnouf's authority, that, unlike Brahmanism, Buddhism rejects the perpetuity of the thinking principle. These are 1. Thought or spirit 698, for the faculty is not distinguished from the subject, appears only with sensation and does not survive it. 2. The spirit cannot itself lay hold of itself, and in directing attention to itself it draws from it only the conviction of its powerlessness to see itself otherwise than as successive and transitory. This all refers to spirit embodied, not to the freed spiritual self on whom Maya has no more hold. Spirit is no body, therefore have the Orientalists made of it nobody and nothing. Hence they proclaim Buddhists to be nihilists, and Vedantins to be the followers of a creed in which the impersonal God turns out on examination to be a myth. Their goal is described as the complete extinction of all spiritual, mental, and bodily powers by absorption into the impersonal. 699. Section XLVI. Nirvana-Moksha. The few sentences given in the text from one of Gautama Buddha's secret teachings show how uncalled for is the epithet of materialist, when applied to one whom 2/3 of those who are looked upon as great adepts and occultists in Asia recognize as their master. Whether under the name of Buddha or that of Shankaracharya. The reader will remember the just quoted words are what Buddha Sanghiyas, or Fo, is alleged by the Tibetan occultists to have taught. There are 3 eternal things in the universe, the law, nirvana, and space. The Buddhists of the Southern Church claim, on the other hand, that Buddha held only 2 things as eternal, Akasha and Nirvana. But Akasha being the same as Aditi 700 and both being translated space, there is no discrepancy so far, since Nirvana as well as Moksha is a state. Then in both cases the great Kapilavastu sage unifies the 2, as well as the 3, into one eternal element, and ends by saying that even that one is a Maya to one who is not a Dangma, a perfectly purified soul. The whole question hangs upon materialistic misconceptions and ignorance of occult metaphysics. To the man of science who regards space as simply a mental representation, a conception of something existing pro forma, and having no real being outside our mind, space per se is verily an illusion. He may fill the boundless interstellar space with an imaginary ether, nevertheless space for him is an abstraction. Most of the metaphysicians of Europe are so wide of the mark, from the purely occult standpoint, of a correct comprehension of space, as are the materialists, though the erroneous conceptions of both of course differ widely. If, bearing in mind the philosophical views of the ancients upon this question, we compare them with what is now termed exact physical science, it will be found that the two disagree only in inferences and names. And that their postulates are the same when reduced to their most simple expression. From the beginning of the human eons, from the very dawn of occult wisdom, the regions that the men of science fill with ether have been explored by the seers of every age. That which the world regards simply as cosmic space, an abstract representation, the Hindu rishi, the Chaldean magus, the Egyptian hierophant held, each and all, as the one eternal root of all, the playground of all the forces in nature. It is the fountainhead of all terrestrial life, and the abode of those, to us, invisible swarms of existences, of real beings, as of the shadows only thereof, conscious and unconscious, intelligent and senseless, that surround us on all sides. That interpenetrate the atoms of our cosmos, and see us not, as we do not either see or sense them through our physical organisms. For the occultist, space and universe are synonyms. In space there is not matter, force, nor spirit, but all that and much more. It is the one element, and that one the anima mundi, space, akasha, astral light, the root of life which, in its eternal, ceaseless motion, like the out and in-breathing of one boundless ocean, evolves but to reabsorb all that lives and feels and thinks and has its being in it. As said of the universe in Isis Unveiled, it is the combination of 1,000 elements and yet the expression of a single spirit, a chaos to the sense, a cosmos to the reason. Such were the views upon the subject of all the great ancient philosophers, from Manu down to Pythagoras, from Plato to Paul. When the dissolution, pralaya, had arrived at its term, the great being, Paraatma, or Parapurusha, the Lord existing through himself, out of whom and through whom all things were, and are, and will be, resolved to emanate from his own substance the various creatures. 701. The mystic decad, of Pythagoras, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is equal to 10, is a way of expressing this idea. The one is God, 702 the two, matter. The three, combining monad and duad and partaking of the nature of both, is the phenomenal world. The tetrad, or form of perfection, expresses the emptiness of all, and the decad, or sum of all, involves the entire cosmos. 703. Plato's God is the universal ideation, and Paul's saying, out of him, and through him, and in him, all things are, had surely a principle, never a Jehovah, in his profound mind. The key to the Pythagorean dogmas is the key to every great philosophy. It is the general formula of unity in multiplicity, the one evolving the many and pervading the all. It is the archaic doctrine of emanation in a few words. Speusippus and Xenocrates held, like their great master, Plato, that the anima mundi, or world soul, was not the deity, but a manifestation. Those philosophers never conceived of the one as an animate nature. The original one did not exist, as we understand the term. Not till it, had united with the many emanated existences, the monad and duad, was a being produced. The tau mu iota omicron nu, honored, the something manifested, dwells in the center as in the circumference, but it is only the reflection of the deity, the world soul. In this doctrine we find the spirit of esoteric Buddhism. 704. And it is that of esoteric Brahmanism and of the Vedantin Advaitis. The two modern philosophers, Schopenhauer and von Hartmann, teach the same ideas. The occultists say that the psychic and actinic forces, the ideomotor, and electrobiological powers, latent thought, and even unconscious cerebration theories can be condensed in two words, the Kabbalistic astral light. 705. Schopenhauer only synthesized all this by calling it will, and contradicted the men of science in their materialistic views, as von Hartmann did later on. The author of the Philosophy of the Unconscious calls their views an instinctual prejudice. Furthermore, he demonstrates that no experimenter can have anything to do with matter properly so termed, but only with the forces into which he divides it. The visible effects of matter are but the effects of force. He concludes thereby that that which is now called matter is nothing but the aggregation of atomic forces, to express which the word matter is used. Outside of that, for science, matter is but a word void of sense. 706. As much, it is to be feared, as those other terms with which we are now concerned, space, nirvana, and so on. The bold theories and opinions expressed in Schopenhauer's works differ widely from those of the majority of our orthodox scientists. 707, in reality, remarks this daring speculator, there is neither matter nor spirit. The tendency to gravitation in a stone is as unexplainable as thought in the human brain. If matter can, no one knows why, fall to the ground, then it can also, no one knows why, think. As soon, even in mechanics, as we trespass beyond the purely mathematical, as soon as we reach the inscrutable adhesion, gravitation. And so on, we are faced by phenomena which are to our senses as mysterious as the will and thought in man. We find ourselves facing the incomprehensible, for such is every force in nature. Where is, then, that matter which you all pretend to know so well, and from which, being so familiar with it, you draw all your conclusions and explanations, and attribute to it all things? That which can be fully realized by our reason and senses is but the superficial, they can never reach the true inner substance of things. Such was the opinion of Kant. If you consider that there is in a human head some sort of a spirit, then you are obliged to concede the same to a stone. If your dead and utterly passive matter can manifest a tendency toward gravitation or, like electricity, attract and repel and send out sparks, then as well as the brain it can also think. In short, every particle of the so-called spirit we can replace with an equivalent of matter, and every particle of matter replace with spirit. Thus, it is not the Christian division of all things into matter and spirit that can ever be found philosophically exact. But only if we divide them into will and manifestation, which form of division has naught to do with the former. For it spiritualizes everything, all that which is in the first instance real and objective, body and matter, it transforms into a representation, and every manifestation into will. 708. The matter of science may be for all objective purposes a dead and utterly passive matter. To the occultist not an atom of it can be dead, life is ever present in it. We send the reader who would know more about it to our article, Transmigration of Life Atoms, 709. What we are now concerned with is the doctrine of Nirvana. A system of atheism, it may be justly called, since it recognizes neither God nor gods, least of all a creator, as it entirely rejects creation. The facit ex nihilo is as incomprehensible to the occult metaphysical scientist as it is to the scientific materialist. It is at this point that all agreement stops between the two. But if such be the sin of the Buddhist and Brahmin occultist, then pantheists and atheists, and also theistical Jews, the Kabbalists, must also plead guilty to it, yet no one would ever think of calling the Hebrews of the Kabbalah atheists. Except the Talmudistic and Christian exoteric systems, there never was a religious philosophy, whether in the ancient or modern world, but rejected a priori the ex nihilo hypothesis, simply because matter was always co-eternalized with spirit. Nirvana, as well as the moksha of the Vedantins, is regarded by most of the Orientalists as a synonym of annihilation, yet no more glaring injustice could be done, and this capital error must be pointed out and disproved. On this most important tenet of the Brahmo-Buddhistic system, the alpha and the omega of being, or non-being, rests the whole edifice of occult metaphysics. Now the rectification of the great error concerning nirvana may be very easily accomplished with relation to the philosophically inclined, to those who, in the glass of things temporal, see the image of things spiritual. On the other hand, to that reader who could never soar beyond the details of tangible material form, our explanation will appear meaningless. He may comprehend and even accept the logical inferences from the reasons given, the true spirit will ever escape his intuitions. The word nihil having been misconceived from the first, it is continually used as a sledgehammer in the matter of esoteric philosophy. Nevertheless, it is the duty of the occultist to try and explain it. Nirvana and moksha, then, as said before, have their being in non-being, if such a paradox be permitted to illustrate the meaning the better. Nirvana, as some illustrious Orientalists have attempted to prove, does mean that blowing out 7/10 of all sentient existence. It is like the flame of a candle burnt out to its last atom, and then suddenly extinguished. Quite so. Nevertheless, as the old Arhat Nagasena affirmed before the king who taunted him, Nirvana is, and Nirvana is eternal. But the Orientalists deny this, and say it is not so. In their opinion, Nirvana is not a reabsorption in the universal force, not eternal bliss and rest, but it means literally the blowing out, the extinction, complete annihilation, and not absorption. The Lam-Rin quoted in support of their arguments by some Sanskritists, and which gives the different interpretations of nirvana by the Tirthika Brahmins, is no authority to one who goes to primeval sources for information, namely, to the Buddha who taught the doctrine. As well quote the Charvaka materialists in their support. If we bring as an argument the sacred Jaina books, wherein the dying Gautama Buddha is thus addressed, arise into nirvana, from this decrepit body into which thou hast been sent. Ascend into thy former abode, O blessed Avatara, and if we add that this seems to us the very opposite of nihilism, we may be told that so far it may only prove a contradiction, one more discrepancy in the Buddhist faith. If again we remind the reader that since Gautama is believed to appear occasionally, redescending from his former abode for the good of humanity and his faithful congregation, thus making it incontestable that Buddhism does not teach final annihilation, we shall be referred to authorities to whom such teaching is ascribed. And let us say at once, men are no authority for us in questions of conscience, nor ought they to be for anyone else. If anyone holds to Buddha's philosophy, let him do and say as Buddha did and said. If a man calls himself a Christian, let him follow the commandments of Christ, not the interpretations of his many dissenting priests and sects. In a Buddhist catechism the question is asked: are there any dogmas in Buddhism which we are required to accept on faith? A. No. We are earnestly enjoined to accept nothing whatever on faith, whether it be written in books, handed down from our ancestors, or taught by sages. Our Lord Buddha has said that we must not believe in a thing said merely because it is said, nor traditions because they have been handed down from antiquity, nor rumors, as such, nor writings by sages, because sages wrote them, nor fancies that we may suspect to have been inspired in us by a deva, that is, in presumed spiritual inspiration, nor from inferences drawn from some haphazard assumption we may have made, nor because of what seems an analogical necessity, nor on the mere authority of our teachers or masters. But we are to believe when the writing, doctrine, or saying is corroborated by our own reason and consciousness. For this, says he in concluding, I taught you not to believe merely because you have heard, but when you believed of your consciousness, then to act accordingly and abundantly. 711. That nirvana, or rather, that state in which we are in nirvana, is quite the reverse of annihilation is suggested to us by our reason and consciousness, and that is sufficient for us personally. At the same time, this fact being inadequate and very ill adapted for the general reader, something more efficient may be added, without resorting to sources unsympathetic to occultism. The Kabbalah furnishes us with the most luminous and clear proofs that the term nihil, in the minds of the ancient philosophers had a meaning quite different from that it has now received at the hands of materialists. It means certainly nothing, or no thing. F. Kircher, in his work on the Kabbalah and the Egyptian Mysteries 712 explains the term admirably. He tells his readers that in the Zohar the first of the Sephiroth 713 has a name the significance of which is, the infinite, but which was translated indifferently by the Kabbalists as ends, and non-ends, being, and non-being. A being, inasmuch as it is the root and source of all other beings, non-being because Ein Sof, the boundless and the causeless, the unconscious and the passive principle, resembles naught else in the universe. The author adds, this is the reason why Street Dennis did not hesitate to call it nihil. Nihil, therefore stands, even with some Christian theologians and thinkers, especially with the earlier ones who lived but a few removes from the profound philosophy of the initiated pagans, as a synonym for the impersonal, divine principle. The infinite all, which is no being or thing, the En or Ein Sof, the Parabrahman of the Vedanta. Now Street Dennis was a pupil of St. Paul, an initiate, and this fact makes everything clear. The nihil is in esse the absolute deity itself, the hidden power or omnipresence degraded by monotheism into an anthropomorphic being, with all the passions of a mortal on a grand scale. Union with that is not annihilation in the sense understood in Europe. 714 in the East. Annihilation in Nirvana refers but to matter, that of the visible as well as the invisible body, for the astral body, the personal double, is still matter, however sublimated. Buddha taught that the primitive substance is eternal and unchangeable. Its vehicle is the pure, luminous ether, the boundless, infinite space. Not a void resulting from the absence of forms, but on the contrary, the foundation of all forms. This denotes it to be the creation of Maya, all the works of which are as nothing before the uncreated form, spirit, in whose profound and sacred depths all motion must cease forever. 715. Motion here refers only to elusive objects, to their change as opposed to perpetuity, rest, perpetual motion being the eternal law, the ceaseless breath of the Absolute. The mastery of Buddhistic dogmas can be attained only according to the Platonic method, from universals to particulars. The key to it lies in the refined and mystical tenets of spiritual influx and divine life. Saith Buddha. Whosoever is unacquainted with my law, 716 and dies in that state must return to earth until he becomes a perfect samano, ascetic. To achieve this object he must destroy within himself the trinity of Maya. 717 He must extinguish his passions, unite and identify himself with the law, the teaching of the secret doctrine, and comprehend the philosophy of annihilation. 718. No, it is not in the dead letter of Buddhistical literature that scholars may ever hope to find the true solution of its metaphysical subtleties. Alone in all antiquity the Pythagoreans understood them perfectly, and it is on to the average Orientalist and the materialist, incomprehensible abstractions of Buddhism that Pythagoras grounded the principal tenets of his philosophy. Annihilation means with the Buddhistical philosophy only a dispersion of matter, in whatever form or semblance of form it may be, for everything that bears a shape was created, and thus must sooner or later perish, i.e., change that shape. Therefore, as something temporal, though seeming to be permanent, it is but an illusion, Maya. For as eternity has neither beginning nor end, the more or less prolonged duration of some particular form passes, as it were, like an instantaneous flash of lightning. Before we have the time to realize that we have seen it, it is gone and past forever. Hence even our astral bodies, pure ether, are but illusions of matter so long as they retain their terrestrial outline. The latter changes, says the Buddhist, according to the merits or demerits of the person during his lifetime, and this is metempsychosis. When the spiritual entity breaks loose forever from every particle of matter, then only it enters upon the eternal and unchangeable nirvana. He exists in spirit, in nothing. As a form, a shape, a semblance, he is completely annihilated, and thus will die no more, for spirit alone is no Maya, but the only reality in an illusionary universe of ever-passing forms. It is upon this Buddhist doctrine that the Pythagoreans grounded the principal tenets of their philosophy. Can that spirit which gives life and motion, and partakes of the nature of light, be reduced to nonentity, they ask? Can that sensitive spirit in brutes which exercises memory, one of the rational faculties, die and become nothing? And Whitelock Bulstrode in his able defense of Pythagoras expounds this doctrine by adding, if you say they, the brutes, breathe their spirits into the air, and there vanish, that is all that I contend for. The air indeed is the proper place to receive them, being according to Laertius full of souls, and according to Epicurus full of atoms, the principles of all things. For even this place wherein we walk and birds fly has so much of a spiritual nature that it is invisible, and therefore may well be the receiver of forms, since the forms of all bodies are so, we can only see and hear its effects. The air itself is too fine and above the capacity of the age. What then is the ether in the region above, and what are the influences of forms that descend from thence? The spirits of creatures, the Pythagoreans hold, who are emanations of the most sublimated portions of ether, emanations, breaths, but not forms. Ether is corruptible, all philosophers agree in that. And what is incorruptible is so far from being annihilated when it gets rid of the form that it lays a good claim to immortality. But what is that which has no body, no form? Which is imponderable, invisible, and indivisible, that which exists, and yet is not, ask the Buddhists. It is Nirvana, is the answer. It is nothing, not a region, but rather a state. 719. Section XLVI. The Secret Books of Lam-Rin and Zion. The Book of Zion, from the Sanskrit word dhyan, mystic meditation, is the first volume of the commentaries upon the 7 secret folios of QTE, and a glossary of the public works of the same name. 35 volumes of QTE for exoteric purposes and the use of the layman may be found in the possession of the Tibetan Gelugpa Lamas, in the library of any monastery. And also 14 books of commentaries and annotations on the same by the initiated teachers. Strictly speaking, those 35 books ought to be termed the popularized version of the Secret Doctrine, full of myths, blinds, and errors. The 14 volumes of commentaries, on the other hand, with their translations, annotations, and an ample glossary of occult terms, worked out from one small archaic folio. The Book of the Secret Wisdom of the World 720, contain a digest of all the occult sciences. These, it appears, are kept secret and apart, in the charge of the Teshu Lama of Jigad-je. The books of QTE are comparatively modern, having been edited within the last millennium, whereas, the earliest volumes of the commentaries are of untold antiquity, some fragments of the original cylinders having been preserved. With the exception that they explain and correct some of the too fabulous, and to every appearance, grossly exaggerated accounts in the books of QTE 721, properly so-called, the commentaries have little to do with these. They stand in relation to them as the Chaldeo-Jewish Kabbalah stands to the Mosaic books. In the work known as the Avatamsaka Sutra, in section, the Supreme Atman, Soul, as manifested in the character of the Arhats and Pratika Buddhas. It is stated that, because from the beginning all sentient creatures have confused the truth and embraced the false, therefore there came into existence a hidden knowledge called Aleya Vijnana. Who is in possession of the true knowledge, is asked. The great teachers of the snowy mountain, is the response. These great teachers have been known to live in the snowy range of the Himalayas for countless ages. To deny in the face of millions of Hindus the existence of their great gurus, living in the ashrams scattered all over the Trans or the Cis-Himalayan slopes is to make oneself ridiculous in their eyes. When the Buddhist savior appeared in India, their ashrams, for it is rarely that these great men are found in lamaseries, unless on a short visit, were on the spots they now occupy. And that even before the Brahmins themselves came from Central Asia to settle on the Indus. And before that more than one Aryan Dvija of fame and historical renown had sat at their feet, learning that which culminated later on in one or another of the great philosophical schools. Most of these Himalayan Banti were Aryan Brahmins and ascetics. No student, unless very advanced, would be benefited by the perusal of those exoteric volumes. 722 They must be read with a key to their meaning, and that key can only be found in the commentaries. Moreover, there are some comparatively modern works that are positively injurious so far as a fair comprehension of even exoteric Buddhism is concerned. Such are the Buddhist Cosmos, by Bonze Jinsiachan of Pekin. The Xingtao Qi, or the Records of the Enlightenment of Tathagata, by Wang Puk, 7th century, Hisai Sutra, or Book of Creation, and some others. Section XLVI. Amida Buddha Kwan-Shai-yin, and Kwan-yin. What the Book of Zion and the Lamaseries of Tsong-Kha-pa say. As a supplement to the commentaries there are many secret folios on the lives of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And among these there is one on Prince Gautama and another on his reincarnation in Tsong-Kha-pa. This great Tibetan reformer of the 14th century, said to be a direct incarnation of Amida Buddha, is the founder of the secret school near Jigad-je, attached to the private retreat of the Teshu Lama. It is with him that began the regular system of Lamaic incarnations of Buddhas, Sanghayas, or of Sakya-thubpa, Sakyamuni. Amida or Amida Buddha is called by the author of Chinese Buddhism, a mythical being. He speaks of Amida Buddha, Amitu-fo, a fabulous personage, worshipped assiduously, like Kwan-yin, by the northern Buddhists, but unknown in Siam, Burma, and Ceylon. 723. Very likely. Yet Amida Buddha is not a fabulous personage, since Amida is the censor form of Adi, Adi-Buddhi, and Adi-Buddha. 724 as already shown, existed ages ago as a Sanskrit term for primeval soul and wisdom. And b. The name was applied to Gautama Shakyamuni, the last Buddha in India, from the 7th century, when Buddhism was introduced into Tibet. Amitba, in Chinese, Wu-yang-shu, means literally boundless age, a synonym of En, or Ein Suf, the Ancient of Days. And is an epithet that connects him directly with the boundless Adi-Buddhi, primeval and universal soul, of the Hindus, as well as with the anima mundi of all the ancient nations of Europe and the boundless and infinite of the Kabalists. If Amitba be a fiction of the Tibetans, or a new form of Wu-yang-shu, a fabulous personage, as the author-compiler of Chinese Buddhism tells his readers, then the fable must be a very ancient one. For on another page he says himself that the addition to the canon, of the books containing the legends of Kwan-yin and of the Western Heaven with its Buddha, Amitba, was also previous to the Council of Kashmir. A little before the beginning of our era, 725, and he places the origin of the primitive Buddhist books which are common to the northern and southern Buddhists before 246 B.C. Since Tibetans accepted Buddhism only in the 7th century AD, how comes it that they are charged with inventing Amida Buddha? Besides which, in Tibet, Amitba is called Odpag-med, which shows that it is not the name but the abstract idea that was first accepted of an unknown, invisible, and impersonal power, taken, moreover, from the Hindu, Adi-Buddhi. And not from the Chinese, Amitba. 726 There is a great difference between the popular Odpag-med, Amitba, who sits enthroned in Devachan, Sukhavati, according to the Mani Kambum scriptures, the oldest historical work in Tibet, and the philosophical abstraction called Amida Buddha. The name being passed now to the earthly Buddha, Gautama. Section 49. Tsong-Kha-pa. Lohans in China. In an article, Reincarnation in Tibet, everything that could be said about Tsong-Kha-pa was published. 727 It was stated that this reformer was not, as is alleged by Parsi scholars, an incarnation of one of the celestial dhyanis, or the 5 heavenly Buddhas, said to have been created by Shakyamuni after he had risen to Nirvana. But that he was an incarnation of Amida Buddha himself. The records preserved in the Gonpa, the chief lamasery of Dashur Lumpo, show that Sanghayas left the regions of the Western Paradise to incarnate himself in Tsong-Kha-pa. In consequence of the great degradation into which his secret doctrines had fallen. Whenever made too public, the good law of Cho, magical powers, fell invariably into sorcery or black magic. The Dwejas, the Hozheng, Chinese monks, and the lamas could alone be entrusted safely with the formulae. Until the Tsong-Kha-pa period there had been no Sanghayas, Buddha, incarnations in Tibet. Tsong-Kha-pa gave the signs whereby the presence of one of the 25 Bodhisattvas 728 or of the celestial Buddhas, Dayan Chohans, in a human body might be recognized, and he strictly forbade necromancy. This led to a split amongst the lamas, and the malcontents allied themselves with the aboriginal bonds against the reformed Lamaism. Even now they form a powerful sect, practicing the most disgusting rites all over Sikkim, Bhutan, Nepal, and even on the borderlands of Tibet. It was worse then. With the permission of the Dashu or Teshu Lama 729 some hundred Lohans, Arhats, to avert strife, went to settle in China in the famous monastery near Tiantai, where they soon became subjects for legendary lore. And continue to be so to this day. They had been already preceded by other Lohans. The world-famous disciples of Tathagata, called the sweet-voiced, on account of their ability to chant the mantras with magical effect. 730. The first ones came from Kashmir in the year 3000 of Kali Yuga, about a century before the Christian era, 731, while the last ones arrived at the end of the 14th century, 1500 years later. And, finding no room for themselves at the lamasery of Yihing, they built for their own use the largest monastery of all on the sacred island of Putu, Buddha, or Put, in Chinese, in the province of Chusan. There the good law, the doctrine of the heart, flourished for several centuries. But when the island was desecrated by a mass of Western foreigners, the chief Lohans left for the mountains of. In the pagoda of Payuntiai, near Pekin, one can still see the Hall of the 500 Lohans. There the statues of the first comers are arranged below, while one solitary Lohan is placed quite under the roof of the building, which seems to have been built in commemoration of their visit. The works of the Orientalists are full of the direct landmarks of arhats, adepts, possessed of thaumaturgic powers, but these are spoken of, whenever the subject cannot be avoided, with unconcealed scorn. Whether innocently ignorant of, or purposely ignoring, the importance of the occult element and symbology in the various religions they undertake to explain, short work is generally made of such passages, and they are left untranslated. In simple justice, however, it should be allowed that much as all such miracles may have been exaggerated by popular reverence and fancy, they are neither less credible nor less attested in heathen annals than are those of the numerous Christian saints in the church chronicles. Both have an equal right to a place in their respective histories. If, after the beginning of persecution against Buddhism, the arhats were no more heard of in India, it was because, their vows prohibiting retaliation, they had to leave the country and seek solitude and security in China, Tibet, Japan, and elsewhere. The sacerdotal powers of the Brahmins being at that time unlimited. The Simons and Apolloniuses of Buddhism had as much chance of recognition and appreciation by the Brahmanical Irenaeus and Tertullians as had their successors in the Judean and Roman worlds. It was a historical rehearsal of the dramas that were enacted centuries later in Christendom. As in the case of the so-called heresiarchs of Christianity, it was not for rejecting the Vedas or the sacred syllable that the Buddhist arhats were persecuted, but for understanding too well the secret meaning of both. It was simply because their knowledge was regarded as dangerous and their presence in India unwelcome, that they had to emigrate. Nor were there a smaller number of initiates among the Brahmins themselves. Even today one meets most wonderfully gifted sadhus and yogis, obliged to keep themselves unnoticed and in the shadow. Not only owing to the absolute secrecy imposed upon them at their initiation but also for fear of the Anglo-Indian tribunals and courts of law, wherein judges are determined to regard as charlatanry, imposition, and fraud, the exhibition of, or claim to, any abnormal powers, and one may judge of the past by the present. Centuries after our era the initiates of the inner temples and the mathams, monastic communities, chose a superior council, presided over by an all-powerful Brahmatma, the supreme chief of all those Mahatmas. This pontificate could be exercised only by a Brahmin who had reached a certain age, and he it was who was the sole guardian of the mystic formula, and he was the Hierophant who created great adepts. He alone could explain the meaning of the sacred word, Aum, and of all the religious symbols and rites. And whosoever among those initiates of the supreme degree revealed to a profane a single one of the truths, even the smallest of the secrets entrusted to him, had to die, and he who received the confidence was put to death. But there existed, and still exists to this day, a word far surpassing the mysterious monosyllable, and which renders him who comes into possession of its key nearly the equal of Brahman. The Brahmatmas alone possess this key, and we know that to this day there are two great initiates in southern India who possess it. It can be passed only at death, for it is the lost word. No torture, no human power, could force its disclosure by a Brahmin who knows it, and it is well guarded in Tibet. Yet this secrecy and this profound mystery are indeed disheartening, since they alone, the initiates of India and Tibet, could thoroughly dissipate the thick mists hanging over the history of occultism, and force its claims to be recognized. The Delphic injunction, know thyself, seems for the few in this age. But the fault ought not to be laid at the door of the adepts, who have done all that could be done, and have gone as far as their rules permitted, to open the eyes of the world. Only while the European shrinks from public obloquy and the ridicule unsparingly thrown on occultists, the Asiatic is being discouraged by his own pundits. These profess to labor under the gloomy impression that no Bhaiga Vidya, no Arhatship, adeptship, is possible during the Kali Yuga, the Black Age, we are now passing through. Even the Buddhists are taught that the Lord Buddha is alleged to have prophesied that the power would die out in 1 millennium after his death. But this is an entire mistake. In the Daya Nikaya the Buddha says, "Here, Subhadra. The world will never be without rahats, if the ascetics in my congregations well and truly keep my precepts." A similar contradiction of the view brought forward by the Brahmins is made by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, and there is further the actual appearance of many sadhus and miracle workers in the past, and even in the present age. The same holds good for China and Tibet. Among the commandments of Tsong-Kha-pa there is one that enjoins the rahats, arhats, to make an attempt to enlighten the world, including the white barbarians, every century, at a certain specified period of the cycle. Up to the present day none of these attempts has been very successful. Failure has followed failure. Have we to explain the fact by the light of a certain prophecy? It is said that up to the time when Banshin Rinpoche, the great jewel of wisdom, 732 condescends to be reborn in the land of the feelings, Westerners, and appearing as the spiritual conqueror, Kondenda, destroys the errors and ignorance of the ages, it will be of little use to try to uproot the misconceptions of Feelingpa, Europe her sons will listen to no one. Another prophecy declares that the secret doctrine shall remain in all its purity in Badyo, Tibet, only to the day that it is kept free from foreign invasion. The very visits of Western natives, however friendly, would be baneful to the Tibetan populations. This is the true key to Tibetan exclusiveness. Section L. A few more misconceptions corrected. Notwithstanding widespread misconceptions and errors, often most amusing to one who has a certain knowledge of the true doctrines, about Buddhism generally, and especially about Buddhism in Tibet. All the Orientalists agree that the Buddha's foremost aim was to lead human beings to salvation by teaching them to practice the greatest purity and virtue, and by detaching them from the service of this illusionary world. And the love of one still more illusionary, because so evanescent and unreal, body and physical self. And what is the good of a virtuous life, full of privations and suffering, if the only result of it is to be annihilation at the end? If even the attainment of that supreme perfection which leads the initiate to remember the whole series of his past lives, and to foresee that of the future ones, by the full development of that inner, divine eye in him, and to acquire the knowledge that unfolds the causes 733 of the ever-recurring cycles of existence, brings him finally to non-being, and nothing more, then the whole system is idiotic, and Epicureanism is far more philosophical than such Buddhism. He who is unable to comprehend the subtle, and yet so potent difference between existence in a material or physical state and a purely spiritual existence, spirit or soul life, will never appreciate at their full value the grand teachings of the Buddha, even in their exoteric form. Individual or personal existence is the cause of pains and sorrows, collective and impersonal life eternal is full of divine bliss and joy forever, with neither causes nor effects to darken its light. And the hope for such a life eternal is the keynote of the whole of Buddhism. If we are told that impersonal existence is no existence at all, but amounts to annihilation, as was maintained by some French reincarnationists, then we would ask, what difference can it make in the spiritual perceptions of an ego whether he enter nirvana loaded with the recollections only of his own personal lives, tens of thousands according to the modern reincarnationists, or whether, merged entirely in the parabrahmic state, it becomes one with the all, with the absolute knowledge and the absolute feeling of representing collective humanities? Once that an ego lives only 10 distinct individual lives, he must necessarily lose his one self, and become mixed up, merged, so to say, with these 10 selves. It really seems that so long as this great mystery remains a dead letter to the world of Western thinkers, and especially to the Orientalists, the less the latter undertake to explain it the better for truth. Of all the existing religious philosophies, Buddhism is the least understood. The Lassans, Webers, Wasseljaus, the Bernoffs and Julians, and even such eyewitnesses of Tibetan Buddhism as Soma de Koros and the Schlagentwites, have hitherto only added perplexity to confusion. None of these has ever received his information from a genuine Gelugpa source. All have judged Buddhism from the bits of knowledge picked up at Tibetan frontier lamaseries, in countries thickly populated by Bhutanese and Lepchas, Bons, and red-capped Dugpa, along the line of the Himalayas. Hundreds of volumes purchased from Burats, shamans, and Chinese Buddhists, have been read and translated, glossed and misinterpreted according to invariable custom. Esoteric schools would cease to be worthy of their name were their literature and doctrines to become the property of even their profane co-religionists, still less of the Western public. This is simple common sense and logic. Nevertheless, this is a fact which our Orientalists have ever refused to recognize, hence they have gone on, gravely discussing the relative merits and absurdities of idols, soothsaying tables, and magical figures of Furbu on the square tortoise. None of these have anything to do with the real philosophical Buddhism of the Gelugpa, or even of the most educated among the Sakyapa and Kadampa sections. All such plates and sacrificial tables, Chinsreg magical circles, etc., were avowedly got from Sikkim, Bhutan, and eastern Tibet, from Bons and Dugpa. Nevertheless, these are given as characteristics of Tibetan Buddhism. It would be as fair to judge the unread philosophy of Bishop Berkeley after studying Christianity in the clown worship of Neapolitan Lazzaroni, dancing a mystic jig before the idol of Saint Pip, or carrying the ex voto in wax of the phallus of S.S. Cosmo and Domiano, at Cerny. It is quite true that the primitive Shravakas, listeners or hearers, and the Shramanas, the thought-restrainers, and the pure, have degenerated, and that many Buddhist sects have fallen into mere dogmatism and ritualism. Like every other esoteric, half-suppressed teaching, the words of the Buddha convey a double meaning, and every sect has gradually come to claim to be the only one knowing the correct meaning, and thus to assume supremacy over the rest. Schism has crept in, and has fastened, like a hideous cancer, on the fair body of early Buddhism. Nagarjuna's Mahayana, great vehicle, school was opposed by the Hinayana, or little vehicle, system, and even the Yogacarya of Arya Sangha became disfigured by the yearly pilgrimage from India to the shores of Mansarovara. Of hosts of vagabonds with matted locks who play at being yogis and fakirs, preferring this to work. An affected detestation of the world, and the tedious and useless practice of the counting of inhalations and exhalations as a means to produce absolute tranquility of mind or meditation, have brought this school within the region of Hatha Yoga, and have made it heir to the Brahmanical Tirthikas. And though its Srodapati, its Sakradagaman, Anagaman, and Arhats 734 bear the same names in almost every school, yet the doctrines of each differ greatly, and none of these is likely to gain real abhijnas, the supernatural abnormal 5 powers. One of the chief mistakes of the Orientalists when judging on internal evidence, as they express it, was that they assumed that the Pratika Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, and the perfect Buddhas were a later development of Buddhism. For on these 3 chief degrees are based the 7 and 12 degrees of the hierarchy of adeptship. The first are those who have attained the Bodhi, wisdom, of the Buddhas, but do not become teachers. 735 The human Bodhisattvas are candidates, so to say, for perfect Buddhaship, in kalpas to come, and with the option of using their powers now if need be. Perfect Buddhas are simply perfect initiates. All these are men, and not disembodied beings, as is given out in the Hinayana exoteric books. Their correct character may be found only in the secret volumes of Lugrub or Nagarjuna, the founder of the Mahayana system, who is said to have been initiated by the Nagas, fabulous serpents, the veiled name for an initiate or Mahatma. The fabled report found in Chinese records that Nagarjuna considered his doctrine to be in opposition to that of Gautama Buddha. Until he discovered from the Nagas that it was precisely the doctrine that had been secretly taught by Shakyamuni himself, is an allegory. And is based upon the reconciliation between the old Brahmanical secret schools in the Himalayas and Gautama's esoteric teachings, both parties having at first objected to the rival schools of the other. The former, the parent of all others, had been established beyond the Himalayas for ages before the appearance of Shakyamuni. Gautama was a pupil of this. And it was with them, those Indian sages, that he had learned the truths of the Sangata, the emptiness and impermanence of every terrestrial, evanescent thing, and the mysteries of Prajna Paramitha, or knowledge across the river, which finally lands the perfect one in the regions of the one reality. But his arhats were not himself. Some of them were ambitious, and they modified certain teachings after the great councils, and it is on account of these heretics that the mother school at first refused to allow them to blend their schools. When persecution began driving away the esoteric brotherhood from India. But when finally most of them submitted to the guidance and control of the chief ashrams, then the Yogacarya of Arya Sangha was merged into the oldest lodge. For it is there from time immemorial that has lain concealed the final hope and light of the world, the salvation of mankind. Many are the names of that school and land, the name of the latter being now regarded by the Orientalists as the mythic name of a fabulous country. It is from this mysterious land, nevertheless, that the Hindu expects his Kalki Avatara, the Buddhist his Maitreya, the Parsi his Sosiash, and the Jew his Messiah, and so would the Christian expect thence his Christ, if he only knew of it. There, and there alone, reigns Paranishpana, Gungrub, the absolutely perfect comprehension of being and non-being, the changeless true existence in spirit, even while the latter is seemingly still in the body. Every inhabitant thereof being a non-ego because he has become the perfect ego. Their voidness is self-existent and perfect, if there were profane eyes to sense and perceive it, because it has become absolute. The unreal being transformed into conditionless reality, and the realities of this, our world, having vanished in their own nature into thin, non-existing, air. The absolute truth, Dandampe Denpa. Sanskrit, Paramartha Sadhya, having conquered relative truth, Kunzapchi Denpa. Sanskrit, Samvardasesha, the inhabitants of the mysterious region are thus supposed to have reached the state called in mystic phraseology Svasambhadana, self-analyzing reflection, and Paramartha. Or that absolute consciousness of the personal merged into the impersonal ego, which is above all, hence above illusion in every sense. Its perfect Buddhas and Bodhisattvas may be on every nimble Buddhist tongue as celestial, therefore unreachable beings, while these names may suggest and say nothing to the dull perceptions of the European profane. What matters it to those who, being in this world, yet live outside and far beyond our elusive earth? Above them there is but one class of nirvanis, namely, the Chasku, Dharmakaya, or the nirvanis, without remains, the pure arupa, the formless breaths. 736. Thence emerge occasionally the bodhisattvas in their pralpaiku, or nirmanakya, body and, assuming an ordinary appearance, they teach men. There are conscious, as well as unconscious, incarnations. Most of the doctrines contained in the Yogacarya, or Mahayana systems are esoteric, like the rest. One day the profane Hindu and Buddhist may begin to pick the Bible to pieces, taking it literally. Education is fast spreading in Asia, and already there have been made some attempts in this direction, so that the tables may then be cruelly turned on the Christians. Whatever conclusions the two may arrive at, they will never be half as absurd and unjust as some of the theories launched by Christians against their respective philosophies. Thus, according to Spence Hardy, at death the Arhat enters Nirvana. That is, he ceases to exist. And, agreeably to Major Jacob, the Jivan Mukta, absorbed into Brahma, enters upon an unconscious and stone-like existence. 737. Shankaracharya is shown as saying in his Prolegomena to the Shvetashvatara. Gnosis, once arisen, requires nothing farther for the realization of its result, it needs subsidia only that it may arise. The Theosophist, it has been argued, as long as he lives, may do good and evil as he chooses, and incur no stain, such is the efficacy of Gnosis. And it is further alleged that the doctrine of nirvana lends itself to immoral inferences, and that the quietists of all ages have been taxed with immorality. 738. According to Wasilius 739 and Soma de Koros 740, the Prasanga school adopted a peculiar mode of deducing the absurdity and erroneousness of every esoteric opinion. 741. Correct interpretations of Buddhist philosophy are crowned by that gloss on a thesis from the Prasanga school, that even an arhat goes to hell in case he doubt anything. 742, thus making of the most free-thinking religion in the world a blind faith system. The threat refers simply to the well-known law that even an initiate may fail, and thus have his object utterly ruined, if he doubt for one moment the efficacy of his psychic powers, the alphabet of occultism, as every Kabbalist well knows. The Tibetan sect of the Novionide Med Parmrabha, they who deny existence, or regard nature as Maya, 743, can never be contrasted for one moment with some of the nihilistic or materialistic schools of India, such as the Charvaka. They are pure Vedantins, if anything, in their views. And if the Yogacaryas may be compared with, or called the Tibetan Vishishtadvaitas, the Prasanga school is surely the Advaita philosophy of the land. It was divided into two. One was originally founded by Bhavya, the Svantatra Madhyamika school, and the other by Buddha Palada. Both have their exoteric and esoteric divisions. It is necessary to belong to the latter to know anything of the esoteric doctrines of that sect, the most metaphysical and philosophical of all. Chandrakirti, Deva Dagpa, wrote his commentaries on the Prasanga doctrines and taught publicly. And he expressly states that there are two ways of entering the path to nirvana. Any virtuous man can reach by Naljorngansam, meditation by self-perception, the intuitive comprehension of the four truths, without either belonging to a monastic order or having been initiated. In this case it was considered as a heresy to maintain that the visions which may arise in consequence of such meditation, or Vishna, internal knowledge, are not susceptible of errors, namtog or false visions, for they are. Aleya alone having an absolute and eternal existence, can alone have absolute knowledge. And even the initiate, in his Nirmanakya 744 body may commit an occasional mistake in accepting the false for the true in his explorations of the causeless world. The Dharmakaya Bodhisattva is alone infallible, when in real samadhi. Aleya, or Nyingpa, being the root and basis of all, invisible and incomprehensible to human eye and intellect, it can reflect only its reflection, not itself. Thus that reflection will be mirrored like the moon in tranquil and clear water only in the passionless Dharmakaya intellect, and will be distorted by the flitting image of everything perceived in a mind that is itself liable to be disturbed. In short, this doctrine is that of the Raj Yoga in its practice of the two kinds of the Samadhi state. One of the paths leading to the sphere of bliss, Sukhavati or Devachan, where man enjoys perfect, unalloyed happiness, but is yet still connected with personal existence. And the other the path that leads to entire emancipation from the worlds of illusion, self, and unreality. The first one is open to all and is reached by merit simply, the second, 100-fold more rapid, is reached through knowledge, initiation. Thus the followers of the Prasanga school are nearer to esoteric Buddhism than are the Yogacaryas. For their views are those of the most secret schools, and only the echo of these doctrines is heard in the Yamyang Shapta and other works in public circulation and use. For instance, the unreality of 2 out of the 3 divisions of time is given in public works, namely, a. that there is neither past nor future, both of these divisions being correlative to the present. And, b. that the reality of things can never be sensed or perceived except by him who has obtained the Dharmakaya body. Here again is a difficulty, since this body, without remains, carries the initiate to full parinirvana, if we accept the exoteric explanation verbally, and can therefore neither sense nor perceive. But evidently our Orientalists do not feel the caveat in such incongruities, and they proceed to speculate without pausing to reflect over it. Literature on mysticism being enormous, and Russia, owing to the free intercourse with the Burats, shamans, and Mongolians, having alone purchased whole libraries on Tibet, scholars ought to know better by this time. It suffices to read, however, what Soma wrote on the origin of the Kala Chakra system, 745 or Wasalyu on Buddhism, to make one give up every hope of seeing them go below the rind of the forbidden fruit. When Schlagentweit is found saying that Tibetan mysticism is not yoga, that abstract devotion by which supernatural powers are acquired, 746 as yoga is defined by Wilson, but that it is closely related to Siberian shamanism, and is almost identical with the Tantrika ritual, and that the Tibetan Zung is the Thernes, and the Gyet only the Tantras, pre-Christian Tantra being judged by the ritual of the modern Tantrikas, one seems almost justified in suspecting our materialistic Orientalists of acting as the best friends and allies of the missionaries. Whatever is not known to our geographers seems to be a non-existent locality. Thus, mysticism is reported to have originated in the fabulous country, Samhala. Soma, from careful investigations, places this fabulous country beyond the Sur Daria, Yaksarts, between 45 degrees and 50 degrees north latitude. It was first known in India in the year 965 AD, and was introduced into Tibet from India, via Kashmir, in the year 1025 AD. 747. It meaning that Duschi Korlo, or Tibetan mysticism. A system as old as man, known in India and practiced before Europe had become a continent, was first known, we are told, only 9 or 10 centuries ago. The text of its books in its present form may have originated even later, for there are numerous such texts that have been tampered with by sects to suit the fancies of each. But who has read the original book on Duschi Korlo, rewritten by Tsong-Kha-pa, with his commentaries? Considering that this grand reformer burnt every book on sorcery on which he could lay his hands in 1387. And that he has left a whole library of his own works, not a tenth part of which has ever been made known, such statements as those above quoted are, to say the least, premature. The idea is also cherished, from a happy hypothesis offered by Abbe Huck, that Tsong-Kha-pa derived his wisdom and acquired his extraordinary powers from his intercourse with a stranger from the West, remarkable for a long nose. This stranger is believed by the good Abbe to have been a European missionary, hence the remarkable resemblance of the religious ritual in Tibet to the Roman Catholic service. The sanguine Lama of Jehovah does not say, however, who were the 5 foreigners who appeared in Tibet in the year 371 of our era, to disappear as suddenly and mysteriously as they came. After leaving with King Thothari Nyingsan instructions how to use certain things in a casket that had fallen from heaven in his presence precisely 50 years before, or in the year A.D. 331.748. There is generally a hopeless confusion about Eastern dates among European scholars, but nowhere is this so great as in the case of Tibetan Buddhism. Thus, while some, correctly enough, accept the 7th century as the date of the introduction of Buddhism, there are others, such as Lassen and Kopung, for instance, who show on good authority, the construction of a Buddhist monastery on the slopes of the Kailas range so far back as the year 137 B.C. 749 and the other, Buddhism established in and north of the Punjab, as early as the year 292 B.C. The difference, though trifling, only just 1,000 years, is nevertheless puzzling. But even this is easily explained on esoteric grounds. Buddhism, the veiled esotericism of Buddha, was established and took root in the 7th century of the Christian era. While true esoteric Buddhism, or the kernel, the very spirit of Tathagata's doctrines, was brought to the place of its birth, the cradle of humanity, by the chosen arhats of Buddha, who were sent to find for it a secure refuge. As the sage had perceived the dangers ever since he had entered upon Thonglam, the path of seeing, or clairvoyance. Amidst populations deeply steeped in sorcery the attempt proved a failure. And it was not until the school of the doctrine of the heart had merged with its predecessor, established ages earlier on the slope facing western Tibet, that Buddhism was finally engrafted. With its 2 distinct schools, the esoteric and the exoteric divisions, in the land of the Bonpa. Section Li. The doctrine of the eye and the doctrine of the heart, or the heart seal. Professor Albrecht Weber was right when he declared that the northern Buddhists alone possess these, Buddhist, scriptures complete. For, while the southern Buddhists have no idea of the existence of an esoteric doctrine, enshrined like a pearl within the shell of every religion, the Chinese and the Tibetans have preserved numerous records of the fact. Degenerate, fallen as is now the doctrine publicly preached by Gautama, it is yet preserved in those monasteries in China that are placed beyond the reach of visitors. And though for over 2 millennia every new reformer, taking something out of the original, has replaced it by some speculation of his own, still truth lingers even now among the masses. But it is only in the trans-Himalayan fastnesses, loosely called Tibet, in the most inaccessible spots of desert and mountain, that the esoteric, good law, the heart seal, lives to the present day in all its pristine purity. Was Emanuel Swedenborg wrong when he remarked of the forgotten, long-lost word? Seek for it in China, peradventure you may find it in Great Tartary. He had obtained this information, he tells his readers, from certain spirits, who told him that they performed their worship according to this, lost, ancient word. On this it was remarked in Isis Unveiled that other students of occult sciences had more than the word of spirits to rely upon in this special case, they have seen the books that contain the word. 750 perchance the names of those spirits who visited the great Swedish Theosophist were Eastern. The word of a man of such undeniable and recognized integrity, of one whose learning in mathematics, astronomy, the natural sciences and philosophy was far in advance of his age, cannot be trifled with or rejected as unceremoniously as if it were the statement of a modern theosophist. Further, he claimed to pass at will into that state when the inner self frees itself entirely from every physical sense, and lives and breathes in a world where every secret of nature is an open book to the soul eye. 751 Unfortunately 2/3 of his public writings are also allegorical in one sense, and, as they have been accepted literally, criticism has not spared the great Swedish seer any more than other seers. Having taken a panoramic view of the hidden sciences and magic with their adepts in Europe, Eastern initiates must now be mentioned. If the presence of esotericism in the sacred scriptures of the West only now begins to be suspected, after nearly 2,000 years of blind faith in their verbatim wisdom, the same may well be granted as to the sacred books of the East. Therefore neither the Indian nor the Buddhist system can be understood without a key, nor can the study of comparative religion become a science until the symbols of every religion yield their final secrets. At the best such a study will remain a loss of time, a playing at hide-and-seek. On the authority of a Japanese encyclopedia, Remusat shows the Buddha, before his death, committing the secrets of his system to his disciple, Kasyapa, to whom alone was entrusted the sacred keeping of the esoteric interpretation. It is called in China Qinefeiyin Sang, the mystery of the eye of the good doctrine. To any student of Buddhist esotericism the term, the mystery of the eye, would show the absence of any esotericism. Had the word heart stood in its place, then it would have meant what it now only professes to convey. The eye doctrine means dogma and dead-letter form, church ritualism intended for those who are content with exoteric formulae. The heart doctrine, or the heart seal, the sin-yin, is the only real one. This may be found corroborated by Hyuan Sang. In his translation of Mahaprajnapramitha, Tapojayi King, in 120 volumes, it is stated that it was Buddha's favorite disciple Ananda, who, after his great master had gone into nirvana, was commissioned by Kasyapa to promulgate the eye of the doctrine, the heart of the law having been left with the arhats alone. The essential difference that exists between the two, the eye and the heart, or the outward form and the hidden meaning, the cold metaphysics and the divine wisdom, is clearly demonstrated in several volumes on Chinese Buddhism, written by sundry missionaries. Having lived for years in China, they still know no more than they have learned from pretentious schools calling themselves esoteric, yet freely supplying the open enemies of their faith with professedly ancient manuscripts and esoteric works. This ludicrous contradiction between profession and practice has never, as it seems, struck any of the Western and reverent historians of other people's secret tenets. Thus many esoteric schools are mentioned in Chinese Buddhism by the Rev. Joseph Edkins, who believes quite sincerely that he has made a minute examination of the secret tenets of Buddhists whose works were until lately inaccessible in their original form. It really will not be saying too much to state at once that the genuine esoteric literature is inaccessible to this day. And that the respectable gentleman who was inspired to state that. It does not appear that there was any secret doctrine which those who knew it would not divulge. Made a great mistake if he ever believed in what he says on page 161 of his work. Let him know at once that all those Yulu records of the sayings of celebrated teachers are simply blinds, as complete, if not more so, than those in the Puranas of the Brahmins. It is useless to enumerate an endless string of the finest Oriental scholars or to bring forward the researches of Remusat, Burnouf, Copen, Saint Hilaire, and St. Julian, who are credited with having exposed to view the ancient Hindu world, by revealing the sacred and secret books of Buddhism. The world that they reveal has never been veiled. The mistakes of all the Orientalists may be judged by the mistake of one of the most popular, if not the greatest among them all, Professor Max Muller. It is made with reference to what he laughingly translates as the God who, Ka. The authors of the Brahmanas had so completely broken with the past, that, forgetful of the poetical character of the hymns and the yearning of the poets after the unknown God, they exalted the interrogative pronoun itself into a deity. And acknowledged a God Ka, or who. Wherever interrogative verses occur the author states that Ka is Prajapati, or the Lord of creatures. Nor did they stop here. Some of the hymns in which the interrogative pronoun occurred were called Kadvat, i.e. having cad or quid. But soon a new adjective was formed, and not only the hymns but the sacrifice also offered to the god were called Kaya. Or, who-ish. At the time of Panini this word acquired such legitimacy as to call for a separate rule explaining its formation. The commentator here explains Ka by Brahman. Had the commentator explained it even by Parabrahman he would have been still more in the right than he was by rendering it as Brahman. One fails to see why the secret and sacred mystery name of the highest, sexless, formless spirit, the Absolute, whom no one would have dared to classify with the rest of the manifested deities. Or even to name during the primitive nomenclature of the symbolical pantheon, should not be expressed by an interrogative pronoun. Is it those who belong to the most anthropomorphic religion in the world who have a right to take ancient philosophers to task for even an exaggerated religious awe and veneration? But we are now concerned with Buddhism. Its esotericism and oral instruction, which is written down and preserved in single copies by the highest chiefs in genuine esoteric schools, is shown by the author Sankhya Nisu. Contrasting Bodhidharma with Buddha, he exclaims. Julai, Tathagata, taught great truths and the causes of things. He became the instructor of men and devas. He saved multitudes, and spoke the contents of more than 500 works. Hence arose the Kyao Men, or exoteric branch of the system, and it was believed to be the tradition of the words of Buddha. Bodhidharma brought from the western heaven, Shambhala, the seal of truth, true seal, and opened the fountain of contemplation in the east. He pointed directly to Buddha's heart and nature, swept away the parasitic and alien growth of book instruction, and thus established the Tsung Men, or esoteric branch of the system containing the tradition of the heart of Buddha. 752. A few remarks made by the author of Chinese Buddhism throw a flood of light on the universal misconceptions of Orientalists in general, and of the missionaries in the lands of the Gentiles, in particular. They appeal very forcibly to the intuition of Theosophists, more particularly of those in India. The sentences to be noticed are italicized. The common, Chinese, word for the esoteric schools is Dan, the Sanskrit dhyana. Orthodox Buddhism has in China slowly but steadily become heterodox. The Buddhism of books and ancient traditions has become the Buddhism of mystic contemplation. The history of ancient schools springing up long ago in the Buddhist communities of India can now be only very partially recovered. Possibly some light may be thrown back by China upon the religious history of the country from which Buddhism came. 753. In no part of the story is aid to the recovery of the lost knowledge more likely to be found than in the accounts of the patriarchs, the line of whom was completed by Bodhidharma. In seeking the best explanation of the Chinese and Japanese narrative of the patriarchs, and the 7 Buddhas terminating in Gautama, or Shakyamuni, it is important to know the Jain traditions as they were early in the 6th century of our era, when the patriarch Bodhidharma removed to China. In tracing the rise of the various schools of esoteric Buddhism, it must be kept in mind that a principle somewhat similar to the dogma of apostolical succession belongs to them all. They all profess to derive their doctrines through a succession of teachers, each instructed personally by his predecessor, till the time of Bodhidharma, and so further up in the series to Shakyamuni himself and the earlier Buddhas. 754. It is complained further on, and is mentioned as a falling away from strict orthodox Buddhism, that the lamas of Tibet are received in Peking with the utmost respect by the emperor. The following passages, taken from different parts of the book, summarize Mr. Edkin's views. Hermits are not uncommonly met with in the vicinity of large Buddhist temples, their hair being allowed to grow unshorn. The doctrine of metempsychosis is rejected. Buddhism is one form of pantheism on the ground that the doctrine of metempsychosis makes all nature instinct with life, and that life is the deity assuming different forms of personality, that deity not being a self-conscious, free-acting self-cause, but an all-pervading spirit. The esoteric Buddhists of China, keeping rigidly to their one doctrine, 755 say nothing of the metempsychosis, or any other of the more material parts of the Buddhist system. The Western paradise promised to the worshippers of Amida Buddha is inconsistent with the doctrine of Nirvana, ? Point 756. It promises immortality instead of annihilation. The great antiquity of this school is evident from the early date of the translation of the Amida Sutra, which came from the hands of Komarjiva, and the Kulyangshu king, dating from the Han dynasty. Its extent of influence is seen in the attachment of the Tibetans and Moguls to the worship of this Buddha, and in the fact that the name of this fictitious personage, ? Is more commonly heard in China than that of the historical Shakyamuni. We fear the learned writer is on a false track as to Nirvana and Amida Buddha. However, here we have the evidence of a missionary to show that there are several schools of esoteric Buddhism in the Celestial Empire. When the misuse of dogmatical orthodox Buddhist scriptures had reached its climax, and the true spirit of the Buddha's philosophy was nearly lost, several reformers appeared from India, who established an oral teaching. Such were Bodhidharma and Nagarjuna, the authors of the most important works of the contemplative school in China during the first centuries of our era. It is known, moreover, as is said in Chinese Buddhism, that Bodhidharma became the chief founder of the esoteric schools, which were divided into 5 principal branches. The data given are correct enough, but every conclusion, without one single exception, is wrong. It was said in Isis Unveiled that Buddha teaches the doctrine of a new birth as plainly as Jesus does. Desiring to break with the ancient mysteries, to which it was impossible to admit the ignorant masses, the Hindu reformer, though generally silent upon more than one secret dogma, clearly states his thought in several passages. Thus, he says, some people are born again, evildoers go to hell, Avicii, righteous people go to heaven, Devachan, those who are free from all worldly desires enter Nirvana, precepts of the Dhammapada, v. 126. Elsewhere Buddha states that, it is better to believe in a future life, in which happiness or misery can be felt, for if the heart believes therein it will abandon sin and act virtuously. And even if there is no resurrection, rebirth, such a life will bring a good name and the reward of men. But those who believe in extinction at death will not fail to commit any sin that they may choose, because of their disbelief in a future. See Wheel of the Law. How is immortality, then, inconsistent with the doctrine of Nirvana? The above are only a few of Buddha's openly expressed thoughts to his chosen arhats. The great saint said much more. As a comment upon the mistaken views held in our century by the Orientalists, who vainly try to fathom Tathagata's thoughts, and those of Brahmins, who repudiate the great teacher to this day. Here are some original thoughts expressed in relation to the Buddha and the study of the secret sciences. They are from a work written in Chinese by a Tibetan, and published in the monastery of Tiantai for circulation among the Buddhists. who live in foreign lands, and are in danger of being spoiled by missionaries. As the author truly says, every convert being not only spoiled for his own creed, but being also a sorry acquisition for Christianity. A translation of a few passages, kindly made from that work for the present volumes, is now given. No profane ears having heard the mighty Chao-yen, secret and enlightening precepts, of Wu-Wei-Chen Zhen, Buddha within Buddha, 757 of our beloved Lord and Bodhisattva, how can one tell what his thoughts really were? The holy Sang, Jayas, Panchen 758 never offered an insight into the one reality to the unreformed, uninitiated, because few are those even among the Tufan, Tibetans, who knew it. As for the Tsong-Men 759 schools, they are going with every day more downhill. Not even the Fa. Sayang, Tsung 760 can give one the wisdom taught in real Nalja-Chodpa, Sanskrit, 761 Yogacarya. It is all, doctrine, and no more. The loss of a restraining guidance is felt, since the TCHNSI, teachers, of inward meditation, self-contemplation or Chungquan, have become rare, and the good law is replaced by idol worship, Shangkaian. It is of this, idol or image worship, that the barbarians, Western people, have heard, and know nothing of Bhapadharma, the secret dharma or doctrine. Why has truth to hide like a tortoise within its shell? Because it is now found to have become like the Lama's tonsure knife 762, a weapon too dangerous to use even for the Lanu. Therefore no one can be entrusted with the knowledge, secret science, before his time. The Chagpathogmad have become rare, and the best have retired to Tushita the Blessed. 763. Further on, a man seeking to master the mysteries of esotericism before he had been declared by the initiated TCHNSI, teachers, to be ready to receive them, is likened to one who would, without a lantern and on a dark night, proceed to a place full of scorpions, determined to feel on the ground for a needle his neighbor has dropped. Again, he who would acquire the sacred knowledge should, before he goes any farther, trim his lamp of inner understanding. And then, with the help of such good light, use his meritorious actions as a dustcloth to remove every impurity from his mystic mirror, 764, so that he should be enabled to see in its luster the faithful reflection of self. First, this, then Tongpanaya, 765. Lastly, Sama Sambuddha. 766. In Chinese Buddhism, a corroboration of these statements is to be found in the aphorisms of Lin Tsi. Within the body which admits sensations, acquires knowledge, thinks, and acts, there is the true man without a position, Wu Wei Chen Zhen. He makes himself clearly visible, not the thinnest separating film hides him. Why do you not recognize him? If the mind does not come to conscious existence, there is deliverance everywhere. What is Buddha? ANS. A mind clear and at rest. What is the law? ANS. A mind clear and enlightened. What is Tao? ANS. In every place absence of impediments and pure enlightenment. These three are one. The reverend author of Chinese Buddhism makes merry over the symbolism of Buddhist discipline. Yet the self-inflicted slaps on the cheek and blows under the ribs find their pendants in the mortifications of the body and self-flagellation, the discipline of the scourge of the Christian monks. From the first centuries of Christianity down to our own day. But then the said author is a Protestant, who substitutes for mortification and discipline, good living and comfort. The sentence in the Lin Tsi. The true man, without a position, Wu Wei Chen Zhen, is wrapped in a prickly shell, like the chestnut. He cannot be approached. This is Buddha, the Buddha within you. Is laughed at. Truly. An infant cannot understand the 7 enigmas. Some papers on the bearing of occult philosophy on life. Note. Papers I, 2. 3 of the following were written by H.P.B. and were circulated privately during her lifetime, but they were written with the idea that they would be published after a time. They are papers intended for students rather than for the ordinary reader, and will repay careful study and thought. The notes of some oral teaching were written down by some of her pupils and were partially corrected by her, but no attempt has been made to relieve them of their fragmentary character. She had intended to make them the basis for written papers similar to the first three, but her failing health rendered this impossible, and they are published with her consent, the time for restricting them to a limited circle having expired. Annie Besant. Paper I. A warning. There is a strange law in occultism which has been ascertained and proven by thousands of years of experience. Nor has it failed to demonstrate itself, almost in every case, during the years that the Theosophical Society has been in existence. As soon as anyone pledges himself as a probationer, certain occult effects ensue. Of these the first is the throwing outward of everything latent in the nature of the man, his faults, habits, qualities or subdued desires, whether good, bad or indifferent. For instance, if a man be vain or a sensualist or ambitious, whether by atavism or by karmic heirloom, those vices are sure to break out, even if he has hitherto successfully concealed and repressed them. They will come to the front irrepressibly, and he will have to fight 100 times harder than before, until he kills all such tendencies in himself. On the other hand, if he be good, generous, chaste and abstemious, or has any virtue hitherto latent and concealed in him, it will work its way out as irrepressibly as the rest. Thus a civilized man who hates to be considered a saint, and therefore assumes a mask, will not be able to conceal his true nature, whether base or noble. This is an immutable law in the domain of the occult. Its action is the more marked, the more earnest and sincere the desire of the candidate, and the more deeply he has felt the reality and importance of his pledge. The ancient occult axiom, know thyself, must be familiar to every student. But few if any have apprehended the real meaning of this wise exhortation of the Delphic oracle. You all know your earthly pedigree, but who of you has ever traced all the links of heredity, astral, psychic and spiritual, which go to make you what you are? Many have written and expressed their desire to unite themselves with their higher ego, yet none seem to know the indissoluble link connecting their higher egos with the one universal self. For all purposes of occultism, whether practical or purely metaphysical, such knowledge is absolutely requisite. It is proposed, therefore, to begin these papers by showing this connection in all directions with the worlds, absolute, archetypal, spiritual, monastic, psychic, astral, and elemental. Before, however, we can touch upon the higher worlds, archetypal, spiritual and monastic, we must master the relations of the seventh, the terrestrial world, the lower Prakriti, or Makath as in the Kabbalah, to the worlds or planes which immediately follow it. Om. Om, says the Aryan adept, the son of the fifth race, who with this syllable begins and ends his salutation to the human being, his conjuration of, or appeal to, non-human presences. Om Mani, murmurs the Turanian adept, the descendant of the fourth race, and after pausing he adds, Padme Hum. This famous invocation is very erroneously translated by the Orientalists as meaning, O the jewel in the lotus. For although, literally, Om is a syllable sacred to the deity, Padme means, in the lotus, and Mani is any precious stone, still neither the words themselves, nor their symbolical meaning, are thus really correctly rendered. In this, the most sacred of all Eastern formulas, not only has every syllable a secret potency producing a definite result, but the whole invocation has 7 different meanings and can produce 7 distinct results, each of which may differ from the others. The 7 meanings and the 7 results depend upon the intonation which is given to the whole formula and to each of its syllables. And even the numerical value of the letters is added to or diminished according as such or another rhythm is made use of. Let the student remember that number underlies form, and number guides sound. Number lies at the root of the manifested universe. Numbers and harmonious proportions guide the first differentiations of homogeneous substance into heterogeneous elements, and numbers set limits to the formative hand of nature. Know the corresponding numbers of the fundamental principle of every element and its sub-elements, learn their interaction and behavior on the occult side of manifesting nature. And the law of correspondences will lead you to the discovery of the greatest mysteries of macrocosmical life. But to arrive at the macrocosmical, you must begin by the microcosmical, i.e., you must study man, the microcosm, in this case as physical science does, inductively, proceeding from particulars to universals. At the same time, however, since a keynote is required to analyze and comprehend any combination of differentiations of sound, we must never lose sight of the Platonic method, which starts with one general view of all, and descends from the universal to the individual. This is the method adopted in mathematics, the only exact science that exists in our day. Let us study man, therefore. But if we separate him for one moment from the universal whole, or view him in isolation, from a single aspect. Apart from the heavenly man, the universe symbolized by Adam Kadmon or his equivalents in every philosophy, we shall either land in black magic or fail most ingloriously in our attempt. Thus the mystic sentence, Om Mani Padme Hum, when rightly understood, instead of being composed of the almost meaningless words, O the jewel in the lotus, contains a reference to this indissoluble union between man and the universe. Rendered in 7 different ways, and having the capability of 7 different applications to as many planes of thought and action. From whatever aspect we examine it, it means, I am that I am in thee and thou art in me. In this conjunction and close union the good and pure man becomes a god. Whether consciously or unconsciously, he will bring about, or innocently cause to happen, unavoidable results. In the first case, if an initiate, of course an adept of the right-hand path alone is meant, he can guide a beneficent or a protecting current, and thus benefit and protect individuals and even whole nations. In the second case, although quite unaware of what he is doing, the good man becomes a shield to whomsoever he is with. Such is the fact. But its how and why have to be explained, and this can be done only when the actual presence and potency of numbers in sounds, and hence in words and letters, have been rendered clear. The formula, Om Mani Padme Hum, has been chosen as an illustration on account of its almost infinite potency in the mouth of an adept, and of its potentiality when pronounced by any man. Be careful, all you who read this, do not use these words in vain, or when in anger, lest you become yourself the first sacrificial victim, or, what is worse, endanger those whom you love. The profane Orientalist, who all his life schemes mere externals, will tell you flippantly, and laughing at the superstition, that in Tibet this sentence is the most powerful 6-syllabled incantation and is said to have been delivered to the nations of Central Asia by Padmapani, the Tibetan Shenrisi. 767. But who is Padmapani, in reality? Each of us must recognize him for himself, whenever he is ready. Each of us has within himself the jewel in the lotus, call it Padmapani, Krishna, Buddha, Christ, or whatever name we may give to our divine self. The exoteric story runs thus. The Supreme Buddha, or Amitabha, they say, at the hour of the creation of man, caused a rosy ray of light to issue from his right eye. The ray emitted a sound and became Padmapani Bodhisattva. Then the deity allowed to stream forth from his left eye a blue ray of light, which, becoming incarnate in the 2 virgins Dolma, acquired the power to enlighten the minds of living beings. Amitabha then called the combination, which forthwith took up its abode in man, Om Mani Padme Hum, I am the jewel in the lotus and in it I will remain. Then Padmapani, the one in the lotus, vowed never to cease working until he had made humanity feel his presence in itself and had thus saved it from the misery of rebirth. He vowed to perform the feat before the end of the Kalpa, adding that, in case of failure, he wished that his head should split into numberless fragments. The Kalpa closed, but humanity felt him not within its cold, evil heart. Then Padmapani's head split and was shattered into 1,000 fragments. Moved with compassion, the deity reformed the pieces into 10 heads, 3 white and 7 of various colors. And since that day man has become a perfect number, or 10. In this allegory the potency of sound, color, and number is so ingeniously introduced as to veil the real esoteric meaning. To the outsider it reads like one of the many meaningless fairy tales of creation. But it is pregnant with spiritual and divine, physical and magical meaning. From Amitabha, no color, or the white glory, are born the 7 differentiated colors of the prism. These each emit a corresponding sound, forming the 7 of the musical scale. As geometry, among the mathematical sciences, is specially related to architecture, and also, proceeding to universals, to cosmogony, so the 10 jods of the Pythagorean tetrad, or tetractys, being made to symbolize the macrocosm, the microcosm, or man, its image, had also to be divided into 10 points. For this nature herself has provided, as will be seen. But before this statement can be proved and the perfect correspondences between the macrocosm and the microcosm demonstrated, a few words of explanation are necessary. To the learner who would study the esoteric sciences with their double object, a, of proving man to be identical in spiritual and physical essence with both the absolute principle and with God in nature, and b, of demonstrating the presence in him of the same potential powers as exist in the creative forces in nature, to such a one a perfect knowledge of the correspondences between colors, sounds, and numbers is the first requisite. As already said, the sacred formula of the Far East, Om Mani Padme Hum, is the one best calculated to make these correspondential qualities and functions clear to the learner. In the allegory of Padmapani, the jewel, or spiritual ego, in the lotus, or the symbol of androgynous man, the numbers 3, 4, 7, 10, as synthesizing the unit, man, are prominent, as I have already said. It is on the thorough knowledge and comprehension of the meaning and potency of these numbers, in their various and multiform combinations, and in their mutual correspondence with sounds or words, and colors or rates of motion, represented in physical science by vibrations, that the progress of a student in occultism depends. Therefore we must begin with the first, initial word, Om, or Aum. Om is a blind. The sentence, Om Mani Padme Hum, is not a 6, but a 7-syllabled phrase, as the first syllable is double in its right pronunciation, and triple in its essence, a-um. It represents the forever concealed primeval triune differentiation, not from but in the one absolute, and is therefore symbolized by the 4, or the tetractys, in the metaphysical world. It is the unit ray, or Atman. It is the Atman, this highest spirit in man, which, in conjunction with Buddhi and Manas, is called the upper triad, or Trinity. This triad with its 4 lower human principles, is, moreover, enveloped with an auric atmosphere, like the yolk of an egg, the future embryo, by the albumin in shell. This, to the perceptions of higher beings from other planes, makes of each individuality an oval sphere of more or less radiancy. To show the student the perfect correspondence between the birth of cosmos, a world, a planetary being, or a child of sin and earth, a more definite and clear description must be given. Those acquainted with physiology will understand it better than others. Who, having read say the Vishnu or other Purana, is not familiar with the exoteric allegory of the birth of Brahma, male-female, in the egg of the world, Hiranyagarbha, surrounded by its 7 zones, or rather planes, which in the world of form and matter become 7 and 14 lokas. The numbers 7 and 14 reappearing as occasion requires. Without giving out the secret analysis, the Hindus have from time immemorial compared the matrix of the universe, and also the solar matrix, to the female uterus. It is written of the former, its womb is vast as the Meru, and the future mighty oceans lay asleep in the waters that filled its cavities, the continents, seas and mountains, the stars, planets, the gods, demons and mankind. The whole resembled, in its inner and outer coverings, the coconut filled interiorly with pulp, and covered externally with husk and rind. Vast as Meru, say the texts. Meru was its amnion, and the other mountains were its corion. Adds a verse in Vishnu Purana. 768. In the same way is man born in his mother's womb. As Brahma is surrounded, in exoteric traditions, by 7 layers within and 7 without the mundane egg, so is the embryo, the first or the 7th layer, according to the end from which we begin to count. Thus, just as esotericism in its cosmogony enumerates 7 inner and 7 outer layers, so physiology notes the contents of the uterus as 7 also. Although it is completely ignorant of this being a copy of what takes place in the universal matrix. These contents are 1. Embryo. 2. Amniotic fluid, immediately surrounding the embryo. 3. Amnion, a membrane derived from the fetus, which contains the fluid. 4. Umbilical vesicle, which serves to convey nourishment originally to the embryo and to nourish it. 5. Allantois, a protrusion from the embryo in the form of a closed bag, which spreads itself between 3 and 7, in the midst of 6, and which, after being specialized into the placenta, serves to conduct nourishment to the embryo. 6. Interspace between 3 and 7, the amnion and chorion, filled with an albuminous fluid. 7. Chorion, or outer layer. Now, each of these 7 contents severally corresponds with, and is formed after, an antitype, one on each of the 7 planes of being, with which in their turn correspond the 7 states of matter and all other forces. Sensational or functional, in nature. The following is a bird's-eye view of the 7 correspondential contents of the wombs of nature and of woman. We may contrast them thus. 1. Cosmic process, the mathematical point, called the cosmic seed, the monad of Leibniz, which contains the whole universe, as the acorn the oak. This is the first bubble on the surface of boundless homogeneous substance, or space, the bubble of differentiation in its incipient stage. It is the beginning of the Orphic or Brahma's egg. It corresponds in astrology and astronomy to the sun. Human process, the terrestrial embryo, which contains in it the future man with all his potentialities. In the series of principles of the human system it is the Atman, or the super-spiritual principle, just as in the physical solar system it is the sun. 2. Cosmic process, the vis vitae of our solar system exudes from the sun. Human process, the amniotic fluid exudes from the embryo. A. Cosmic process, it is called, when referred to the higher planes, akasha. Human process, it is called, on the plane of matter, prana. 769. B. Cosmic process, it proceeds from the 10 divinities, the 10 numbers of the sun, which is itself the perfect number. These are called dis, in reality space, the forces spread in space, 3 of which are contained in the sun's Atman, or 7th principle, and 7 are the rays shot out by the sun. Human process, it proceeds, taking its source in the universal one life, from the heart of man and Buddhi, over which the 7 solar rays, gods, preside. 3. Cosmic process, the ether of space, which, in its external aspect, is the plastic crust which is supposed to envelope the sun. On the higher plane it is the whole universe, as the third differentiation of evolving substance, mula prakriti becoming prakriti. Human process, the amnion, the membrane containing the amniotic fluid and enveloping the embryo. After the birth of man it becomes the third layer, so to say, of his magneto-vital aura. A. Cosmic process, it corresponds mystically to the manifested Mahat, or the intellect or soul of the world. Human process, Manas, the third principle, counting from above, or the human soul in man. 4. Cosmic process, the sidereal contents of ether, the substantial parts of it, unknown to modern science, represented as follows. Human process, umbilical vesicle, serving, as science teaches, to nourish the embryo originally, but, as occult science avers, to carry to the fetus by osmosis the cosmic influences extraneous to the mother. A. Cosmic process, in occult and Kabbalistic mysteries, by elementals. Human process, in the grown man these become the feeders of Kama, over which they preside. B. Cosmic process, in physical astronomy, by meteors, comets, and all kinds of casual and phenomenal cosmic bodies. Human process, in the physical man, his passions and emotions, the moral meteors and comets of human nature. 5. Cosmic process, life currents in ether. Having their origin in the sun, the canals through which the vital principle of that ether, the blood of the cosmic body, passes to nourish everything on the earth and on the other planets, from the minerals, which are thus made to grow and become specialized, from the plants, which are thus fed, to animal and man, to whom life is thus imparted. Human process, the allantois, a protrusion from the embryo, which spreads itself between the amnion and chorion. It is supposed to conduct the nourishment from the mother to the embryo. It corresponds to the life principle, prana or jiva. 6. Cosmic process, the double radiation, psychic and physical, which radiates from the cosmic seed and expands around the whole cosmos, as well as around the solar system and every planet. In occultism it is called the upper divine, and the lower material, astral light. Human process, the allantois is divided into 2 layers. The interspace between the amnion and the chorion contains the allantois and also an albuminous fluid. 770. 7. Cosmic process, the outer crust of every sidereal body, the shell of the mundane egg, or the sphere of our solar system, of our earth, and of every man and animal. In sidereal space, ether proper. On the terrestrial plane, air, which again is built in 7 layers. Human process, the chorion, or the zona pellucida, the globular object called blastodermic vesicle, the outer and the inner layers of the membrane of which go to form the physical man. The outer, or ectoderm, forms his epidermis. The inner, or endoderm, his muscles, bones, etc. Man's skin, again, is composed of 7 layers. A. Cosmic process, the primordial potential world stuff becomes, for the manvantaric period, the permanent globe or globes. Human process, the primitive becomes the permanent chorion. Even in the evolution of the races we see the same order as in nature, and man 771 placental animal man became such only after the separation of sexes in the 3rd root race. In the physiological evolution, the placenta is fully formed and functional only after the 3rd month of uterine life. Let us put aside such human conceptions as a personal God, and hold to the purely divine, to that which underlies all and everything in boundless nature. It is called by its Sanskrit esoteric name in the Vedas, tat, or that, a term for the unknowable rootless root. If we do so, we may answer these 7 questions of the esoteric catechism thus. 1. Q. What is the eternal absolute? A. That. 2. Q. How came cosmos into being? A. Through that. 3. Q. How, or what will it be when it falls back into pralaya? A. In that. 4. Q. Whence all the animate, and suppositionally, the inanimate nature? A. From that. 5. Q. What is the substance and essence of which the universe is formed? A. That. 6. Q. Into what has it been and will be again and again resolved? A. Into that. 7. Q. Is that then both the instrumental and material cause of the universe? A. What else is it or can it be than that? As the universe, the macrocosm and the microcosm 772 are 10, why should we divide man into 7 principles? This is the reason why the perfect number 10 is divided into 2, in their completeness, i.e. super-spiritually and physically, the forces are 10, to wit, 3 on the subjective and inconceivable, and 7 on the objective plane. Bear in mind that I am now giving you the description of the 2 opposite poles, A, the primordial triangle, which, as soon as it has reflected itself in the heavenly man, the highest of the lower 7, disappears, returning into silence and darkness. And B, the astral paradigmatic man, whose monad, Atma, is also represented by a triangle, as it has to become a ternary in conscious devachanic interludes. The purely terrestrial man being reflected in the universe of matter, so to say, upside down, the upper triangle, wherein the creative ideation and the subjective potentiality of the formative faculty resides, is shifted in the man of clay below the 7. Thus 3 of the 10, containing in the archetypal world only ideative and paradigmatical potentiality, i.e., existing in possibility, not in action, are in fact 1. The potency of formative creation resides in the logos, the synthesis of the 7 forces or rays, which becomes forthwith the quaternary, the sacred tetractes. This process is repeated in man, in whom the lower physical triangle becomes, in conjunction with the female one, the male-female creator, or generator. The same on a still lower plane in the animal world. A mystery above, a mystery below, truly. This is how the upper and highest, and the lower and most animal, stand in mutual relation. Diagram I. First, macrocosm and its 3, 7, or 10 centers of creative forces. A, B, C. The unknowable. A. Sexless, unmanifested logos. B. Potential wisdom. C. Universal ideation. A. Creative logos. B. Eternal substance. C. Spirit. A, B, C. This is pradhana, undifferentiated matter in Sankhya philosophy, or good, evil and chaotic darkness, sattva, rajas, and tamas, neutralizing each other. When differentiated, they become the 7 creative potencies, spirit, substance and fire stimulating matter to form itself. D. The spiritual forces acting in matter. Second. Microcosm, the inner man, and his 3, 7, or 10 centers of potential forces. Tman, although exoterically reckoned as the 7th principle, is no individual principle at all, and belongs to the universal soul. 7 is the auric egg, the magnetic sphere round every human and animal being. 1. Buddhi, the vehicle of Atma. 2. Manas, the vehicle of Buddhi. 3. Lower Manas, the upper and lower Manas are 2 aspects of one and the same principle, and 4. Kama Rupa, its vehicle. 5. Prana, life, and 6. Linga Sharira, its vehicle. 2. 3 are the 3 hypostases of Atman, its contact with nature and man being the 4th, making it a quaternary, or tetractes, the higher self. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 principles, acting on 4 different planes, and having their auric envelope on the 7th, vid infra, are those used by the adepts of the right hand, or white magicians. Third. Microcosm, the physical man, and his 10 orifices, or centers of action. 1. Buddhi, right eye. 3. Lower Manas, right ear. 5. Life principle, right nostril. 7. The organ of the creative logos, the mouth. 8, 9, 10. As this lower ternary has a direct connection with the higher atmic triad and its 3 aspects, creative, preservative and destructive, or rather regenerative. The abuse of the corresponding functions is the most terrible of karmic sins, the sin against the Holy Ghost with the Christians. 2. Manas, left eye. 4. Kama Rupa, left ear. 6. Life vehicle, left nostril. 7. The paradigm of the 10th, creative, orifice in the lower triad. These physical organs are used only by Dugpa in black magic. In this diagram, we see that physical man, or his body, does not share in the direct pure waves of the divine essence which flows from the 1 in 3, the unmanifested, through the manifested logos, the upper face in the diagram. Purusha, the primeval spirit, touches the human head and stops there. But the spiritual man, the synthesis of the 7 principles, is directly connected with it. And here a few words ought to be said about the usual exoteric enumeration of the principles. At first an approximate division only was made and given out. Esoteric Buddhism begins with Atma, the 7th, and ends with the physical body, the 1st. Now neither Atma, which is no individual principle, but a radiation from and one with the unmanifested logos, nor the body, which is the material rind, or shell, of the spiritual man, can be, in strict truth, referred to as principles. Moreover, the chief principle of all, one not even mentioned heretofore, is the luminous egg, Hiranyagarbha, or the invisible magnetic sphere in which every man is enveloped. 773 It is the direct emanation, A, from the atmic ray in its triple aspect of creator, preserver and destroyer, regenerator, and B, from Buddhimanas. The seventh aspect of this individual aura is the faculty of assuming the form of its body in becoming the radiant, the luminous ogoids. It is this, strictly speaking, which at times becomes the form called Mayavi Rupa. Therefore, as explained in the second face of the diagram, the astral man, the spiritual man consists of only 5 principles, as taught by the Vedantins 774 who substitute, tacitly, for the physical this sixth, or auric, body. And merge the dual manas, the dual mind, or consciousness, into one. Thus they speak of 5 koshas, sheaths or principles, and call Atma the sixth yet no principle. This is the secret of the late Subha Ro's criticism of the division in esoteric Buddhism. But let the student now learn the true esoteric enumeration. The reason why public mention of the auric body was not permitted was on account of its being so sacred. It is this body which, at death, assimilates the essence of buddhi and manas and becomes the vehicle of these spiritual principles, which are not objective, and then, with the full radiation of Atma upon it ascends as Manastijasi into the devachanic state. Therefore is it called by many names. It is the Sutratma, the silver thread which incarnates from the beginning of Manvantara to the end, stringing upon itself the pearls of human existence, in other words, the spiritual aroma of every personality it follows through the pilgrimage of life. 775 It is also the material from which the adept forms his astral bodies, from the ogoids and the Mayavi Rupa downwards. After the death of man, when its most ethereal particles have drawn into themselves the spiritual principles of buddhi and the upper manas, and are illuminated with the radiance of Atma, the auric body remains either in the devachanic state of consciousness, or, in the case of a full adept, prefers the state of a nirmanakya, that is, one who has so purified his whole system that he is above even the divine illusion of a devachani. Such an adept remains in the astral, invisible, plane connected with our earth, and henceforth moves and lives in the possession of all his principles except the kama rupa and physical body. In the case of the devachani, the linga sharira, the alter ego of the body, which during life is within the physical envelope while the radiant aura is without, strengthened by the material particles which this aura leaves behind, remains close to the dead body and outside it, and soon fades away. In the case of the full adept, the body alone becomes subject to dissolution, while the center of that force which was the seat of desires and passions, disappears with its cause, the animal body. But during the life of the latter all these centers are more or less active and in constant correspondence with their prototypes, the cosmic centers, and their microcosms, the principles. It is only through these cosmic and spiritual centers that the physical centers, the upper 7 orifices and the lower triad, can benefit by their occult interaction, for these orifices, or openings, are channels conducting into the body the influences that the will of man attracts and uses, viz. the cosmic forces. This will has, of course, to act primarily through the spiritual principles. To make this clearer, let us take an example. In order to stop pain, let us say in the right eye, you have to attract to it the potent magnetism from that cosmic principle which corresponds to this eye and also to buddhi. Create, by a powerful will effort, an imaginary line of communication between the right eye and buddhi, locating the latter as a center in the same part of the head. This line, though you may call it imaginary, is, once you succeed in seeing it with your mental eye and give it a shape and color, in truth as good as real. A rope in a dream is not and yet is. Moreover, according to the prismatic color with which you endow your line, so will the influence act. Now buddhi and Mercury correspond with each other, and both are yellow, or radiant and golden colored. In the human system, the right eye corresponds with buddhi and Mercury, and the left with Manas and Venus or Lucifer. Thus, if your line is golden or silvery, it will stop the pain. If red, it will increase it, for red is the color of Kama and corresponds with Mars. Mental or Christian scientists have stumbled upon the effects without understanding the causes. Having found by chance the secret of producing such results owing to mental abstraction, they attribute them to their union with God, whether a personal or impersonal God they know best, whereas it is simply the effect of one or another principle. However it may be, they are on the path of discovery, although they must remain wandering for a long time to come. Let not esoteric students commit the same mistake. It has often been explained that neither the cosmic planes of substance nor even the human principles, with the exception of the lowest material plane or world and the physical body, which, as has been said, are no principles, can be located or thought of as being in space and time. As the former are seven in one, so are we seven in one, that same absolute soul of the world, which is both matter and non-matter, spirit and non-spirit, being and non-being. Impress yourselves well with this idea, all those of you who would study the mysteries of self. Remember that with our physical senses alone at our command, none of us can hope to reach beyond gross matter. We can do so only through one or another of our seven spiritual senses, either by training, or if one is a born seer. Yet even a clairvoyant possessed of such faculties, if not an adept, no matter how honest and sincere he may be, will, through his ignorance of the truths of occult science, be led by the visions he sees in the astral light only to mistake for God or angels the denizens of those spheres of which he may occasionally catch a glimpse, as witness Swedenborg and others. These seven senses of ours correspond with every other septenate in nature and in ourselves. Physically, though invisibly, the human auric envelope, the amnion of the physical man in every age of life, has seven layers, just as cosmic space and our physical epidermis have. It is this aura which, according to our mental and physical state of purity or impurity, either opens for us vistas into other worlds, or shuts us out altogether from anything but this three-dimensional world of matter. Each of our seven physical senses, two of which are still unknown to profane science, and also of our seven states of consciousness, viz., 1. Waking, 2. Waking dreaming, 3. Natural sleeping, 4. Induced or trance sleep, 5. Psychic, 6. Superpsychic, and 7. Purely spiritual, corresponds with one of the seven cosmic planes, develops and uses one of the seven supersenses, and is connected directly, in its use on the terrestrial spiritual plane, with the cosmic and divine center of force that gave it birth, and which is its direct creator. Each is also connected with, and under the direct influence of, one of the seven sacred planets. 776 These belonged to the lesser mysteries, whose followers were called Mistai, the veiled, seeing that they were allowed to perceive things only through a mist, as it were, with the eyes closed. While the initiates or seers of the greater mysteries were called Apoptai, those who see things unveiled. It was the latter only who were taught the true mysteries of the zodiac and the relations and correspondences between its 12 signs, 2 secret, and the 10 human orifices. The latter are now of course 10 in the female, and only 9 in the male, but this is merely an external difference. In the second volume of this work it is stated that till the end of the third root race, when androgynous man separated into male and female, the 10 orifices existed in the hermaphrodite, first potentially, then functionally. The evolution of the human embryo shows this. For instance, the only opening formed at first is the buccal cavity, a cloaca communicating with the anterior extremity of the intestine. These become later the mouth and the posterior orifice, the logos differentiating and emanating gross matter on the lower plane, in occult parlance. The difficulty which some students will experience in reconciling the correspondences between the zodiac and the orifices can be easily explained. Magic is coeval with the third root race, which began by creating through Kriya-Shakti and ended by generating its species in the present way. 777 Woman, being left with the full or perfect cosmic number 10, the divine number of Jehovah, was deemed higher and more spiritual than man. In Egypt, in days of old, the marriage service contained an article that the woman should be the Lady of the Lord, and real Lord over him. The husband pledging himself to be obedient to his wife, for the production of alchemical results such as the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone, for the spiritual help of the woman was needed by the male alchemist. But woe to the alchemist who should take this in the dead-letter sense of physical union. Such sacrilege would become black magic and be followed by certain failure. The true alchemist of old took aged women to help him, carefully avoiding the young ones, and if any of them happened to be married they treated their wives for months both before and during their operations as sisters. The error of crediting the ancients with knowing only 10 of the zodiacal signs is explained in Isis Unveiled. 778. The ancients did know of 12, but viewed these signs differently from ourselves. They took neither Virgo nor Scorpio singly into consideration, but regarded them as two in one, since they were made to refer directly and symbolically to the primeval dual man and his separation into sexes. During the reformation of the zodiac, Libra was added as the 12th sign, though it is simply an equilibrating sign, at the turning point, the mystery of separated man. Let the student learn all this well. Meanwhile we have to recapitulate what has been said. 1. Each human being is an incarnation of his God, in other words, one with his Father in heaven, just as Jesus, an initiate, is made to say. As many men on earth, so many gods in heaven. And yet these gods are in reality one, for at the end of every period of activity, they are withdrawn, like the rays of the setting sun, into the parent luminary, the non-manifested logos, which in its turn is merged into the one absolute. Shall we call these fathers of ours, whether individually or collectively, and under any circumstances, our personal God? Occultism answers, never. All that an average man can know of his Father, is what he knows of himself, through and within himself. The soul of his Heavenly Father is incarnated in him. This soul is himself, if he be successful in assimilating the divine individuality while in his physical, animal shell. As to the spirit thereof, as well expect to be heard by the Absolute. Our prayers and supplications are vain, unless to potential words we add potent acts, and make the aura which surrounds each one of us so pure and divine that the God within us may act outwardly, or in other words, become as it were an extraneous potency. Thus have initiates, saints, and very holy and pure men been enabled to help others as well as themselves in the hour of need, and produce what are foolishly called miracles, each by the help and with the aid of the God within himself, which he alone has enabled to act on the outward plane. 2. The word Aum or Om, which corresponds to the upper triangle, if pronounced by a very holy and pure man, will draw out, or awaken, not only the less exalted potencies residing in the planetary spaces and elements, but even his higher self. Or the Father within him. Pronounced by an averagely good man, in the correct way, it will help to strengthen him morally, especially if between two Aums he meditates intently upon the Aum within him, concentrating all his attention upon the ineffable glory. But woe to the man who pronounces it after the commission of some far-reaching sin, he will only thereby attract to his own impure photosphere invisible presences and forces which could not otherwise break through the divine envelope. Aum is the original of Amen. Now, Amen is not a Hebrew term, but, like the word Hallelujah, was borrowed by the Jews and Greeks from the Chaldees. The latter word is often found repeated in certain magical inscriptions upon cups and urns among the Babylonian and Nineveh relics. Amen does not mean, so be it, or verily, but signified in hoary antiquity almost the same as Aum. The Jewish Tanaim, initiates, used it for the same reason as the Aryan adepts use Aum, and with a like success, the numerical value of Amen in Hebrew letters being 91, the same as the full value of YHVH 77926, and Adunawai, 65, or 91. Both words mean the affirmation of the being, or existence, of the sexless Lord within us. 3. Esoteric science teaches that every sound in the visible world awakens its corresponding sound in the invisible realms, and arouses to action some force or other on the occult side of nature. Moreover, every sound corresponds to a color and a number, a potency spiritual, psychic or physical, and to a sensation on some plane. All these find an echo in every one of the so far developed elements, and even on the terrestrial plane, in the lives that swarm in the terrene atmosphere, thus prompting them to action. Thus a prayer, unless pronounced mentally and addressed to one's Father, in the silence and solitude of one's closet, must have more frequently disastrous than beneficial results. Seeing that the masses are entirely ignorant of the potent effects which they thus produce. To produce good effects, the prayer must be uttered by one who knows how to make himself heard in silence, when it is no longer a prayer, but becomes a command. Why is Jesus shown to have forbidden his hearers to go to the public synagogues? Surely every praying man was not a hypocrite and a liar, nor a Pharisee who loved to be seen praying by people. He had a motive, we must suppose, the same motive which prompts the experienced occultist to prevent his pupils from going into crowded places now as then, from entering churches, séance rooms, etc., unless they are in sympathy with the crowd. There is one piece of advice to be given to beginners, who cannot help going into crowds, one which may appear superstitious, but which in the absence of occult knowledge will be found efficacious. As well known to good astrologers, the days of the week are not in the order of those planets whose names they bear. The fact is that the ancient Hindus and Egyptians divided the day into 4 parts, each day being under the protection, as ascertained by practical magic, of a planet. And every day, as correctly asserted by Dion Cassius, received the name of the planet which ruled and protected its first portion. Let the student protect himself from the powers of the air, elementals, which throng public places, by wearing either a ring containing some jewel of the color of the presiding planet, or else of the metals sacred to it. But the best protection is a clear conscience and a firm desire to benefit humanity. The planets, the days of the week and their corresponding colors and metals. Transcriber's note, this table was a wide pull-out insert into the book, with more columns than modern readers can display. It has been reformatted into several tables of more manageable width. These correspondences are from the objective, terrestrial plane. Atman is no number, and corresponds to no visible planet, for it proceeds from the spiritual sun. Nor does it bear any relation either to sound, color, or the rest, for it includes them all. As the human principles have no numbers per se, but only correspond to numbers, sounds, colors, etc. They are not enumerated here in the order used for exoteric purposes. Numbers/metals. /planets. 1 in 10. Physical man's keynote. /iron. /Mars. The planet of generation. 2. Life spiritual and life physical. /gold. /the sun. The giver of life physically. Spiritually and esoterically the substitute for the intermercurial planet, a sacred and secret planet with the ancients. 3. Because Buddhi is, so to speak, between Atma and Manas, and forms with the 7th, or auric envelope, the Devachanic triad. /Mercury. Mixes with sulfur, as Buddhi is mixed with the flame of spirit, see alchemical definitions, /Mercury. The messenger and the interpreter of the gods. 4. The middle principle, between the purely material and purely spiritual triads. The conscious part of animal man. /lead. /Saturn. 5. /tin. /Jupiter. 6. /copper. When alloyed becomes bronze, the dual principle. /Venus. The morning and the evening star. 7. Contains in itself the reflection of septenary man/silver. /the moon. The patent of the earth. Numbers/ the human principles. /days of the week. 1 in 10. /Kama Rupa. The vehicle or seat of the animal instincts and passions. /Tuesday, dies Martis, or TIW. 2. /prana or jiva. Life. /Sunday, dies Sals, or sun. 3. /Buddhi. Spiritual soul, or Atmic ray, vehicle of Atma. /Wednesday. Dies Mercurii, or Woden. Day of Buddha in the south, end of Woden in the north, gods of wisdom. 4. /Kama Manas. The lower mind, or animal soul. /Saturday, dies Saturns, or Saturn. 5. /Auric envelope. /Thursday, dies Jovis, or Thor. 6. /Manas. The higher mind, or human soul. Friday, dies Veneris, or Frigga. 7. Linga Sharira. The astral double of man, the parent of the physical man. Numbers colors. Sound, musical scale. 1 and 10. 1 red. Saw or do. 2, 2 orange. Re or re. 3. 3. Yellow. Ga or me. 4, 4. Green. Ma or Fa. 5, 5. Blue. Pa or soul. 6, 6. Indigo or dark blue. Da or la. 7, 7. Violet. Ni or C. In the accompanying diagram the days of the week do not stand in their usual order, though they are placed in their correct sequence as determined by the order of the colors in the solar spectrum and the corresponding colors of their ruling planets. The fault of the confusion in the order of the days revealed by this comparison lies at the door of the early Christians. Adopting from the Jews their lunar months, they tried to blend them with the solar planets, and so made a mess of it. For the order of the days of the week as it now stands does not follow the order of the planets. Now, the ancients arranged the planets in the following order: Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, counting the Sun as a planet for exoteric purposes. Again, the Egyptians and Indians, the two oldest nations, divided their day into 4 parts, each of which was under the protection and rule of a planet. In course of time each day came to be called by the name of that planet which ruled its first portion, the morning. Now, when they arranged their week, the Christians proceeded as follows: they wanted to make the day of the sun, or Sunday, the 7th, so they named the days of the week by taking every 4th planet in turn, e.g. beginning with the moon, Monday, they counted thus: Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, thus Tuesday, the day whose first portion was ruled by Mars, became the 2nd day of the week, and so on. It should be remembered also that the moon, like the sun, is a substitute for a secret planet. The present division of the solar year was made several centuries later than the beginning of our era. And our week is not that of the ancients and the occultists. The septenary division of the 4 parts of the lunar phases is as old as the world, and originated with the people who reckon time by the lunar months. The Hebrews never used it, for they counted only the 7th day, the Sabbath, though the 2nd chapter of Genesis seems to speak of it. Till the days of the Caesars there is no trace of a week of 7 days among any nation save the Hindus. From India it passed to the Arabs, and reached Europe with Christianity. The Roman week consisted of 8 days, and the Athenian of 10. 780. Thus one of the numberless contradictions and fallacies of Christendom is the adoption of the Indian septenary week of the lunar reckoning, and the preservation at the same time of the mythological names of the planets. Nor do modern astrologers give the correspondences of the days and planets and their colors correctly, and while occultists can give good reason for every detail of their own tables of colors, etc., it is doubtful whether the astrologers can do the same. To close this first paper, let me say that the readers must in all necessity be separated into 2 broad divisions: those who have not quite rid themselves of the usual skeptical doubts, but who long to ascertain how much truth there may be in the claims of the occultists, and those others who, having freed themselves from the trammels of materialism and relativity, feel that true and real bliss must be sought only in the knowledge and personal experience of that which the Hindu philosopher calls the Brahmavidya, and the Buddhist Arhat the realization of Adibhuta, the primeval wisdom. Let the former pick out and study from these papers only those explanations of the phenomena of life which profane science is unable to give them. Even with such limitations, they will find by the end of a year or 2 that they will have learned more than all their universities and colleges can teach them. As to the sincere believers, they will be rewarded by seeing their faith transformed into knowledge. True knowledge is of spirit and in spirit alone, and cannot be acquired in any other way except through the region of the higher mind, the only plane from which we can penetrate the depths of the all-pervading absoluteness. He who carries out only those laws established by human minds, who lives that life which is prescribed by the code of mortals and their fallible legislation, chooses as his guiding star a beacon which shines on the ocean of Maya, or of temporary delusions, and lasts for but one incarnation. These laws are necessary for the life and welfare of physical man alone. He has chosen a pilot who directs him through the shoals of one existence, a master who parts with him, however, on the threshold of death. How much happier that man who, while strictly performing on the temporary objective plane the duties of daily life, carrying out each and every law of his country, and rendering, in short, to Caesar what is Caesar's, leads in reality a spiritual and permanent existence, a life with no breaks of continuity, no gaps, no interludes, not even during those periods which are the halting places of the long pilgrimage of purely spiritual life. All the phenomena of the lower human mind disappear like the curtain of a proscenium, allowing him to live in the region beyond it, the plane of the noumenal, the one reality. If man by suppressing, if not destroying, his selfishness and personality, only succeeds in knowing himself as he is behind the veil of physical Maya, he will soon stand beyond all pain, all misery, and beyond all the wear and tear of change, which is the chief originator of pain. Such a man will be physically of matter, he will move surrounded by matter, and yet he will live beyond and outside it. His body will be subject to change, but he himself will be entirely without it, and will experience everlasting life even while in temporary bodies of short duration. All this may be achieved by the development of unselfish universal love of humanity, and the suppression of personality, or selfishness, which is the cause of all sin, and consequently of all human sorrow. Paper 2. An explanation. In view of the abstruse nature of the subjects dealt with, the present paper will begin with an explanation of some points which remained obscure in the preceding one, as well as of some statements in which there was an appearance of contradiction. Astrologers, of whom there are many among the esotericists, are likely to be puzzled by some statements distinctly contradicting their teachings, whilst those who know nothing of the subject may perhaps find themselves opposed at the outset by those who have studied the exoteric systems of the Kabbalah and astrology. For let it be distinctly known, nothing of that which is printed broadcast, and available to every student in public libraries or museums, is really esoteric, but is either mixed with deliberate blinds, or cannot be understood and studied with profit without a complete glossary of occult terms. The following teachings and explanations, therefore, may be useful to the student in assisting him to formulate the teaching given in the preceding paper. In Diagram I, it will be observed that the 3, 7, and 10 centers are respectively as follows. A. The 3 pertain to the spiritual world of the Absolute, and therefore to the 3 higher principles in man. B. The 7 belong to the spiritual, psychic, and physical worlds and to the body of man. Physics, metaphysics, and hyperphysics are the triad that symbolizes man on this plane. C. The 10, or the sum total of these, is the universe as a whole, in all its aspects, and also its microcosm, man, with his 10 orifices. Laying aside, for the moment, the higher decad, cosmos, and the lower decad, man, the first 3 numbers of the separate sevens have a direct reference to the spirit, soul and auric envelope of the human being, as well as to the higher supersensual world. The lower 4, or the 4 aspects, belong to man also, as well as to the universal cosmos, the whole being synthesized by the Absolute. If these 3 discrete or distributive degrees of being be conceived, according to the symbology of all the Eastern religions, as contained in one ovum or egg, the name of that egg will be Svabhavat, or the all-being on the manifested plane. This universe has, in truth, neither center or periphery, but in the individual and finite mind of man it has such a definition, the natural consequence of the limitations of human thought. In Diagram 2. As already stated therein, no notice need be taken of the numbers used in the left-hand column, as these refer only to the hierarchies of the colors and sounds on the metaphysical plane, and are not the characteristic numbers of the human principles or of the planets. The human principles elude enumeration, because each man differs from every other, just as no two blades of grass on the whole earth are absolutely alike. Numbering is here a question of spiritual progress and the natural predominance of one principle over another. With one man it may be Buddhi that stands as number one, with another, if he be a bestial sensualist, the lower manas. With one the physical body, or perhaps prana, the life principle, will be on the first and highest plane, as would be the case in an extremely healthy man, full of vitality, with another it may come as the sixth or even seventh downward. Again, the colors and metals corresponding to the planets and human principles, as will be observed, are not those known exoterically to modern astrologers and Western occultists. Let us see whence the modern astrologer got his notions about the correspondence of planets, metals and colors. And here we are reminded of the modern Orientalist, who, judging by appearances credits the ancient Akkadians, and also the Chaldeans, Hindus and Egyptians, with the crude notion that the universe, and in like manner the earth, was like an inverted bell-shaped bowl. This he demonstrates by pointing to the symbolical representations of some Akkadian inscriptions and to the Assyrian carvings. It is, however, no place here to explain how mistaken is the Assyriologist, for all such representations are simply symbolical of the Kardakura, the world mountain, or Meru, and relate only to the North Pole, the land of the gods. Now, the Assyrians arranged their exoteric teaching about the planets and their correspondences as follows. Diagram 2. Numbers. / planets. / metals. / colors. / solar days of week. 1, / Saturn. / lead. / black. / Saturday. Whence Sabbath 781 in honor of Jehovah. 2, / Jupiter. / tin. / white but as often purple or orange. / Thursday. 3, / Mars. / iron. / red. / Tuesday. 4, / Sunday / gold. / yellow golden. / Sunday. 5, / Venus. / copper. / green or yellow. / Friday. 6, / Mercury. / quicksilver. / blue. / Wednesday. 7, / moon. / silver. / silver white. / Monday. This is the arrangement now adopted by Christian astrologers, with the exception of the order of the days of the week, of which, by associating the solar planetary names with the lunar weeks, they have made a sore mess. As has been already shown in Paper I. This is the Ptolemaic geocentric system, which represents the universe as in the following diagram, showing our Earth in the center of the universe, and the Sun a planet, the fourth in number. And if the Christian chronology and order of the days of the week are being daily denounced as being based on an entirely wrong astronomical foundation, it is high time to begin a reform also in astrology built on such lines. And coming to us entirely from the Chaldean and Assyrian exoteric mob. But the correspondences given in these papers are purely esoteric. For this reason it follows that when the planets of the solar system are named or symbolized, as in diagram 2, it must not be supposed that the planetary bodies themselves are referred to, except as types on a purely physical plane of the septenary nature of the psychic and spiritual worlds. A material planet can correspond only to a material something. Thus when Mercury is said to correspond to the right eye, it does not mean that the objective planet has any influence on the right optic organ, but that both stand rather as corresponding mystically through Buddhi. Man derives his spiritual soul, Buddhi, from the essence of the Manasa Putra, the sons of wisdom, who are the divine beings, or angels, ruling and presiding over the planet Mercury. In the same way Venus, Manas and the left eye are set down as correspondences. Exoterically, there is, in reality, no such association of physical eyes and physical planets, but esoterically there is, for the right eye is the eye of wisdom, i.e. it corresponds magnetically with that occult center in the brain which we call the third eye, 782, while the left corresponds with the intellectual brain, or those cells which are the organ on the physical plane of the thinking faculty. The Kabbalistic triangle of Kether, Chokmah and Bina shows this. Chokmah and Bina, or wisdom and intelligence, the father and mother, or, again, the father and son, are on the same plane and react mutually on one another. When the individual consciousness is turned inward, a conjunction of manas and buddhi takes place. In the spiritually regenerated man this conjunction is permanent, the higher manas clinging to buddhi beyond the threshold of devotion, and the soul, or rather the spirit, which should not be confounded with Atma, the superspirit, is then said to have the single eye. Esoterically, in other words, the third eye is active. Now Mercury is called Hermes, and Venus, Aphrodite, and thus their conjunction in man on the psychophysical plane gives him the name of the hermaphrodite, or androgyne. The absolutely spiritual man is, however, entirely disconnected from sex. The spiritual man corresponds directly with the higher, colored circles, the divine prism which emanates from the one infinite white circle. While physical man emanates from the Sephiroth, which are the voices or sounds of Eastern philosophy. And these voices are lower than the colors, for they are the 7 lower Sephiroth, or the objective sounds, seen, not heard, as the Zohar shows 783 and even the Old Testament also. For, when properly translated, verse 18 of chapter 20. Exodus would read, and the people saw the voices, or sounds, not the thunderings, as now translated, and these voices, or sounds, are the Sephiroth. 784. In the same way the right and left nostrils, into which is breathed the breath of lives, 785 are here said to correspond with sun and moon, as Brahma Prajapati and Vak, or Osiris and Isis, are the parents of the natural life. This quaternary, viz., the 2 eyes and 2 nostrils, Mercury and Venus, sun and moon, constitutes the Kabbalistic guardian angels of the 4 corners of the earth. It is the same in the Eastern esoteric philosophy, which, however, adds that the sun is not a planet, but the central star of our system, and the moon a dead planet, from which all the principles are gone, both being substitutes. The one for an invisible intermercurial planet, and the other for a planet which seems to have now altogether disappeared from view. These are the 4 Maharajas, 786, the 4 holy ones, connected with karma and humanity, cosmos and man, in all their aspects. They are, the sun, or its substitute Michael. Moon, or substitute Gabriel, Mercury, Raphael, and Venus, Uriel. It need hardly be said here again that the planetary bodies themselves, being only physical symbols, are not often referred to in the esoteric system, but, as a rule, their cosmic, psychic, physical and spiritual forces are symbolized under these names. In short, it is the 7 physical planets which are the lower Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, and our triple physical sun whose reflection only we see, which is symbolized, or rather personified, by the upper triad, or Sephirothal crown. 787. Then, again, it will be well to point out that the numbers attached to the psychic principles in diagram I appear the reverse of those in exoteric writings. This is because numbers in this connection are purely arbitrary, changing with every school. Some schools count 3, some 4, some 6, and others 7, as do all the Buddhist esotericists. As said before, 788 the esoteric school has been divided into 2 departments since the 14th century, one for the inner lanus, or higher chalice, the other for the outer circle, or lay chalice. Mr. Sinnett was distinctly told in the letters he received from one of the gurus that he could not be taught the real esoteric doctrine given out only to the pledged disciples of the inner circle. The numbers and principles do not go in regular sequence, like the skins of an onion, but the student must work out for himself the number appropriate to each of his principles, when the time comes for him to enter upon practical study. The above will suggest to the student the necessity of knowing the principles by their names and their appropriate faculties apart from any system of enumeration, or by association with their corresponding centers of actions, colors, sounds, etc. Until these become inseparable. The old and familiar mode of reckoning the principles, given in the Theosophist and esoteric Buddhism, leads to another apparently perplexing contradiction, though it is really none at all. The principles numbered 3 and 2, viz., Linga Sharira and Prana, or Jiva, stand in the reverse order to that given in diagram I. A moment's consideration will suffice to explain the apparent discrepancy between the exoteric enumeration and the esoteric order given in diagram I. For in diagram I, the Linga Sharira is defined as the vehicle of Prana, or Jiva, the life principle, and as such must of necessity be inferior to Prana, not superior as the exoteric enumeration would suggest. The principles do not stand one above the other, and thus cannot be taken in numerical sequence. Their order depends upon the superiority and predominance of one or another principle, and therefore differs in every man. The Linga Sharira is the double, or protoplasmic antitype of the body, which is its image. It is in this sense that it is called in diagram 2 the parent of the physical body, i.e., the mother by conception of Prana, the father. This idea is conveyed in the Egyptian mythology by the birth of Horus, the child of Osiris and Isis, although, like all sacred mythoi, this has both a threefold spiritual and a sevenfold psychophysical application. To close the subject, Prana, the life principle, can, in sober truth, have no number, as it pervades every other principle, or the human total. Each number of the 7 would thus be naturally applicable to Pranajiva exoterically as it is to the auric body esoterically. As Pythagoras showed, cosmos was produced not through or by number, but geometrically, i.e., following the proportions of numbers. To those who are unacquainted with the exoteric astrological natures ascribed in practice to the planetary bodies, it may be useful if we set them down here after the manner of diagram 2. In relation to their dominion over the human body, colors, metals, etc., and explain at the same time why genuine esoteric philosophy differs from the astrological claims. Planets / days / metals / parts of the body / colors Saturn / Saturday / lead / right ear, knees and bony system / black point 789 Jupiter / Thursday / tin / left ear, thighs, feet and arterial system / purple point 790 Mars / Tuesday / iron / forehead and nose, the skull, sex function and muscular system / red Sunday / Sunday / gold / right eye, heart and vital centers / orange point 791 Venus / Friday / copper / chin and cheeks, neck and reins and the Venus system / yellow point 792 Mercury / Wednesday / quicksilver / mouth, hands, abdominal viscera and nervous system / dove or cream point 793 Moon / Monday / silver / breasts, left eye, the fluidic system, saliva, lymph, etc. / white 794. Thus it will be seen that the influence of the solar system in the exoteric Kabbalistic astrology is by this method distributed over the entire human body, the primary metals, and the gradations of color from black to white. But that esotericism recognizes neither black nor white as colors, because it holds religiously to the 7 solar or natural colors of the prism. Black and white are artificial tints. They belong to the earth, and are only perceived by virtue of the special construction of our physical organs. White is the absence of all colors, and therefore no color. Black is simply the absence of light, and therefore the negative aspect of white. The 7 prismatic colors are direct emanations from the 7 hierarchies of being, each of which has a direct bearing upon and relation to one of the human principles, since each of these hierarchies is, in fact, the creator and source of the corresponding human principle. Each prismatic color is called in occultism the father of the sound, which corresponds to it, sound being the word, or the logos, of its father thought. This is the reason why sensitives connect every color with a definite sound, a fact well recognized in modern science, e.g., Francis Galton's human faculty. But black and white are entirely negative colors, and have no representatives in the world of subjective being. Kabbalistic astrology says that the dominion of the planetary bodies in the human brain also is defined thus: there are 7 primary groups of faculties, 6 of which function through the cerebrum, and the 7th through the cerebellum. This is perfectly correct esoterically. But when it is further said that Saturn governs the devotional faculties, Mercury, the intellectual, Jupiter, the sympathetic, the Sun, the governing faculties, Mars, the selfish, Venus, the tenacious, and the Moon, the instincts, we say that the explanation is incomplete and even misleading. For, in the first place, the physical planets can rule only the physical body and the purely physical functions. All the mental, emotional, psychic and spiritual faculties are influenced by the occult properties of the scale of causes which emanate from the hierarchies of the spiritual rulers of the planets, and not by the planets themselves. This scale, as given in diagram 2, leads the student to perceive in the following order: 1. Color, 2. Sound, 3. The sound materializes into the spirit of the metals, i.e., the metallic elementals. 4. These materialize again into the physical metals. 5. Then the harmonial and vibratory radiant essence passes into the plants, giving them color and smell, both of which properties depend upon the rate of vibration of this energy per unit of time. 6. From plants it passes into the animals. 7. And finally culminates in the principles of man. Thus we see the divine essence of our progenitors in heaven circling through 7 stages, spirit becoming matter, and matter returning to spirit. As there is sound in nature which is inaudible, so there is color which is invisible, but which can be heard. The creative force, at work in its incessant task of transformation, produces color, sound and numbers, in the shape of rates of vibration which compound and dissociate the atoms and molecules. Though invisible and inaudible to us in detail, yet the synthesis of the whole becomes audible to us on the material plane. It is that which the Chinese call the great tone, or kung. It is, even by scientific confession, the actual tonic of nature, held by musicians to be the middle FA on the keyboard of a piano. We hear it distinctly in the voice of nature, in the roaring of the ocean, in the sound of the foliage of a great forest, in the distant roar of a great city, in the wind, the tempest and the storm. In short, in everything in nature which has a voice or produces sound. To the hearing of all who hearken, it culminates in a single definite tone, of an unappreciable pitch, which, as said, is the F, or FA, of the diatonic scale. From these particulars, that wherein lies the difference between the exoteric and the esoteric nomenclature and symbolism will be evident to the student of occultism. In short, Kabbalistic astrology, as practiced in Europe, is the semi-esoteric secret science, adapted for the outer and not for the inner circle. It is, furthermore, often left incomplete and not infrequently distorted to conceal the real truth. While it symbolizes and adapts its correspondences on the mere appearances of things, esoteric philosophy, which concerns itself preeminently with the essence of things, accepts only such symbols as cover the whole ground, i.e., such symbols as yield a spiritual as well as a psychic and physical meaning. Yet even Western astrology has done excellent work, for it has helped to carry the knowledge of the existence of a secret wisdom throughout the dangers of the medieval ages and their dark bigotry up to the present day. When all danger has disappeared. The order of the planets in exoteric practice is that defined by their geocentric radii, or the distance of their several orbits from the Earth as a center, viz., Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury and Moon. In the first 3 of these we find symbolized the celestial triad of supreme power in the physical, manifested universe, or Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. While in the last 4 we recognize the symbols of the terrestrial quaternary ruling over all natural and physical revolutions of the seasons, quarters of the day, points of the compass, and elements. Thus, spring, summer, autumn, winter, morning, noon, evening, night, youth, adolescence, manhood, age, fire, air, water, earth, east, south, west, north. But esoteric science is not content with analogies on the purely objective plane of the physical senses. And therefore it is absolutely necessary to preface further teachings in this direction with a clear explanation of the real meaning of the word magic. What magic is, in reality. Esoteric science is, above all, the knowledge of our relations with and in divine magic 795 inseparableness from our divine selves, the latter meaning something else besides our own higher spirit. Thus, before proceeding to exemplify and explain these relations, it may perhaps be useful to give the student a correct idea of the full meaning of this most misunderstood word, magic. Many are those willing and eager to study occultism, but very few have even an approximate idea of the science itself. Now, very few of our American and European students can derive benefit from Sanskrit works or even their translations, as these translations are, for the most part, merely blinds to the uninitiated. I therefore propose to offer to their attention demonstrations of the aforesaid drawn from Neoplatonic works. These are accessible in translation. And in order to throw light on that which has hitherto been full of darkness, it will suffice to point to a certain key in them. Thus the gnosis, both pre-Christian and post-Christian, will serve our purpose admirably. There are millions of Christians who know the name of Simon Magus, and the little that is told about him in the Acts, but very few who have even heard of the many motley, fantastic and contradictory details which tradition records about his life. The story of his claims and his death is to be found only in the prejudiced, half-fantastic records about him in the works of the Church Fathers, such as Irenaeus, Epiphanius and Saint Justin, and especially in the anonymous Philosophumena. Yet he is a historical character, and the appellation of Magus was given to him and was accepted by all his contemporaries, including the heads of the Christian Church, as a qualification indicating the miraculous powers he possessed. And irrespective of whether he was regarded as a white, divine, or a black, infernal, magician. In this respect, opinion has always been made subservient to the Gentile or Christian proclivities of his chronicler. It is in his system and in that of Menander, his pupil and successor, that we find what the term magic meant for initiates in those days. Simon, as all the other Gnostics, taught that our world was created by the lower angels, whom he called eons. He mentions only 3 degrees of such, because it was and is useless, as we have before explained, to teach anything about the 4 higher ones, and he therefore begins at the plane of globes A and G. His system is as near to occult truth as any, so that we may examine it, as well as his own and Menander's claims about magic, to find out what they meant by the term. Now, for Simon, the summit of all manifested creation was fire. It was, with him as with us, the universal principle, the infinite potency, born from the concealed potentiality. This fire was the primeval cause of the manifested world of being, and was dual, having a manifested and a concealed, or secret, side. The secret side of the fire is concealed in its evident, or objective, side, and the objective is produced from the secret side. 796 he writes, which amounts to saying that the visible is ever present in the invisible, and the invisible in the visible. This was but a new form of stating Plato's idea of the intelligible, noton, and the sensible, aestheton, and Aristotle's teaching on the potency, dunamis, and the act, energia. For Simon, all that can be thought of, all that can be acted upon, was perfect intelligence. Fire contained all. And thus all the parts of that fire, being endowed with intelligence and reason, were susceptible of development by extension and emanation. This is our teaching of the manifested logos, and these parts in their primordial emanation are our Dayan Chohans, the sons of flame and fire, or higher eons. This fire is the symbol of the active and living side of divine nature. Behind it lay infinite potentiality and potentiality, which Simon named that which has stood, stands and will stand, or permanent stability in personified immutability. From the potency of thought, divine ideation thus passed to action. Hence the series of primordial emanations through thought begetting the act, the objective side of fire being the mother, the sacred side of it being the father. Simon called these emanations syzygies, a united pair, or couple, for they emanated two by two, one as an active, and the other as a passive aeon. 3 couples thus emanated, or 6 in all, the fire being the 7th, to which Simon gave the following names: mind and thought, voice and name, reason and reflection, 797, the first in each pair being male, the last female. From these primordial 6 emanated the 6 eons of the middle world. Let us see what Simon himself says. Each of these 6 primitive beings contained the entire infinite potency of its parent, but it was there only in potency, and not in act. That potency had to be called forth, or conformed, through an image in order that it should manifest in all its essence, virtue, grandeur and effects. For only then could the emanated potency become similar to its parent, the eternal and infinite potency. If, on the contrary, it remained simply potentially in the 6 potencies and failed to be conformed through an image, then the potency would not pass into action, but would get lost. 798 In clearer terms, it would become atrophied. As the modern expression goes. Now, what do these words mean if not that to be equal in all things to the infinite potency the eons had to imitate it in its action, and become themselves, in their turn, emanative principles, as was their parent, giving life to new beings. And becoming potencies in act to themselves. To produce emanations, or to have acquired the gift of Kriya Shakti. 799 is the direct result of that power, an effect which depends on our own action. That power, then, is inherent in man, as it is in the primordial eons and even in the secondary emanations, by the very fact of their and our descent from the one primordial principle, the infinite power, or potency. Thus we find in the system of Simon Magus that the first 6 eons, synthesized by the 7th, the parent potency, passed into act, and emanated, in their turn, 6 secondary eons, which were each synthesized by their respective parents. In the Philosophumena we read that Simon compared the eons to the tree of life. Said Simon in the Revelation 800. It is written that there are 2 ramifications of the universal eons, having neither beginning nor end, issued both from the same root, the invisible and incomprehensible potentiality, Sigi, silence. One of these, series of eons, appears from above. This is the great potency, universal mind, or divine ideation, the Mahat of the Hindus. It orders all things and is male. The other is from below, for it is the great, manifested, thought, the female aeon, generating all things. These, 2 kinds of eons, corresponding 801 with each other, have conjunction and manifest the middle distance, the intermediate sphere, or plane, the incomprehensible air which has neither beginning nor end. 802. This female air is our ether, or the Kabbalistic astral light. It is, then, the second world of Simon, born of fire, the principle of everything. We call it the one life, the intelligent, divine flame, omnipresent and infinite. In Simon's system this second world was ruled by a being, or potency, both male and female, or active and passive, good and bad. This parent being, like the primordial infinite potency, is also called that which has stood, stands and will stand, so long as the manifested cosmos shall last. When it emanated in actu and became like unto its own parent, it was not dual or androgyne. It is the thought, Sigi, that emanated from it which became as itself, the parent, having become like unto its image, or antitype. The second had now become in its turn the first, on its own plane or sphere. As Simon has it. It, the parent or father, was one. For having it, the thought, in itself, it was alone. It was not, however, first, though it was pre-existing. But manifesting itself to itself from itself, it became the second, or dual. Nor was it called father before it, the thought, gave it that name. As, therefore, itself developing itself by itself, manifested to itself its own thought, so also the thought being manifested did not act, but seeing the Father hid it in itself, that is, hid, that potency, in itself. And the potency, dunamis, viz., nous, and thought, epinoia, are male-female. Whence they correspond with one another, for potency in no way differs from thought, being one. So from the things above is found potency, and from those below, thought. It comes to pass, therefore, that which is manifested from them, although being one, yet is found to be twofold, the androgyne having the female in itself. So is mind and thought, things inseparable from each other which though being one are yet found dual. 803. He, Simon, calls the first syzygy of the 6 potencies and of the 7th, which is with it, nous and epinoia, heaven and earth. The male looks down from on high and takes thought for his syzygy, or spouse. For the earth below receives those intellectual fruits which are brought down from heaven and are cognate to the earth. 804. Simon's third world with its third series of 6 aeons and the 7th, the parent, is emanated in the same way. It is this same note which runs through every Gnostic system, gradual development downward into matter by similitude. And it is a law which is to be traced down to primordial occultism, or magic. With the Gnostics, as with us, this 7th potency, synthesizing all, is the spirit brooding over the dark waters of undifferentiated space, Narayana, or Vishnu, in India, the Holy Ghost in Christianity. But while in the latter the conception is conditioned and dwarfed by limitations necessitating faith and grace, Eastern philosophy shows it pervading every atom, conscious or unconscious. Irenaeus supplements the information on the further development of these 6 aeons. We learn from him that thought, having separated itself from its parent, and knowing through its identity of essence with the latter what it had to know, proceeded on the second or intermediate plane. Or rather world, each of such worlds consisting of 2 planes, the superior and inferior, male and female, the latter assuming finally both potencies and becoming androgyne, to create inferior hierarchies, angels and powers, dominions and hosts. Of every description, which in their turn created, or rather emanated out of their own essence, our world with its men and beings, over which they watch. It thus follows that every rational being, called man on earth, is of the same essence and possesses potentially all the attributes of the higher aeons, the primordial 7. It is for him to develop, with the image before him of the highest, by imitation in actu, the potency with which the highest of his parents, or fathers, is endowed. Here we may again quote with advantage from the Philosophumena. So then, according to Simon, this blissful and imperishable principle is concealed in everything in potency, not in act. This is, that which has stood, stands and will stand, viz. That which has stood above in ingenerable potency, that which stands below in the stream of the waters generated in an image, that which will stand above, beside the blissful infinite potency, if it makes itself like unto this image. For 3, he says, are they that stand, and without these 3 aeons of stability, there is no adornment of the generable which, according to them, the Simonians, is born on the water. And being moulded according to the similitude is a perfect and celestial aeon, in no manner of thinking inferior to the ingenerable potency. Thus they say, I and thou, are, one, before me, wast, thou, that which is after thee, is, I. This, he says, is the one potency, divided into above and below, generating itself, nourishing itself, seeking itself, finding itself. Its own mother, father, brother, spouse, daughter and son, one, for it is the root of all. 805. Thus of this triple aeon, we learn the first exists as, that which has stood, stands and will stand, or the uncreate power, Atman. The second is generated in the dark waters of space, chaos, or undifferentiated substance, our buddhi, from or through the image of the former reflected in those waters, the image of him, or it, which moves on them. The third world, or, in man, Manas, will be endowed with every power of that eternal and omnipresent image if it but assimilates it to itself. 4. All that is eternal, pure and incorruptible is concealed in everything that is. If only potentially, not actually. And everything is that image, provided the lower image, man, ascends to that highest source and root in spirit and thought. Matter as substance is eternal and has never been created. Therefore Simon Magus, with all the great Gnostic teachers and Eastern philosophers, never speaks of its beginning. Eternal matter receives its various forms in the lower aeon from the creative angels, or builders, as we call them. Why, then, should not man, the direct heir of the highest aeon, do the same, by the potency of his thought, which is born from spirit? This is Kriya Shakti, the power of producing forms on the objective plane through the potency of ideation and will, from invisible, indestructible matter. Truly says Jeremiah 8:06 quoting the word of the Lord. Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee. And before thou camest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee. For Jeremiah stands here for man when he was yet an aeon, or divine man, both with Simon Magus and Eastern philosophy. The first 3 chapters of Genesis are as occult as that which is given in paper I. For the terrestrial paradise is the womb, says Simon 8:07 Eden the region surrounding it. The river which went out of Eden to water the garden is the umbilical cord. This cord is divided into 4 heads, the streams that flowed out of it, the 4 canals which serve to carry nutrition to the fetus, i.e. the 2 arteries and the 2 veins which are the channels for the blood and convey the breathing air, the unborn child, according to Simon, being entirely enveloped by the amnion, fed through the umbilical cord and given vital air through the aorta. 808. The above is given for the elucidation of that which is to follow. The disciples of Simon Magus were numerous, and were instructed by him in magic. They made use of so-called exorcisms, as in the New Testament, incantations, philters. Believed in dreams and visions, and produced them at will, and finally forced the lower orders of spirits to obey them. Simon Magus was called the great power of God, literally, the potency of the deity which is called great. That which was then termed magic we now call Theosophia, or divine wisdom, power and knowledge. His direct disciple, Menander, was also a great magician. Says Irenaeus, among other writers. The successor of Simon was Menander, a Samaritan by birth, who reached the highest summits in the science of magic. Thus both master and pupil are shown as having attained the highest powers in the art of enchantments, powers which can be obtained only through the help of the devil, as Christians claim. And yet their works were identical with those spoken of in the New Testament, wherein such phenomenal results are called divine miracles, and are, therefore, believed in and accepted as coming from and through God. But the question is, have these so-called miracles of the Christ and the apostles ever been explained any more than the magical achievements of so-called sorcerers and magicians? I say, never. We occultists do not believe in supernatural phenomena, and the masters laugh at the word miracle. Let us see, then, what is really the sense of the word magic. The source and basis of it lie in spirit and thought, whether on the purely divine or the terrestrial plane. Those who know the history of Simon have the 2 versions before them, that of white and of black magic, at their option, in the much talked of union of Simon with Helena, whom he called his epinoia, thought. Those who, like the Christians, had to discredit a dangerous rival, talk of Helena as being a beautiful and actual woman, whom Simon had met in a house of ill fame at Tyre, and who was, according to those who wrote his life, the reincarnation of Helen of Troy. How, then, was she, divine thought? The lower angels, Simon is made to say in Philosophumena, or the 3rd eons, being so material, had more badness in them than all the others. Poor man, created or emanated from them, had the vice of his origin. What was it? Only this: when the 3rd eons possessed themselves, in their turn, of the divine thought through the transmission into them of fire, instead of making of man a complete being, according to the universal plan. They at first attained from him that divine spark, thought, on earth monos. And that was the cause and origin of senseless man's committing the original sin as the angels had committed it eons before by refusing to create. 809 Finally, after detaining epinoia prisoner amongst them and having subjected the divine thought to every kind of insult and desecration, they ended by shutting it into the already defiled body of man. After this, as interpreted by the enemies of Simon, she passed from one female body into another through ages and races, until Simon found and recognized her in the form of Helena, the prostitute, the lost sheep of the parable. Simon is made to represent himself as the Savior descended on earth to rescue this lamb, and those men in whom epinoia is still under the dominion of the lower angels. The greatest magical feats are thus attributed to Simon through his sexual union with Helena, hence black magic. Indeed, the chief rites of this kind of magic are based on such disgusting literal interpretation of noble myths, one of the noblest of which was thus invented by Simon as a symbolical mark of his own teaching. Those who understood it correctly knew what was meant by Helena. It was the marriage of Nous, Atma-Buddhi, with Manas, the union through which will and thought become one and are endowed with divine powers. For Atman in man, being of an unalloyed essence, the primordial divine fire, or the eternal and universal, that which has stood, stands and will stand, is of all the planes. And Buddhi is its vehicle or thought, generated by and generating the Father, in her turn, and also will. She is, that which has stood, stands and will stand, thus becoming, in conjunction with Manas, male-female, in this sphere only. Hence, when Simon spoke of himself as the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, and of Helena as his epinoia, divine thought, he meant the marriage of his Buddhi with Manas. Helena was the Shakti of the inner man, the female potency. Now, what says Menander? The lower angels, he taught, were the emanations of Enoia, designing thought. It was Enoia who taught the science of magic and imparted it to him, together with the art of conquering the creative angels of the lower world. The latter stand for the passions of our lower nature. His pupils, after receiving baptism from him, i.e., after initiation, were said to resurrect from the dead, and, growing no older, became immortal. 810 This resurrection, promised by Menander meant, of course, simply the passage from the darkness of ignorance into the light of truth, the awakening of man's immortal spirit to inner and eternal life. This is the science of the Raja Yogis, magic. Every person who has read Neoplatonic philosophy knows how its chief adepts, such as Plotinus, and especially Porphyry, fought against phenomenal theurgy. But, beyond all of them, Jamblichus, the author of the Demisterias, lifts high the veil from the real term theurgy, and shows us therein the true divine science of Raja Yoga. Magic, he says, is a lofty and sublime science, divine, and exalted above all others. It is the great remedy for all. It neither takes its source in, nor is it limited to, the body or its passions, to the human compound or its constitution. But all is derived by it from our upper gods. Our divine egos, which run like a silver thread from the spark in us up to the primeval divine fire. 811. Jamblichus execrates physical phenomena, produced, as he says, by the bad demons who deceive men, the spooks of the seance room, as vehemently as he exalts divine theurgy. But to exercise the latter, he teaches, the theurgist must imperatively be a man of high morality and a chaste soul. The other kind of magic is used only by impure, selfish men, and has nothing of the divine in it. No real Vates would ever consent to find in its communications anything coming from our higher gods. Thus one, theurgy, is the knowledge of our Father, the higher self, the other, subjection to our lower nature. One requires holiness of the soul, a holiness which rejects and excludes everything corporeal, the other, the desecration of it, the soul. One is the union with the gods, with one's God, the source of all good. The other intercourse with demons, elementals, which, unless we subject them, will subject us, and lead us step by step to moral ruin, mediumship. In short, theurgy unites us most strongly to divine nature. This nature begets itself through itself, moves through its own powers, supports all, and is intelligent. Being the ornament of the universe, it invites us to intelligible truth, to perfection and imparting perfection to others. It unites us so intimately to all the creative actions of the gods, according to the capacity of each of us, that the soul having accomplished the sacred rites is consolidated in the gods, actions and intelligences. until it launches itself into and is absorbed by the primordial divine essence. This is the object of the sacred initiations of the Egyptians. 812. Now, Jamblachus shows us how this union of our higher soul with the universal soul, with the gods, is to be effected. He speaks of mantia, which is samadhi, the highest trance. 813 He speaks also of dream, which is divine vision, when man rebecomes again a god. By theurgy, or Raja Yoga, a man arrives at 1. Prophetic discernment through our God, the respective higher ego of each of us, revealing to us the truths of the plane on which we happen to be acting. 2. Ecstasy and illumination. 3. Action in spirit, in astral body or through will. 4. And domination over the minor, senseless demons, elementals, by the very nature of our purified egos. But this demands the complete purification of the latter. And this is called by him magic, through initiation into theurgy. But theurgy has to be preceded by a training of our senses and the knowledge of the human self in relation to the divine self. So long as man has not thoroughly mastered this preliminary study, it is idle to anthropomorphize the formless. By formless I mean the higher and the lower gods, the supermundane as well as mundane spirits, or beings, which to beginners can be revealed only in colors and sounds. For none but a high adept can perceive a God in its true transcendental form, which to the untrained intellect, to the cella, will be visible only by its aura. The visions of full figures casually perceived by sensitives and mediums belong to one or another of the only three categories they can see: a. Astrals of living men. b. Nirmanakas, adepts, good or bad, whose bodies are dead, but who have learned to live in the invisible space in their ethereal personalities. And c. Spooks, elementaries and elementals masquerading in shapes borrowed from the astral light in general, or from figures in the mind's eye of the audience, or of the medium, which are immediately reflected in their respective auras. Having read the foregoing, students will now better comprehend the necessity of first studying the correspondences between our principles, which are but the various aspects of the triune, spiritual and physical, man, and our paradigm. The direct roots of these in the universe. In view of this, we must resume our teaching about the hierarchies directly connected and forever linked with man. Enough has been said to show that while for the Orientalists and profane masses the sentence, Om Mani Padme Hum, means simply, O the jewel in the lotus, esoterically it signifies, O my God within me. Yes. There is a God in each human being, for man was, and will re-become, God. The sentence points to the indissoluble union between man and the universe. For the lotus is the universal symbol of cosmos as the absolute totality, and the jewel is spiritual man, or God. In the preceding paper, the correspondences between colors, sounds, and principles were given. And those who have read our second volume will remember that these 7 principles are derived from the 7 great hierarchies of angels, or Dayan Chohans, which are, in their turn, associated with colors and sounds, and form collectively the manifested logos. In the eternal music of the spheres we find the perfect scale corresponding to the colors, and in the number, determined by the vibrations of color and sound, which underlies every form and guides every sound. We find the summing up of the manifested universe. We may illustrate these correspondences by showing the relation of color and sound to the geometrical figures which 814 express the progressive stages in the manifestation of cosmos. But the student will certainly be liable to confusion if, in studying the diagrams, he does not remember 2 things: 1, that, our plane being a plane of reflection, and therefore illusionary. The various notations are reversed and must be counted from below upwards. The musical scale begins from below upwards, commencing with the deep do and ending with the far more acute C. 2, that Kama Rupa, corresponding to do in the musical scale, containing as it does all potentialities of matter, is necessarily the starting point on our plane. Further, it commences the notation on every plane, as corresponding to the matter of that plane. Again, the student must also remember that these notes have to be arranged in a circle, thus showing how if A is the middle note of nature. In short, musical notes, or sounds, colors and numbers proceed from 1 to 7, and not from 7 to 1 as erroneously shown in the spectrum of the prismatic colors. In which red is counted first, a fact which necessitated my putting the principles and the days of the week at random in diagram 2. The musical scale and colors, according to the number of vibrations, proceed from the world of gross matter to that of spirit thus. Principles / colors / notes / numbers / states of matter. Chaya, shadow or double. / violet /C /7 /ether. Higher manas, spiritual intelligence. /indigo /La/6 critical state, called air in occultism. Auric envelope /blue /soul /5 steam or vapor. Lower manas, or animal soul. /green /fa /4 critical state. Buddhi, or spiritual soul. /yellow /me/3 water. Prana, or life principle. /orange /re/2 critical state. Kama rupa, the seat of animal life. /red /dew /1 /ice. Here again the student is asked to dismiss from his mind any correspondence between principles and numbers, for reasons already given. The esoteric enumeration cannot be made to correspond with the conventional exoteric. The one is the reality, the other is classified according to elusive appearances. The human principles, as given in esoteric Buddhism, were tabulated for beginners, so as not to confuse their minds. It was half a blind. Colors, sounds and forms. To proceed. The point in the circle is the unmanifested logos, corresponding to absolute life and absolute sound. The first geometrical figure after the circle or the spheroid is the triangle. It corresponds to motion, color and sound. Thus the point in the triangle represents the second logos, Father-Mother, or the white ray which is no color, since it contains potentially all colors. It is shown radiating from the unmanifested logos, or the unspoken word. Around the first triangle is formed on the plane of primordial substance in this order, reversed as to our plane. A. The astral double of nature, or the paradigm of all forms. B. Divine ideation, or universal mind. C. The synthesis of occult nature, the egg of Brahma, containing all and radiating all. D. Animal or material soul of nature, source of animal and vegetable intelligence and instinct. E. The aggregate of Dayan-Kohanic intelligences, Fohat. F. Life principle in nature. G. The life procreating principle in nature. That which, on the spiritual plane, corresponds to sexual affinity on the lower. Mirrored on the plane of gross nature, the world of reality is reversed, and becomes on earth and our plane. B. A. Red is the color of manifested dual, or male and female. In man it is shown in its lowest animal form. B. Orange is the color of the robes of the yogis and Buddhist priests, the color of the sun and spiritual vitality, also of the vital principle. C. Yellow or radiant golden is the color of the spiritual, divine ray in every atom. In man of Buddhi. D. Green and red are, so to speak, interchangeable colors, for green absorbs the red, as being threefold stronger in its vibrations than the latter, and green is the complementary color of extreme red. This is why the lower manas and kama rupa are respectively shown as green and red. E. The astral plane, or auric envelope in nature and man. F. The mind or rational element in man and nature. G. The most ethereal counterpart of the body of man, the opposite pole, standing in point of vibration and sensitiveness as the violet stands to the red. The above is on the manifested plane. After which we get the seven and the manifested prism, or man on earth. With the latter, the black magician alone is concerned. In cosmos, the gradations and correlations of colors and sounds, and therefore of numbers, are infinite. This is suspected even in physics, for it is ascertained that there exist slower vibrations than those of the red, the slowest perceptible to us, and far more rapid vibrations than those of the violet, the most rapid that our senses can perceive. But on Earth, in our physical world, the range of perceptible vibrations is limited. Our physical senses cannot take cognizance of vibrations above and below the septenary and limited gradations of the prismatic colors, for such vibrations are incapable of causing in us the sensation of color or sound. It will always be the graduated septenary and no more, unless we learn to paralyze our quaternary and discern both the superior and inferior vibrations with our spiritual senses seated in the upper triangle. Now, on this plane of illusion, there are three fundamental colors, as demonstrated by physical science: red, blue and yellow, or rather orange-yellow. Expressed in terms of the human principles they are, 1. Kama-rupa, the seat of the animal sensations, welded to, and serving as a vehicle for the animal's soul or lower manas, red and green, as said, being interchangeable. 2. Auric envelope, or the essence of man, and 3. Prana, or life principle. But if from the realm of illusion, or the living man as he is on our earth, subject to his sensuous perceptions only, we pass to that of semi-illusion, and observe the natural colors themselves, or those of the principles, that is. If we try to find out which are those that in the perfect man absorb all others, we shall find that the colors correspond and become complementary in the following way. Violet. 1. Red-green. 2. Orange-blue. 3. Yellow-indigo. Violet. A faint violet, mist-like form represents the astral man within an oviform bluish circle, over which radiate in ceaseless vibrations the prismatic colors. That color is predominant, of which the corresponding principle is the most active generally, or at the particular moment when the clairvoyant perceives it. Such man appears during his waking states. And it is by the predominance of this or that color, and by the intensity of its vibrations, that a clairvoyant, if he be acquainted with correspondences, can judge of the inner state or character of a person. For the latter is an open book to every practical occultist. In the trance state the aura changes entirely, the 7 prismatic colors being no longer discernible. In sleep also they are not all at home. For those which belong to the spiritual elements in the man, viz., yellow, buddhi, indigo, higher manas, and the blue of the auric envelope will be either hardly discernible, or altogether missing. The spiritual man is free during sleep, and though his physical memory may not become aware of it, lives, robed in his highest essence, in realms on other planes, in realms which are the land of reality, called dreams on our plane of illusion. A good clairvoyant, moreover, if he had an opportunity of seeing a yogi in the trance state and a mesmerized subject, side by side, would learn an important lesson in occultism. He would learn to know the difference between self-induced trance and a hypnotic state resulting from extraneous influence. In the yogi, the principles of the lower quaternary disappear entirely. Neither red, green, red-violet nor the auric blue of the body are to be seen. Nothing but hardly perceptible vibrations of the golden-hued prana principle and a violet flame streaked with gold rushing upwards from the head, in the region where the third eye rests, and culminating in a point. If the student remembers that the true violet, or the extreme end of the spectrum, is no compound color of red and blue, but a homogeneous color with vibrations 7 times more rapid than those of the red, 8:15, and that the golden hue is the essence of the 3 yellow hues from orange-red to yellow-orange and yellow, he will understand the reason why he lives in his own auric body, now become the vehicle of buddhimanas. On the other hand, in a subject in an artificially produced hypnotic or mesmeric trance, an effect of unconscious when not of conscious black magic, unless produced by a high adept, the whole set of the principles will be present. With the higher manas paralyzed, buddhi severed from it through that paralysis, and the red-violet astral body entirely subjected to the lower manas and kama-rupa, the green and red animal monsters in us. One who comprehends well the above explanations will readily see how important it is for every student Whether he is striving for practical occult powers or only for the purely psychic and spiritual gifts of clairvoyance and metaphysical knowledge, to master thoroughly the right correspondences between the human, or nature principles, and those of cosmos. It is ignorance which leads materialistic science to deny the inner man and his divine powers, knowledge and personal experience that allow the occultist to affirm that such powers are as natural to man as swimming to fishes. It is like a Laplander, in all sincerity, denying the possibility of the catgut, strung loosely on the sounding board of a violin producing comprehensive sounds or melody. Our principles are the seven-stringed lyre of Apollo, truly. In this our age, when oblivion has shrouded ancient knowledge, men's faculties are no better than the loose strings of the violin to the Laplander. But the occultist who knows how to tighten them and tune his violin in harmony with the vibrations of color and sound, will extract divine harmony from them. The combination of these powers and the attuning of the microcosm and the macrocosm will give the geometrical equivalent of the invocation, Om Mani Padme Hum. This was why the previous knowledge of music and geometry was obligatory in the school of Pythagoras. The roots of color and sound. Further, each of the primordial seven, the first seven rays forming the manifested logos, is again sevenfold. Thus, as the seven colors of the solar spectrum correspond to the seven rays, or hierarchies, so each of these latter has again its seven divisions corresponding to the same series of colors. But in this case one color, viz. that which characterizes the particular hierarchy as a whole, is predominant and more intense than the others. These hierarchies can only be symbolized as concentric circles of prismatic colors. Each hierarchy being represented by a series of seven concentric circles, each circle representing one of the prismatic colors in their natural order. But in each of these wheels, one circle will be brighter and more vivid in color than the rest, and the wheel will have a surrounding aura, a fringe, as the physicists call it, of that color. This color will be the characteristic color of that hierarchy as a whole. Each of these hierarchies furnishes the essence, the soul, and is the builder of one of the seven kingdoms of nature, which are the three elemental kingdoms, the mineral, the vegetable, the animal, and the kingdom of spiritual man. 816 Moreover, each hierarchy furnishes the aura of one of the seven principles in man with its specific color. Further, as each of these hierarchies is the ruler of one of the sacred planets, it will easily be understood how astrology came into existence, and that real astrology has a strictly scientific basis. The symbol adopted in the Eastern school to represent the seven hierarchies of creative powers is a wheel of seven concentric circles, each circle being colored with one of the seven colors. Call them angels, if you will, or planetary spirits, or, again, the seven rulers of the seven sacred planets of our system, as in our present case. At all events, the concentric circles stand as symbols for Ezekiel's wheels with some Western occultists and Kabbalists, and for the builders or Prajapati with us. Thus the Linga Sharira is derived from the violet subray of the violet hierarchy. The higher Manas is similarly derived from the indigo subray of the indigo hierarchy, and so on. Every man being born under a certain planet, there will always be a predominance of that planet's color in him, because that principle will rule in him which has its origin in the hierarchy in question. There will also be a certain amount of the color derived from the other planets present in his aura, but that of the ruling planet will be strongest. Now a person in whom, say, the Mercury principle is predominant, will, by acting upon the Mercury principle in another person born under a different planet, be able to get him entirely under his control. For the stronger Mercury principle in him will overpower the weaker mercurial element in the other. But he will have little power over persons born under the same planet as himself. This is the key to the occult sciences of magnetism and hypnotism. The student will understand that the orders and hierarchies are here named after their corresponding colors, so as to avoid using numerals, which would be confusing in connection with the human principles, as the latter have no proper numbers of their own. The real occult names of these hierarchies cannot now be given. The student must, however, remember that the colors which we see with our physical eyes are not the true colors of occult nature, but are merely the effects produced on the mechanism of our physical organs by certain rates of vibration. For instance, Clerk Maxwell has demonstrated that the retinal effects of any color may be imitated by properly combining 3 other colors. It follows, therefore, that our retina has only 3 distinct color sensations, and we therefore do not perceive the 7 colors which really exist, but only their imitations, so to speak, in our physical organism. Thus, for instance, the orange-red of the first triangle is not a combination of orange and red, but the true, spiritual, red, if the term may be allowed, while the red, blood red, of the spectrum is the color of animal desire, and is inseparable from the material plane. The unity of deity. Esotericism, pure and simple, speaks of no personal God, therefore are we considered as atheists. But, in reality, occult philosophy, as a whole, is based absolutely on the ubiquitous presence of God, the absolute deity. And if it itself is not speculated upon, as being too sacred and yet incomprehensible as a unit to the finite intellect, yet the entire philosophy is based upon its divine powers as being the source of all that breathes and lives and has existence. In every ancient religion the one was demonstrated by the many. In Egypt and India, in Chaldea and Phoenicia, and finally in Greece, the ideas about deity were expressed by multiples of 3, 5 and 7. And also by 8, 9 and 12 great gods, which symbolized the powers and properties of the one and only deity. This was related to that infinite subdivision by irregular and odd numbers to which the metaphysics of these nations subjected their one divinity. Thus constituted, the cycle of the gods had all the qualities and attributes of the one supreme and unknowable. For in this collection of divine personalities, or rather of symbols personified, dwells the one God, the God One, that God which, in India, is said to have no second. O God Ani, the spiritual Sun, thou residest in the agglomeration of thy divine personages. 817. These words show the belief of the ancients that all manifestation proceeds from one and the same source. All emanating from the one identical principle which can never be completely developed except in and through the collective and entire aggregate of its emanations. The pleroma of Valentinus is absolutely the space of occult philosophy, for pleroma means the fullness, the superior regions. It is the sum total of all the divine manifestations and emanations expressing the plenum or totality of the rays proceeding from the one, differentiating on all the planes, and transforming themselves into divine powers. Called angels and planetary spirits in the philosophy of every nation. The Gnostic eons and powers of the pleroma are made to speak as the devas and siddhas of the Puranas. The epinoia, the first female manifestation of God, the principle of Simon Magus and Saturninus, holds the same language as the logos of Basilides, and each of these is traced to the purely esoteric aletheia, the truth of the mysteries. All of them, we are taught, repeat at different times and in different languages the magnificent hymn of the Egyptian papyrus, thousands of years old. The gods adore thee, they greet thee, O the one dark truth. And addressing Ra, they add. The gods bow before thy majesty, by exalting the souls of that which produces them, and say to thee, peace to all emanations from the unconscious father of the conscious fathers of the gods. Thou producer of beings, we adore the souls which emanate from thee. Thou begettest us, O thou unknown, and we greet thee in worshipping each god soul which descendeth from thee and liveth in us. This is the source of the assertion. Know ye not that ye are gods and the temple of God? This is shown in the Roots of Ritualism in Church and Masonry, in Lucifer for March, 1889. Truly then, as said 17 centuries ago, man cannot possess truth, aletheia, except he participate in the gnosis. So we may say now, no man can know the truth unless he studies the secrets of the pleroma of occultism. And these secrets are all in the theogony of the ancient wisdom religion, which is the aletheia of occult science. Paper 3. A word concerning the earlier papers. As many have written and almost complained to me that they could find no practical clear application of certain diagrams appended to the first 2 papers, and others have spoken of their abstruseness. A short explanation is necessary. The reason of this difficulty in most cases has been that the point of view taken was erroneous, the purely abstract and metaphysical was mistaken for, and confused with, the concrete and the physical. Let us take for example the diagrams on page 477, paper 2, and say that these are entirely macrocosmic and ideal. It must be remembered that the study of occultism proceeds from universals to particulars and not the reverse way, as accepted by science. As Plato was an initiate, he very naturally used the former method, while Aristotle, never having been initiated, scoffed at his master, and, elaborating a system of his own, left it as an heirloom to be adopted and improved by Bacon. Of a truth the aphorism of Hermetic wisdom, as above, so below, applies to all esoteric instruction, but we must begin with the above, we must learn the formula before we can sum the series. The two figures, therefore, are not meant to represent any two particular planes, but are the abstraction of a pair of planes, explanatory of the law of reflection, just as the lower Manas is a reflection of the higher. They must therefore be taken in the highest metaphysical sense. The diagrams are only intended to familiarize students with the leading ideas of occult correspondences, the very genius of metaphysical or macrocosmic and spiritual occultism, forbidding the use of figures or even symbols further than as temporary aids. Once define an idea in words, and it loses its reality, once figure a metaphysical idea, and you materialize its spirit. Figures must be used only as ladders to scale the battlements, ladders to be disregarded when once the foot is set upon the rampart. Let students, therefore, be very careful to spiritualize the papers and avoid materializing them. Let them always try to find the highest meaning possible, confident that in proportion as they approach the material and visible in their speculations on the papers, so far are they from the right understanding of them. This is especially the case with these first papers and diagrams, for as in all true arts, so in occultism, we must first learn the theory before we are taught the practice. Concerning secrecy. Students ask, why such secrecy about the details of a doctrine the body of which has been publicly revealed, as in esoteric Buddhism and the Secret Doctrine? To this occultism would reply, for two reasons. A. The whole truth is too sacred to be given out promiscuously. B. The knowledge of all the details and missing links in the exoteric teachings is too dangerous in profane hands. The truths revealed to man by the planetary spirits, the highest Kumaras, those who incarnate no longer in the universe during this Mahamanvantara, who will appear on earth as avatars only at the beginning of every new human race. And at the junctions or close of the two ends of the small and great cycles, in time, as man became more animalized, were made to fade away from his memory. Yet, though these teachers remain with man no longer than the time required to impress upon the plastic minds of child humanity the eternal verities they teach, their spirit remains vivid though latent in mankind. And the full knowledge of the primitive revelation has remained always with a few elect, and has been transmitted from that time up to the present, from one generation of adepts to another. As the teachers say in the occult primer. This is done so as to ensure them, the eternal truths, from being utterly lost or forgotten in ages hereafter by the forthcoming generations. The mission of the planetary spirit is but to strike the keynote of truth. When once he has directed the vibration of the ladder to run its course uninterruptedly along the concatenation of the race to the end of the cycle, he disappears from our earth until the following planetary Manvantara. The mission of any teacher of esoteric truths, whether he stands at the top or the foot of the ladder of knowledge, is precisely the same, as above, so below. I have only orders to strike the keynote of the various esoteric truths among the learners as a body. Those units among you who will have raised themselves on this path over their fellow students, in their esoteric sphere, will, as the elect, spoken of did and do in the parent brotherhoods, receive the last explanatory details and the ultimate key to what they learn. No one, however, can hope to gain this privilege before the masters, not my humble self, find him or her worthy. If you wish to know the real raison d'etre for this policy, I now give it to you. No use my repeating and explaining what all of you know as well as myself. At the very beginning, events have shown that no caution can be dispensed with. Of our body of several hundred men and women, many did not seem to realize either the awful sacredness of the pledge, which some took at the end of their pen, or the fact that their personality has to be entirely disregarded when brought face to face with their higher self. Or that all their words and professions went for naught unless corroborated by actions. This was human nature, and no more, therefore it was passed leniently by, and a new lease accorded by the master. But apart from this there is a danger lurking in the nature of the present cycle itself. Civilized humanity, however carefully guarded by its invisible watchers, the Nirvana-Moksha, who watch over our respective races and nations, is yet, owing to its collective karma, terribly under the sway of the traditional opposers of the Nirvana-Moksha, the brothers of the shadow, embodied and disembodied. And this, as has already been told you, will last to the end of the first Kali Yuga cycle, 1897, and a few years beyond, as the smaller dark cycle happens to overlap the great one. Thus, notwithstanding all precautions, terrible secrets are often revealed to entirely unworthy persons by the efforts of the Dark Brothers, and their working on human brains. This is entirely owing to the simple fact that in certain privileged organisms, vibrations of the primitive truth put in motion by the planetary beings are set up, in what Western philosophy would term innate ideas. And occultism, flashes of genius. 818 Some such idea based on eternal truth is awakened, and all that the watchful powers can do is to prevent its entire revelation. Everything in this universe of differentiated matter has its two aspects, the light and the dark side, and these two attributes applied practically, lead the one to use, the other to abuse. Every man may become a botanist without apparent danger to his fellow creatures, and many a chemist who has mastered the science of essences knows that every one of them can both heal and kill. Not an ingredient, not a poison, but can be used for both purposes, from harmless wax to deadly prussic acid, from the saliva of an infant to that of the cobra di capella. This every tyro in medicine knows, theoretically, at any rate. But where is the learned chemist in our day who has been permitted to discover the night side of an attribute of any substance in the three kingdoms of science, let alone in the seven of the occultists? Who of them has penetrated into its arcana, into the innermost essence of things and its primary correlations? Yet it is this knowledge alone which makes of an occultist a genuine practical initiate, whether he turn out a brother of light or a brother of darkness. The essence of that subtle, traceless poison, the most potent in nature, which entered into the composition of the so-called Medici and Borgia poisons. If used with discrimination by one well versed in the septenary degrees of its potentiality on each of the planes accessible to man on earth, could heal or kill every man in the world. The result depending, of course, on whether the operator was a brother of the light or a brother of the shadow. The former is prevented from doing the good he might, by racial, national, and individual karma. The second is impeded in his fiendish work by the joint efforts of the human stones of the guardian wall 819. It is incorrect to think that there exists any special powder of projection, or philosopher's stone, or elixir of life. The latter lurks in every flower, in every stone and mineral throughout the globe. It is the ultimate essence of everything on its way to higher and higher evolution. As there is no good or evil per se, so there is neither elixir of life, nor elixir of death, nor poison, per se, but all this is contained in one and the same universal essence, this or the other effect or result, depending on the degree of its differentiation and its various correlations. The light side of it produces life, health, bliss, divine peace, etc. The dark side brings death, disease, sorrow and strife. This is proven by the knowledge of the nature of the most violent poisons. Of some of them even a large quantity will produce no evil effect on the organism, whereas a grain of the same poison kills with the rapidity of lightning. While the same grain, again, altered by a certain combination, though its quantity remains almost identical, will heal. The number of the degrees of its differentiation is septenary, as are the planes of its action, each degree being either beneficent or maleficent in its effects, according to the system into which it is introduced. He who is skilled in these degrees is on the high road to practical adeptship. He who acts at haphazard, as do the enormous majority of the mind curers, whether mental or Christian scientists, is likely to rue the effects on himself as well as on others. Put on the track by the example of the Indian yogis, and of their broadly but incorrectly outlined practices, which they have only read about, but have had no opportunity to study, these new sects have rushed headlong and guideless into the practice of denying and affirming. Thus they have done more harm than good. Those who are successful owe it to their innate magnetic and healing powers, which very often counteract that which would otherwise be conducive to much evil. Beware, I say. Satan and the Archangel are more than twins, they are one body and one mind, Deus est demon inversus. Is the practice of concentration beneficent? Such is another question often asked. I answer, genuine concentration and meditation, conscious and cautious, upon one's lower self in the light of the inner divine man and the Prometheus, is an excellent thing. But to sit for yoga, with only a superficial and often distorted knowledge of the real practice, is almost invariably fatal. For 10 to 1 the student will either develop mediumistic powers in himself or lose time and get disgusted both with practice and theory. Before one rushes into such a dangerous experiment and seeks to go beyond a minute examination of one's lower self and its walk in life, or that which is called in our phraseology, the Chelah's daily life ledger, he would do well to learn at least the difference between the two aspects of magic, the white or divine, and the black or devilish, and assure himself that by sitting for yoga, with no experience, as well as with no guide to show him the dangers, he does not daily and hourly cross the boundaries of the divine to fall into the satanic. Nevertheless, the way to learn the difference is very easy. One has only to remember that no esoteric truths entirely unveiled will ever be given in public print, in book or magazine. I ask students to turn to the Theosophist of November, 1887. On page 98 they will find the beginning of an excellent article by Mr. Rama Prasad on Nature's Finer Forces. 820 The value of this work is not so much in its literary merit, though it gained its author the gold medal of the Theosophist, as in its exposition of tenets hitherto concealed in a rare and ancient Sanskrit work on occultism. But Mr. Rama Prasad is not an occultist, only an excellent Sanskrit scholar, a university graduate and a man of remarkable intelligence. His essays are almost entirely based on Tantra works, which, if read indiscriminately by a tyro in occultism, will lead to the practice of most unmitigated black magic. Now, since the difference of primary importance between black and white magic is the object with which it is practiced, and that of secondary importance the nature of the agents used for the production of phenomenal results, the line of demarcation between the two is very, very thin. The danger is lessened only by the fact that every occult book, so-called, is occult only in a certain sense, that is, the text is occult merely by reason of its blinds. The symbolism has to be thoroughly understood before the reader can get at the correct sense of the teaching. Moreover, it is never complete, its several portions each being under a different title, and each containing a portion of some other work. So that without a key to these no such work divulges the whole truth. Even the famous Shivagama, on which nature's finer forces is based, is nowhere to be found in complete form, as the author tells us. Thus, like all others, it treats of only 5 tattvas instead of the 7 as in esoteric teachings. Now, the tattvas being simply the substratum of the 7 forces of nature, how can this be? There are 7 forms of Prakriti, as Kapila's Sankhya, the Vishnu Purana, and other works teach. Prakriti is nature, matter, primordial and elemental, therefore logic demands that the tattvas also should be 7. For whether tattvas mean, as occultism teaches, forces of nature, or, as the learned Rama Prasad explains, the substance out of which the universe is formed, and the power by which it is sustained, it is all one. They are force, Purusha, and matter, Prakriti. And if the forms, or rather planes, of the latter are 7, then its forces must be 7 also. In other words, the degrees of the solidity of matter and the degrees of the power that ensouls it must go hand in hand. The universe is made out of the tattva, it is sustained by the tattva, and it disappears into the tattva. Says Shiva, as quoted from the Shivagama in Nature's Finer Forces. This settles the question. If Prakriti is septenary, then the tattvas must be 7, for, as said, they are both substance and force, or atomic matter and the spirit that ensoul it. This is explained here to enable the student to read between the lines of the so-called occult articles on Sanskrit philosophy, by which they must not be misled. The doctrine of the 7 tattvas, the principles of the universe and also of man, was held in great sacredness and therefore secrecy, in days of old, by the Brahmins, who have now almost forgotten the teaching. Yet it is taught to this day in the schools beyond the Himalayan range, though now hardly remembered or heard of in India except through rare initiates. The policy has, however, been changed gradually. Cellists began to be taught the broad outlines of it, and at the advent of the T.S. in India in 1879, I was ordered to teach it in its exoteric form to 1 or 2. I now give it out esoterically. Knowing that some students try to follow a system of yoga in their own fashion, guided only by the rare hints they find in theosophical books and magazines, which must naturally be incomplete. I chose one of the best expositions upon ancient occult works, Nature's Finer Forces, in order to point out how very easily one can be misled by their blinds. The author seems to have been himself deceived. The tantras read esoterically are as full of wisdom as the noblest occult works. Studied without a guide and applied to practice, they may lead to the production of various phenomenal results, on the moral and physiological planes. But let anyone accept their dead-letter rules and practices, let him try with some selfish motive in view to carry out the rites prescribed therein, and he is lost. Followed with pure heart and unselfish devotion merely for the sake of experiment, either no results will follow, or such as can only throw back the performer. But woe to the selfish man who seeks to develop occult powers only to attain earthly benefits or revenge, or to satisfy his ambition. The separation of the higher from the lower principles and the severing of Buddhimanas from the tantrist's personality will speedily follow, the terrible karmic results to the dabbler in magic. In the East, in India and China, soulless men and women are as frequently met with as in the West, though vice is, in truth, far less developed there than it is here. It is black magic and oblivion of their ancestral wisdom that lead them thereunto. But of this I will speak later, now merely adding, you have to be warned and know the danger. Meanwhile, in view of what follows, the real occult division of the principles in their correspondences with the tattvas and other minor forces has to be well studied. About principles and aspects. Speaking metaphysically and philosophically, on strict esoteric lines, man as a complete unit is composed of 4 basic principles and their 3 aspects on this earth. In the semi-esoteric teachings, these 4 and 3 have been called 7 principles, to facilitate the comprehension of the masses. The eternal basic principles. 1. Atma, or Jiva, the one life, which permeates the monadic trio. 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. 2. Auric envelope, because the substratum of the aura around man is the universally diffused primordial and pure Akasha, the first film on the boundless and shoreless expanse of Jiva, the immutable root of all. 3. Buddhi, for Buddhi is a ray of the universal spiritual soul, Aleya. 4. Manas, the higher ego, for it proceeds from Mahat, the first product or emanation of Pradana which contains potentially all the gunas, attributes. Mahat is cosmic intelligence, called the Great Principle 821. Transitory aspects produced by the principles. 1. Prana, the breath of life, the same as Nefesh. At the death of a living being, prana re-becomes Jiva. 822. 2. Linga Sharira, the astral form, the transitory emanation of the auric egg. This form precedes the formation of the living body, and after death clings to it, dissipating only with the disappearance of its last atom, the skeleton excepted. 3. Lower Manas, the animal soul, the reflection or shadow of the Buddhimanas, having the potentiality of both, but conquered generally by its association with the Kama elements. As the lower man is the combined product of 2 aspects, physically, of his astral form, and psychophysiologically of Kama Manas, he is not looked upon even as an aspect, but as an illusion. The auric egg, on account of its nature and manifold functions, has to be well studied. As Hiranyagarbha, the golden womb or egg, contains Brahma, the collective symbol of the 7 universal forces, so the auric egg contains, and is directly related to, both the divine and the physical man. In its essence, as said, it is eternal. In its constant correlations and transformations, during the reincarnating progress of the ego on this earth, it is a kind of perpetual motion machine. As given out in our second volume, the egos or kamaras, incarnating in man, at the end of the 3rd root race, are not human egos of this earth or plane, but become such only from the moment they ensoul the animal man, thus endowing him with his higher mind. Each is a breath or principle, called the human soul, or manas, the mind. As the teachings say, each is a pillar of light. Having chosen its vehicle, it expanded, surrounding with an akashic aura the human animal, while the divine, manasic, principle settled within that human form. Ancient wisdom teaches us, moreover, that from this first incarnation, the lunar pitris, who had made men out of their chayas or shadows, are absorbed by this auric essence. And a distinct astral form is now produced for each forthcoming personality of the reincarnating series of each ego. Thus the auric egg, reflecting all the thoughts, words and deeds of man, is a. the preserver of every karmic record. b. the storehouse of all the good and evil powers of man, receiving and giving out at his will, nay, at his very thought, every potentiality, which becomes, then and there, an acting potency. This aura is the mirror in which sensitives and clairvoyants sense and perceive the real man, and see him as he is, not as he appears. c. as it furnishes man with his astral form, around which the physical entity models itself, first as a fetus, then as a child and man, the astral growing apace with the human being, so it furnishes him during life, if an adept, with his Mayavi Rupa, or illusion body, which is not his vital astral body. And after death, with his devachanic entity in Kama Rupa, or body of desire, the spook. 823. In the case of the devachanic entity, the ego, in order to be able to go into a state of bliss, as the I of its immediately preceding incarnation, has to be clothed, metaphorically speaking, with the spiritual elements of the ideas, aspirations and thoughts of the now disembodied personality. Otherwise, what is it that enjoys bliss and reward? Surely not the impersonal ego, the divine individuality. Therefore it must be the good karmic records of the deceased, impressed upon the auric substance, which furnish the human soul with just enough of the spiritual elements of the ex-personality, to enable it to still believe itself that body from which it has just been severed, and to receive its fruition, during a more or less prolonged period of spiritual gestation. For devachan is a spiritual gestation within an ideal matrix state, a birth of the ego into the world of effects, which ideal, subjective birth precedes its next terrestrial birth, the latter being determined by its bad karma. Into the world of causes. 824. In the case of the spook, the Kama Rupa is furnished from the animal dregs of the auric envelope, with its daily karmic record of animal life, so full of animal desires and selfish aspirations. 825. Now the linga sharira remains with the physical body, and fades out along with it. An astral entity then has to be created, a new linga sharira provided, to become the bearer of all the past tanhas and future karma. How is this accomplished? The mediumistic spook, the departed angel, fades out and vanishes also in its turn 826 as an entity or full image of the personality that was, and leaves in the Kamalokic world of effects only the record of its misdeeds and sinful thoughts and acts, known in the phraseology of occultists as tanhic or human elementals. Entering into the composition of the astral form of the new body, into which the ego, upon its quitting the devachanic state, is to enter according to karmic decree, the elementals form that new astral entity which is born within the auric envelope, and of which it is often said, bad karma waits at the threshold of devachan, with its army of skandhas. 827. For no sooner is the devachanic state of reward ended, than the ego is indissolubly united with, or rather follows in the track of, the new astral form. Both are karmically propelled towards the family or woman from whom is to be born the animal child chosen by karma to become the vehicle of the ego which has just awakened from the devachanic state. Then the new astral form, composed partly of the pure akashic essence of the auric egg, and partly of the terrestrial elements of the punishable sins and misdeeds of the last personality, is drawn into the woman. Once there, nature models the fetus of flesh around the astral, out of the growing materials of the male seed in the female soil. Thus grows out of the essence of a decayed seed the fruit or eidolon of the dead seed, the physical fruit producing in its turn within itself another, and other seeds for future plants. And now we may return to the tattvas, and see what they mean in nature and man, showing thereby the great danger of indulging in fancy, amateur yoga, without knowing what we are about. The tattvic correlations and meaning. In nature, then, we find 7 forces, or 7 centers of force, and everything seems to respond to that number, as for instance, the septenary scale in music, or sounds, and the septenary spectrum in colors. I have not exhausted its nomenclature and proofs in the earlier volumes, yet enough is given to show every thinker that the facts adduced are no coincidences, but very weighty testimony. There are several reasons why only 5 tattvas are given in the Hindu systems. One of these I have already mentioned. Another is that owing to our having reached only the 5th race, and being, so far as science is able to ascertain, endowed with only 5 senses. The 2 remaining senses that are still latent in man can have their existence proven only on phenomenal evidence which to the materialist is no evidence at all. The 5 physical senses are made to correspond with the 5 lower tattvas, the 2 yet undeveloped senses in man. And the 2 forces, or tattvas, forgotten by Brahmins and still unrecognized by science, being so subjective and the highest of them so sacred, that they can only be recognized by, and known through, the highest occult sciences. It is easy to see that these 2 tattvas and the 2 senses, the 6th and the 7th, correspond to the 2 highest human principles, buddhi and the auric envelope, impregnated with the light of Atma. Unless we open in ourselves, by occult training, the 6th and 7th senses, we can never comprehend correctly their corresponding types. Thus the statement in nature's finer forces that, in the tattvic scale, the highest tattva of all is Akasha 828, followed by, only, for each of which becomes grosser than its predecessor, if made from the esoteric standpoint, is erroneous. For once Akasha, an almost homogeneous and certainly universal principle, is translated ether, then Akasha is dwarfed and limited to our visible universe, for assuredly it is not the ether of space. Ether, whatever modern science makes of it, is differentiated substance. Akasha, having no attribute save one, sound, of which it is the substratum, is no substance even exoterically and in the minds of some Orientalists 829 but rather chaos, or the great spatial void. 830. Esoterically, Akasha alone is divine space, and becomes ether only on the lowest and last plane, or our visible universe in earth. In this case the blind is in the word attribute, which is said to be sound. But sound is no attribute of Akasha, but its primary correlation, its primordial manifestation, the logos, or divine ideation made word, and that word made flesh. Sound may be considered an attribute of Akasha only on the condition of anthropomorphizing the latter. It is not a characteristic of it, though it is certainly as innate in it as the idea, I am I, is innate in our thoughts. Occultism teaches that Akasha contains and includes the 7 centers of force, therefore the 6 tattvas, of which it is the 7th, or rather their synthesis. But if Akasha be taken, as we believe it is in this case, to represent only the exoteric idea, then the author is right. Because, seeing that Akasha is universally omnipresent, following the Puranic limitation, for the better comprehension of our finite intellects, he places its commencement only beyond the 4 planes of our earth chain. 831 The 2 higher tattvas being as concealed to the average mortal as the 6th and 7th senses are to the materialistic mind. Therefore, while Sanskrit and Hindu philosophy generally speak of 5 tattvas only, occultists name 7, thus making them correspond with every septenary in nature. The tattvas stand in the same order as the 7 macro and microcosmic forces, and as taught in esotericism, are as follows. 1. Adi Tattva, the primordial universal force, issuing at the beginning of manifestation, or of the creative period. From the eternal immutable Sat, the substratum of all. It corresponds with the auric envelope or Brahma's egg, which surrounds every globe, as well as every man, animal and thing. It is the vehicle containing potentially everything, spirit and substance, force and matter. Adi Tattva, in esoteric cosmogony, is the force which we refer to as proceeding from the first or unmanifested logos. 2. Anyupadika Tattva 832 The first differentiation on the plane of being, the first being an ideal one, or that which is born by transformation from something higher than itself. With the occultists, this force proceeds from the second logos. 3. Akasha Tattva, this is the point from which all exoteric philosophies and religions start. Akasha Tattva is explained in them as etheric force, ether. Hence Jupiter, the highest god, was named after Pater Ether. Indra, once the highest god in India, is the etheric or heavenly expanse, and so with Uranus, etc. The Christian biblical God, also, is spoken of as the Holy Ghost, pneuma, rarefied wind or air. This the occultists call the force of the third logos, the creative force in the already manifested universe. 4. Vayu Tattva, the aerial plane where substance is gaseous. 5. Tejas Tattva, the plane of our atmosphere, from Tejas, luminous. 6. Apis Tattva, watery or liquid substance or force. 7. Prithvi Tattva, solid earthly substance, the terrestrial spirit or force, the lowest of all. All these correspond to our principles, and to the 7 senses and forces in man. According to the tattva or force generated or induced in us, so will our bodies act. Now, what I have to say here is addressed especially to those members who are anxious to develop powers by sitting for yoga. You have seen, from what has been already said, that in the development of Raja Yoga, no extant works made public are of the least good. They can at best give inklings of Hatha Yoga, something that may develop mediumship at best, and in the worst case, consumption. If those who practice meditation, and try to learn the science of breath, will read attentively nature's finer forces, they will find that it is by utilizing the 5 tattvas only that this dangerous science is acquired. For in the exoteric yoga philosophy, and the Hatha Yoga practice, Akasha Tattva is placed in the head, or physical brain, of man, Tejas Tattva in the shoulders. Vayu Tattva in the navel, the seat of all the phallic gods, creators of the universe and man, Apis Tattva in the knees, and Prithvi Tattva in the feet. Hence the 2 higher tattvas and their correspondences are ignored and excluded. And, as these are the chief factors in Raja Yoga, no spiritual or intellectual phenomena of a high nature can take place. The best results obtainable will be physical phenomena and no more. As the 5 breaths, or rather the 5 states of the human breath, in Hatha Yoga correspond to the above terrestrial planes and colors, what spiritual results can be obtained? On the contrary, they are the very reverse of the plane of spirit, or the higher macrocosmic plane, reflected as they are upside down, in the astral light. This is proven in the Tantra work, Shivagama, itself. Let us compare. First of all, remember that the septenary of visible and also invisible nature is said in occultism to consist of the 3, and 4, fires, which grow into the 49 fires. This shows that as the macrocosm is divided into 7 great planes of various differentiations of substance, from the spiritual or subjective, to the fully objective or material, from Akasha down to the sin-laden atmosphere of our earth, so. In its turn, each of these great planes has 3 aspects, based on 4 principles, as already shown above. This seems to be quite natural, as even modern science has her 3 states of matter and what are generally called the critical or intermediate states between the solid, the fluidic, and the gaseous. Now, the astral light is not a universally diffused stuff, but pertains only to our earth and all other bodies of the system on the same plane of matter with it. Our astral light is, so to speak, the linga sharira of our earth. Only instead of being its primordial prototype, as in the case of our chaya, or double, it is the reverse. Human and animal bodies grow and develop on the model of their antitypal doubles. Whereas the astral light is born from the terrene emanations, grows and develops after its prototypal parent, and in its treacherous waves everything from the upper planes and from the lower solid plane, the earth, both ways, is reflected reversed. Hence the confusion of its colors and sounds and the clairvoyance and clairaudience of the sensitive who trusts to its records, be that sensitive a hatha yogi or a medium. Such, then, is the occult science on which the modern ascetics and yogis of India base their soul development and powers. They are known as the hatha yogis. Now, the science of hatha yoga rests upon the suppression of breath, or pranayama, to which exercise our masters are unanimously opposed. For what is pranayama? Literally translated, it means the death of vital breath. Prana, as said, is not jiva, the eternal fount of life immortal, nor is it connected in any way with pranav, as some think, for pranav is a synonym of aum in a mystic sense. As much as has ever been taught publicly and clearly about it is to be found in nature's finer forces. If such directions, however, are followed, they can only lead to black magic and mediumship. Several impatient cellists, whom we knew personally in India, went in for the practice of hatha yoga, notwithstanding our warnings. Of these, 2 developed consumption, of which one died, others became almost idiotic, another committed suicide. And one developed into a regular tantrika, a black magician, but his career, fortunately for himself, was cut short by death. The science of the 5 breaths, the moist, the fiery, the airy, etc., has a twofold significance and 2 applications. The tantrikas take it literally, as relating to the regulation of the vital, lung breath, whereas the ancient Raja yogis understood it as referring to the mental or will breath, which alone leads to the highest clairvoyant powers. To the function of the third eye, and the acquisition of the true Raja Yoga occult powers. The difference between the 2 is enormous. The former, as shown, use the 5 lower tattvas, the latter begin by using the 3 higher alone, for mental and will development, and the rest only when they have completely mastered the 3. Hence, they use only 1 akasha tattva, out of the tantric 5. As well said in the above stated work, tattvas are the modifications of svara. Now, the svara is the root of all sound, the substratum of the Pythagorean music of the spheres, svara being that which is beyond spirit, in the modern acceptation of the word, the spirit within spirit, or as very properly translated. The current of the life wave, the emanation of the one life. The great breath spoken of in our first volume is Atma, the etymology of which is eternal motion. Now while the ascetic chela of our school, for his mental development, follows carefully the process of the evolution of the universe, that is, proceeds from universals to particulars. The hatha yogi reverses the conditions and begins by sitting for the suppression of his vital breath. And if, as Hindu philosophy teaches, at the beginning of cosmic evolution, svara threw itself into the form of akasha, and then successively into the forms of vayu, air, agni, fire, apis, water, and prithvi, solid matter. 833 Then it stands to reason that we have to begin by the higher supersensuous tattvas. The Raja Yogi does not descend on the planes of substance beyond sukshma, subtle matter, while the Hatha Yogi develops and uses his powers only on the material plane. Some tantrikas locate the 3 nadis, Sushumna, Ida and Pingala, in the medulla oblongata, the central line of which they call Sushumna, and the right and left divisions, Pingala and Ida, and also in the heart. To the divisions of which they apply the same names. The Trans-Himalayan school of the ancient Indian Raja Yogis, with which the modern yogis of India have little to do, locate Sushumna, the chief seat of these 3 nadis, in the central tube of the spinal cord. And Ida and Pingala on its left and right sides. Sushumna is the Brahmadanda. It is that canal, of the spinal cord, of the use of which physiology knows no more than it does of the spleen and the pineal gland. Ia and Pingala are simply the sharps and flats of that fa of human nature, the keynote and the middle key in the scale of the septenary harmony of the principles, which, when struck in a proper way, awakens the sentries on either side. The spiritual manas and the physical kama, and subdues the lower through the higher. But this effect has to be produced by the exercise of willpower, not through the scientific or trained suppression of the breath. Take a transverse section of the spinal region, and you will find sections across 3 columns, one of which columns transmits the volitional orders, and a second a life current of jiva, not of prana, which animates the body of man, during what is called samadhi and like states. He who has studied both systems, the hatha and the raja yoga, finds an enormous difference between the two. One is purely psychophysiological, the other purely psychospiritual. The tantrists do not seem to go higher than the 6 visible and known plexuses, with each of which they connect the tattvas. And the great stress they lay on the chief of these, the Muladhara chakra, the sacral plexus, shows the material and selfish bent of their efforts towards the acquisition of powers. Their 5 breaths and 5 tattvas are chiefly concerned with the prostatic, epigastric, cardiac, and laryngeal plexuses. Almost ignoring the ajna, they are positively ignorant of the synthesizing laryngeal plexus. But with the followers of the old school it is different. We begin with the mastery of that organ which is situated at the base of the brain, in the pharynx, and called by Western anatomists the pituitary body. In the series of the objective cranial organs, corresponding to the subjective tattvic principles, it stands to the third eye, pineal gland, as mana stands to buddhi. The arousing and awakening of the third eye must be performed by that vascular organ, that insignificant little body, of which, once again, physiology knows nothing at all. The one is the energizer of will, the other that of clairvoyant perception. Those who are physicians, physiologists, anatomists, etc., will understand me better than the rest in the following explanation. Now, as to the functions of the pineal gland, or conarium, and of the pituitary body, we find no explanations vouchsafed by the standard authorities. Indeed, on looking through the works of the greatest specialists, it is curious to observe how much confused ignorance on the human vital economy, physiological as well as psychological, is openly confessed. The following is all that can be gleaned from the authorities upon these 2 important organs. 1. The pineal gland, or conarium, is a rounded, oblong body, from 3 to 4 lines long, of a deep reddish gray, connected with the posterior part of the third ventricle of the brain. It is attached at its base by 2 thin medullary cords, which diverge forward to the optic thalami. Remember that the latter are found by the best physiologists to be the organs of reception and condensation of the most sensitive and sensorial incitations from the periphery of the body, according to occultism, from the periphery of the auric egg, which is our point of communication with the higher, universal planes. We are further told that the 2 bands of the optic thalami, which are inflected to meet each other, unite on the median line, where they become the 2 peduncles of the pineal gland. 2. The pituitary body, or hypophysis cerebri, is a small and hard organ, about 6 lines broad, 3 long and 3 high. It is formed of an anterior bean-shaped, and of a posterior and more rounded lobe, which are uniformly united. Its component parts, we are told, are almost identical with those of the pineal gland, yet not the slightest connection can be traced between the 2 centers. To this, however, occultists take exception. They know that there is a connection, and this even anatomically and physically. Dissectors, on the other hand, have to deal with corpses. And, as they themselves admit, brain matter, of all tissues and organs, collapses and changes form the soonest, in fact, a few minutes after death. When, then, the pulsating life which expanded the mass of the brain, filled all its cavities and energized all its organs, vanishes, the cerebral mass shrinks into a sort of pasty condition, and once open passages become closed. But the contraction and even interblending of parts in this process of shrinking, and the subsequent pasty state of the brain, do not imply that there is no connection between these 2 organs before death. In point of fact, as Professor Owen has shown, a connection as objective as a groove and tube exists in the crania of the human fetus and of certain fishes. When a man is in his normal condition, an adept can see the golden aura pulsating in both the centers, like the pulsation of the heart, which never ceases throughout life. This motion, however, under the abnormal condition of effort to develop clairvoyant faculties, becomes intensified, and the aura takes on a stronger vibratory or swinging action. The arc of the pulsation of the pituitary body mounts upward, more and more, until, just as when the electric current strikes some solid object, the current finally strikes the pineal gland. And the dormant organ is awakened and set all glowing with the pure akashic fire. This is the psychophysiological illustration of two organs on the physical plane, which are, respectively, the concrete symbols of the metaphysical concepts called manas and buddhi. The latter, in order to become conscious on this plane, needs the more differentiated fire of manas, but once the sixth sense has awakened the seventh, the light which radiates from this seventh sense illumines the fields of infinitude. For a brief space of time man becomes omniscient, the past and the future, space and time, disappear and become for him the present. If an adept, he will store the knowledge he thus gains in his physical memory, and nothing, save the crime of indulging in black magic, can obliterate the remembrance of it. If only a cella, portions alone of the whole truth will impress themselves on his memory, and he will have to repeat the process for years, never allowing one speck of impurity to stain him mentally or physically, before he becomes a fully initiated adept. It may seem strange, almost incomprehensible, that the chief success of Gupta Vidya, or occult knowledge, should depend upon such flashes of clairvoyance. And that the latter should depend in man on two such insignificant excrescences in his cranial cavity, two horny warts covered with grey sand, a cervulus cerebri, as expressed by Bichat in his Anatomy Descriptive. Yet so it is. But this sand is not to be despised. Nay, in truth, it is only this landmark of the internal, independent activity of the conarium that prevents physiologists from classifying it with the absolutely useless atrophied organs. The relics of a previous and now utterly changed anatomy of man during some period of his unknown evolution. This sand is very mysterious, and baffles the inquiry of every materialist. In the cavity on the anterior surface of this gland, in young persons, and in its substance, in people of advanced years, is found a yellowish substance, semi-transparent, brilliant and hard, the diameter of which does not exceed half a line. 834. Such is the acervulus cerebri. This brilliant sand is the concretion of the gland itself, so say the physiologists. Perhaps not, we answer. The pineal gland is that which the Eastern occultist calls divaksha, the divine eye. To this day, it is the chief organ of spirituality in the human brain, the seat of genius, the magical sesame uttered by the purified will of the mystic, which opens all the avenues of truth for him who knows how to use it. The esoteric science teaches that manas, the mind-ego, does not accomplish its full union with the child before he is 6 or 7 years of age, before which period, even according to the canon of the Church and law, no child is deemed responsible. 835 Manas becomes a prisoner, one with the body, only at that age. Now a strange thing was observed in several thousand cases by the famous German anatomist, Wengel. With a few extremely rare exceptions, this sand, or golden-colored concretion, is found only in subjects after the completion of their 7th year. In the case of fools these calculi are very few, in congenital idiots they are completely absent. Morgani 836 Grading 837 and Gum 838 were wise men in their generation, and are wise men today, since they are the only physiologists, so far, who connect the calculi with mind. 4. Sum up the facts, that they are absent in young children, in very old people, and in idiots, and the unavoidable conclusion will be that they must be connected with mind. Now since every mineral, vegetable and other atom is only a concretion of crystallized spirit, or akasha, the universal soul, why, asks occultism, should the fact that these concretions of the pineal gland, are, upon analysis, found to be composed of animal matter, phosphate of lime and carbonate, serve as an objection to the statement that they are the result of the work of mental electricity upon surrounding matter? Our 7 chakras are all situated in the head, and it is these master chakras which govern and rule the 7, for there are 7, principal plexuses in the body, besides the 42 minor ones to which physiology refuses that name. The fact that no microscope can detect such centers on the objective plane goes for nothing. No microscope has ever yet detected, nor ever will, the difference between the motor and sensory nerve tubes, the conductors of all our bodily and psychic sensations, and yet logic alone would show that such difference exists. And if the term plexus, in this application, does not represent to the Western mind the idea conveyed by the term of the anatomist, then call them chakras or padmas, or the wheels, the lotus heart and petals. Remember that physiology, imperfect as it is, shows septenary groups all over the exterior and interior of the body. The 7 head orifices, the 7 organs, at the base of the brain, the 7 plexuses, the pharyngeal, laryngeal, cavernous, cardiac, epigastric, prostatic, and sacral, etc. When the time comes, advanced students will be given the minute details about the master chakras and taught the use of them. Till then, less difficult subjects have to be learned. If asked whether the 7 plexuses, or tattvic centers of action, are the centers where the 7 rays of the logos vibrate, I answer in the affirmative, simply remarking that the rays of the logos vibrate in every atom, for the matter of that. In these volumes it is almost revealed that the sons of Fohat are the personified forces known in a general way as motion, sound, heat, light, cohesion, electricity or electric fluid, and nerve force or magnetism. This truth, however, cannot teach the student to attune and moderate the kundalini of the cosmic plane with the vital kundalini, the electric fluid with the nerve force, and unless he does so, he is sure to kill himself. For the one travels at the rate of about 90 feet, and the other at the rate of 115,000 leagues a second. The 7 Shaktis respectively called Para-Shakti, Jnana-Shakti, etc. are synonymous with the sons of Fohat, for they are their female aspects. At the present stage, however, as their names would only be confusing to the Western student, it is better to remember the English equivalents as translated above. As each force is septenary, their sum is, of course, 49. The question now mooted in science, whether a sound is capable of calling forth impressions of light and color in addition to its natural sound impressions, has been answered by occult science ages ago. Every impulse or vibration of a physical object producing a certain vibration of the air, that is, causing the collision of physical particles, the sound of which is capable of affecting the ear, produces at the same time a corresponding flash of light, which will assume some particular color. For, in the realm of hidden forces, an audible sound is but a subjective color, and a perceptible color, but an inaudible sound. Both proceed from the same potential substance, which physicists used to call ether, and now refer to under various other names, but which we call plastic, through invisible space. This may appear a paradoxical hypothesis, but facts are there to prove it. Complete deafness, for instance, does not preclude the possibility of discerning sounds. Medical science has several cases on record which prove that these sounds are received by, and conveyed to, the patient's organ of sight, through the mind, under the form of chromatic impressions. The very fact that the intermediate tones of the chromatic musical scale were formerly written in colors shows an unconscious reminiscence of the ancient occult teaching that color and sound are 2 out of the 7 correlative aspects on our plane, of one and the same thing, viz. nature's first differentiated substance. Here is an example of the relation of color to vibration well worthy of the attention of occultists. Not only adepts and advanced cellists, but also the lower order of psychics, such as clairvoyants and psychometrists, can perceive a psychic aura of various colors around every individual, corresponding to the temperament of the person within it. In other words, the mysterious records within the auric egg are not the heirloom of trained adepts alone, but sometimes also of natural psychics. Every human passion, every thought and quality, is indicated in this aura by corresponding colors and shades of color, and certain of these are sensed and felt rather than perceived. The best of such psychics, as shown by Galton, can also perceive colors produced by the vibrations of musical instruments, every note suggesting a different color. As a string vibrates and gives forth an audible note, so the nerves of the human body vibrate and thrill in correspondence with various emotions under the general impulse of the circulating vitality of prana, thus producing undulations in the psychic aura of the person which result in chromatic effects. The human nervous system as a whole, then, may be regarded as an Aeolian harp, responding to the impact of the vital force, which is no abstraction, but a dynamic reality, and manifests the subtlest shades of the individual character in color phenomena. If these nerve vibrations are made intense enough and brought into vibratory relation with an astral element, the result is sound. How, then, can anyone doubt the relation between the microcosmic and macrocosmic forces? And now that I have shown that the Tantric works as explained by Ramaprasad, and other yoga treatises of the same character which have appeared from time to time in theosophical journals, for note well that those of true Raja Yoga are never published, tend to black magic and are most dangerous to take for guides in self-training. I hope that students will be on their guard. For, considering that no two authorities up to the present day agree as to the real location of the chakras and padmas in the body, and, seeing that the colors of the tattvas as given are reversed, e.g. A. Akasha is made black or colorless, whereas corresponding to Manas, it is indigo. B. Vayu is made blue, whereas, corresponding to the lower Manas, it is green. C. Apis is made white, whereas, corresponding to the astral body, it is violet, with a silver, moon-like white substratum. Tejas, red, is the only color given correctly. From such considerations, I say, it is easy to see that these disagreements are dangerous blinds. Further, the practice of the 5 breaths results in deadly injury, both physiologically and psychically, as already shown. It is indeed that which it is called, pranayama, or the death of the breath, for it results, for the practicer, in death, in moral death always, and in physical death very frequently. On exoteric, blinds, and the death of the soul. As a corollary to this, and before going into still more abstruse teachings, I must redeem the promise already given. I have to illustrate by tenets you already know, the awful doctrine of personal annihilation. Banish from your minds all that you have hitherto read in such works as esoteric Buddhism, and thought you understood, of such hypotheses as the 8th sphere and the moon, and that man shares a common ancestor with the ape. Even the details occasionally given out by myself in the Theosophist and Lucifer were nothing like the whole truth, but only broad general ideas, hardly touched upon in their details. Certain passages, however, give out hints, especially my footnotes on articles translated from Eliphas Levi's letters on magic. 839. Nevertheless, personal immortality is conditional, for there are such things as soulless men, a teaching barely mentioned, although it is spoken of even in Isis Unveiled. 840. And there is an Avicii, rightly called hell, though it has no connection with, or similitude to, the good Christian's hell, either geographically or psychically. The truth known to occultists and adepts in every age could not be given out to a promiscuous public. Hence, though almost every mystery of occult philosophy lies half concealed in Isis and the 2 earlier volumes of the present work, I had no right to amplify or correct the details of others. Readers may now compare those 4 volumes and such books as Esoteric Buddhism with the diagrams and explanations in these papers, and see for themselves. Paramatma, the spiritual sun, may be thought of as outside the human auric egg, as it is also outside the macrocosmic or Brahma-s egg. Why? Because, though every particle and atom are, so to speak, cemented with and soaked through by this paramatmic essence, yet it is wrong to call it a human, or even a universal, principle. For the term is very likely to give rise to naught but an erroneous idea of the philosophical and purely metaphysical concept. It is not a principle, but the cause of every principle, the latter term being applied by occultists only to its shadow, the universal spirit that ensouls the boundless cosmos whether within or beyond space and time. Buddhi serves as a vehicle for that paramatmic shadow. This Buddhi is universal, and so also is the human Atma. Within the auric egg is the macrocosmic pentacle of life, prana, containing within itself the pentagram which represents man. The universal pentacle must be pictured with its point soaring upwards, the sign of white magic. In the human pentacle it is the lower limbs which are upward, forming the horns of Satan, as the Christian Kabbalists call them. This is the symbol of matter, that of the personal man, and the recognized pentacle of the black magician. For this reversed pentacle does not stand only for karma, the fourth principle exoterically, but it also represents physical man, the animal of flesh with its desires and passions. Now, mark well, in order to understand that which follows, that Manas may be pictured as an upper triangle connected with the lower Manas by a thin line which binds the two together. This is the Antahkarana, that path or bridge of communication which serves as a link between the personal being whose physical brain is under the sway of the lower animal mind, and the reincarnating individuality, the spiritual ego, Manas, Manu. The divine man. This thinking Manu alone is that which reincarnates. In truth and in nature, the two minds, the spiritual and the physical or animal, are one, but separate into two at reincarnation. For while that portion of the divine which goes to animate the personality, consciously separating itself, like a dense but pure shadow, from the divine ego 841 wedges itself into the brain and senses 842 of the fetus. At the completion of its 7th month, the higher Manas does not unite itself with the child before the completion of the first 7 years of its life. This detached essence, or rather the reflection or shadow of the higher Manas, becomes, as the child grows, a distinct thinking principle in man, its chief agent being the physical brain. No wonder the materialists, who perceive only this rational soul, or mind, will not disconnect it with the brain and matter. But occult philosophy has ages ago solved the problem of mind, and discovered the duality of Manas. The divine ego tends with its point upwards towards Buddhi, and the human ego gravitates downwards, immersed in matter, connected with its higher, subjective half only by the Antakarana. As its derivation suggests, this is the only connecting link during life between the two minds, the higher consciousness of the ego and the human intelligence of the lower mind. To understand this abstruse metaphysical doctrine fully and correctly, one has to be thoroughly impressed with an idea, which I have in vain endeavored to impart to theosophists at large, namely, the great axiomatic truth that the only eternal and living reality is that which the Hindus call Paramatma and Parabrahman. This is the one ever-existing root essence, immutable and unknowable to our physical senses, but manifest and clearly perceptible to our spiritual natures. Once imbued with that basic idea and the further conception that if it is omnipresent, universal and eternal, like abstract space itself, we must have emanated from it and we must, some day, return into it, and all the rest becomes easy. If so, then it stands to reason that life and death, good and evil, past and future, are all empty words, or at best, figures of speech. If the objective universe itself is but a passing illusion on account of its beginning and finitude, then both life and death must also be aspects and illusions. They are changes of state, in fact, and no more. Real life is in the spiritual consciousness of that life, in a conscious existence in spirit, not matter. And real death is the limited perception of life, the impossibility of sensing conscious or even individual existence outside of form, or at least, of some form of matter. Those who sincerely reject the possibility of conscious life divorced from matter and brain substance, are dead units. The words of Paul, an initiate, become comprehensible. Ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in God. Which is to say, ye are personally dead matter, unconscious of its own spiritual essence, and your real life is hid with your divine ego, Christos, in, or merged with, God, Atma, now has it departed from you, ye soulless people. Speaking on esoteric lines, every irrevocably materialistic person is a dead man, a living automaton, in spite of his being endowed with great brain power. Listen to what Aryasanga says, stating the same fact. That which is neither spirit nor matter, neither light nor darkness, but is verily the container and root of these, that thou art. The root projects at every dawn its shadow on itself, and that shadow thou createst light and life, O poor dead form. This life-light streameth downward through the stairway of the 7 worlds, the stairs of which each step become denser and darker. It is of this 7 times 7 scale that thou art the faithful climber and mirror, O little man. Thou art this, but thou knowest it not. This is the first lesson to learn. The second is to study well the principles of both the cosmos and ourselves, dividing the group into the permanent and the impermanent, the higher and immortal and the lower and mortal, for thus only can we master and guide. First the lower cosmic and personal, then the higher cosmic and impersonal. Once we can do that we have secured our immortality. But some may say, how few are those who can do so? All such are great adepts, and none can reach such adeptship in one short life. Agreed, but there is an alternative. If the sun thou canst not be, then be the humble planet, says the Book of the Golden Precepts. And if even that is beyond our reach, then let us at least endeavor to keep within the ray of some lesser star, so that its silvery light may penetrate the murky darkness, through which the stony path of life trends onward. For without this divine radiance we risk losing more than we imagine. With regard, then, to soulless men, and the second death of the soul, mentioned in the 2nd volume of Isis Unveiled, you will there find that I have spoken of such soulless people, and even of Avicii, though I leave the latter unnamed. Read from the last paragraph on page 367 to the end of the first paragraph on page 370, and then collate what is there said with what I have now to say. The higher triad, Atmabuddhi Manas, may be recognized from the first lines of the quotation from the Egyptian papyrus. In the ritual, now the Book of the Dead, the purified soul, the dual Manas, appears as the victim of the dark influence of the dragon Apophis, the physical personality of Kamarupic man, with his passions. If it has attained the final knowledge of the heavenly and infernal mysteries, the gnosis, the divine and the terrestrial mysteries, of white and black magic, then the defunct personality will triumph over its enemy, death. This alludes to the case of a complete reunion, at the end of earth life, of the lower Manas, full of the harvest of life, with its ego. But if Apophis conquers the soul, then it cannot escape a second death. These few lines from a papyrus, many thousands of years old, contain a whole revelation, known, in those days, only to the Hierophants and the initiates. The harvest of life consists of the finest spiritual thoughts, of the memory of the noblest and most unselfish deeds of the personality, and the constant presence during its bliss after death of all those it loved with divine, spiritual devotion. 843 Remember the teaching, the human soul, lower Manas, is the only and direct mediator between the personality and the divine ego. That which goes to make up on this earth the personality miscalled individuality by the majority, is the sum of all its mental, physical, and spiritual characteristics, which, being impressed on the human soul, produces the man. Now, of all these characteristics it is the purified thoughts alone which can be impressed on the higher, immortal ego. This is done by the human soul merging again, in its essence, into its parent source, commingling with its divine ego during life, and reuniting itself entirely with it after the death of the physical man. Therefore, unless Kamamanas transmits to Buddhimanas such personal ideations, and such consciousness of its I, as can be assimilated by the divine ego, nothing of that I, or personality can survive in the eternal. Only that which is worthy of the immortal God within us, and identical in its nature with the divine quintessence, can survive. For in this case it is its own, the divine egos, shadows, or emanations which ascend to it and are indrawn by it into itself again, to become once more part of its own essence. No noble thought, no grand aspiration, desire, or divine immortal love, can come into the brain of the man of clay and settle there, except as a direct emanation from the higher to, and through, the lower ego. All the rest, intellectual as it may seem, proceeds from the shadow, the lower mind, in its association and commingling with Kama, and passes away and disappears forever. But the mental and spiritual ideations of the personal I return to it, as parts of the ego's essence, and can never fade out. Thus of the personality that was, only its spiritual experiences, the memory of all that is good and noble, with the consciousness of its I, blended with that of all the other personal I's that preceded it, survive and become immortal. There is no distinct or separate immortality for the men of earth outside of the ego which informed them. That higher ego is the sole bearer of all its alter egos on earth and their sole representative in the mental state called devotion. As the last embodied personality, however, has a right to its own special state of bliss, unalloyed and free from the memories of all others, it is the last life only which is fully and realistically vivid. Devotion is often compared to the happiest day in a series of many thousands of other days in the life of a person. The intensity of its happiness makes the man entirely forget all others, his past becoming obliterated. This is what we call the devochanic state, the reward of the personality, and it is on this old teaching that the hazy Christian notion of paradise was built, borrowed with many other things from the Egyptian mysteries, wherein the doctrine was enacted. And this is the meaning of the passage quoted in Isis. The soul has triumphed over Apophis, the dragon of flesh. Henceforth, the personality will live in eternity, in its highest and noblest elements, the memory of its past deeds, while the characteristics of the dragon will be fading out in Kama-loka. If the question be asked, how live in eternity, when devotion lasts but from 1,000 to 2,000 years, the answer is, in the same way as the recollection of each day which is worth remembering lives in the memory of each one of us. For the sake of an example, the days passed in one personal life may be taken as an illustration of each personal life, and this or that person may stand for the divine ego. To obtain the key which will open the door of many a psychological mystery, it is sufficient to understand and remember that which precedes and that which follows. Many a spiritualist has felt terribly indignant on being told that personal immortality was conditional, and yet such is the philosophical and logical fact. Much has been said already on the subject, but no one to this day seems to have fully understood the doctrine. Moreover, it is not enough to know that such a fact is said to exist. All occultist, or he who would become one, must know why it is so. For having learned and comprehended the raison d'être, it becomes easier to set others right in their erroneous speculations, and, most important of all, it affords one an opportunity, without saying too much, to teach other people to avoid a calamity which, sad to say, occurs in our age almost daily. This calamity will now be explained at length. One must know little indeed of the Eastern modes of expression to fail to see in the passage quoted from the Book of the Dead, and the pages of Isis, an allegory for the uninitiated, containing our esoteric teaching. And, b, that the two terms second death and soul are, in one sense, blinds. Soul refers indifferently to buddhimanas and kamamanas. As to the term second death, the qualification second applies to several deaths which have to be undergone by the principles during their incarnation, occultists alone understanding fully the sense in which such a statement is made. For we have, 1. The death of the body, 2. The death of the animal soul in Kama-loka, 3. The death of the astral linga sharira, following that of the body. 4. The metaphysical death of the higher ego, the immortal, every time it falls into matter, or incarnates in a new personality. The animal soul, or lower manas, that shadow of the divine ego which separates from it to inform the personality, cannot by any possible means escape death in Kama-loka. At any rate that portion of this reflection which remains as a terrestrial residue and cannot be impressed on the ego. Thus the chief and most important secret with regard to that second death, in the esoteric teaching, was and is to this day the terrible possibility of the death of the soul, that is, its severance from the ego on earth during a person's lifetime. This is a real death, though with chances of resurrection, which shows no traces in a person and yet leaves him morally a living corpse. It is difficult to see why this teaching should have been preserved until now with such secrecy, when, by spreading it among people, at any rate among those who believe in reincarnation, so much good might be done. But so it was, and I had no right to question the wisdom of the prohibition, but have given it hitherto, as it was given to myself, under pledge not to reveal it to the world at large. But now I have permission to give it to all, revealing its tenets first to the esotericists, and then when they have assimilated them thoroughly it will be their duty to teach others this special tenet of the second death. And warn all the Theosophists of its dangers. To make the teaching clearer, I shall seemingly have to go over old ground. In reality, however, it is given out with new light and new details. I have tried to hint at it in the Theosophist as I have done in Isis, but have failed to make myself understood. I will now explain it, point by point. The philosophical rationale of the tenet. 1. Imagine, for illustration's sake, the one homogeneous, absolute and omnipresent essence, above the upper step of the stair of the 7 planes of worlds, ready to start on its evolutionary journey. As its correlating reflection gradually descends, it differentiates and transforms into subjective, and finally into objective matter. Let us call it at its north pole absolute light. At its south pole, which to us would be the 4th or middle step, or plane, counting either way, we know it esoterically as the one and universal life. Now mark the difference. Above, light, below, life. The former is ever immutable, the latter manifests under the aspects of countless differentiations. According to the occult law, all potentialities included in the higher become differentiated reflections in the lower. And according to the same law, nothing which is differentiated can be blended with the homogeneous. Again, nothing can endure of that which lives and breathes and has its being in the seething waves of the world, or plane of differentiation. Thus Buddhi and Manas being both primordial rays of the one flame, the former the vehicle, the Upati, or Vahana, of the one eternal essence, the latter the vehicle of Mahat or divine ideation, Mahabuddhi in the Puranas. The universal intelligent soul, neither of them, as such, can become extinct or be annihilated either in essence or consciousness. But the physical personality with its linga sharira, and the animal soul, with its kama 844 can and do become so. They are born in the realm of illusion, and must vanish like a fleecy cloud from the blue and eternal sky. He who has read these volumes with any degree of attention, must know the origin of the human egos, called monads, generically, and what they were before they were forced to incarnate in the human animal. The divine beings whom karma led to act in the drama of manvantaric life, are entities from higher and earlier worlds and planets, whose karma had not been exhausted when their world went into pralaya. Such is the teaching. But whether it is so or not, the higher egos are, as compared to such forms of transitory, terrestrial mud as ourselves, divine beings, gods, immortal throughout the Mahamanvantara, or the 311,040,000,000 years during which the age of Brahma lasts. And as the divine egos, in order to re-become the one essence, or be indrawn again into the Aum, have to purify themselves in the fire of suffering and individual experience, so also have the terrestrial egos, the personalities, to do likewise. If they would partake of the immortality of the higher egos. This they can achieve by crushing in themselves all that benefits only the lower personal nature of their selves, and by aspiring to transfuse their thinking kamic principle into that of the higher ego. We, i.e., our personalities, become immortal by the mere fact of our thinking moral nature being grafted on our divine triune monad, Atma-Buddhi Manas, the 3 in 1 and 1 in 3 aspects. For the monad manifested on earth by the incarnating ego is that which is called the tree of life eternal, that can only be approached by eating the fruit of knowledge, the knowledge of good and evil, or of gnosis, divine wisdom. In the esoteric teachings, this ego is the 5th principle in man. But the student who has read and understood the first 2 papers, knows something more. He is aware that the 7th is not a human, but a universal principle in which man participates. But so does equally every physical and subjective atom, and also every blade of grass and everything that lives or is in space, whether it be sensible of it or not. He knows, moreover, that if man is more closely connected with it, and assimilates it with 100-fold more power, it is simply because he is endowed with the highest consciousness on this earth. That man, in short, may become a spirit, a deva, or a god, in his next transformation, whereas neither a stone nor a vegetable, nor an animal, can do so before they become men in their proper turn. 2. Now what are the functions of Buddhi? On this plane it has none, unless it is united with Manas, the conscious ego. Buddhi stands to the divine root essence in the same relation as Mula Prakriti to Parabrahman, in the Vedanta school. Or as Alaya the universal soul to the one eternal spirit, or that which is beyond spirit. It is its human vehicle, one removed from that absolute, which can have no relation whatever to the finite and the conditioned. 3. What, again, is Manas and its functions? In its purely metaphysical aspect, Manas, though one remove on the downward plane from Buddhi, is still so immeasurably higher than the physical man, that it cannot enter into direct relation with the personality, except through its reflection. The lower mind. Manas is spiritual self-consciousness in itself and divine consciousness when united with Buddhi, which is the true producer of that production, vikara or self-consciousness, through Mahat. Buddhi Manas, therefore, is entirely unfit to manifest during its periodical incarnations, except through the human mind or lower Manas. Both are linked together and are inseparable, and can have as little to do with the lower Tanmatras 845 or rudimentary atoms, as the homogeneous with the heterogeneous. It is, therefore, the task of the lower Manas, or thinking personality, if it would blend itself with its God, the divine ego, to dissipate and paralyze the Tanmatras, or properties of the material form. Therefore, Manas is shown double, as the ego and mind of man. It is Kama Manas, or the lower ego, which, diluted into a notion of independent existence, as the producer, in its turn and the sovereign of the 5 Tanmatras, becomes egoism, the selfish self. In which case it has to be considered as Mahabhutic and finite, in the sense of its being connected with Ahankara, the personal, I-creating, faculty. Hence, Manas has to be regarded as eternal and non-eternal. Eternal in its atomic nature, Paramanu Rupa, as eternal substance, Dravya, finite, Karya Rupa, when linked as a duad with Kama, animal desire or human egoistic volition, a lower production, in short. 846. While, therefore, the individual ego, owing to its essence and nature, is immortal throughout eternity, with a form, Rupa, which prevails during the whole life cycles of the 4th round, its sozi, or resemblance, the personal ego, has to win its immortality. For, Antakarana is the name of that imaginary bridge, the path which lies between the divine and the human egos, for they are egos, during human life, to re-become one ego in Devachan or Nirvana. This may seem difficult to understand, but in reality, with the help of a familiar, though fanciful illustration, it becomes quite simple. Let us figure to ourselves a bright lamp in the middle of a room, casting its light upon the wall. Let the lamp represent the divine ego, and the light thrown on the wall the lower Manas, and let the wall stand for the body. That portion of the atmosphere which transmits the ray from the lamp to the wall, will then represent the Antakarana. We must further suppose that the light thus cast is endowed with reason and intelligence, and possesses, moreover, the faculty of dissipating all the evil shadows which pass across the wall, and of attracting all brightnesses to itself, receiving their indelible impressions. Now, it is in the power of the human ego to chase away the shadows, or sins, and multiply the brightnesses, or good deeds, which make these impressions, and thus through Antakarana, ensure its own permanent connection, and its final reunion with the divine ego. Remember that the latter cannot take place while there remains a single taint of the terrestrial, or of matter, in the purity of that light. On the other hand, the connection cannot be entirely ruptured, and final reunion prevented, so long as there remains one spiritual deed, or potentiality to serve as a thread of union. But the moment this last spark is extinguished, and the last potentiality exhausted, then comes the severance. In an Eastern parable, the divine ego is likened to the master who sends out his laborers to till the ground and to gather in the harvest, and who is content to keep the field so long as it can yield even the smallest return. But when the ground becomes absolutely sterile, not only is it abandoned, but the labor also, the lower Manas, perishes. On the other hand, however, still using our simile, when the light thrown on the wall, or the rational human ego, reaches the point of actual spiritual exhaustion, the Antakarana disappears, no more light is transmitted. And the lamp becomes non-existent to the ray. The light which has been absorbed gradually disappears and soul eclipse occurs. The being lives on earth and then passes into Kama Loka as a mere surviving congeries of material qualities. It can never pass onwards towards devotion, but is reborn immediately, a human animal and scourge. This simile, however fantastic, will help us to seize the correct idea. Save through the blending of the moral nature with the divine ego, there is no immortality for the personal ego. It is only the most spiritual emanations of the personal human soul which survive. Having, during a lifetime, been imbued with the notion and feeling of the I am I of its personality, the human soul, the bearer of the very essence of the karmic deeds of the physical man, becomes, after the death of the latter, part and parcel of the divine flame, the ego. It becomes immortal through the mere fact that it is now strongly grafted on the monad, which is the tree of life eternal. And now we must speak of the tenet of the second death. What happens to the kamic human soul, which is always that of a debased and wicked man or of a soulless person? This mystery will now be explained. The personal soul in this case, viz. in that of one who has never had a thought not concerned with the animal self, having nothing to transmit to the higher, or to add to the sum of the experiences gleaned from past incarnations which its memory is to preserve throughout eternity, this personal soul becomes separated from the ego. It can graft nothing of self on that eternal trunk whose sap throws out millions of personalities, like leaves from its branches, leaves which wither, die, and fall at the end of their season. These personalities bud, blossom forth and expire, some without leaving a trace behind, others after commingling their own life with that of the parent stem. It is the souls of the former class that are doomed to annihilation, or avicii, a state so badly understood, and still worse described by some theosophical writers, but which is not only located on our earth, but is in fact this very earth itself. Thus we see that Antakarana has been destroyed before the lower man has had an opportunity of assimilating the higher and becoming at one with it. And therefore the kamic soul becomes a separate entity, to live henceforth, for a short or long period according to its karma, as a soulless creature. But before I elaborate this question, I must explain more clearly the meaning and functions of the Antakarana. As already said, it may be represented as a narrow bridge connecting the higher and the lower manas. If you look at the glossary of the Voice of the Silence, pages 88 and 89, you will find that it is a projection of the lower manas, or, rather, the link between the latter and the higher ego, or, between the human and the divine or spiritual soul. 847. At death it is destroyed as a path, or medium of communication, and its remains survive as Kama-rupa. The shell. It is this which the spiritualists see sometimes appearing in the seance rooms as materialized forms, which they foolishly mistake for the spirits of the departed. 848. So far is this from being the case, that in dreams, though Antakarana is there, the personality is only half awake, therefore, Antakarana is said to be drunk or insane during our normal sleeping state. If such is the case during the periodical death, or sleep, of the living body, one may judge what the consciousness of Antakarana is like when it has been transformed after the eternal sleep into Kama-rupa. But to return. In order not to confuse the mind of the Western student with the abstruse difficulties of Indian metaphysics, let him view the lower manas, or mind, as the personal ego during the waking state. And as Antakarana only during those moments when it aspires towards its higher ego, and thus becomes the medium of communication between the two. It is for this reason that it is called the path. Now, when a limb or organ belonging to the physical organism is left in disuse, it becomes weak and finally atrophies. So also is it with mental faculties. And hence the atrophy of the lower mind function, called Antakarana, becomes comprehensible in both completely materialistic and depraved natures. According to esoteric philosophy, however, the teaching is as follows, seeing that the faculty and function of Antakarana is as necessary as the medium of the ear for hearing, or that of the eye for seeing. Then so long as the feeling of ahankara, that is, of the personal I or selfishness, is not entirely crushed out in a man, and the lower mind not entirely merged into and become one with the higher buddhimanas. It stands to reason that to destroy Antakarana is like destroying a bridge over an impassable chasm. The traveler can never reach the goal on the other shore. And here lies the difference between the exoteric and esoteric teaching. The former makes the Vedanta state that so long as mind, the lower, clings through Antakarana to spirit, buddhimanas, it is impossible for it to acquire true spiritual wisdom, jnana. And that this can only be attained by seeking to come en rapport with the universal soul, Atma. That, in fact, it is by ignoring the higher mind altogether that one reaches Raja Yoga. We say it is not so. No single rung of the ladder leading to knowledge can be skipped. No personality can ever reach or bring itself into communication with Atma, except through buddhimanas. To try and become a Jivanmukta or a Mahatma, before one has become an adept or even a Narjal, a sinless man, is like trying to reach Ceylon from India without crossing the sea. Therefore we are told that if we destroy Antakarana before the personal is absolutely under the control of the impersonal ego, we risk to lose the latter and be severed forever from it. Unless indeed we hasten to re-establish the communication by a supreme and final effort. It is only when we are indissolubly linked with the essence of the divine mind, that we have to destroy Antakarana. Like as a solitary warrior pursued by an army, seeks refuge in a stronghold. To cut himself off from the enemy, he first destroys the drawbridge, and then only commences to destroy the pursuer, so must the Srotapati act before he slays Antakarana. Or as an occult axiom has it, the unit becomes 3, and 3 generate 4. It is for the latter, the quaternary, to re-become 3, and for the divine 3 to expand into the absolute 1. Monads, which become duads on the differentiated plane, to develop into triads during the cycle of incarnations, even when incarnated know neither space nor time, but are diffused through the lower principles of the quaternary. Being omnipresent and omniscient in their nature. But this omniscience is innate, and can manifest its reflected light only through that which is at least semi-terrestrial or material, even as the physical brain which, in its turn, is the vehicle of the lower manas enthroned in Kama-rupa. And it is this which is gradually annihilated in cases of second death. But such annihilation, which is in reality the absence of the slightest trace of the doomed soul from the eternal memory, and therefore signifies annihilation in eternity, does not mean simply discontinuation of human life on earth. For earth is avicii, and the worst avicii possible. Expelled forever from the consciousness of the individuality, the reincarnating ego, the physical atoms and psychic vibrations of the now separate personality are immediately reincarnated on the same earth. Only in a lower and still more abject creature, a human being only in form, doomed to karmic torments during the whole of its new life. Moreover, if it persists in its criminal or debauched course, it will suffer a long series of immediate reincarnations. Here two questions present themselves: 1. What becomes of the higher ego in such cases? 2. What kind of an animal is a human creature born soulless? Before answering these two very natural queries, I have to draw the attention of all of you who are born in Christian countries to the fact that the romance of the vicarious atonement and the mission of Jesus, as it now stands, was drawn or borrowed by some too liberal initiates from the mysterious and weird tenet of the earthly experience of the reincarnating ego. The latter is indeed the sacrificial victim of, and through, its own karma in previous manvantaras, which takes upon itself voluntarily the duty of saving what would be otherwise soulless men or personalities. Eastern truth is thus more philosophical and logical than Western fiction. The Christos, or Buddhimanas of each man is not quite an innocent and sinless God, though in one sense it is the Father, being of the same essence with the universal Spirit, and at the same time the Son. For Manas is the second remove from the Father. By incarnation the Divine Son makes itself responsible for the sins of all the personalities which it will inform. This it can do only through its proxy or reflection, the lower Manas. The only case in which the divine ego can escape individual penalty and responsibility as a guiding principle, is when it has to break off from the personality, because matter, with its psychic and astral vibrations, is then, by the very intensity of its combinations, placed beyond the control of the ego. Apophis, the dragon, having become the conqueror, the reincarnating monus, separating itself gradually from its tabernacle, breaks finally asunder from the psychoanimal soul. Thus, in answer to the first question, I say: 1. The divine ego does one of two things: either, a. It recommences immediately under its own karmic impulses a fresh series of incarnations. Or, b. It seeks and finds refuge in the bosom of the mother, Aleya, the universal soul, of which the manvantaric aspect is Mahat. Freed from the life impressions of the personality, it merges into a kind of nirvanic interlude, wherein there can be nothing but the eternal present, which absorbs the past and future. Bereft of the laborer, both field and harvest now being lost, the master, in the infinitude of his thought, naturally preserves no recollection of the finite and evanescent illusion which had been his last personality. And then, indeed, is the latter annihilated. 2. The future of the lower monus is more terrible, and still more terrible to humanity than to the now animal man. It sometimes happens that after the separation the exhausted soul, now becomes supremely animal, fades out in kama loka, as do all other animal souls. But seeing that the more material is the human mind, the longer it lasts, even in the intermediate stage, it frequently happens that after the present life of the soulless man is ended, he is again and again reincarnated into new personalities, each one more abject than the other. The impulse of animal life is too strong, it cannot wear itself out in one or two lives only. In rarer cases, however, when the lower monus is doomed to exhaust itself by starvation. When there is no longer hope that even a remnant of a lower light will, owing to favorable conditions, say, even a short period of spiritual aspiration and repentance, attract back to itself its parent ego, and karma leads the higher ego back to new incarnations, then something far more dreadful may happen. The kama-manasic spook may become that which is called in occultism the dweller on the threshold. This dweller is not like that which is described so graphically in Zanoni, but an actual fact in nature and not a fiction in romance, however beautiful the latter may be. Bulwer, however, must have got the idea from some Eastern initiate. This dweller, led by affinity and attraction, forces itself into the astral current, and through the auric envelope, of the new tabernacle inhabited by the parent ego, and declares war to the lower light which has replaced it. This, of course, can only happen in the case of the moral weakness of the personality so obsessed. No one strong in virtue, and righteous in his walk of life, can risk or dread any such thing, but only those depraved in heart. Robert Louis Stevenson had a glimpse of a true vision indeed when he wrote his strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. His story is a true allegory. Every cello will recognize in it a substratum of truth, and in Mr. Hyde a dweller, an obsessor of the personality, the tabernacle of the parent spirit. This is a nightmare tale. I was often told by one, now no more in our ranks, who had a most pronounced dweller, Mr. Hyde, as an almost constant companion. How can such a process take place without one's knowledge? It can and does so happen, and I have almost described it once before in the Theosophist. The soul, the lower mind, becomes as a half-animal principle almost paralyzed with daily vice, and grows gradually unconscious of its subjective half, the Lord, one of the mighty host. And, in proportion to the rapid sensuous development of the brain and nerves, sooner or later, it, the personal soul, finally loses sight of its divine mission on earth. Truly. Like the vampire, the brain feeds and lives and grows in strength at the expense of its spiritual parent, and the personal half-unconscious soul becomes senseless, beyond hope of redemption. It is powerless to discern the voice of its God. It aims but at the development and fuller comprehension of natural, earthly life, and thus can discover but the mysteries of physical nature. It begins by becoming virtually dead, during the life of the body, and ends by dying completely, that is, by being annihilated as a complete immortal soul. Such a catastrophe may often happen long years before one's physical death. We elbow soulless men and women at every step in life. And when death arrives, there is no more a soul, the reincarnating spiritual ego, to liberate. For it has fled years before. Result, bereft of its guiding principles, but strengthened by the material elements, kama manas, from being a derived light, now becomes an independent entity. After thus suffering itself to sink lower and lower on the animal plane, when the hour strikes for its earthly body to die, one of two things happens: either kama manas is immediately reborn in Mayalba, the state of Avicii on earth 849, or if it become too strong and evil, immortal in Satan, is the occult expression, it is sometimes allowed, for karmic purposes, to remain in an active state of Avicii in the terrestrial aura. Then through despair and loss of all hope it becomes like the mythical devil, in its endless wickedness, it continues in its elements, which are imbued through and through with the essence of matter. For evil is coeval with matter rent asunder from spirit. And when its higher ego has once more reincarnated, evolving a new reflection, or kama manas, the doomed lower ego, like a Frankenstein's monster, will ever feel attracted to its father, who repudiates his son, and will become a regular dweller on the threshold of terrestrial life. I gave the outlines of the occult doctrine in the Theosophist of October, 1881, and November, 1882, but could not go into details, and therefore got very much embarrassed when called upon to explain. Yet I have written there plainly enough about useless drones, those who refuse to become co-workers with nature and who perish by millions during the manvantaric life cycle. Those, as in the case in hand, who prefer to be ever suffering in Avicii under karmic law rather than give up their lives in evil, and finally, those who are co-workers with nature for destruction. These are thoroughly wicked and depraved men, but yet as highly intellectual and acutely spiritual for evil, as those who are spiritual for good. The lower egos of these may escape the law of final destruction or annihilation for ages to come. Thus we find two kinds of soulless beings on earth, those who have lost their higher ego in the present incarnation, and those who are born soulless, having been severed from their spiritual soul in the preceding birth. The former are candidates for Avicii, the latter are Mr. Hydes, whether in or out of human bodies, whether incarnated or hanging about as invisible though potent ghouls. In such men, cunning develops to an enormous degree, and no one except those who are familiar with the doctrine would suspect them of being soulless, for neither religion nor science has the least suspicion that such facts actually exist in nature. There is, however, still hope for a person who has lost his higher soul through his vices, while he is yet in the body. He may be still redeemed and made to turn on his material nature. For either an intense feeling of repentance, or one single earnest appeal to the ego that has fled, or best of all, an active effort to amend one's ways, may bring the higher ego back again. The thread of connection is not altogether broken, though the ego is now beyond forcible reach, for Antakarana is destroyed, and the personal entity has 1 foot already in Mayalba. 850. Yet it is not entirely beyond hearing a strong spiritual appeal. There is another statement made in Isis Unveiled 851 on this subject. It is said that this terrible death may be sometimes avoided by the knowledge of the mysterious name, the word 852. What this word, which is not a word but a sound, is, you all know. Its potency lies in the rhythm or the accent. This means simply that even a bad person may, by the study of the sacred science, be redeemed and stopped on the path of destruction. But unless he is in thorough union with his higher ego, he may repeat it, parrot-like, 10,000 times a day, and the word will not help him. On the contrary, if not entirely at one with his higher triad, it may produce quite the reverse of a beneficent effect, the brothers of the shadow using it very often for malicious objects. In which case it awakens and stirs up naught but the evil, material elements of nature. But if one's nature is good, and sincerely strives towards the higher self, which is that Aum, through one's higher ego, which is its third letter, and Buddhi the second, there is no attack of the dragon Apophis which it will not repel. From those to whom much is given much is expected. He who knocks at the door of the sanctuary in full knowledge of its sacredness, and after obtaining admission, departs from the threshold, or turns round and says, "Oh, there's nothing in it," and thus loses his chance of learning the whole truth, can but await his karma. Such are then the esoteric explanations of that which has perplexed so many who have found what they thought contradictions in various theosophical writings, including Fragments of Occult Truth, in volumes 3 and 4 of the Theosophist, etc. Before finally dismissing the subject, I must add a caution, which pray keep well in mind. It will be very natural for those of you who are esotericists to hope that none of you belong so far to the soulless portion of mankind, and that you can feel quite easy about Avicii, even as the good citizen is about the penal laws. Though not, perhaps, exactly on the path as yet, you are skirting its border, and many of you in the right direction. Between such venal faults as are inevitable under our social environment, and the blasting wickedness described in the editor's note on Eliphaz Levi's Satan, 853, there is an abyss. If not become immortal in good by identification with our God, or Aum, Atmabuddhimanas, we have surely not made ourselves immortal in evil by coalescing with Satan, the lower self. You forget, however, that everything must have a beginning. That the first step on a slippery mountain slope is the necessary antecedent to one's falling precipitately to the bottom and into the arms of death. Be it far from me the suspicion that any of the esoteric students have reached to any considerable point down the plane of spiritual descent. All the same, I warn you to avoid taking the first step. You may not reach the bottom in this life or the next, but you may now generate causes which will ensure your spiritual destruction in your third, fourth, fifth, or even some subsequent birth. In the great Indian epic you may read how a mother whose whole family of warrior sons were slaughtered in battle, complained to Krishna that though she had the spiritual vision to enable her to look back 50 incarnations, yet she could see no sin of hers that could have begotten so dreadful a karma. And Krishna answered her, "If thou couldst look back to thy 51st anterior birth, as I can, thou wouldst see thyself killing in wanton cruelty the same number of ants as that of the sons thou hast now lost." This, of course, is only a poetical exaggeration, yet it is a striking image to show how great results come from apparently trifling causes. Good and evil are relative, and are intensified or lessened according to the conditions by which man is surrounded. One who belongs to that which we call the useless portion of mankind, that is to say, the lay majority, is in many cases irresponsible. Crimes committed in avidya, or ignorance, involve physical but not moral responsibilities or karma. Take, for example, the case of idiots, children, savages, and people who know no better. But the case of each who is pledged to the higher self is quite another matter. You cannot invoke this divine witness with impunity, and once that you have put yourselves under its tutelage, you have asked the radiant light to shine and search through all the dark corners of your being. Consciously you have invoked the divine justice of karma to take note of your motive, to scrutinize your actions, and to enter up all in your account. The step is irrevocable as that of the infant taking birth. Never again can you force yourselves back into the matrix of avidya and irresponsibility. Though you flee to the uttermost parts of the earth, and hide yourselves from the sight of men, or seek oblivion in the tumult of the social whirl, that light will find you out and lighten your every thought, word and deed. All H.P.B. can do is to send to each earnest one among you a most sincerely fraternal sympathy and hope for a good outcome to your endeavors. Nevertheless, be not discouraged, but try, ever keep trying. 854 20 failures are not irremediable if followed by as many undaunted struggles upward. Is it not so that mountains are climbed? And no further, that if karma relentlessly records in the esotericist's account, bad deeds that in the ignorant would be overlooked, yet, equally true is it that each of his good deeds is, by reason of his association with the higher self, 100-fold intensified as a potentiality for good. Finally, keep ever in mind the consciousness that though you see no master by your bedside, nor hear one audible whisper in the silence of the still night, yet the holy power is about you. The holy light is shining into your hour of spiritual need and aspirations, and it will be no fault of the masters, or of their humble mouthpiece and servant. If through perversity or moral feebleness some of you cut yourselves off from these higher potencies, and step upon the declivity that leads to Avicii. Appendix. Notes on papers I, 2, and 3. Students in the West have little or no idea of the forces that lie latent in sound, the akashic vibrations that may be set up by those who understand how to pronounce certain words. The Om, or the Om Mani Padme Hum, are in spiritual affinity with cosmic forces, but without a knowledge of the natural arrangement, or of the order in which the syllables stand, very little can be achieved. Om is, of course, Aum, that may be pronounced as 2, 3 or 7 syllables, setting up different vibrations. Now, letters, as vocal sounds, cannot fail to correspond with musical notes, and therefore with numbers and colors. Hence also with forces and tattvas. He who remembers that the universe is built up from the tattvas will readily understand something of the power that may be exercised by vocal sounds. Every letter in the alphabet, whether divided into 3, 4, or 7 septenaries, or 49 letters, has its own color, or shade of color. He who has learnt the colors of the alphabetical letters, and the corresponding numbers of the 7, and the 49 colors and shades on the scale of planes and forces, and knows their respective order in the 7 planes, will easily master the art of bringing them into affinity or interplay. But here a difficulty arises. The Senzor and Sanskrit alphabets, and other occult tongues, besides other potencies, have a number, color, and distinct syllable for every letter, and so had also the Old Mosaic Hebrew. But how many students know any of these tongues? When the time comes, therefore, it must suffice to teach the students the numbers and colors attached to the Latin letters only, NB as pronounced in Latin, not in Anglo-Saxon, Scotch, or Irish. This, however, would be at present premature. The color and number of not only the planets but also the zodiacal constellations corresponding to every letter of the alphabet, are necessary to make any special syllable, and even letter, operative. 855 Therefore if a student would make buddhi operative, for instance, he would have to intone the first words of the mantra on the note Mi. But he would have still further to accentuate the Mi, and produce mentally the yellow color corresponding to this sound and note, on every letter M in Om Mani Padme Hum. This, not because the note bears the same name in the vernacular, Sanskrit, or even the Senzor, for it does not, but because the letter M follows the first letter, and is in this sacred formula also the 7th and the 4th. As buddhi it is second. As buddhimanas it is the 2nd and 3rd combined. H.P.B. The following notes were contributed by students and approved by H.P.B. The Pythagorean 4, or tetractys, was the symbol of the cosmos, as containing within itself, the point, the line, the superficies, the solid, in other words, the essentials of all forms. Its mystical representation is the point within the triangle. The decad or perfect number is contained in a 4, thus, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is equal to 10. The difficult passage, bear in mind. A mystery below truly, may become a little more clear to the student if slightly amplified. The primordial triangle is the second logos, which reflects itself as a triangle in the third logos, or heavenly man, and then disappears. The third logos, containing the potency of formative creation, develops the tetractys from the triangle, and so becomes the 7, the creative force, making a decad with the primordial triangle which originated it. When this heavenly triangle and tetractys are reflected in the universe of matter, as the astral paradigmatic man, they are reversed, and the triangle, or formative potency, is thrown below the quaternary. With its apex pointing downwards, the monad of this astral paradigmatic man is itself a triangle, bearing to the quaternary and triangle the relation borne by the primordial triangle to the heavenly man. Hence the phrase, the upper triangle, is shifted in the man of clay below the 7. Here again the point tracing the triangle, the monad becoming the ternary, with the quaternary and the lower creative triangle, make up the decad, the perfect number. As above, so below. The student will do well to relate the knowledge here acquired to that given on page 477. Here the upper triangle is given as violet, indigo, blue, associating violet as the paradigm of all forms with indigo as Mahat, and blue as the Atmic aura. In the quaternary, yellow, as substance, is associated with yellow-orange, life, and red-orange, the creative potency. Green is the plane between. The next stage is not explained. Green passes upwards to violet, indigo, blue, the triangle opening out to receive it, and so forming the square, violet, indigo, blue, green. This leaves the red-orange, yellow-orange, and yellow, and these, having thus lost their fourth member, can only form a triangle. This triangle revolves, to point downwards for the descent into matter, and, mirrored on the plane of gross nature, it is reversed. In the perfect man the red will be absorbed by the green, yellow will become one with indigo. Yellow-orange will be absorbed in blue, violet will remain outside the true man, though connected with him. Or, to translate the colors, Kama will be absorbed in the lower manas, Buddhi will become one with manas. Prana will be absorbed in the auric egg, the physical body remains, connected but outside the real life. A. B. To the five senses at present the property of mankind, two more on this globe are to be added. The sixth sense is the psychic sense of color. The seventh is that of spiritual sound. In the second instruction, the corrected rates of vibration for the 7 primary colors and their modulations are given. Inspecting these, it appears that each color differs from the preceding one by a step of 42, or 6 by 7. For 62 red plus 42 is equal to 504. 504 orange plus 42 is equal to 546. 546 yellow plus 42 is equal to 588. 588 green plus 42 is equal to 630. 630 blue plus 42 is equal to 672. 672 indigo plus 42 is equal to 714. 714 violet plus 42 is equal to 756. 756 red. Carrying the process backward, and subtracting 42. We find that the first or ground color is green, for this globe. Green. 42 blue. 84 indigo. 126 violet, end of first semi-octave. 168 red, start of second octave. 210 orange. 252 yellow. 294 green. 336 blue. 378 indigo. 420 violet. 462 red. The second and fourth octaves would be heat and actinic rays, and are invisible to our present perception. The seventh sense is that of spiritual sound, and, since the vibrations of the sixth progress by steps of 6 by 7, those of the seventh progress by steps of 7 by 7. This is their table. Fa. Green sound, start of first semi-octave. 49 sol. Blue. 98 la. Indigo. 147 C. Violet. 196 do. Red. 245 re. Orange, start of second octave. 294 miles. Yellow. 343 Fa. Green. 392 sol. Blue. 441 la. Indigo. 490 C. Violet. 539 do. Red. Etc., etc. The fifth sense is in our possession, it is possibly that of geometrical form, and its steps of progression would be 5 by 7, or 35. The fourth sense is that of physical hearing, music, and its progressions are 28, or 4 by 7. The truth of this is demonstrated by the fact that it is in accord with the theories of science as to the vibrations of musical notes. Our scale is as follows. 28, 56, 84, 112, 140, 168, 196, 224, 252, 280, 308, 336, 364, 392, 420, 448, 476, 504, 532, 560, 588, 616, 644, 672, 700. According to musical science, the notes C, E, G, are as 4, 5, 6, in their ratios of vibrations. The same ratio obtains between the notes of the triplet G, B, D, and F, A, C, H, C. Notes on some oral teachings. The three vital airs. It is the pure Akasha that passes up Sushumna, its two aspects flow in Ida and Pingla. These are the three vital airs, and are symbolized by the Brahmanical thread. They are ruled by the will. Will and desire are the higher and lower aspects of one and the same thing. Hence the importance of the purity of the canals, for if they soil the vital airs energized by the will, black magic results. This is why all sexual intercourse is forbidden in practical occultism. From Sushumna, Ida, and Pingla a circulation is set up, and from the central canal passes into the whole body. Man is a tree, he has in him the macrocosm and the microcosm. Hence the trees used as symbols, the Dian-Kohanic body is thus figured. The auric egg. The auric egg is formed in curves, which may be conceived from the curves formed by sand on a vibrating metal disc. Each atom, as each body, has its auric egg, each center forming its own. This auric egg, with the appropriate materials thrown into it, is a defense. No wild animal, however ferocious, will approach the yogi thus guarded, it flings back from its surface all malign influences. No will power is manifested through the auric egg. Q. What is the connection between the circulation of the vital airs and the power of the yogi to make his auric egg a defense against aggression? A. It is impossible to answer this question. The knowledge is the last word of magic. It is connected with Kundalini, that can as easily destroy as preserve. The ignorant tyro might kill himself. Q. Is the auric egg of a child a differentiation of Akasha, into which may be thrown by the adept the materials he needs for special purposes, e.g., the Mayavi Rupa? The question was somewhat obscurely worded. Evidently what the questioner wanted to know was if the auric egg was a differentiation of Akasha, into which, as the child became a man, he might, if an adept, weave the materials needed for special purposes, etc. A. Taking the question in the sense of an adept putting something into or acting on the auric egg of a child, then this could not be done, as the auric egg is karmic, and not even an adept must interfere with such karmic record. If the adept were to put anything into the auric egg of another, for which the person is not responsible, or which does not come from the higher self of that personality, how could karmic justice be maintained? The adept can draw into his own auric egg from his planet, or even from that of the globe or of the universe, according to his degree. This envelope is the receptacle of all karmic causes, and photographs all things like a sensitive plate. The child has a very small auric egg which is in color almost pure white. At birth the auric egg consists of almost pure Akasha plus the tanhas, which, until the 7th year, remain potential or in latency. The auric egg of an idiot cannot be said to be human, that is, it is not tinged with manas. It is akashic vibrations rather than an auric egg, the material envelope, such as that of the plant, the mineral or other object. The auric egg is the transmitter from the periodical lives to the life eternal, i.e., from prana to jiva. It disappears, but remains. The reason why the confession of the Roman Catholic and Greek churches is so great a sin is because the confessor interferes with the auric egg of the penitent by means of his will power. Engrafting artificially emanations from his own auric egg and casting seeds for germination into the auric egg of his subject. It is on the same lines as hypnotic suggestion. The above remarks apply equally to hypnotism, although the latter is a psychophysical force, and it is this which constitutes one of its many serious dangers. At the same time, a good thing may pass through dirty channels, as in the case of the breaking by suggestion of the alcohol or opium habit. Mesmerism may be used by the occultist to remove evil habits, if the intention be perfectly pure. As on the higher plane, intention is everything, and good intention must work for good. Q is the auric egg, the expansion of the pillar of light, the monastic principle, and so not surrounding the child till its 7th year. A. It is the auric egg. The auric egg is quite pure at birth, but it is a question whether the higher or lower manas will color it at the 7th year. The monastic expansion is pure akasha. The ray of manas is let down into the vortex of the lower principles, and being discolored, and so limited by the kamic tanhas and by the defects of the bodily organism, forms the personality. Hereditary karma can reach the child before the 7th year, but no individual karma can come into play till the descent of the manas. The auric egg is to the man as the astral light is to the earth, as the ether is to the astral light, as the akasha is to the ether. The critical states are left out in the enumeration. They are the lava centers, or missing links in our consciousness, and separate these 4 planes from one another. The dweller. The dweller on the threshold is found in 2 cases, a. in the case of the separation of the triangle from the quaternary. b. when kamic desires and passions are so intense that the kama rupa persists in kama loka beyond the devachanic period of the ego, and thus survives the reincarnation of the devachanic entity, e.g. when reincarnation occurs within 200 or 300 years. The dweller, being drawn by affinity towards the reincarnating ego to whom it had belonged, and being unable to reach it, fastens on the kama of the new personality, and becomes the dweller on the threshold, strengthening the kamic element and thus lending it a dangerous potency. Some become mad from this cause. Intellect. The white adept is not always at first of powerful intellect. In fact, H.P.B. had known adepts whose intellectual powers were originally below the average. It is the adept's purity, his equal love to all, his working with nature, with karma, with his inner God, that give him his power. Intellect by itself alone will make the black magician. For intellect alone is accompanied with pride and selfishness. It is the intellectual plus the spiritual that raises man. For spirituality prevents pride and vanity. Metaphysics are the domain of the higher manas, whereas physics are that of kama manas, which does the thinking in physical science and on material things. Kama manas, like every other principle, is of 7 degrees. The mathematician without spirituality, however great he may be, will not reach metaphysics, but the metaphysician will master the highest conceptions of mathematics, and will apply them, without learning the latter. To a born metaphysician the psychic plane will not be of much account, he will see its errors immediately he enters it, inasmuch as it is not the thing he seeks. With respect to music and other arts, they are the children of either the monastic or kama-monastic principle, proportionately as soul or technicality predominates. Karma. After each incarnation, when the monastic ray returns to its father, the ego, some of its atoms remain behind and scatter. These monastic atoms, tanhic and other causes, being of the same nature as the manas, are attracted to it by strong bonds of affinity, and on the reincarnation of the ego are unerringly attracted to it and constitute its karma. Until these are all gathered up, the individuality is not free from rebirth. The higher manas is responsible for the ray it sends forth. If the ray be not soiled, no bad karma is generated. The turiya state. You should bear in mind that, in becoming karma-less, good karma, as well as bad, has to be gotten rid of, and that nidanas, started towards the acquisition of good karma, are as binding as those induced in the other direction. For both are karma. Yogis cannot attain the turiya state unless the triangle is separated from the quaternary. Mahat. Mahat is the manifested universal parabrahmic mind, for one manvantara, on the 3rd plane, of cosmos. It is the law whereby the light falls from plane to plane and differentiates. The Manasaputras are its emanations. Man alone is capable of conceiving the universe on this plane of existence. Existence is. But when the entity does not feel it, for that entity it is not. The pain of an operation exists, though the patient does not feel it, and for the patient it is not. How to advance? Q. What is the correct pronunciation of AUM? A. It should first be practiced physically, always at the same pitch, which must be discovered in the same way as the particular color of the student is found, for each has his own tone. Aum consists of 2 vowels and 1 semivowel, which latter must be prolonged. Just as nature has its fa, so each man has his, man being differentiated from nature. The body may be compared to an instrument and the ego to the player. You begin by producing effects on yourself, then little by little you learn to play on the tattvas and principles, learn first the notes, then the chords, then the melodies. Once the student is master of every chord, he may begin to be a co-worker with nature and for others. He may then, by the experience he has gained of his own nature, and by the knowledge of the chords, strike such as will be beneficial in another, and so will serve as a keynote for beneficial results. Try to have a clear representation of the geometrical triangle on every plane, the conception gradually growing more metaphysical, and ending with the subjective triangle, Atmabuddhimanas. It is only by the knowledge of this triangle under all forms that you can succeed, e.g. in enclosing the past and the future in the present. Remember that you have to merge the quaternary in the triangle. The lower manas is drawn upwards, with the kama, prana and linga, leaving only the physical body behind, the lower reinforcing the higher. Advance may be made in occultism even in devotion, if the mind and soul be set thereon during life. But it is only as in a dream, and the knowledge will fade away as memory of a dream fades, unless it be kept alive by conscious study. Fear and hatred. Fear and hatred are essentially one and the same. He who fears nothing will never hate, and he who hates nothing will never fear. The triangle. Q. What is the meaning of the phrase, form a clear image of the triangle on every plane, e.g. on the astral plane, what should one think of as the triangle? A. H. P. B. asked whether the question signified the meaning of the triangle or the way to represent the triangle on the screen of light. The questioner explaining that the latter was the meaning, H. P. B. said that, it was only in the Turiya state, the 4th of the 7 steps of Raja Yoga, that the yogi can represent to himself that which is abstract. Below this state, the perceptive power, being conditioned, must have some form to contemplate, it cannot represent to itself the arupa. In the Turiya state the triangle is in yourself and is felt. Below the Turiya state there must be a symbol to represent Atmabuddhimanas. It is not a mere geometrical triangle, but the triad imaged, to make thought possible. Of this triad, we can make some kind of representation of Manas, however indistinct. While of Atma no image can be formed. We must try to represent the triangle to ourselves on higher and higher planes. We must figure Manas as overshadowed by Buddhi, and immersed in Atma. Only Manas, the higher ego, can be represented. We may think it as the Agoids, the radiant figure in Zanoni. A very good psychic might see this. Psychic vision. Psychic vision, however, is not to be desired, since psyche is earthly and evil. More and more as science advances, the psychic will be reached and understood. Psychism has in it nothing that is spiritual. Science is right on its own plane, from its own standpoint. The law of the conservation of energy implies that psychic motion is generated by motion. Psychic motion being only motion on the psychic plane, a material plane, the psychologist is right who sees in it nothing beyond matter. Animals have no spirit, but they have psychic vision, and are sensitive to psychic conditions. Observe how these react on their health, their bodily state. Motion is the abstract deity, on the highest plane it is arupa, absolute. But on the lowest it is merely mechanical. Psychic action is within the sphere of physical motion. Ere psychic action can be developed in the brain and nerves, there must be adequate action which generates it on the physical plane. The paralyzed animal that cannot generate action in the physical body, cannot think. Psychics merely see on a plane of different material density, the spiritual glimpses sometimes obtained by them come from a plane beyond. A psychic's vision is that of one coming, as it were, into a lighted room, and seeing everything there by an artificial light. When the light is extinguished, vision is lost. Spiritual vision sees by the light within, the light hidden beneath the bushel of the body, by which we can see clearly and independently of all outside. The psychic seeing by an external light, the vision is colored by the nature of that light. X saying that she felt as though she saw on 3 planes, H, P, B answered that each plane was sevenfold, the astral as every other. She gave as an example on the physical plane the vision of a table with the sense of sight. Seeing it still, with the eyes closed, by retinal impression, the image of it conserved in the brain, it can be recalled by memory, it can be seen in dream, or as an aggregate of atoms, or as disintegrated. All these are on the physical plane. Then we can begin again on the astral plane, and obtain another septenary. This hint should be followed and worked out. Triangle and quaternary. Q. Why is the violet, the color of the linga sharira, placed at the apex of the triangle, when the macrocosm is figured as a triangle over a square, thus throwing the yellow, buddhi, into the lower quaternary? A. It is wrong to speak of the lower quaternary in the macrocosm. It is the tetractys, the highest, the most sacred of all symbols. There comes a moment when, in the highest meditation, the lower manas is withdrawn into the triad, which thus becomes the quaternary, the tetractys of Pythagoras, leaving what was the quaternary as the lower triad, which is then reversed. The triad is reflected in the lower manas. The higher manas cannot reflect itself, but when the green passes upward it becomes a mirror for the higher, it is then no more green, having passed from its associations. The psyche then becomes spiritual, the ternary is reflected in the fourth, and the tetractys is formed. So long as you are not dead, there must be something to reflect the higher triad. For there must be something to bring back to the waking consciousness the experiences passed through on the higher plane. The lower manas is as a tablet which retains the impressions made on it during trance. The turiya state is entered on the fourth path, it is figured in the diagram on page 478, in the second paper. Q. What is the meaning of a triangle formed of lines of light appearing in the midst of intense vibrating blue? A. Seeing the triangle outside is nothing, it is merely a reflection of the triad on the auric envelope, and proves that the seer is outside the triangle. It should be seen in quite another way. You must endeavor to merge yourself in it, to assimilate yourself with it. You are merely seeing things in the astral. When the third eye is opened in any one of you, you will have something very different to tell me. Q. With reference to the pillar of light, in a previous question, is the auric envelope the higher ego, and does it correspond to the ring pass not? This question was not answered, as going too far. The ring pass not is at the circumference of the manifested universe. Nidanas. Q. The root of the nidanas is avidya. How does this differ from Maya? How many nidanas are there esoterically? A. Again too much is asked. The nidanas, the concatenations of causes and effects, not in the sense of the Orientalists, are not caused by ignorance. They are produced by Dayan Chauhans and Devas, who certainly cannot be said to act in ignorance. We produce nidanas in ignorance. Each cause started on the physical plane sets up action on every plane to all eternity. They are eternal effects reflected from plane to plane onto the screen of eternity. Manas. Q. What is the septenary classification of manas? There are 7 degrees of the lower manas, and presumably there are 7 degrees of the higher. Are there then 14 degrees of manas, or is manas, taken as a whole, divided into 49 manasic fires? A. Certainly there are 14, but you want to run before you can walk. First learn the 3, and then go on to the 49. There are 3 sons of Agni, they become 7, and then evolve to the 49. But you are still ignorant how to produce the 3. Learn first how to produce the sacred fire, spoken of in the Puranas. The 49 fires are all states of Kundalini, to be produced in ourselves by the friction of the triad. First learn the septenary of the body, and then that of each principle. But first of all learn the first triad, the three vital airs. The spinal cord. Q. What is the sympathetic nerve and its function in occultism? It is found only after a certain stage of animal evolution, and would seem to be evolving in complexity towards a second spinal cord. A. At the end of the next round, humanity will again become male-female, and then there will be two spinal cords. In the seventh race the two will merge into the one. The evolution corresponds to the races, and with the evolution of the races the sympathetic develops into a true spinal cord. We are returning up the arc only with self-consciousness added. The sixth race will correspond to the pudding bags, but will have the perfection of form with the highest intelligence and spirituality. Anatomists are beginning to find new ramifications and new modifications in the human body. They are in error on many points, e.g., as to the spleen, which they call the manufactory of white blood corpuscles, but which is really the vehicle of the linga sharira. Occultists know each minute portion of the heart, and have a name for each. They call them by the names of the gods, as Brahma's hall, Vishnu's hall, etc. They correspond with parts of the brain. The very atoms of the body are the 33 crores of gods. The sympathetic nerve is played on by the Tantrikas, who call it Shiva's Vina. Prana. Q. What is the relation of man to prana, the periodical life? A. Jiva becomes prana only when the child is born and begins to breathe. It is the breath of life, nefesh. There is no prana on the astral plane. Antikarana. Q. The antikarana is the link between the higher and the lower egos. Does it correspond to the umbilical cord in projection? A. No. The umbilical cord joining the astral to the physical body is a real thing. Antikarana is imaginary, a figure of speech, and is only the bridging over from the higher to the lower manas. Antikarana only exists when you commence to throw your thought upwards and downwards. The Mayavi Rupa, or monastic body, has no material connection with the physical body, no umbilical cord. It is spiritual and ethereal, and passes everywhere without let or hindrance. It entirely differs from the astral body, which, if injured, acts by repercussion on the physical body. The devachanic entity, even previous to birth, can be affected by the skandhas, but these have nothing to do with the antikarana. It is affected, e.g., by the desire for reincarnation. Q. We are told in the voice of the silence that we have to become the path itself, and in another passage that antikarana is that path. Does this mean anything more than that we have to bridge over the gap between the consciousness of the lower and the higher egos? A. That is all. Q. We are told that there are 7 portals on the path. Is there then a 7-fold division of antikarana? Also, is antikarana the battlefield? A. It is the battlefield. There are 7 divisions in the antikarana. As you pass from each to the next you approach the higher manas. When you have bridged the 4th you may consider yourself fortunate. Miscellaneous. Q. We are told that Aum should be practiced physically. Does this mean that, color being more differentiated than sound, it is only through the colors that we shall get at the real sound of each of us? And that Aum can only have its spiritual and occult signification when turned to the Atmabuddhi manas of each person? A. Aum means good action, not merely lip sound. You must say it in deeds. Q. With reference to the triangle, is not the Atmabuddhi manas different for each entity, according to the plane on which he is? A. Each principle is on a different plane. The chela must rise to one after the other, assimilating each, until the 3 are one. This is the real root of the Trinity. Q. In the Secret Doctrine we are told that Akasha is the same as Pradana. Akasha is the auric egg of the earth, and yet Akasha is Mahat. What that is the relation of Manas to the auric egg? A. Mula Prakriti is the same as Akasha, 7 degrees. Mahat is the positive aspect of Akasha, and is the Manas of the cosmic body. Mahat is to Akasha as Manas is to Buddhi, and Pradana is but another name for Mula Prakriti. The auric egg is Akasha and has 7 degrees. Being pure abstract substance, it reflects abstract ideas, but also reflects lower concrete things. The third logos and Mahat are one, and are the same as the universal mind, Aleya. The Tetractes is the Chaturvidya, or the fourfold knowledge in one, the four-faced Brahma. Nadis. Q. Have the nadis any fixed relationship to the vertebrae? Can they be located opposite to or between any vertebrae? Can they be regarded as occupying each a given and fixed extent in the cord? Do they correspond to the divisions of the cord known to anatomists? A. H. P. B. Believe that the nadis corresponded to regions of the spinal cord known to anatomists. There are thus 6 or 7 nadis or plexuses along the spinal cord. The term, however, is not technical but general, and applies to any knot, center, ganglion, etc. The sacred nadis are those which run along or above Sushumna. 6 are known to science, and 1, near the Atlas, unknown. Even the Tarka Raja yogis speak only of 6, and will not mention the sacred 7th. Ida and Pingla play along the curved wall of the cord in which is Sushumna. They are semi-material, positive and negative, sun and moon, and start into action the free and spiritual current of Sushumna. They have distinct paths of their own, otherwise they would radiate all over the body. By concentration on Ida and Pingla is generated the sacred fire. Another name for Shiva's vena, sympathetic system, is Kali's vena. The sympathetic cords in Ida and Pingla start from a sacred spot above the medulla oblongata, called Triveni. This is one of the sacred centers, another of which is Brahmarandra, which is, if you like, the grey matter of the brain. It is also the anterior fontanelle in the newborn child. The spinal column is called Brahmadanda, the stick of Brahma. This is again symbolized by the bamboo rod carried by ascetics. The yogis on the other sides of the Himalayas, who assemble regularly at Lake Mansarovara, carry a triple knotted bamboo stick, and are called tridandans. This has the same signification as the Brahmanical cord, which has many other meanings besides the 3 vital airs, e.g. It symbolizes the 3 initiations of a Brahmin, taking place, a. at birth, when he receives his mystery name from the family astrologer, who is supposed to have received it from the Devas. He is also thus said to be initiated by the Devas. A Hindu will sooner die than reveal this name, b. at 7, when he receives the cord, and c. at 11 or 12, when he is initiated into his caste. Q. If it is right to study the body and its organs, with their correspondences, will you give the main outline of these in connection with the nadis and with the diagram of the orifices? A. The spleen corresponds to the linga sharira. The liver to kama. The heart to prana. The corpora quadrigemina to kama manas. The pituitary body to manasantakarana. The pineal gland to manas. Until it is touched by the vibrating light of kundalini, which proceeds from buddhi, when it becomes buddhi manas. The pineal gland corresponds with divine thought. The pituitary body is the organ of the psychic plane. Psychic vision is caused by the molecular motion of this body, which is directly connected with the optic nerve, and thus affects the sight and gives rise to hallucinations. Its motion may readily cause flashes of light, such as may be obtained by pressing the eyeballs. Drunkenness and fever produce illusions of sight and hearing by the action of the pituitary body. This body is sometimes so affected by drunkenness that it is paralyzed. If an influence on the optic nerve is thus produced and the current thus reversed, the color will probably be complementary. 7s. Q. If the physical body is no part of the real human septenary, is the physical material world one of the 7 planes of the cosmic septenary? A. It is. The body is not a principle in esoteric parlance, because the body and the linga are both on the same plane, then the auric egg makes the 7th. The body is an yupati rather than a principle. The earth and its astral light are as closely related to each other as the body and its linga, the earth being the yupati. Our plane in its lowest division is the earth, in its highest the astral. The terrestrial astral light should of course not be confounded with the universal astral light. Q. A physical object was spoken of as a septenary on the physical plane, inasmuch as we could, 1. Directly contact it, 2. Retinally reproduce it. 3. Remember it, 4. Dream of it, 5. View it atomically, 6. View it disintegrated, 7. What is the seventh? These are 7 ways in which we view it. The septenary is our way of seeing one thing. Is it objectively septenary? A. The 7th bridges across from one plane to another. The last is the idea, the privation of matter, and carries you to the next plane. The highest of one plane touches the lowest of the next. 7 is a factor in nature, as in colors and sounds. There are 7 degrees in the same piece of wood, each perceived by one of the 7 senses. In wood the smell is the most material degree, while in other substances it may be the 6th. Substances are septenary apart from the consciousness of the viewer. The psychometer, seeing a morsel, say of a table 1,000 years hence, would see the whole. For every atom reflects the whole body to which it belongs, just as with the monads of Leibniz. After the 7 material subdivisions are the 7 divisions of the astral, which is its second principle. The disintegrated matter, the highest of the material subdivisions, is the privation of the idea of it, the 4th. The number 14 is the first step between 7 and 49. Each septenary is really a 14, because each of the 7 has its 2 aspects. Thus 14 signifies the interrelation of 2 planes in its turn. The septenary is to be clearly traced in the lunar months, fevers, gestations, etc. On it is based the week of the Jews and the septenary hierarchies of the Lord of Hosts. Sounds. Q. Sound is an attribute of Akasha, but we cannot cognize anything on the Akashic plane. On what plane then do we recognize sound? On what plane is sound produced by the physical contact of bodies? Is there sound on 7 planes, and is the physical plane one of them? A. The physical plane is one of them. You cannot see Akasha, but you can sense it from the 4th path. You may not be fully conscious of it, and yet you may sense it. Akasha is at the root of the manifestation of all sounds. Sound is the expression and manifestation of that which is behind it, and which is the parent of many correlations. All nature is a sounding board, or rather Akasha is the sounding board of nature. It is the deity, the one life, the one existence. Hearing is the vibration of molecular particles. The order is seen in the sentence, the disciple feels, hears, sees. Sound can have no end. H.P.B. remarked with regard to a tap made by a pencil on the table, by this time it has affected the whole universe. The particle which has had its wear and tear destroys something which passes into something else. It is eternal in the nidanas it produces. A sound, if not previously produced on the astral plane, and before that on the Akashic, could not be produced at all. Akasha is the bridge between nerve cells and mental powers. Q. Colors are psychic, and sounds are spiritual. What, assuming that these are vibrations, is the successive order, these corresponding to sight and hearing, of the other senses? A. This phrase was not to be taken out of its context, otherwise confusion would arise. All are on all planes. The first race had touch all over like a sounding board, this touch differentiated into the other senses, which developed with the races. The sense of the first race was that of touch, meaning the power of their atoms to vibrate in unison with external atoms. The touch would be almost the same as sympathy. The senses were on a different plane with each race, e.g. The 4th race had very much more developed senses than ourselves, but on another plane. It was also a very material race. The 6th and 7th senses will merge into the Akashic sound. It depends to what degree of matter the sense of touch relates itself as to what we call it. Prana. Q. Is prana the production of the countless lives of the human body, and therefore, to some extent, of the congeries of the cells or atoms of the body? A. No, prana is the parent of the lives. As an example, a sponge may be immersed in an ocean. The water in the sponge's interior may be compared to prana, outside is jiva. Prana is the motor principle in life. The lives leave prana, prana does not leave them. Take out the sponge from the water, and it becomes dry, thus symbolizing death. Every principle is a differentiation of jiva, but the life motion in each is prana, the breath of life. Kama depends on prana, without which there would be no kama. Prana wakes the kamic germs to life, it makes all desires vital and living. The second spinal cord. Q. With reference to the answer to the question on the second cord, what is it that will become a second spinal cord in the sixth race? Will Ida and Pingala have separate physical ducts? A. It is the sympathetic cords which will grow together and form another spinal cord. Ida and Pingala will be joined with Sushumna, and they will become one. Ida is on the left side of the cord, and Pingala on the right. Initiates. Pythagoras was an initiate, one of the grandest of scientists. His disciple, Archytas, was marvelously apt in applied science. Plato and Euclid were initiates, but not Socrates. No real initiates were married. Euclid learned his geometry in the mysteries. Modern men of science only rediscover the old truths. Cosmic consciousness. H.P.B. proceeded to explain cosmic consciousness, which is, like all else, on 7 planes, of which 3 are inconceivable, and 4 are cognizable by the highest adept. Taking the lowest only, the terrestrial, it was afterwards decided to call this plane Prakritic. It is divisible, into 7 planes, and these again into 7, making the 49. She then took the lowest plane of Prakriti, or the true terrestrial. Its objective or sensuous plane is that which is sensed by the 5 physical senses. On its second plane things are reversed. Its third plane is psychic, here is the instinct which prevents a kitten going into the water and getting drowned. Then objective consciousness was given. The 3 lower Prakritic are related to the 3 lower of the astral plane immediately succeeding. With regard to the first division of the second plane, H.P.B. reminded her pupils that all seen on it must be reversed in translating it, e.g. with numbers which appeared backwards. The astral objective corresponds in everything to the terrestrial objective. The second division corresponds to the second of the lower plane, but the objects are of extreme tenuity, an astralized astral. This plane is the limit of the ordinary medium, beyond which he cannot go. A non-mediumistic person to reach it must be asleep or in a trance, or under the influence of laughing gas, or in ordinary delirium. People pass on to this plane. The third, the pranic, is of an intensely vivid nature. Extreme delirium carries the patient to this plane. In delirium tremens the sufferer passes to this and to the one above it. Lunatics are often conscious on this plane, where they see terrible visions. It runs into the fourth division, the worst of the astral planes, kamic and terrible. Hence come the images that tempt. Images of drunkards in kama loka impelling others to drink, images of all vices inoculating men with the desire to commit crimes. The weak imitate these images in a kind of monkeyish fashion, so falling beneath their influence. This is also the cause of epidemics of vices, and cycles of disaster, of accidents of all kinds coming in groups. Extreme delirium tremens is on this plane. The fifth division is that of premonitions in dreams, of reflections from the lower mentality, glimpses into the past and future, the plane of things mental and not spiritual. The mesmerized clairvoyant can reach this plane, and even, if good, may go higher. The sixth is the plane from which come all beautiful inspirations of art, poetry, and music, high types of dreams, flashes of genius. Here we have glimpses of past incarnations, without being able to locate or analyze them. We are on the seventh plane at the moment of death or in exceptional visions. The drowning man is here when he remembers his past life. The memory of events of this plane must be centered in the heart, the seat of Buddha. There it will remain, but impressions from this plane are not made on the physical brain. General notes. The two planes above dealt with are the only two used in the Hatha Yoga. Prana and the auric envelope are essentially the same, and again, as Jiva, it is the same as the universal deity. This, in its fifth principle, is Mahat, in its sixth, Aleya. The universal life is also seven-principled. Mahat is the highest entity in cosmos, beyond this is no diviner entity, it is of subtlest matter, Sukshma. In us this is Manas, and the very Logoi are less high, not having gained experience. The monastic entity will not be destroyed, even at the end of the Mahamanvantara, when all the gods are absorbed, but will re-emerge from parabrahmic latency. Consciousness is the cosmic seed of supercosmic omniscience. It has the potentiality of budding into the divine consciousness. Rude physical health is a drawback to seership. This was the case with Swedenborg. Fohat is everywhere, it runs like a thread through all, and has its own seven divisions. Auric envelope or atmic elements of manifested cosmos. Aleya. Buddhi. Mahat. Manas. Fohat. Kamamanas. Jiva. Kamaprana. Astral. Linga. Prakriti. Body. In the cosmic auric envelope is all the karma of the manifesting universe. This is the Hiranyagarbha. Jiva is everywhere, and so with the other principles. Mahat, single before informing the universe, differentiates when informing it, as does Manas in man. Taking this figure to represent the human principles and planes of consciousness, then 7, 6, 5 represent respectively, Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, Brahma being the lowest. Shiva is the four-faced Brahma. The creator, preserver, destroyer, and regenerator. Between 5 and 4 comes the Antakarana. The triangle represents the Christos, the sacrificial victim crucified between the thieves, this is the double-faced entity. The Vedantins make this a quaternary for a blind, Antakarana, Chit, Buddhi, and Manas. Manvantaric aspect of Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti. NB, the number of rays is arbitrary and without significance. Perceptive life begins with the astral, it is not our physical atoms which see, etc. Consciousness proper begins between Kama and Manas. Atma-buddhi acts more in the atoms of the body, in the bacilli, microbes, etc., than in man himself. Objective consciousness. Sensuous objective consciousness includes all that pertains to the 5 physical senses in man, and rules in animals, birds, fishes and some insects. Here are the lives, their consciousness is in Atma-buddhi. These are entirely without Manas. Astral consciousness. That of some plants, e.g., sensitive, of ants, spiders, and some nightflies, Indian, but not of bees. The vertebrate animals in general are without this consciousness, but the placental mammals have all the potentialities of human consciousness, though at present, of course, dormant. Idiots are on this plane. The common expression, he has lost his mind, is an occult truth. For when through fright or other cause the lower mind becomes paralyzed, then the consciousness is on the astral plane. The study of lunacy will throw much light on these points. This may be called the nerve plane. It is cognized by our nervous centers, of which physiology knows nothing, e.g., the clairvoyant reading with the eyes bandaged, reading with the tips of the fingers, the pit of the stomach, etc. This sense is greatly developed in the deaf and dumb. Kamapranic consciousness. The general life consciousness which belongs to all the objective world, even to the stones, for if stones were not living they could not decay, emit a spark, etc. Affinity between chemical elements is a manifestation of this kamic consciousness. Kamamanasic consciousness. The instinctual consciousness of animals and idiots in its lowest degrees, the planes of sensation, in man these are rationalized, e.g. a dog shut in a room has the instinct to get out, but cannot because its instinct is not sufficiently rationalized to take the necessary means, whereas a man at once takes in the situation and extricates himself. The highest degree of this kamamanasic consciousness is the psychic. Thus there are 7 degrees from the instinctual animal to the rationalized instinctual and psychic. Manasic consciousness. From this plane Manas stretches upwards to Mahat. Buddhic consciousness. The plane of Buddhi and the auric envelope. From here it goes to the Father in heaven, Atma, and reflects all that is in the auric envelope. 5 and 6 therefore cover the planes from the psychic to the divine. Miscellaneous. Reason is a thing that oscillates between right and wrong. But intelligence, intuition, is higher, it is the clear vision. To get rid of karma we must crush out all our material instincts, crush out matter. The flesh is a thing of habit, it will repeat mechanically a good impulse as well as a bad one. It is not the flesh which is always the tempter, in 9 cases out of 10 it is the lower manas, which, by its images, leads the flesh into temptation. The highest adept begins his samadhi on the 4th solar plane, but cannot go outside the solar system. When he begins samadhi he is on a par with some of the Dayan Chohans, but he transcends them as he rises to the 7th plane, nirvana. The silent watcher is on the 4th cosmic plane. The higher mind directs the will, the lower turns it into selfish desire. The head should not be covered in meditation. It is covered in samadhi. The Dayan Chohans are passionless, pure and mindless. They have no struggle, no passions to crush. The Dayan Chohans are made to pass through the school of life. God goes to school. The best of us in the future will be Manasaputras. The lowest will be Pitris. We are 7 intellectual hierarchies here. This earth becomes the moon of the next earth. The Pitris are the astral overshadowed by Atmabuddhi, falling into matter. The pudding bags had life and Atmabuddhi, but no manas. They were therefore senseless. The reason for all evolution is the gaining of experience. In the 5th round all of us will play the part of Pitris. We shall have to go and shoot out our chayas into another humanity, and remain until that humanity is perfected. The Pitris have finished their office in this round and have gone into nirvana. But they will return to do the same office up to the middle point of the 5th round. The 4th or kamic hierarchy of the Pitris becomes the man of flesh. The astral body is first in the womb, then comes the germ that fructifies it. It is then clothed with matter, as were the Pitris. The chaya is really the lower manas, the shadow of the higher mind. This chaya makes the mayavi rupa. The ray clothes itself in the highest degree of the astral plane. The mayavi rupa is composed of the astral body as yupati, the guiding intelligence from the heart, the attributes and qualities from the auric envelope. The auric envelope takes up the light of Atma, and overshadows the coronal, circling round the head. The auric fluid is a combination of the life and will principles, the life and the will being one and the same in cosmos. It emanates from the eyes and hands, when directed by the will of the operator. The auric light surrounds all bodies, it is the aura emanating from them, whether they be animal, vegetable, or mineral. It is the light, e.g., seen round magnets. Atmabuddhi manas in man corresponds to the 3 logoi in cosmos. They not only correspond, but each is the radiation from cosmos to microcosmos. The 3rd logos, Mahat, becomes manas in man, manas being only Mahat individualized, as the sun rays are individualized in bodies that absorb them. The sun rays give life, they fertilize what is already there, and the individual is formed. Mahat, so to say, fertilizes, and manas is the result. Buddhi manas is the kshatrajna. There are 7 planes of Mahat, as of all else. The human principles. Here H. P. B. drew 2 diagrams, illustrating different ways of representing the human principles. In the first the 2 lower are disregarded, they go out, disintegrate, are of no account. Remain 5, under the radiation of Atma. In the second the lower quaternary is regarded as mere matter, objective illusion, and there remain manas and the auric egg, the higher principles being reflected in the auric egg. In all these systems remember the main principle, the descent and reascent of the spirit, in man as in cosmos. The spirit is drawn downwards as by spiritual gravitation. Seeking further for the cause of this, the students were checked, H.P.B. giving only a suggestion on the three logoi. 1. Potentiality of mind, absolute thought. 2. Thought in germ. 3. Ideation in activity. Notes. Protective variation, e.g. identity of coloring of insects and of that on which they feed, was explained to be the work of nature elementals. Form is on different planes, and the forms of one plane may be formless to dwellers on another. The cosmocrators build on planes in the divine mind, visible to them though not to us. The principle of limitation, principium individuationis, is form. This principle is divine law manifested in cosmic matter, which, in its essence, is limitless. The auric egg is the limit of man as Hiranyagarbha of the cosmos. The first step towards the accomplishment of Kriya Shakti is the use of the imagination. To imagine a thing is to firmly create a model of what you desire, perfect in all its details. The will is then brought into action, and the form is thereby transferred to the objective world. This is creation by Kriya Shakti. Suns and planets. A comet partially cools and settles down as a sun. It then gradually attracts round it planets that are as yet unattached to any center, and thus, in millions of years, a solar system is formed. The worn-out planet becomes a moon to the planet of another system. The sun we see is a reflection of the true sun. This reflection, as an outward concrete thing, is a Kamarupa, all the suns forming the Kamarupa of cosmos. To its own system the sun is Buddhi, as being the reflection and vehicle of the true sun, which is Atma, invisible on this plane. All the phohatic forces, electricity, etc., are in this reflection. The moon. At the beginning of the evolution of our globe, the moon was much nearer to the earth, and larger than it is now. It has retreated from us, and shrunk much in size. The moon gave all her principles to the earth, while the Pitris gave only their chayas to man. The influences of the moon are wholly psychophysiological. It is dead, sending out injurious emanations like a corpse. It vampirizes the earth and its inhabitants, so that anyone sleeping in its rays suffers, losing some of his life force. A white cloth is a protection, the rays not passing through it, and the head especially should be thus guarded. It has most power when it is full. It throws off particles which we absorb, and is gradually disintegrating. Where there is snow the moon looks like a corpse, being unable, through the white snow, to vampirize effectually. Hence snow-covered mountains are free from its bad influences. The moon is phosphorescent. The Rakshikas of Lanka and the Atlanteans are said to have subjected the moon. The Thessalians learned from them their magic. Esoterically, the moon is the symbol of the lower manas. It is also the symbol of the astral. Plants which under the sun's rays are beneficent are maleficent under those of the moon. Herbs containing poisons are most active when gathered under the moon's rays. A new moon will appear during the 7th round, and our moon will finally disintegrate and disappear. There is now a planet, the mystery planet, behind the moon, and it is gradually dying. Finally the time will come for it to send its principles to a new Leia center, and there a new planet will form, to belong to another solar system, the present mystery planet then functioning as moon to that new globe. This moon will have nothing to do with our Earth, though it will come within our range of vision. The solar system. All the visible planets placed in our solar system by astronomers belong to it, except Neptune. There are also some others not known to science, belonging to it, and all moons which are not yet visible for next things. The planets only move in our consciousness. The rulers of the 7 secret planets have no influence on this earth, as this earth has on other planets. It is the sun and moon which really have not only a mental, but also a physical effect. The effect of the sun on humanity is connected with kamaprana, with the most physical kamic elements in us. It is the vital principle which helps growth. The effect of the moon is chiefly kamamanasic or psychophysiological. It acts on the psychological brain, on the brain-mind. Precious stones. In answer to a question, H.P.B. said that the diamond and the ruby were under the sun, the sapphire under the moon, but what does it matter to you? Time. When once out of the body, and not subject to the habit of consciousness formed by others, time does not exist. Cycles and epochs depend on consciousness. We are not here for the first time. The cycles return because we come back into conscious existence. Cycles are measured by the consciousness of humanity and not by nature. It is because we are the same people as in past epochs that these events occur to us. Death. The Hindus look upon death as impure, owing to the disintegration of the body and the passing from one plane to another. I believe in transformation, not in death. Atoms. The atom is the soul of the molecule. It is the six principles, and the molecule is the body thereof. The atom is the Atman of the objective cosmos, i.e., it is on the seventh plane of the lowest Prakriti. Terms. H.P.B. began by saying that students ought to know the correct meaning of the Sanskrit terms used in occultism, and should learn the occult symbology. To begin with, one had better learn the correct esoteric classification and names of the 14, 7 by 2, and 7, sapta, lokas found in the exoteric texts. These are given there in a very confused manner, and are full of blinds. To illustrate this, three classifications are given below. Lokas. 1. The general exoteric, orthodox and tantric category. Burloka. Bhuvarloka. Swarloka. Maharloka. The second seven are reflected. Janarloka. Taparloka. Satyaloka. 2. The Sankhya category, and that of some Vedantins. Brahmaloka. Pitriloka. Somaloka. Indraloka. Gandharvloka. Rakshasaloka. Yakshaloka. And an eighth. 3. The Vedantic, the nearest approach to the esoteric. Atala. Vitala. Sutala. Talatala, or Karatala. Razatala. Mahatala. Patala. Each and all correspond esoterically to the cosmic or Dhyan-Kohanic hierarchies, and to the human states of consciousness and their subdivisions. 49. To appreciate this, the meanings of the terms used in the Vedantic classification must be first understood. Tala means place. Atala means no place. Vitala means some change for the better, i.e., better for matter in that more matter enters into it, or, in other words, it becomes more differentiated. This is an ancient occult term. Sutala means good, excellent, place. Karatala means something that can be grasped or touched, from kara, a hand, i.e., the state in which matter becomes tangible. Rasatala means place of taste, a place you can sense with one of the organs of sense. Mahatala means exoterically, great place, but, esoterically, a place including all others subjectively, and potentially including all that precedes it. Patala means something under the feet, from pada, foot, the upadi, or basis, of anything, the antipodes, America, etc. Each of the lokas, places, worlds, states, etc. corresponds with and is transformed into 5, exoterically, and 7, esoterically, states or tattvas, for which there are no definite names. These in the main divisions cited below make up the 49 fires. 5 and 7 Tanmatras, outer and inner senses. 5 and 7 Buddhas, or elements. 5 and 7 Nyanendriyas, or organs of sensation. 5 and 7 Karmendriyas, or organs of action. These correspond in general to states of consciousness, to the hierarchies of Dhyan Chohans, to the tattvas, etc. These tattvas transform themselves into the whole universe. The 14 lokas are made of 7 with 7 reflections, above, below. Within, without, subjective, objective, pure, impure, positive, negative, etc. Explanation of the states of consciousness corresponding to the Vedantic classification of lokas. 7. Atala. The atmic or auric state or locality, it emanates directly from absoluteness, and is the first something in the universe. Its correspondence is the hierarchy of non-substantial primordial beings, in a place which is no place, for us, a state which is no state. This hierarchy contains the primordial plane, all that was, is, and will be, from the beginning to the end of the Mahamanvantara, all is there. This statement should not, however, be taken to imply kismet, the latter is contrary to all the teachings of occultism. Here are the hierarchies of the Dhyani Buddhas. Their state is that of parasamiti, of the Dharmakaya. A state where no progress is possible. The entities there may be said to be crystallized in purity, in homogeneity. 6. Vitala. Here are the hierarchies of the celestial Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas, who are said to emanate from the 7 Dhyani Buddhas. It is related on earth to Samadhi, to the Buddhic consciousness in man. No adept, save one, can be higher than this and live. If he passes into the Atmic or Dharmakaya state, Alaya, he can return to earth no more. These two states are purely hypermetaphysical. 5. Sutala. A differential state corresponding on earth with the higher manas, and therefore with Shabda, sound, the logos, our higher ego, and also to the Manushya Buddha state, like that of Gautama, on earth. This is the third stage of Samadhi, which is septenary. Here belong the hierarchies of the Kamaras, the Agnishvadas, etc. 4. Karatala corresponds with Sparsh, touch, and to the hierarchies of ethereal, semi-objective Dhyan Chohans of the astral matter of the Manasamanas, or the pure ray of Manas. That is the lower Manas before it is mixed with Kama, as in the young child. They are called Sparsh Devas, the Devas endowed with touch. These hierarchies of Devas are progressive, the first have 1 sense, the second 2, and so on to 7, each containing all the senses potentially, but not yet developed. Sparsh would be rendered better by affinity, contact. 3. Rasatala, or Rupatala, corresponds to the hierarchies of Rupa or Sight Devas, possessed of 3 senses, sight, hearing, and touch. These are the Kamamanasic entities, and the higher elementals. With the Rosicrucians they were the sylphs and undines. It corresponds on earth with an artificial state of consciousness, such as that produced by hypnotism and drugs, morphia, etc. 2. Mahatala. Corresponds to the hierarchies of Rasa or Taste Devas, and includes a state of consciousness embracing the lower 5 senses and emanations of life and being. It corresponds to Kama and Prana in man, and to salamanders and gnomes in nature. 1. Patala. Corresponds to the hierarchies of Gandha or Smell Devas, the underworld or antipodes, Mayalba. The sphere of irrational animals, having no feeling save that of self-preservation and gratification of the senses, also of intensely selfish human beings, waking or sleeping. This is why Narada is said to have visited Patala when he was cursed to be reborn. He reported that life there was very pleasant for those who had never left their birthplace, they were very happy. It is the earthly state, and corresponds with the sense of smell. Here are also animal dugpa, elementals of animals, and nature spirits. Further explanations of the same classifications. 7. Auric, Atmic, Alaic, sense or state. One of full potentiality, but not of activity. 6. Buddhic, the sense of being one with the universe, the impossibility of imagining oneself apart from it. It was asked why the term alaic was here given to the Atmic and not to the Buddhic state. ANS. These classifications are not hard and fast divisions. A term may change places according as the classification is exoteric, esoteric or practical. For students the effort should be to bring all things down to states of consciousness. Buddhi is really one and indivisible. It is a feeling within, absolutely inexpressible in words. All cataloging is useless to explain it. 5. Shabdic, sense of hearing. 4. Sparshic, sense of touch. 3. Rupik, the state of feeling oneself a body and perceiving it, rupa equals form. 2. Rasic, sense of taste. 1. Gandic, sense of smell. All the cosmic and anthropic states and senses correspond with our organs of sensation, gyanendriyas, rudimentary organs for receiving knowledge through direct contact, sight, etc. These are the faculties of sharira, through netra, eyes, nose, speech, etc., and also with the organs of action, karmendriyas, hands, feet, etc. Exoterically, there are 5 sets of 5, giving 25. Of these 20 are facultative and 5 buddhic. Exoterically buddhi is said to perceive, esoterically it reaches perception only through the higher manas. Each of these 20 is both positive and negative, thus making 40 in all. There are 2 subjective states answering to each of the 4 sets of 5, hence 8 in all. These being subjective cannot be doubled. Thus we have 40 plus 8 is equal to 48 cognitions of buddhi. These with Maya, which includes them all, make 49. Once that you have reached the cognition of Maya, you are an adept. The lokas. In their exoteric blinds the Brahmins count 14 lokas, earth included, of which 7 are objective, though not apparent, and 7 subjective, yet fully demonstrable to the inner man. There are 7 divine lokas and 7 infernal, terrestrial, lokas. 7 divine lokas / 7 infernal, terrestrial, lokas. 1. Burloka, the earth, / 1. Patala, our earth. 2. Bhuvarloka, between the earth and the sun, munis, / 2. Mahatala. 3. Svarloka, between the sun and pole star, yogis, / 3. Rasatala. 4. Maharloka, between the earth and the utmost limit of the solar system, 0.856 / 4. Talatala, or Karatala. 5. Janarloka, beyond the solar system, the abode of the Kumaras, who do not belong to this plane, / 5. Sutala. 6. Taparloka, still beyond the Mahatmic region, the dwelling of the Vairaja deities, / 6. Vitala. 7. Satyaloka, the abode of the Nirvanis. / 7. Atala. These the Brahmins read from the bottom. Now all these 14 are planes from without within, and, the 7 divine, states of consciousness through which man can pass and must pass, once he is determined to go through the 7 paths and portals of Dhyani. One need not be disembodied for this, and all this is reached on earth, and in one or many of the incarnations. See the order, the 4 lower ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, are rupa, i.e. they are performed by the inner man with the full concurrence of the diviner portions, or elements, of the lower manas, and consciously by the personal man. The 3 higher states cannot be reached and remembered by the latter, unless he is a fully initiated adept. A hatha yogi will never pass beyond the Maharloka, psychically, and the Talatala, double or dual place, physico-mentally. To become a Raja yogi, one has to ascend up to the 7th portal, the Satyaloka. For such, the master yogis tell us, is the fruition of yajna, or sacrifice. When the Bur, Bhuvar and Svarga, states, are once passed, and the yogi's consciousness centered in Maharloka, it is in the last plane and state between entire identification of the personal and the higher manas. One thing to remember, while the infernal, or terrestrial, states are also the 7 divisions of the earth, for planes and states, as much as they are cosmic divisions, the divine Saptaloka are purely subjective. And begin with the psychic astral light plane, ending with the Satya or Jivanmukta state. These 14 lokas, or spheres, form the extent of the whole Brahmanda, world. The 4 lower are transitory, with all their dwellers, and the 3 higher eternal, i.e. the former states, planes and subjects, to these, last only a day of Brahma, changing with every kalpa, the latter endure for an age of Brahma. Students must learn the correspondences, then concentrate on the organs and so reach their corresponding states of consciousness. Take them in order beginning with the lowest, and working steadily upwards. A medium might irregularly catch glimpses of higher, but would not thus gain orderly development. The greatest phenomena are produced by touching and centering the attention upon the little finger. The lokas and talas are reflections the one of the other. So also are the hierarchies in each, in pairs of opposites, at the two poles of the sphere. Everywhere are such opposites, good and evil, light and darkness, male and female. H.P.B. could not say why blue was the color of the earth. Blue is a color by itself, a primary. Indigo is a color, not a shade of blue, so is violet. The Vairajas belong to, are the fiery egos of, other Manvantaras. They have already been purified in the fire of passions. It is they who refuse to create. They have reached the seventh portal, and have refused nirvana, remaining for succeeding Manvantaras. The 7 steps of Antakarana correspond with the lokas. Samadhi is the highest state on earth that can be reached in the body. Beyond that the initiate must have become a nirmanakya. Purity of mind is of greater importance than purity of body. If the yupati be not perfectly pure, it cannot preserve recollections coming from a higher state. An act may be performed to which little or no attention is paid, and it is of comparatively small importance. But if thought of, dwelt on in the mind, the effect is 1,000 times greater. The thoughts must be kept pure. Remember that kama, while having bad passions and emotions, helps you to evolve by giving also the desire and impulse necessary for rising. The flesh, the body, the human being in his material part, is, on this plane, the most difficult thing to subject. The highest adept, put into a new body, has to struggle against it and subdue it, and finds its subjugation difficult. The liver is the general, the spleen is the aide-de-camp. All that the liver does not accomplish is taken up and completed by the spleen. H.P.B. was asked whether each person must pass through the 14 states, and answered that the lokas and talas represented planes on this earth, through some of which all must pass, and through all of which the disciple must pass. On his way to adeptship. Everyone passes through the lower lokas, but not necessarily through the corresponding talas. There are 2 poles in everything, 7 states in every state. The tala represents a sublime as well as an infernal state. That state which for the mortal is a complete separation of the ego from the personality is for a Buddha a mere temporary separation. For the Buddha it is a cosmic state. The Brahmins and Buddhists regard the talas as hells, but in reality the term is figurative. We are in hell whenever we are in misery, suffer misfortune and so on. Forms in the astral light. The elementals in the astral light are reflections. Everything on earth is reflected there. It is from these that photographs are sometimes obtained through mediums. The mediums unconsciously produce them as forms. The adepts produce them consciously through Kriya-Shakti, bringing them down by a process that may be compared to the focusing of rays of light by a burning glass. States of consciousness. Brahloka is the waking state in which we normally live. It is the state in which animals also are, when they sense food, a danger, etc. To be in Svarloka is to be completely abstracted on this plane, leaving only instinct to work, so that on the material plane you would behave as an animal. Yogis are known who have become crystallized in this state, and then they must be nourished by others. A yogi near Allahabad had been for 53 years sitting on a stone, his chelas plunge him into the river every night and then replace him. During the day his consciousness returns to Brahloka, and he talks and teaches. A yogi was found on an island near Calcutta round whose limbs the roots of trees had grown. He was cut out, and in the endeavor to awaken him so many outrages were inflicted on him that he died. Q. Is it possible to be in more than one state of consciousness at once? A. The consciousness cannot be entirely on 2 planes at once. The higher and lower states are not wholly incompatible, but if you are on the higher you will wool-gather on the lower. In order to remember the higher state on returning to the lower, the memory must be carried upwards to the higher. An adept may apparently enjoy a dual consciousness, when he desires not to see he can abstract himself, he may be in a higher state and yet return answers to questions addressed to him. But in this case he will momentarily return to the material plane, shooting up again to the higher plane. This is his only salvation in adverse conditions. The lower you go in the talas, the more intellectual you become and the less spiritual. You may be a morally good man but not spiritual. Intellect may remain very closely related to karma. A man may be in a loka and visit one and all the talas, his condition depending on the loka to which he belongs. Thus a man in Brahloka only may pass into the talas and go to the devil. If he dwells in Bhuvarloka he cannot become as bad. If he has reached the Satya state he can go into any tala without danger. Buoyed up by his own purity he can never be engulfed. The talas are brain-intellect states, while the lokas, or more accurately the three higher, are spiritual. Manas absorbs the light of buddhi. Buddhi is a rupa, and can absorb nothing. When the ego takes all the light of buddhi, it takes that of atma, buddhi being the vehicle, and thus the three become one. This done, the full adept is one spiritually, but has a body. The fourfold path is finished and he is one. The master's bodies are, as far as they are concerned, illusionary, and hence do not grow old, become wrinkled, etc. The student, who is not naturally psychic, should fix the fourfold consciousness in a higher plane and nail it there. Let him make a bundle of the four lower and pin them to a higher state. He should center on this higher, trying not to permit the body and intellect to draw him down and carry him away. Play ducks and drakes with the body, eating, drinking and sleeping, but living always on the ideal. Mother love. Mother love is an instinct, the same in the human being and in the animal, and often stronger in the latter. The continuance of this love in human beings is due to association, to blood magnetism and to psychic affinity. Families are sometimes formed of those who have lived together before, but often not. The causes at work are very complex and have to be balanced. Sometimes when a child with very bad karma is to be born, parents of a callous type are chosen, or they may die before the karmic results appear. Or the suffering through the child may be their own karma. Mother love as an instinct is between Rasatala and Talatala. The Lipikas keep man's karmic record, and impress it on the astral light. Vacillating people pass from one state of consciousness to another. Thought arises before desire. The thought acts on the brain on the organ, and then desire awakes. It is not the outer stimulus that arouses the organ. Thought therefore must be slain ere desire can be extinguished. The student must guard his thoughts. 5 minutes thought may undo the work of 5 years. And though the 5 years' work will be run through more rapidly the second time, yet time is lost. Consciousness. H.P.B. began by challenging the views of consciousness in the West, commenting on the lack of definition in the leading philosophies. No distinction was made between consciousness and self-consciousness, and yet in this lay the difference between man and the animal. The animal was conscious only, not self-conscious. The animal does not know the ego as subject, as does man. There is therefore an enormous difference between the consciousness of the bird, the insect, the beast, and that of man. But the full consciousness of man is self-consciousness, that which makes us say, I do that. If there is pleasure it must be traced to someone experiencing it. Now the difference between the consciousness of man and of animals is that while there is a self in the animal is not conscious of the self. Spencer reasons on consciousness, but when he comes to a gap he merely jumps over it. So again Hume, when he says that on introspection he sees merely feelings and can never find any I, forgets that without an I, no seeing of feelings would be possible. What is it that studies the feelings? The animal is not conscious of the feeling, I am I. It has instinct, but instinct is not self-consciousness. Self-consciousness is an attribute of the mind, not of the soul, the anima, whence the very name animal is taken. Humanity had no self-consciousness until the coming of the Manasaputras in the third race. Consciousness, brain consciousness, is the field of the light of the ego, of the auric egg, of the higher manas. The cells of the leg are conscious, but they are the slaves of the idea. They are not self-conscious, they cannot originate an idea, although when they are tired they can convey to the brain an uneasy sensation, and so give rise to the idea of fatigue. Instinct is the lower state of consciousness. Man has consciousness running through the 4 lower keys of his septenary consciousness. There are 7 scales of consciousness in his consciousness, which is none the less essentially and preeminently one, a unit. There are millions and millions of states of consciousness, as there are millions and millions of leaves, but as you cannot find 2 leaves alike, so you cannot find 2 states of consciousness alike, a state is never exactly repeated. Is memory a thing born in us that it can give birth to the ego? Knowledge, feeling, volition, are colleagues of the mind, not faculties of it. Memory is an artificial thing, an adjunct of relativeness. It can be sharpened or left dull, and it depends on the condition of the brain cells which store all impressions. Knowledge, feeling, volition, cannot be correlated, do what you will. They are not produced from each other, nor produced from mind, but are principles, colleagues. You cannot have knowledge without memory, for memory stores all things, garnishing and furnishing. If you teach a child nothing, it will know nothing. Brain consciousness depends on the intensity of the light shed by the higher manas on the lower, and the extent of affinity between the brain and this light. Brain-mind is conditioned by the responsiveness of the brain to this light. It is the field of consciousness of the manas. The animal has the monad and the manas latent, but its brain cannot respond. All potentialities are there, but are dormant. There are certain accepted errors in the West which vitiate all their theories. How many impressions can a man receive simultaneously into his consciousness and record? The Westerns say 1, occultists say normally 7, and abnormally 14, 17, 19, 21, up to 49, impressions can be simultaneously received. Occultism teaches that the consciousness always receives a 7-fold impression and stores it in the memory. You can prove it by striking at once the 7 notes of the musical scale. The 7 sounds reach the consciousness simultaneously, but the untrained ear can only recognize them one after another, and if you choose you can measure the intervals. The trained ear will hear the 7 notes at once, simultaneously. An experiment has shown that in 2 or 3 weeks a man may be trained to receive 17 or 18 impressions of color, the intervals decreasing with practice. Memory is acquired for this life, and can be expanded. Genius is the greatest responsiveness of the brain and brain memory to the higher manas. Impressions on any sense are stored in the memory. Before a physical sense is developed there is a mental feeling which proceeds to become a physical sense. Fishes who are blind, living in the deep sea, or subterranean waters, if they are put into a pond will in a few generations develop eyes. But in their previous state there is a sense of seeing, though no physical sight. How else should they in the darkness find their way, avoid dangers, etc.? The mind will take in and store all kinds of things mechanically and unconsciously, and will throw them into the memory as unconscious perceptions. If the attention is greatly engrossed in any way, the sense perception of any injury is not felt at the time, but later the suffering enters into consciousness. So, returning to our example of the 7 notes struck simultaneously, we have one impression, but the ear is affected in succession by the notes one after another, so that they are stored in the brain-mind in order. For the untrained consciousness cannot register them simultaneously. All depends on training and on attention. Thus the transference of a sensation passing from any organ to the consciousness is almost simultaneous if your attention is fixed on it, but if any noise distracts your attention, then it will take a fraction more of a second before it reaches your consciousness. The occultist should train himself to receive and transmit along the line of the 7 scales of his consciousness every impression, or impressions, simultaneously. He who reduces the intervals of physical time the most has made the most progress. Consciousness, its 7 scales. There are 7 scales or shades of consciousness, of the unit, e.g., in a moment of pleasure or pain, for lower and 3 higher. 1. Physical sense perception, perception of the cell, if paralyzed, the sense is there, though you do not feel it. 2. Self-perception or apperception, i.e., self-perception of self. 3. Psychic apperception, of astral double, doppelganger, carrying it higher to the 4. Vital perception, physical feeling, sensations of pleasure and pain, of quality. These are the 4 lower scales, and belong to the psychophysiological man. 5. Monastic discernment of the monastic self-perception. Lower manas. 6. Will perception, volitional perception, the voluntary taking in of an idea, you can regard or disregard physical pain. 7. Spiritual, entirely conscious apperception, because it reaches the higher, self-conscious manas. Apperception means self-perception, conscious action, not as with Leibniz, but when attention is fixed on the perception. You can take these on any planes, e.g., bad news passes through the 4 lower stages before coming to the heart. Or take sound. 1. It strikes the ear. 2. Self-perception of the ear. 3. On the psychic or mental, which carries it to 4. Vital, harsh, soft, strong, weak, etc. The ego. One of the best proofs that there is an ego, a true field of consciousness, is the fact already mentioned, that a state of consciousness is never exactly reproduced, though you should live 100 years, and pass through milliards and milliards. In an active day, how many states and substates there are, it would be impossible to have cells enough for all. This will help you to understand why some mental states and abstract things follow the ego into devotion, and why others merely scatter in space. That which touches the entity has an affinity for it, as a noble action, is immortal and goes with it into devotion, forming part and parcel of the biography of the personality which is disintegrating. A lofty emotion runs through the 7 stages, and touches the ego, the mind that plays its tunes in the mind cells. We can analyze the work of consciousness and describe it, but we cannot define consciousness unless we postulate a subject. Berloka. The berloka begins with the lower manas. Animals do not feel as do men. The dog thinks more of his master being angry than of the actual pain of the lash. The animal does not suffer in memory and in imagination, feeling past and future as well as actual present pain. Pineal gland. The special physical organ of perception is the brain, and perception is located in the aura of the pineal gland. This aura answers in vibrations to any impressions, but it can only be sensed, not perceived, in the living man. During the process of thought manifesting in consciousness, a constant vibration occurs in the light of this aura, and a clairvoyant looking at the brain of a living man may almost see with the spiritual eye, the 7 scales. The 7 shades of light, passing from the dullest to the brightest. You touch your hand, before you touch it the vibration is already in the aura of the pineal gland, and has its own shade of color. It is this aura which causes the wear and tear of the organ, by the vibrations it sets up. The brain, set vibrating, conveys the vibrations to the spinal cord, and so to the rest of the body. Happiness as well as sorrow sets up these strong vibrations, and so wears out the body. Powerful vibrations of joy or sorrow may thus kill. The heart. The septenary disturbance and play of light around the pineal gland are reflected in the heart, or rather the aura of the heart, which vibrates and illumines the 7 brains of the heart, just as does the aura round the pineal gland. This is the exoterically 4, but esoterically 7-leaved lotus, the Saptaparna, the cave of Buddha, with its 7 compartments. Astral and ego. There is a difference between the nature and the essence of the astral body and the ego. The astral body is molecular, however etherealized it may be, the ego is atomic, spiritual. The atoms are spiritual, and are forever invisible on this plane. Molecules form around them, they remaining as the higher invisible principles of the molecules. The eyes are the most occult of our senses, close them and you pass to the mental plane. Stop all the senses and you are entirely on another plane. Individuality. If 12 people are smoking together, the smoke of their cigarettes may mingle, but the molecules of the smoke from each have an affinity with each other, and they remain distinct for ever and ever, no matter how the whole mass may interblend. So a drop of water, though it fall into the ocean, retains its individuality. It has become a drop with a life of its own, like a man, and cannot be annihilated. Any group of people would appear as a group in the astral light, but would not be permanent, but a group meeting to study occultism would cohere, and the impression would be more permanent. The higher and the more spiritual the affinity, the more permanent the cohesion. Lower Manas. The lower Manas is an emanation from the higher Manas, and is of the same nature as the higher. This nature can make no impression on this plane, nor receive any. An archangel, having no experience, would be senseless on this plane, and could neither give nor receive impressions. So the lower Manas clothes itself with the essence of the astral light. This astral envelope shuts it out from its parent, except through the antikarana, which is its only salvation. Break this and you become an animal. Kama. Kama is life, it is the essence of the blood. When this leaves the blood, the latter congeals. Prana is universal on this plane, it is in us the vital principle, pranic, rather than prana. Selfhood. Qualities determine the properties of selfhood. As, for instance, two wolves placed in the same environment would probably not act differently. The field of the consciousness of the higher ego is never reflected in the astral light. The auric envelope receives the impressions of both the higher and the lower Manas, and it is the latter impressions that are also reflected in the astral light. Whereas the essence of all things spiritual, all that which reaches, or is not rejected by, the higher ego is not reflected in the astral light, because it is on too low a plane. But during the life of a man, this essence, with a view to karmic ends, is impressed on the auric envelope, and after death and the separation of the principles is united with the universal mind, that is to say, those impressions, which are superior to even the devachanic plane, to await there karmically until the day when the ego is to be reincarnated. There are thus three sets of impressions, which we may call the kamic, devachanic and manasic. For the entities, no matter how high, must have their karmic rewards and punishments on earth. These spiritual impressions are made more or less on the brain, otherwise the lower ego would not be responsible. There are some impressions, however, received through the brain, which are not of our previous experience. In the case of the adept, the brain is trained to retain these impressions. The reincarnating ray may, for convenience, be separated into two aspects. The lower kamic ego is scattered in kama loka. The manasic part accomplishes its cycle and returns to the higher ego. It is, in reality, this higher ego which is, so to speak, punished, which suffers. This is the true crucifixion of the Christos, the most abstruse but yet the most important mystery of occultism. All the cycle of our lives hangs on it. It is indeed the higher ego that is the sufferer. For remember that the abstract consciousness of the higher personal consciousness will remain impressed on the ego, since it must be part and parcel of its eternity. All our grandest impressions are impressed on the higher ego, because they are of the same nature as itself. Patriotism and great actions in national service are not altogether good, from the point of view of the highest. To benefit a portion of humanity is good, but to do so at the expense of the rest is bad. Therefore, in patriotism, etc., the venom is present with the good. For though the inner essence of the higher ego is unsoilable, the outer garment may be soiled. Thus both the bad and the good of such thoughts and actions are impressed on the auric envelope, and the karma of the bad is taken up by the higher ego, though it is perfectly guiltless of it. Thus both sets of impressions, after death, scatter in the universal mind, and at reincarnation the ego sends out a ray which is itself, into a new personality, and there suffers. It suffers in the self-consciousness that it has created by its own accumulated experiences. Every one of our egos has the karma of past manvantaras behind. There are 7 hierarchies of egos, some of which, e.g., in inferior tribes, may be said to be only just beginning the present cycle. The ego starts with divine consciousness, no past, no future, no separation. It is long before realizing that it is itself. Only after many births does it begin to discern, by this collectivity of experience, that it is individual. At the end of its cycle of reincarnation it is still the same divine consciousness, but it has now become individualized self-consciousness. The feeling of responsibility is inspired by the presence of the light of the higher ego. As the ego in its cycle of rebirth becomes more and more individualized, it learns more and more by suffering to recognize its own responsibility, by which it finally gains self-consciousness. The consciousness of all the egos of the whole universe. Absolute being, to have the idea or sensation of all this, must pass through all experience individually, not universally. So that when it returns it should be of the same omniscience as the universal mind plus the memory of all that it has passed through. At the day, be with us, every ego has to remember all the cycles of its past reincarnations for manvantaras. The ego comes in contact with this earth, all 7 principles become one, it sees all that it has done therein. It sees the stream of its past reincarnations by a certain divine light. It sees all humanity at once, but still there is ever, as it were, a stream which is always the I. We should therefore always endeavor to accentuate our responsibility. The higher ego is, as it were, a globe of pure divine light, a unit from a higher plane, on which is no differentiation. Descending to a plane of differentiation it emanates a ray, which it can only manifest through the personality which is already differentiated. A portion of this ray, the lower manas, during life, may so crystallize itself and become one with Kama that it will remain assimilated with matter. That portion which retains its purity forms Antakarana. The whole fate of an incarnation depends on whether Antakarana will be able to restrain the Kama manas or not. After death the higher light, Antakarana, which bears the impressions and memory of all good and noble aspirations, assimilates itself with the higher ego, the bad is dissociated in space, and comes back as bad karma awaiting the personality. The feeling of responsibility is the beginning of wisdom, a proof that ahankara is beginning to fade out, the beginning of losing the sense of separateness. Kama Rupa. The Kama Rupa eventually breaks up and goes into animals. All red-blooded animals come from man. The cold-blooded are from the matter of the past. The blood is the Kama Rupa. The white corpuscles are the scavengers, devourers. They are oozed out of the astral through the spleen, and are of the same essence as the astral. They are the sweat born of the chaya. Kama is everywhere in the body. The red cells are drops of electrical fluid, the perspiration of all the organs oozed out from every cell. They are the progeny of the phohatic principle. Heart. There are 7 brains in the heart, the upatis and symbols of the 7 hierarchies. The fires. The fires are always playing round the pineal gland, but when Kundalini illuminates them for a brief instant the whole universe is seen. Even in deep sleep the third eye opens. This is good for Manas, who profits by it, though we ourselves do not remember. Perception. In answer to a question on the 7 stages of perception, H.P.B. said that thought should be centered on the highest, the 7th, and then an attempt to transcend this will prove that it is impossible to go beyond it on this plane. There is nothing in the brain to carry the thinker on, and if thought is to rise yet further it must be thought without a brain. Let the eyes be closed, the will set not to let the brain work, and then the point may be transcended and the student will pass to the next plane. All the 7 stages of perception come before Antakarana. If you can pass beyond them you are on the monastic plane. Try to imagine something which transcends your power of thought, say, the nature of the Dayan Chohans. Then make the brain passive, and pass beyond. You will see a white radiant light, like silver, but opalescent as mother of pearl. Then waves of color will pass over it, beginning in the tenderest violet, and through bronze shades of green to indigo with metallic luster, and that color will remain. If you see this you are on another plane. You should pass through 7 stages. When a color comes, glance at it, and if it is not good reject it. Let your attention be arrested only on the green, indigo and yellow. These are good colors. The eyes being connected with the brain, the color you see most easily will be the color of the personality. If you see red, it is merely physiological, and is to be disregarded. Green bronze is the lower manas, yellow bronze the antikarana, indigo bronze is manas. These are to be observed, and when the yellow bronze merges into the indigo you are on the monastic plane. On the monastic plane you see the noumena, the essence of phenomena. You do not see people or other consciousnesses, but have enough to do to keep your own. The trained seer can see noumena always. The adept sees the noumena on this plane, the reality of things, so cannot be deceived. In meditation the beginner may waver backwards and forwards between two planes. You hear the ticking of a clock on this plane, then on the astral, the soul of the ticking. When clocks are stopped here the ticking goes on higher planes, in the astral, and then in the ether, until the last bit of the clock is gone. It is the same as with a dead body, which sends out emanations until the last molecule is disintegrated. There is no time in meditation, because there is no succession of states of consciousness on this plane. Violet is the color of the astral. You begin with it, but should not stay in it, try to pass on. When you see a sheet of violet, you are beginning unconsciously to form a Mayavi Rupa. Fix your attention, and if you go away keep your consciousness firmly to the Mayavic body. Do not lose sight of it, hold on like grim death. Consciousness. The consciousness which is merely the animal consciousness is made up of the consciousness of all the cells in the body except those of the heart. The heart is the king, the most important organ in the body of man. Even if the head be severed from the body, the heart will continue to beat for 30 minutes. It will beat for some hours if wrapped in cotton wool and put in a warm place. The spot in the heart which is the last of all to die is the seat of life, the center of all, Brahma, the first spot that lives in the fetus and the last that dies. When a yogi is buried in a trance it is this spot that lives, though the rest of the body be dead, and as long as this is alive the yogi can be resurrected. This spot contains potentially mind, life, energy, and will. During life it radiates prismatic colors, fiery and opalescent. The heart is the center of spiritual consciousness, as the brain is the center of intellectual. But this consciousness cannot be guided by a person, nor its energy directed by him until he is at one with Buddhimanas, until then it guides him, if it can. Hence the pangs of remorse, the prickings of conscience. They come from the heart, not the head. In the heart is the only manifested God, the other two are invisible, and it is this which represents the triad, Atma-Buddhimanas. In reply to a question whether the consciousness might not be concentrated in the heart, and so the promptings of the spirit caught, H.P.B. said that anyone who could thus concentrate would be at one with Manas, would have united Kama Manas to the higher Manas. The higher Manas could not directly guide man, it could only act through the lower Manas. There are three principal centers in man, heart, head, and navel, any two of which may be plus or, to each other, according to the relative predominance of the centers. The heart represents the higher triad. The liver and spleen represent the quaternary. The solar plexus is the brain of the stomach. H.P.B. was asked if the three centers above named would represent the Christos, crucified between two thieves. She said it might serve as an analogy, but these figures must not be overdriven. It must never be forgotten that the lower Manas is the same in its essence as the higher, and may become one with it by rejecting kamic impulses. The crucifixion of the Christos represents the self-sacrifice of the higher Manas, the Father that sends his only begotten Son into the world to take upon him our sins. The Christ myth came from the mysteries. So also did the life of Apollonius of Tyana. This was suppressed by the Fathers of the Church because of its striking similarity to the life of Christ. The psycho-intellectual man is all in the head with its 7 gateways. The spiritual man is in the heart. The convolutions are formed by thought. The third ventricle in life is filled with light, and not with a liquid as after death. There are 7 cavities in the brain which are quite empty during life, and it is in these that visions must be reflected if they are to remain in the memory. These centers are, in occultism, called the 7 harmonies, the scale of the divine harmonies. They are filled with akasha, each with its own color, according to the state of consciousness in which you are. The sixth is the pineal gland, which is hollow and empty during life, the seventh is the whole, the fifth is the third ventricle, the fourth the pituitary body. When Manas is united to Atmabuddhi, or when Atmabuddhi is centered in Manas, it acts in the three higher cavities, radiating, sending forth a halo of light, and this is visible in the case of a very holy person. The cerebellum is the center, the storehouse, of all the forces, it is the comma of the head. The pineal gland corresponds to the uterus, its peduncles to the fallopian tubes. The pituitary body is only its servant, its torchbearer, like the servants bearing lights that used to run before the carriage of a princess. Man is thus androgyne so far as his head is concerned. Man contains in himself every element that is found in the universe. There is nothing in the macrocosm that is not in the microcosm. The pineal gland, as was said, is quite empty during life, the pituitary contains various essences. The granules in the pineal gland are precipitated after death within the cavity. The cerebellum furnishes the materials for ideation. The frontal lobes of the cerebrum are the finishers and polishers of the materials, but they cannot create of themselves. Clairvoyant perception is the consciousness of touch, thus reading letters, psychometrizing substances, etc. may be done at the pit of the stomach. Every sense has its consciousness, and you can have consciousness through every sense. There may be consciousness on the plane of sight, though the brain be paralyzed. The eyes of a paralyzed person will show terror. So with the sense of hearing. Those who are physically blind, deaf or dumb, are still possessed of the psychic counterparts of these senses. Will and desire. Eros in man is the will of the genius to create great pictures, great music, things that will live and serve the race. It has nothing in common with the animal desire to create. Will is of the higher manas. It is the universal harmonious tendency acting by the higher manas. Desire is the outcome of separateness, aiming at the satisfaction of self in matter. The path opened between the higher ego and the lower enables the ego to act on the personal self. Conversion. It is not true that a man powerful in evil can suddenly be converted and become as powerful for good. His vehicle is too defiled, and he can at best but neutralize the evil, balancing up the bad karmic causes he has set in motion, at any rate for this incarnation. You cannot take a herring barrel and use it for attar of roses, the wood is too soaked through with the drippings. When evil impulses and tendencies have become impressed on the physical nature, they cannot at once be reversed. The molecules of the body have been set in a kamic direction, and though they have sufficient intelligence to discern between things on their own plane, i.e., to avoid things harmful to themselves, they cannot understand a change of direction, the impulse to which is from another plane. If they are forced too violently, disease, madness or death will result. Origins. Absolute eternal motion, Parabrahman, which is nothing and everything, motion inconceivably rapid, in this motion throws off a film, which is energy, eros. It thus transforms itself to mula prakriti, primordial substance which is still energy. This energy, still transforming itself in its ceaseless and inconceivable motion, becomes the atom, or rather the germ of the atom, and then it is on the third plane. Our manas is a ray from the world soul and is withdrawn at pralaya. It is perhaps the lower manas of Parabrahman, that is, of the Parabrahman of the manifested universe. The first film is energy, or motion on the manifested plane, Alaya is the third logos, Mahabuddhi, Mahat. We always begin on the third plane. Beyond that all is inconceivable. Atma is focused in Buddhi, but is embodied only in Manas, these being the spirit, soul and body of the universe. Dreams. We may have evil experiences in dreams as well as good. We should, therefore, train ourselves so as to awaken directly we tend to do wrong. The lower manas is asleep in sense dreams, the animal consciousness being then guided towards the astral light by kama. The tendency of such sense dreams is always towards the animal. If we could remember our dreams in deep sleep, then we should be able to remember all our past incarnations. Nidanas. There are 12 nidanas, exoteric and esoteric, the fundamental doctrine of Buddhism. So also there are 12 exoteric Buddhist suttas called nidanas, each giving one nidana. The nidanas have a dual meaning. They are 1. The 12 causes of sentient existence, through the 12 links of subjective with objective nature, or between the subjective and objective natures. 2. A concatenation of causes and effects. Every cause produces an effect, and this effect becomes in its turn a cause. Each of these has as yupati, basis, one of the subdivisions of one of the nidanas, and also an effect or consequence. Both bases and effects belong to one or another nidana, each having from 3 to 17, 18 and 21 subdivisions. The names of the 12 nidanas are 1. Jaramarana, 2. Jati, 3. Bhava, 4. Upadana, 5. Thrishna, 6. Vedana, 7. Sparsh, 8. Chadyatana, 9. Namarupa, 10. Vijnana, 11. Samskara, 12. Avidya. 857. 1. Jaramarana, lit. Death in consequence of decrepitude. Notice that death and not life comes as the first of the nidanas. This is the first fundamental in Buddhist philosophy. Every atom, at every moment, as soon as it is born begins dying. The 5 skandhas are founded on it, they are its effects or product. Moreover, in its turn, it is based on the 5 skandhas. They are mutual things, one gives to the other. 2. Jati, lit. Birth. That is to say, birth according to one of the 4 modes of Chaturayoni, the 4 wombs, viz. I. Through the womb, like mammalia. 2. Through eggs. 3. Ethereal or liquid germs, fish spawn, pollen, insects, etc. 4. Anupadika, nirmanakas, gods, etc. That is to say that birth takes place by one of these modes. You must be born in one of the 6 objective modes of existence, or in the 7th which is subjective. These 4 are within 6 modes of existence, viz. Exoterically. I. Devas, 2. Men, 3. Asuras, 4. Men in hell. V. Pretas, devouring demons on earth, 6. Animals. Esoterically. I. Higher gods, 2. Devas or Pitris, all classes, 3. Nirmanakas, 4. Bodhisattvas, v. Men in Mayalba. 6. Kama-rupic existences, whether of men or animals, in Kama-loka or the astral light. 7. Elementals, subjective existences. 3. Bhava equals karmic existence, not life existence, but as a moral agent which determines where you will be born, i.e. in which of the triloka, Bur, Bhuvar or Svar, 7 lokas in reality. The cause or nidana of bhava is upadana, that is, the clinging to existence, that which makes us desire life in whatever form. Its effect is jati in one or another of the triloka and under whatever conditions. Nidanas are the detailed expression of the law of karma under 12 aspects, or we might say the law of karma under 12 nidanic aspects. Skandhas. Skandhas are the germs of life on all the 7 planes of being, and make up the totality of the subjective and objective man. Every vibration we have made is a skandha. The skandhas are closely united to the pictures in the astral light, which is the medium of impressions, and the skandhas, or vibrations, connected with subjective or objective man, are the links which attract the reincarnating ego. The germs left behind when it went into devashan which have to be picked up again and exhausted by a new personality. The exoteric skandhas have to do with the physical atoms and vibrations, or objective man, the esoteric with the internal and subjective man. A mental change, or a glimpse of spiritual truth, may make a man suddenly change to the truth even at his death, thus creating good skandhas for the next life. The last acts or thoughts of a man have an enormous effect upon his future life, but he would still have to suffer for his misdeeds, and this is the basis of the idea of a deathbed repentance. But the karmic effects of the past life must follow, for the man in his next birth must pick up the skandhas or vibratory impressions that he left in the astral light, since nothing comes from nothing in occultism. And there must be a link between the lives. New skandhas are born from their old parents. It is wrong to speak of tanhas in the plural, there is only one tanha, the desire to live. This develops into a multitude, or one might say a congeries of ideas. The skandhas are karmic and non-karmic. Skandhas may produce elementals by unconscious kriya-shakti. Every elemental that is thrown out by man must return to him sooner or later, since it is his own vibration. They thus become his Frankenstein. Elementals are simply effects producing effects. They are disembodied thoughts, good and bad. They remain crystallized in the astral light and are attracted by affinity and galvanized back into life again, when their originator returns to earth life. You can paralyze them by reverse effects. Elementals are caught like a disease and hence are dangerous to ourselves and to others. This is why it is dangerous to influence others. The elementals which live after your death are those which you implant in others, the rest remain latent till you are reincarnated, when they come to life in you. Thus, H.P.B. said, if you are badly taught by me or incited thereby to do something wrong, you would go on after my death and sin through me, but I should have to bear the karma. Calvin, for instance, will have to suffer for all the wrong teaching he has given, though he gave it with good intentions. The worst does is to arrest the progress of truth. Even Buddha made mistakes. He applied his teaching to people who were not ready, and this has produced nidanas. Subtle bodies. When a man visits another in his astral body, it is the linga sharira which goes, but this cannot happen at any great distance. When a man thinks of another at a distance very intently, he sometimes appears to that person. In this case it is the Mayavi Rupa, which is created by unconscious Kriya Shakti, and the man himself is not conscious of appearing. If he were, and projected his Mayavi Rupa consciously, he would be an adept. 858. No two persons can be simultaneously conscious of one another's presence, unless one be an adept. Dugpa used the Mayavi Rupa and sorcerers also. Dugpa work on the Linga Sharira of other people. The Linga Sharira in the spleen is the perfect picture of the man, and is good or bad, according to his own nature. The astral body is the subjective image of the man which is to be, the first germ in the matrix, the model of the physical body in which the child is formed and developed. The Linga Sharira may be hurt by a sharp instrument, and would not face a sword or bayonet, although it would easily pass through a table or other piece of furniture. Nothing however can hurt the Mayavi Rupa or thought body, since it is purely subjective. When swords are struck at shades, it is the sword itself, not its Linga Sharira or astral that cuts. Sharp instruments alone can penetrate astrals, e.g. underwater, a blow will not affect you, but a cut will. The projection of the astral body should not be attempted, but the power of Kriya Shakti should be exercised in the projection of the Mayavi Rupa. Fire. Fire is not an element but a divine thing. The physical flame is the objective vehicle of the highest spirit. The fire elementals are the highest. Everything in this world has its aura and its spirit. The flame you apply to the candle has nothing to do with the candle itself. The aura of the object comes into conjunction with the lowest part of the other. Granite cannot burn because its aura is fire. Fire elementals have no consciousness on this plane, they are too high, reflecting the divinity of their own source. Other elementals have consciousness on this plane as they reflect man and his nature. There is a very great difference between the mineral and vegetable kingdoms. The wick of the lamp, for instance, is negative. It is made positive by fire, the oil being the medium. Ether is fire. The lowest part of ether is the flame which you see. Fire is divinity in its subjective presence throughout the universe. Under other conditions, this universal fire manifests as water, air and earth. It is the one element in our visible universe which is the Kriya Shakti of all forms of life. It is that which gives light, heat, death, life, etc. It is even the blood. In all its various manifestations it is essentially one. It is the 7 cosmocrators. Evidence of the esteem in which fire was held are to be found in the Old Testament. The pillar of fire, the burning bush, the shining face of Moses, all fire. Fire is like a looking-glass in its nature, and reflects the beams of the first order of subjective manifestations which are supposed to be thrown onto the screen of the first outlines of the created universe. In their lower aspect these are the creations of fire. Fire in the grossest aspect of its essence is the first form and reflects the lower forms of the first subjective beings which are in the universe. The first divine chaotic thoughts are the fire elementals. When on earth they take form and come flitting in the flame in the form of the salamanders or lower fire elementals. In the air you have millions of living and conscious beings, besides our thoughts which they catch up. The fire elementals are related to the sense of sight and absorb the elementals of all the other senses. Thus through sight you can have the consciousness of feeling, hearing, tasting, etc., since all are included in the sense of sight. Hints on the future. As time passes on there will be more and more ether in the air. When ether fills the air, then will be born children without fathers. In Virginia there is an apple tree of a special kind. It does not blossom but bears fruit from a kind of berry without any seeds. This will gradually extend to animals and then to men. Women will bear children without impregnation, and in the 7th round there will appear men who can reproduce themselves. In the 7th race of the 4th round, men will change their skins every year and will have new toe and finger nails. People will become more psychic, then spiritual. Last of all in the 7th round, Buddhas will be born without sin. The 4th round is the longest in the Kali Yuga, then the 5th, then the 6th, and the 7th round will be very short. The egos. On the separation of the principles at death the higher ego may be said to go to devotion by reason of the experiences of the lower. The higher ego in its own plane is the Kamara. The lower quaternary dissolves. The body rots, the linga sharira fades out. At reincarnation the higher ego shoots out a ray, the lower ego. Its energies are upward and downward. The upward tendencies become its devachanic experiences, the lower are kamic. The higher manas stands to buddhi as the lower manas to the higher. As to the question of responsibility, it may be understood by an example. If you take the form of Jack the Ripper, you must suffer for its misdeeds, for the law will punish the murderer and hold him responsible. You are the sacrificial victim. In the same way the higher ego is the Christos, the sacrificial victim for the lower manas. The ego takes the responsibility of every body it informs. You borrow some money to lend it to another. The other runs away, but it is you who are responsible. The mission of the higher ego is to shoot out a ray to be a soul in a child. Thus the ego incarnates in 1,000 bodies, taking upon itself the sins and responsibilities of each body. At every incarnation a new ray is emitted, and yet it is the same ray in essence, the same in you and me and every one. The dross of the incarnation disintegrates, the good goes to devotion. The flame is eternal. From the flame of the higher ego, the lower is lighted, and from this a lower vehicle, and so on. And yet the lower manas is such as it makes itself. It is possible for it to act differently in like conditions, for it has reason and self-conscious knowledge of right and wrong, and good and evil, given to it. It is in fact endowed with all the attributes of the divine soul. In this the ray is the higher manas, the speck of responsibility on earth. The part of the essence is the essence, but while it is out of itself, so to say, it can get soiled and polluted. The ray can be manifested on this earth because it can send forth its Mayavi Rupa. But the higher cannot, so it has to send forth a ray. We may look upon the higher ego as the sun, and the personal manases as its rays. If we take away the surrounding air and light the ray may be said to return to the sun, so with the lower manas and lower quaternary. The higher ego can only manifest through its attributes. In cases of sudden death, the lower manas no more disappears than does the Kama Rupa after death. After the severance the ray may be said to snap or be dropped. After death such a man cannot go to Devachan, nor yet remain in Kama Loka. His fate is to reincarnate immediately. Such an entity is then an animal soul plus the intelligence of the severed ray. The manifestation of this intelligence in the next birth will depend entirely on the physical formation of the brain and on education. Such a soul may be reunited with its higher ego in the next birth, if the environment is such as to give it a chance of aspiration. This is the grace of the Christians. Or it may go on for 2 or 3 incarnations, the ray becoming weaker and weaker, and gradually dissipating, until it is born a congenital idiot and then finally dissipated in lower forms. There are enormous mysteries connected with the lower manas. With regard to some intellectual giants, they are in somewhat the same condition as smaller men, for their higher ego is paralyzed, that is to say, their spiritual nature is atrophied. The manas can pass its essence to several vehicles, e.g., the Mayavi Rupa, etc., and even to elementals which it can ensoul, as the Rosicrucians taught. The Mayavi Rupa may be sometimes so vitalized that it goes on to another plane and unites with the beings of that plane and so ensouls them. People who bestow great affection upon animal pets are ensouling them to a certain extent, and such animal souls progress very rapidly. In return such persons get back the animal vitality and magnetism. It is, however, against nature to thus accentuate animal evolution, and on the whole is bad. Monadic evolution. The Kumaras do not direct the evolution of the lunar Pitris. To understand the latter, we might take the analogy of the blood. The blood may be compared to the universal life principle, the corpuscles to the monads. The different kinds of corpuscles are the same as the various classes of monads and various kingdoms, not, however, because of their essence being different, but because of the environment in which they are. The chaya is the permanent seed, and Weissman in his hereditary germ theory is very near truth. H.P.B. was asked whether there was one ego to one permanent chaya seed, oversouling it in a series of incarnations. Her answer was, no, it is heaven and earth kissing each other. The animal souls are in temporary forms and shells in which they gain experience, and in which they prepare materials for higher evolution. Until the age of 7 the astral atavic germ forms and molds the body, after that the body forms the astral. The astral and the mind mutually react on each other. The meaning of the passage in the Upanishads, where it says that the gods feed on men, is that the higher ego obtains its earth experience through the lower astral body. The astral can get out unconsciously to the person and wander about. The chaya is the same as the astral body. The germ or life essence of it is in the spleen. The chaya is coiled up in the spleen. It is from this that the astral is formed. It evolves in a shadowy curling or gyrating essence like smoke, gradually taking form as it grows. But it is not projected from the physical, atom for atom. This latter intermolecular form is the Kama Rupa. At death every cell and molecule gives out its essence, and from it is formed the astral of the Kama Rupa, but this can never come out during life. The chaya in order to become visible draws upon the surrounding atmosphere, attracting the atoms to itself. The linga sharira could not form in vacuo. The fact of the astral body accounts for the Arabian and Eastern tales of jinns and bottle imps, etc. In spiritualistic phenomena, the resemblance to deceased persons is mostly caused by the imagination. The clothing of such phantoms is formed from the living atoms of the medium, and is no real clothing, and has nothing to do with the clothing of the medium. All the clothing of a materialization has been paid for. The astral supports life. It is the reservoir or sponge of life, gathering it up from all the natural kingdoms around, and is the intermediary between the kingdoms of pranic and physical life. Life cannot come immediately from the subjective to the objective, for nature goes gradually through each sphere. Therefore the linga sharira is the intermediary between prana and our physical body, and pumps in the life. The spleen is consequently a very delicate organ, but the physical spleen is only a cover for the real spleen. Now life is in reality divinity, Parabrahman. But in order to manifest on the physical plane it must be assimilated. And as the purely physical is too gross, it must have a medium, viz., the astral. Astral matter is not homogeneous, and the astral light is nothing but the shadow of the real divine light. It is however not molecular. Those, kamarupic, entities which are below the devachanic plane are in kama loka and only possess intelligence like monkeys. There are no entities in the four lower kingdoms possessing intelligence which can communicate with men, but the elementals have instincts like animals. It is, however, possible for the sylphs, the air elementals, the wickedest things in the world, to communicate, but they require to be propitiated. Spooks, kamarupic entities, can only give the information they see immediately before them. They see things in the aura of people, although the people may not be aware of them themselves. Earthbound spirits are kamalokic entities that have been so materialistic that they cannot be dissolved for a long time. They have only a glimmering of consciousness and do not know why they are held. Some sleep, some preserve a glimmering of consciousness and suffer torture. In the case of people who have very little devotion, the greater part of the consciousness remains in kama loka, and may last far beyond the normal period of 150 years and remain over until the next reincarnation of the spirit. This then becomes the dweller on the threshold and fights with the new astral. The acme of kama is the sexual instinct, e.g., idiots have such desires and also food appetites, etc., and nothing else. Devotion is a state on a plane of spiritual consciousness, kama loka is a place of physical consciousness. It is the shadow of the animal world and that of instinctual feelings. When the consciousness thinks of spiritual things, it is on a spiritual plane. If one's thoughts are of nature, flowers, etc., then the consciousness is on the material plane. But if thoughts are about eating, drinking, etc., and the passions, then the consciousness is in the kamalokic plane, which is the plane of animal instincts pure and simple. The end.